9 Yang Sword Saint Chapter 136 to Chapter 182. Aoo. An incomparably mournful ghost howl. As for this blazing cavalry expert, his muscles instantly withered and he became like a mummy. He wasn't dead yet, but his eyes were already gone. His sturdy body instantly shrunk to less than half its original size, just like a ghost. The evil soul art was indeed the evilest and most vicious evil art in the world. After successfully absorbing the blazing cavalry officer's puppet battle soul, Wu Xingwen slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with ecstasy, and his gaze was like a raging fire. It's true, right? Now, you should hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl. Yang Dingtian said slowly. Wu Xingwen was still trembling with excitement. He didn't bargain and directly took out the box containing the fire immunity chilling pearl and handed it over through the small window. It was cold to the touch. Yang Dingtian took the box and opened it to take a look. Indeed, there was a dreamlike pearl lying inside. It was permeating with an endless amount of icy cold energy. It was the fire immunity chilling pearl, the real deal. For this fire immunity chilling pearl, Yang Dingtian spent a lot of effort. Now, this pearl was finally lying in his palm. After placing the fire immunity chilling pearl into the box, Yang Dingtian put the box into his chest. In fact, he had already placed it into his interspatial ring. This time, the fire immunity chilling pearl completely belonged to Yang Dingtian. No one in the world could take it away from him. Wu Xingwen said, "Now, you should fulfill your part of the deal and tell me the soul burst art." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Next, you should prepare yourself. I will teach you the soul burst art. This is the most important part of the evil soul art. As long as you know the soul burst art, you can almost instantly kill any expert in the world." Wu Xingwen closed his eyes and gathered all his spirit. He pricked up his ears. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes again and said word by word. Pa pa pa, in an instant, the air began to explode inch by inch. In the prison, countless ghosts began to scream in fear. Bang, 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 the candles in the prison also began to explode inch by inch. After a full 15 minutes, Yang Dingtian's voice stopped. The sound of countless souls exploding in the air also stopped. It was as if the end of the world had come to an end. Got it? Yang Dingtian asked. Got it, Wu Xingwen said. Yang Dingtian said, "Now, find another expert and try using the soul burst art. See if you can instantly kill him. If you can kill them instantly, it means that you have learned the soul burst art, and you can let us go." "No need, Yang Dingtian." Wu Xingwen smiled. "I trust you." "Let's give it a try," Yang Dingtian said. "Otherwise, the deal won't be considered complete." "All right." Wu Xingwen raised his head and looked at Yang Dingtian. He revealed a strange smile and said, "But you don't have to try it on anyone else. Let's try it on you, Yang Dingtian." Yang Dingtian's expression changed, and he said, "What do you mean? I'll be a good person to the end. I'll use the soul burst art to kill you instantly." Wu Xingwen smiled. Yang Dingtian's body trembled, and he said, You're shameless. What good will this do for you? Between you and me, we can cooperate more than we disagree. I can give you a lot of things." "That's right, we can cooperate more than we disagree." Wu Xingwen sneered, "But you forgot one important thing. I don't want anyone in the world to know that I know the evil soul burst art. Now that you know, you must die." Yang Dingtian's body trembled, and he couldn't say a word. "Then, Yang Dingtian, you can go in peace. I will continue to ravage Muliani. Furthermore, I will ravage her every day and every moment." Wu Xingwen sneered. He then held on to the soul tool ring and started to recite the chant while circulating his mystic qi. Pa, 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 the air began to explode. Pung pung pung, flames began to explode. Woo woo. Ao ao. Countless ghosts began to howl. So. Countless ghosts began to fly out of the ring, forming a huge strange energy array. Finally, a powerful puppet battle soul condensed on the energy array. Strange, malicious, ghost, who? Destroy, destroy, destroy. Die. Wu Xingwen roared one last time. All the puppet battle souls in the soul tool suddenly shot out, turning into an incomparably powerful resentful spirit energy, striking out like lightning. A strange howl was heard. This puppet battle soul drew a terrifying trajectory in the air, and suddenly turned back, rushing towards Wu Xingwen. A malicious ghost scream was heard. The puppet battle soul suddenly drilled into Wu Xingwen's brain. Peng, Wu Xingwen let out a horrified scream. His eyes were filled with fear, shock, and incomparably complicated emotions as he looked at Yang Dingtian. He couldn't believe that Yang Dingtian would use this method to counterattack him. Of course, Wu Xingwen's expression only lasted for a moment. After a moment, all the consciousness, spirit, and willpower in Wu Xingwen's brain instantly vanished. His proud and sinister smile was still on his face, but it had already turned into despair and fear. If it was just the puppet battle soul of the blazing flame cavalry expert, it wouldn't be enough to destroy Wu Xingwen. However, there was still an extremely powerful puppet soul in the soul tool ring. It was so powerful that even if Wu Xingwen was 10 times stronger, he would still be instantly destroyed. That's right, Yang Dingtian had given him the soul tool and the soul assimilating art, allowing Wu Xingwen to see the power of the evil soul art. However, Yang Dingtian had made some slight changes to the soul burst art at the end. He had changed the target of the attack from the enemy to himself. He had made the puppet battle soul's attack turn into a counterattack. Of course, if it was just someone who had learned the evil soul art, he wouldn't be able to change it. Because this evil and mysterious evil art was extremely complicated, a slight change could completely destroy the entire evil art. However, Yang Dingtian's mastery of the evil soul art was exactly the same as the Temple of 10,000 Blood's master, Du Gushao. Du Gushao had forcefully poured all the research he had on the evil soul art into Yang Dingtian's brain. Yang Dingtian had an incomparable understanding of every detail, every cause and effect, and every circulation route of the evil soul art. He was incomparably proficient in it. Du Gushao, the great demon, was a genius and could make changes to the evil soul art. In that case, Yang Dingtian could do it too. Therefore, just like that, Yang Dingtian had lured Wu Xingwen to take the bait and let him destroy himself. Of course, it wasn't that Wu Xingwen didn't think that Yang Dingtian would cheat him. However, he firmly believed that the evil soul art was incomparably mysterious and powerful. How could someone like Yang Dingtian do anything to a supreme evil art like the evil soul art? Furthermore, the evil soul art was truly a fatal temptation to him. He wasn't willing to wait for even a minute. Therefore, just like that, Wu Xingwen destroyed himself under Yang Dingtian's control. From an incomparably sinister and cunning smart person, he had completely turned into an idiotic piece of trash. People who were instantly killed by the evil soul art didn't truly die, but it was even more terrifying and painful than death. Because they would completely become a walking corpse and would completely obey any orders. Therefore, people who knew the evil soul art all had a group of puppet servants. The evil soul art was the most evil and powerful evil art in the world. That's right, it was the most evil. It wouldn't directly kill you, but directly turn you into a puppet. Yang Dingtian looked at Wu Xingwen, who had already become a walking corpse, and said with a sigh, "Master, I didn't use the evil soul art. I wasn't contaminated. I only let him contaminate himself and destroy himself. I promise you, I won't truly use the evil soul art in this lifetime. I won't be contaminated in this lifetime. I won't let Du Gushao win." That's right. Just now, Yang Dingtian only chanted the evil soul art and didn't circulate his profound qi. He didn't have any interaction with the ghost spirit and puppet battle soul in the soul tool ring, so he wasn't contaminated. "Open the door," Yang Dingtian said. The puppet Wu Xingwen stiffly walked forward and pressed on the mechanism. Rumble. Instantly, the 10,000-pound metal door slowly opened. Yang Dingtian walked out of the prison and arrived in front of Mu Lianyi's cell. He opened the mechanism and walked in. "Young master, I can't take it anymore." Just as he walked in, Mu Lianyi directly pounced on him. At this moment, the drug in her body had already reached its peak and had almost completely destroyed her rationality. Yang Dingtian naturally wouldn't take advantage of her. He directly pressed her down and quickly pierced all the blood vessels in her body to let her blood flow out and temporarily calm her down. Then, he gave her a cold pill to temporarily suppress the drug poison in her body. As expected, after taking the pill, Mu Lianyi's body gradually cooled down and then she fell into a deep sleep. Then, Yang Dingtian took off the armor and helmet of the Raging Flame cavalry officer and put it on himself. Then, he put on Mu Lianyi's clothes again and directly carried her on his shoulder without much concealment. Walk forward. Yang Dingtian ordered Wu Xingwen, who had turned into a walking corpse. Immediately, he instinctively walked forward. Yang Dingtian wore the officer's uniform and carried Mu Lianyi behind him. Just like this, Yang Dingtian swaggered out of the prison. It turned out that this was one of the castles of the Raging Flames castle, but it was now commandeered by Wu Xingwen. The Raging Flames castle was indeed in cahoots with the Northwest Qin family. Walking on the ground of the castle, the knights all saluted Wu Xingwen when they saw him. Wu Xingwen didn't care at all and continued walking outside. Yang Dingtian, who was wearing the military uniform, followed outside. Although there were people who were curious as to why their commander Wu Xingwen's expression was a little dull and strange, they didn't dare to ask. They just understood that he was tired after having sex with a woman. As for the officer carrying a woman behind him, there was even less of a need to explain. After walking out of the castle, Yang Dingtian called for a carriage and loaded Wu Xingwen and Mu Lianyi into it. Then, he drove the carriage and sped towards the Mu family docks. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you. The next day, Mu Lianyi woke up. Yang Dingtian officially bid farewell to the father and daughter of the Mu clan and prepared to head to the Fire Cloud Devil Cave in the northwest continent to start forging the most important soul swords. At this moment, Mu Lianyi was like a completely different person. Her unruly face was filled with a rare gentleness as she sent Yang Dingtian out of the Mu clan docks alone. Mu Lianqing originally wanted to head north to find Shimin Lai, but he was stopped by Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian didn't want their peaceful life to be disrupted. The Black Blood cavalry that followed Shimin Lai definitely didn't have a fixed residence and wouldn't have any peace. Of course, this reason wasn't enough to convince Mu Lianqing. Yang Dingtian told him that the Mu clan docks had a greater contribution to Cloud Heaven City in the southwest continent. It could be an intelligence gathering point or a last resort. In short, Mu Lianqing was convinced. Young lord, I wish to head north with you. Mu Lianyi suddenly said, I am very useful and can do anything. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, there is a difference between men and women. It is very inconvenient. Mu Lianyi clenched her teeth and said softly, I am willing to be young lord's slave. Yang Dingtian was slightly startled. Just 2 days ago, Mu Lianyi was still saying that she wanted to be a free person and cut all ties with Cloud Heaven City. Now, she actually took the initiative to say that she wanted to be a slave. You are so beautiful and moving. Furthermore, you have your own thoughts. It would be a waste to be a slave or a maid. Yang Dingtian smiled. Mu Lianyi instantly fell into silence. After a while, she said softly, the freedom I am talking about includes the freedom to be young lord's slave. Why? Is it to repay a debt of gratitude? Yang Dingtian asked. Mu Lianyi shook her head and said, I have already said that gratitude is gratitude and feelings are feelings. The reason why I am like this is because my heart was completely dead yesterday, but you revived it. Yang Dingtian went silent for a moment and said, I have already said that you are a beautiful and sexy girl that can move any man's heart. But I have a wife, and I owe her a lot. I can't let her down. Mu Lianyi's face darkened. She raised her head and said softly, I know. Wu Xingwen, how do you plan to deal with him? Yang Dingtian still asked. Wu Xingwen, who had become a walking corpse, was currently locked up in the Mu clan docks. Yang Dingtian had given Mu Lianyi the authority to deal with him. After all, he was once her lover. Scratch his face so that no one can recognize him. Then, we'll keep him at home as if we're raising a fool. Mu Lianyi chuckled. Actually, my feelings for him are really strange. It's just that he was different when we were young. I actually don't know much about him. It's really just wishful thinking. It's as if I'm looking for someone to entrust my feelings to. Yang Dingtian smiled, expressing his understanding, and then said, after I leave, you and Uncle Mu should go to Wooden Sword Castle. Even though Wu Xingwen is just a sword slave and the Northwest Qin clan won't care about his life or death, we still have to be prepared. Okay, I know. Mu Lianyi said. You don't have to send me off. Go back, I'll be on my way. Yang Dingtian was about to mount his horse. Wait, big brother Yin. Suddenly, Mu Lianyi shouted. Then, she threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms and hugged his waist. Her hands tightened slightly before letting go. Goodbye, young master. Goodbye. Then, Yang Dingtian mounted his horse and galloped towards the north. He traveled day and night without rest. After 5 days and 5 nights, Yang Dingtian had traveled more than 4,000 miles. He went from the southernmost part of the southwest continent to the northernmost part. The Fire Cloud Devil Cave was in the southeastern part of the northwest continent. Therefore, he still had to cross a few thousand miles of sea by boat. There were many boats docked at the seaside pier. Needless to say, these boats were all going to the northwest continent. Basically, he could just board any one of them. Yang Dingtian chose the biggest boat and boarded it. It would take about 3 days to cross the sea. He would arrive at the northwest continent on the 19th of January. There were still 7 days before the Fire Cloud Devil Cave would bloom. Along the way, he still needed to borrow the Fire Cloud Devil Hammer from the Divine Weapons Manor. Although time was tight, he still had time. After boarding the boat, Yang Dingtian spent a little more money and found a relatively good seat. At this moment, he looked ordinary and was reclusive. He didn't communicate with the people around him. This big boat carried a few hundred people, both men and women. Other than a considerable number of wandering martial artists, there was also a considerable number of wealthy people. Basically, all of them brought their families and some even brought their children. In general, there were more ordinary people on this boat. This was also the reason why Yang Dingtian chose to take this boat. The fewer martial artists there were, the less trouble there would be. The big boat was soon full. The boatman shouted and prepared to set sail. Wait a moment. All of a sudden, a cold and pleasant voice echoed from the shore. Yang Dingtian's heart instantly jumped. This voice was so familiar. Even though Yang Dingtian had only heard it once, he couldn't forget it. This voice was too special. It was aloof yet graceful. It was cold yet didn't lack the natural delicateness of a woman. Yang Dingtian heard this voice during the dark wedding in the Temple of Blood. The owner of the voice was the princess of the Temple of Blood, the #1 beauty of the evil ways, and the #1 genius of the evil ways, Dugu Fengwu. It couldn't be her, right? It mustn't be her, because of Dugu Xiao. Dugu Fengwu thought that her chastity had been ruined by Yang Dingtian. Therefore, she was currently pursuing Yang Dingtian for thousands of miles. If she knew that Yang Dingtian was on the boat, then Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to keep his life. Immediately after, a figure quickly walked towards the big boat. It wasn't Dugu Fengwu's face. It was a man. He might be rather handsome, but he was completely different from Dugu Fengwu. Yang Dingtian immediately let out a breath of relief. After this handsome youth boarded the boat, he frowned slightly as though he despised the people on the boat. However, he wasn't in a hurry to enter his cabin. Instead, he took a closer look at the people on the boat as though he was trying to recognize someone. Soon enough, the charming youth passed by Yang Dingtian's side. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. That's right, it was her. It was Dugu Fengwu. She was disguised as a man and had concealed her unparalleled beauty. However, her unique fragrance wouldn't change. When he took a closer look at her footsteps, it was natural and unrestrained. It was indeed Dugu Fengwu's special trait. Her eyes were like lightning as she carefully looked at everyone's face, especially their eyes. Therefore, everyone who was looked at by her couldn't help but shrink back. Her eyes were truly piercing. She should really be looking for Yang Dingtian. She had really started a 10,000 miles pursuit. At this moment, the big boat started to move and sailed towards the north. At this moment, it was too late for Yang Dingtian to get off the boat even if he wanted to. He was destined to be on the same boat as the dangerous Dugu Fengwu. Right at this moment, Dugu Fengwu's eyes landed on Yang Dingtian's face. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped, and he almost couldn't breathe. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask and his eyes were tired and cold. It was hard to see through his disguise. Du Gufengwu's eyes were fixed on Yang Dingtian's face. It was unknown if she smelled something familiar. Yang Dingtian instinctively felt that it was getting more and more dangerous. He couldn't lower his head to avoid her eyes anymore. Otherwise, she would really suspect him. Yang Dingtian simply threw caution to the wind. He lifted his head and glared at Du Gufengwu. He spoke unhappily, "What are you looking at?" He was using the unique tone of the southwest continent. Du Gufengwu looked for a moment before she finally shifted her eyes away. Yang Dingtian didn't dare to let out a breath of relief. He continued to stare at her because this was the only logical way. Finally, Du Gufengwu finished looking at everyone. Yang Dingtian let out a breath of relief. A woman with unparalleled beauty like her was like a fairy. She would definitely be impatient to be together with so many people. She would definitely be in a single cabin. However, Yang Dingtian was quickly disappointed. Du Gufengwu stayed in the main cabin and found the highest position to sit down. She was far away from everyone and stood out. However, her eyes were still locked onto everyone. Yang Dingtian's heart turned cold. This was really asking for his life. The voyage on the sea was a full 3 days and 3 nights. It was really asking for his life to be together with Du Gufengwu, who wanted to kill him at every moment. Yang Dingtian found out from Wu Xingwen that Du Gufengwu was also going to forge a soul sword. She was going to use the evil soul art to send out a trade order to the world to exchange for the fire immunity chilling pearl. 8 days later, the peak great earth fire would bloom in the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. Could Du Gufengwu's destination be the Fire Cloud Devil Cave as well? If that was the case, it would be really troublesome. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was at his wit's end. He could only be vigilant at all times and not reveal any flaws. Nothing happened on the first day of the voyage. Apart from not eating anything on the ship and only drinking the water she brought, Du Gufengwu didn't do anything out of the ordinary. The second day was also peaceful. Furthermore, her eyes weren't locked onto everyone like before. It was as though she was sure that Yang Dingtian wasn't on the ship. Yang Dingtian also relaxed a little and started to listen to the people around him. Did you know? Cloud Heaven City's Shimanju is going to have a marriage alliance with the Northwest Qin clan. He is going to marry the Northwest Qin clan's second young lady. A martial artist whispered. Yang Dingtian was startled. They were really starting to collude with each other. Although he was furious, he wasn't surprised. TSK, this matter isn't a secret anymore. Everyone knows about it. Another person knew. Then do you know what the Black Blood Cavalry is doing after they left Cloud Heaven City? Didn't they seek refuge with the Black Feng Valley? That martial artist asked. That is old history. They were chased out a long time ago. The Black Feng Valley's Valley Lord saw that Madame Shimen was as beautiful as a fairy and suggested some improper thoughts. This resulted in a huge conflict between the two sides, and they even fought for a few rounds. Another person said, now, the Black Blood Cavalry has broken up and is scattered throughout the Southwest and Southeast Sea region to be pirates. That's impossible, right? That martial artist said, the Black Blood Cavalry of Cloud Heaven City would become pirates? Yang Dingtian had some disdain in his heart. No matter what, the Black Blood Cavalry wouldn't degenerate to the point of being pirates. However, it was certain that they weren't doing well. Yang Dingtian's heart was instantly in pain, and he was burning with rage. Shimanju. There will be a day when I will dismember your corpse into thousands of pieces. Big brother Shiman Lai, brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry, just you wait. I will definitely let you return to Cloud Heaven City in an upright manner. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's blood became boiling hot, and the agitated emotions in his heart couldn't help but leak out. Right at this moment, a pair of eyes instantly locked onto Yang Dingtian. Not good. Yang Dingtian was shocked. As expected, Du Gufengwu's eyes were fixed on Yang Dingtian. She then stood up and leaped lightly, arriving in front of Yang Dingtian. She pointed at Yang Dingtian's face and said coldly, you, follow me. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's hair stood up, and his mind flashed with countless thoughts. Use the fastest speed to escape, use the fastest speed to counterattack, use all the poison, etc., etc., etc. But in the end, Yang Dingtian didn't do anything. Perhaps Du Gufengwu was looking for him for something else and didn't truly recognize Yang Dingtian. In fact, apart from that time in the blood pool, Du Gufengwu had never seen Yang Dingtian before. Right now, Yang Dingtian was wearing a mask, and if she could recognize him, it would truly be unexpected. Walking behind Du Gufengwu, even in the crowd, Yang Dingtian could still smell her unique and enchanting fragrance. They arrived at a single cabin, which should be the most expensive room on the ship. There was a comfortable bed and exquisite furniture. Even the toilet bowl was fragrant. "May I know why you are looking for me?" Yang Dingtian might be anxious in his heart, but he still revealed an unhappy expression. "Not a bad condition," Yang Dingtian said, "but I refuse." Du Gufengwu sneered and said, "I brought up this condition because I am disgusted by everything about men. I don't want to touch you or search your body. The fire immunity chilling pearl is on you. Do you think you can stop me if I want to snatch it?" Yang Dingtian spread out his hands and said, "You can come and snatch it. If you can find it, it will be your capability. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Du Gufengwu said coldly and slashed with the sharp sword in her hand. In an instant, an extremely powerful energy tore apart Yang Dingtian's clothes. His entire body was empty. Where was the fire immunity chilling pearl? Du Gufengwu didn't feel embarrassed. She scanned every inch of Yang Dingtian's body with lightning speed and didn't find any trace of the fire immunity chilling pearl. Swish. She slashed again. Bang. Yang Dingtian's clothes on the floor were instantly turned into ashes. There was still no sign of the fire immunity chilling pearl. This Du Gufengwu was so powerful that it made people's hair stand on end. Just like what she said, among the young experts in the world, only Dongfang Bingling was her match. Du Gufengwu suddenly placed her sword on Yang Dingtian's neck and said coldly, "Where did you hide the fire immunity chilling pearl on the ship? Tell me, or I will destroy the entire ship and cut you into pieces." She said that Yang Dingtian hid the fire immunity chilling pearl on the ship because she knew that Yang Dingtian was going to bring the fire immunity chilling pearl to the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. Therefore, it was impossible for him to hide the fire immunity chilling pearl in the southwest continent. "I am not a fool. Why would I hide the fire immunity chilling pearl on the ship? The chilling energy it emits is so obvious, and it can be easily found," Yang Dingtian said. "Then you must have given it to someone in advance and brought it to the northwest continent." Du Gufengwu said, "Who did you give it to? Where are you going to meet in the northwest continent?" Yang Dingtian didn't say anything and only sneered. "No, you can only trust the Mu clan in the southwest continent. They are all staying in the southwest continent. The fire immunity chilling pearl is so important, you cannot give it to others." Du Gufengwu said, "You hid the fire immunity chilling pearl somewhere in your body. The reason why I can't sense the icy cold presence is because you used something to wrap the fire immunity chilling pearl. Furthermore, you have a pure yang body, so I am unable to sense the icy cold presence." In an instant, Du Gufengwu looked at Yang Dingtian's body again. She suspected that Yang Dingtian had swallowed the fire immunity chilling pearl. "Hand it over. Don't force me to cut open your stomach," Du Gufengwu said coldly. She then placed the sharp blade on Yang Dingtian's stomach. Yang Dingtian still didn't say anything as he stared at Du Gufengwu and sneered. "Don't think that I don't dare." Du Gufengwu was enraged as she thrust her sword at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian still stood there motionless. Hiss. The sharp sword pierced Yang Dingtian's stomach. This young lady was truly ruthless. She really thrust her sword over. However, something that surprised Du Gufengwu happened. Her invincible artifact sword bounced off Yang Dingtian's body without leaving a trace of blood. How is this possible? Even though she didn't use much mystic chi, the artifact sword in her hand was a rare artifact sword. It could even cut open the stomach of a Master Realm expert. However, it couldn't pierce through Yang Dingtian's stomach. "You are wearing the deep-sea mystic clothes?" Du Gufengwu asked coldly. Yang Dingtian was startled as he didn't expect her to guess that it was the deep-sea mystic clothes. "You actually have the deep-sea mystic clothes? No wonder you didn't die at the Catkin Manor." Du Gufengwu asked with suspicion, "Who are you?" "Dongfang Minmi and Shimin Wuya wouldn't have the deep-sea mystic clothes." However, even though Du Gufengwu was very surprised, she didn't have much greed for the deep-sea mystic clothes. Do you think that wearing the deep-sea mystic clothes is useful? I can cut open your body from the top, and I can also cut open your body from the bottom. Du Gufengwu sneered and said. The fire immunity chilling pearl is not on me. Even if you cut me into pieces, it is useless. Yang Dingtian said. Are you not afraid of death? Du Gufengwu asked. Of course I am afraid of death. Yang Dingtian said. Then do you think that I don't dare to kill you? Or do you think that I won't kill you? Du Gufengwu asked. Of course you dare, of course you will. Yang Dingtian said, you are a demoness. What is there that you won't do? When you thrust your sword over, you completely disregarded my life. Killing me is no different from killing a chicken or a duck in your eyes. Then you want to resist? You want to make a move against me? Du Gufengwu asked. Yang Dingtian waved the sharp sword in his hand and said, I am not a lunatic. When facing Qin Xiaobai or Tuoba Yi, even if they are 2 grades higher than me, I will still fight to the death. But against you, I will not waste my strength. You are tactful. Du Gufengwu sneered. Yang Dingtian was naturally tactful. This demonic woman was only over 20 years old, but she was already close to the master class. Right now, in the Cloud Heaven City, no one was a match for her. Immediately after, Du Gufengwu sneered and said, Dongfang Bingling is not inferior to me. Therefore, you want to have a death match with her 4.5 years later. I really don't know if you are ignorant or stupid. That is my business. Yang Dingtian said coldly. That is right. That is your business. But if you don't hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl, you will be cut into pieces now. Don't talk about the 5-year agreement. Du Gufengwu sneered and said, I will count to 3. If you don't hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl, I will tear your body apart. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, even if you turn my bones into ashes, it will be useless. The fire immunity chilling pearl is not in my body. Furthermore, if you kill me, you will never be able to obtain the fire immunity chilling pearl, and you will never be able to forge a soul sword. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian said, I might not want to die, but I am definitely not afraid of death. It is useless for you to threaten me with death. Your father is very clear about this. Du Gufengwu was instantly infuriated as she slashed with her sword. Swish. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's neck cracked open, and fresh blood spurted out. This wound was less than a millimeter away from his neck artery. If it was a little deeper, Yang Dingtian would have vomited blood and died. Yang Dingtian stood there without moving as he stared at Du Gufengwu. He allowed the fresh blood to flow out from his neck and spread all over his body. Very good. I will not use your life to threaten you. I will use the lives of that woman and her daughter that you have just hooked up with. Du Gufengwu said coldly, hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl immediately. Otherwise, I will kill that pair of mother and daughter. Yang Dingtian was shocked and said, you are crazy. They are innocent. I will kill whoever I want to kill. What is there to be innocent about? Du Gufengwu sneered and walked out. She was going to capture Xiaoningning and her mother to threaten Yang Dingtian. She was truly a demoness who would do as she said. In her eyes, everyone in the world was just like an ant. Her speed was very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Dingtian quickly chased after her, but he quickly took out a pair of pants from his spatial ring and put them on. He didn't have time to wear other clothes and immediately chased after her with his sword. However, Du Gufengwu had already disappeared without a trace. Everyone looked at the shirtless Yang Dingtian and instantly revealed strange looks. However, Yang Dingtian didn't care about so much and quickly ran down to the cabin on the lower level. But there was no need for that. He only felt a fragrant wind blowing by, and an extremely fast shadow passed by. That should be Du Gufengwu returning. She was carrying 2 people in her hands. One was that absolute beauty, and the other was Xiaoningning. In the blink of an eye, she entered her own cabin. Her speed was too fast and too shocking. No one knew what had happened and couldn't see clearly. They only felt a gust of wind blowing by. Yang Dingtian quickly turned and ran into the cabin. As expected, Du Gufengwu stood in the cabin and placed her sharp sword on that absolute beauty's delicate neck. That absolute beauty hugged her daughter tightly. Even though she was trembling from fear, she still spoke bravely, "Don't kill my daughter. She is innocent. As long as this man hands over the fire immunity chilling pearl, I will not kill all of you. Otherwise, I will not leave a single one of you alive." Du Gufengwu spoke coldly. Yang Dingtian suddenly rushed in and shouted at Du Gufengwu, "You demonic woman! Let them go!" Du Gufengwu pressed her sharp sword down and instantly slashed open the absolute beauty's neck, causing fresh blood to flow out. "Hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl, or I will kill them immediately." Du Gufengwu spoke coldly. Yang Dingtian's body trembled as he said, "You are truly an inhumane demonic woman. Hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl, Yang Dingtian." Du Gufengwu spoke coldly, "Don't make me say it a third time." Finishing her statement, she was about to slash down with her sword. It looked as if this innocent absolute beauty was about to be killed. "Stop!" Yang Dingtian yelled out, "Let them go, and I will give you the fire immunity chilling pearl." Du Gufengwu stared at Yang Dingtian and spoke coldly, "I already said it before. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You truly have tender feelings for the fairer sex." Finishing her statement, she let go of the sharp sword in her hand. "Quickly leave, quickly leave," Yang Dingtian said to that absolute beauty. That absolute beauty carried her daughter and ran out quickly. When she passed by Yang Dingtian, she suddenly asked, Then what about you? Why do you care what I do? Quickly leave." Yang Dingtian yelled out. That young woman didn't leave and asked Du Gufengwu instead, "Will you kill him?" Du Gufengwu was slightly startled as she didn't expect this gentle woman to be so brave. "I won't. After he hands over the fire immunity chilling pearl, I will give him 15 days to escape." Du Gufengwu said, "But after 15 days, if I catch him again, don't blame me. Hurry up and leave. Carry little Ningning and leave." Yang Dingtian yelled out. The absolute beauty looked at Yang Dingtian and spoke gently, "My name is Ning Roer. From now on, you are little Ningning's uncle." "Uncle." Little Ningning couldn't wait and shouted out. Finally, Ning Roer looked at Du Gufengwu and said, "Young lady, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen in this world. I hope you will keep your words. I don't know what happened between the two of you. But I know that this man in front of you might be the best man in this world. Please keep your words and don't hurt him." Finishing her statement, Ning Roer carried her daughter and ran out quickly. That pair of mother and daughter have already left. Du Gufengwu said coldly, "Hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl." Yang Dingtian's face was cold as he slowly drew out his sharp sword and walked towards Du Gufengwu. Du Gufengwu's expression changed as she said, "You want to make a move against me?" Yang Dingtian raised his sword and continued walking forward. Du Gufengwu sneered and said, "Are you trying to strike a rock with an egg? A moth flying into a flame?" "Yes, a moth flying into a flame." Yang Dingtian smiled helplessly and said, "But you forced me. I know that I will die, but I have to raise my sword. You want me to hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl like this? I can't take this humiliation." Finishing his statement, Yang Dingtian yelled out and rushed forward, thrusting his sword at Du Gufengwu's throat. It was just a light pinch, but Yang Dingtian couldn't move an inch even after using all his strength. Clang. Du Gufengwu flicked her finger lightly. Pfff. Yang Dingtian was like a straw as he flew over a dozen meters and vomited blood in midair. Pong, pong, pong. Yang Dingtian's body smashed onto the sturdy wooden wall of the cabin, instantly smashing the wooden wall into smithereens. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, a total of 5 wooden walls were smashed into smithereens. Yang Dingtian's body directly pierced through the large ship and was about to fly out into the sea. What is going on? The people inside, get out immediately. There was a yell from outside as over a dozen sword-wielding martial artists rushed in. Get out. Du Gufengwu yelled out furiously and swung her left sleeve. Bang. In an instant, over a dozen martial artists that rushed in were instantly smashed into smithereens and died without a complete corpse. With just a swing of her sleeve, everyone that entered her vision was turned into flesh and blood. The strength of this demonic woman was completely sensational. At the same time, seeing that Yang Dingtian was about to fly into the sea, Du Gufengwu extended her right hand out of her sleeve and sucked. In an instant, an incomparably powerful force sucked Yang Dingtian back in front of Du Gufengwu. Hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl. Du Gufengwu said coldly. Unyielding might, don't even think about it. Yang Dingtian yelled out before thrusting his sword at Du Gufengwu. Even though he knew that this was a laughable attack from Don Quixote, Yang Dingtian still thrusted his sword. Courting death. Du Gufengwu was enraged as she raised her palm and cleaved down at Yang Dingtian. She completely ignored Yang Dingtian's thrusting sword. This was because Yang Dingtian's sword wasn't able to injure her at all. Her palm that was filled with anger was enough to shatter Yang Dingtian's body. I'm sorry, master. I'm sorry, Yan Yan. I really don't want to compromise. Yang Dingtian looked at Du Gufengwu's lethal palm and knew that he would be smashed into smithereens. However, he still rushed at Du Gufengwu and thrusted his sword at her. Pfff. Du Gufengwu's jade-like palm ruthlessly struck Yang Dingtian's head. Yang Dingtian's sword directly pierced Du Gufengwu's chest. However, something terrifying happened. Something that was completely unimaginable happened. Yang Dingtian didn't get smashed into smithereens. Du Gufengwu's palm strike was soft and didn't have a trace of strength. Yang Dingtian's sword wasn't obstructed at all as it directly pierced into Du Gufengwu's chest. Note, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. In an instant, fresh blood spurted out from Du Gufengwu's chest. Du Gufengwu instantly let out an indignant yell. Heavens, why are you doing this to me? Why at this moment? Du Gufengwu questioned furiously. Yang Dingtian looked at everything with astonishment and didn't know why it was like this. He, who was supposed to be smashed into pieces, was actually safe and sound. Du Gufengwu, who was supposed to be safe and sound, was actually pierced through by a sword. Yang Dingtian, you have won. Even the heavens are helping you. Suddenly, Du Gufengwu gave Yang Dingtian a distressed smile and said, ever since you tainted my innocence, my entire body has undergone changes. Suddenly, after a certain period of time, the profound energy in his body would completely disappear. It might be 2 hours or a few days. Right now, all the mystic chi in my body has vanished, and I have become powerless. Therefore, you can easily kill me. So it was like this. Even the heavens were helping Yang Dingtian. This heaven-defying demon woman had actually become the weakest woman in this world. However, this had nothing to do with Yang Dingtian. Perhaps, it was the result of her chi deviation in the blood pool. Make your move. Du Gufengwu lifted her absolutely beautiful face and said, don't think that I will beg for mercy. If you don't kill me, once I recover my mystic chi, I will dismember you into pieces and grind your bones into ashes. Yang Dingtian looked at the pale Du Gufengwu and then looked at the wound that was constantly bleeding. This was indeed the best time to kill this demon woman. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have another chance. He abruptly pulled out the sharp sword, and more blood gushed out, instantly drenching Du Gufengwu's entire upper body. I won't kill you. Yang Dingtian said. But, I won't save you either. Yang Dingtian said coldly, because you aren't worth it. You better pray for yourself. Finishing his statement, Yang Dingtian turned and left. Before Yang Dingtian could walk out of the cabin, a shout came from outside, come out, whoever is inside, come out, or I'll kill this bitch immediately. Yang Dingtian was stunned. What happened outside? He couldn't help but walk out. Outside, a scimitar was placed against Ning Rower's neck, and a pirate was hiding behind her. Outside the cabin, over 100 pirates wielding all sorts of weapons had taken control of the ship. There were already more than a dozen corpses lying on the ship. All those who resisted had been killed. On the surface of the sea, dozens of small pirate boats used iron hooks to control the large ship. It turned out that pirates had come to rob the ship. Earlier on, over a dozen of those who wanted to rush in but were instantly killed by Du Gufengwu were all pirates. Seeing more than a dozen of their companions instantly die without a complete corpse after entering the cabin, the group of pirates thought that there was a super expert in the cabin and were instantly scared out of their wits. They did not dare to act rashly. When they saw Ning Rou'er and her daughter coming out of the cabin, they immediately held them hostage. Seeing Yang Dingtian come out, Ning Rou'er's worried expression relaxed and revealed a helpless smile. She had just been held hostage by Du Gufengwu, and now she was being held hostage by pirates. "Who are you guys?" Yang Dingtian asked coldly. The moment Yang Dingtian walked out, all the pirates were shocked and took a few steps back. It was obvious that they thought that the super expert who instantly killed over a dozen pirates was Yang Dingtian. When they saw him come out, they were instantly scared out of their wits. We are the Cloud Heaven City's Black Blood Cavalry. Our commander is Ximen Lai, and our master is Yang Dingtian. That pirate who was holding Ning Rou'er hostage said while trembling. In that instant, Yang Dingtian was enraged. This group of bastards was impersonating the Black Blood Cavalry. No wonder he heard people say that Ximen Lai had led the Black Blood Cavalry to become pirates. So it was actually like this. It was obvious that this group of pirates was instructed by Ximen Ju from Cloud Heaven City to impersonate the Black Blood Cavalry to burn, kill, and plunder. They wanted to ruin Yang Dingtian's and Ximen Lai's reputations and prevent Ximen Lai's Black Blood Cavalry brothers from having a foothold in the northwest continent. Ximen Ju and the others were truly vicious and used all sorts of strange methods. "Let them go, and I won't kill you," Yang Dingtian said indifferently. "No." That pirate trembled and said, "As long as I let your wife and daughter go, you will definitely kill all of us. I know it will be like this." "Then what do you want?" Yang Dingtian said angrily. "Let your wife and daughter send us off. Once we feel that it is safe enough, I will let them go," that pirate said. Yang Dingtian saw that this group of pirates were looking at Ning Rou'er with wolf-like eyes. If such a peerless beauty like Ning Rou'er were to fall into the pirate's lair, the consequences would be unimaginable. She would definitely suffer the most tragic fate in the world, and it would be worse than death. "How about this? I will go with you." Ning Rou'er turned to the pirate and said, "But, let me hand my daughter over to my husband." The pirate looked at the fair and delicate little Ningning, and his eyes immediately revealed a greedy gaze. He said, "No, who knows what schemes you will have." Ning Rou'er said, "If you don't agree, I will immediately commit suicide. When that time comes, my husband will start a massacre. Let's see which one of you will be able to survive." Her words were full of unyielding, but her voice was still incomparably gentle. That pirate was shocked. If that was really the case, then it would not be pretty. "All right, I agree. But you must not use any tricks. Otherwise, I will immediately chop off your beautiful head," the pirate said malevolently. Ning Rou'er immediately lowered little Ningning and said, "Be good, go find daddy." Then, Ning Rou'er said to Yang Dingtian, "Daddy, take good care of our daughter." Little Ningning hugged her mother's neck tightly and cried, "I won't go, I won't go. I want to be with mommy." Ning Rou'er immediately bent down to coax little Ningning. Looking at her moving back after she squatted down, the eyes of the pirate behind her lit up. He did not care about anything else and reached out his dirty hand to touch Ning Rou'er. "Lie down," Yang Dingtian shouted. Then, he rushed out like a bolt of lightning, the sharp sword in his hand stabbing towards the captivated pirate. When Ning Rou'er heard this, she immediately ignored the sharp scimitar on her neck and hugged little Ningning to lie down on the ground. Swoosh! Yang Dingtian suddenly slashed with his sword. The captivated pirate was shocked and instantly woke up. He was scared out of his wits and retreated dozens of steps. His face was immediately cut by Yang Dingtian's sword, and a bone-deep wound could be seen. Thinking of Yang Dingtian's strength, he immediately ignored everything and lowered his head to run for his life. This pirate leader was not weak at all. He was more than 10 levels higher than Yang Dingtian. However, he had always treated Yang Dingtian as a super expert. Therefore, when he saw Yang Dingtian coming for him, his first thought was to run for his life. Then, the other hundreds of pirates also ran away. Yang Dingtian's attack did not succeed. He quickly rolled on the ground and hugged Ning Rou'er and little Ningning in his arms. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran out quickly. Instantly, hundreds of pirates were running away. On Yang Dingtian's side, they were also running away. In the blink of an eye, Yang Dingtian carried Ning Ro and little Ningning and rushed into the cabin. He made a huge hole in the wooden wall and jumped into the sea. After the pirates ran for a distance, they turned around to see if Yang Dingtian, the super expert, was chasing after them. However, they realized that Yang Dingtian was also running away. "Boss, that's a fake. He's not an expert." "He also ran away," the pirate immediately said. When the pirate leader heard this, he turned around and saw Yang Dingtian carrying Ning Ro and her daughter and running away quickly. He ran even faster than them and jumped into the sea. Immediately, the pirate leader recalled the sword that Yang Dingtian had stabbed at him. Indeed, it was not the strength of a top expert. However, he was scared out of his wits at that time and did not pay much attention to it. Now that he thought about it, that Beauty's husband was indeed not a super expert. "Aya, pretending to be a tiger to scare a pig. I was scared by a weakling." The pirate leader slapped his head and roared, "Chase after him, tear that man into pieces and eat him. Capture that beauty and bring her back." "Yes." Immediately, all the pirates turned around and chased after Yang Dingtian with all their might. Some of the pirates jumped into the sea and chased after Yang Dingtian. "Haha." The pirate leader laughed and said, "Competing with pirates in swimming? Dream on. If I let you escape in the sea, I'll cut off my head and give it to you." Immediately, over 100 pirates jumped into the sea like dumplings in a pot and surrounded Yang Dingtian. Pirates were indeed pirates. They were like fish in the sea. Their swimming speed was extremely fast and they caught up to Yang Dingtian in the blink of an eye. Yang Dingtian carried Ning Ro and her daughter with one hand and paddled desperately with the other. However, his speed was still inferior to the pirates. "Let us go and escape by yourself," Ning Ro said. "Don't say stupid things," Yang Dingtian said. "We're just strangers who met by chance." "There's no need for you to die for us," Ning Ro said firmly. "Don't worry, I have a way." Yang Dingtian said, "Madam Ning, hug me." Ning Ro did not understand, but she still hugged Yang Dingtian's waist with one hand and little Ningning with the other. Yang Dingtian freed both of his hands and took out an elixir from his spatial ring. Water separation elixir. After consuming this elixir, a surge of energy would immediately surge out from the body, causing the seawater in front to fly away in advance. Therefore, one would be able to travel quickly and smoothly in the water. As expected, after consuming the water separation elixir, Yang Dingtian carried Ning Ro and little Ningning with both hands and swam at an extremely fast speed in the water. Everywhere he passed, the seawater in front of him would split open. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was practically running in the water. In an instant, Yang Dingtian left the pirates far behind. On the ship, the pirate leader was about to jump down and catch up. "Boss, look." All of a sudden, a pirate at the side pointed to the corner of the cabin and stood there with a dumbfounded expression. The pirate leader looked over and was instantly dumbfounded as well. Today was truly strange. They had just seen a woman who was so beautiful that she could make one lose his soul, and now, there was another woman who was even more beautiful. She was so beautiful that she could make one lose his soul. Of course, they saw Dugufengwu. At this moment, half of Dugufengwu's body was already dyed red with blood. Her absolutely beautiful face was deathly pale without a trace of blood, which made her even more soul-stirring beauty. Furthermore, she had lost some of her threatening heroic spirit. After seeing Dugufengwu, the pirate leader instantly threw everything to the back of his mind and only had one thought. "I am going to have her." In an instant, the pirate leader squatted down in a daze and reached out his hand to touch Dugufengwu's face. When Dugufengwu saw that the pirate leader was already in a frenzy, she desperately circulated her mystic chi and wanted to shatter his body into pieces. However, she realized that she didn't have any strength left in her body. She couldn't even lift her arm up. "I have killed countless people in my life. Today, I shall die here," Dugufengwu said in her heart before her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of determination. Using the last of her strength, she took out a blood-red elixir and placed it in her mouth. Bloodthirsty demon separation art. In an instant, Dugufengwu's body turned redder and redder. The pirate leader's hand came closer and closer, closer and closer to her face. The bloodthirsty demon separation art was able to blast her body into pieces, and it was also able to blast this pirate in front of her into pieces. This was Du Gufengwu's final frenzy. That young lady is still on the ship. Suddenly, Ning Roer said, the pirate is going to humiliate her. Yang Dingtian immediately turned around and saw that the pirate leader was about to pounce on Du Gufengwu. That vicious demon woman deserves to die. Yang Dingtian turned around and ignored her. But she shouldn't die like this, Ning Roer said. To Yang Dingtian, the heaven and earth obsidian flame had an even more important function. That was to forge the youngling sword into a true soul sword. Also, to cultivate the sword soul. In fact, the heaven and earth obsidian flame was required to cleanse the marrow and meridians in the later stages. It could be said that without the heaven and earth obsidian flame, Yang Dingtian could only dream of taking back Cloud Heaven City. 4.5 years later, it would be even more impossible to defeat Dongfang Bingling. Without the heaven and earth obsidian flame, all of Yang Dingtian's missions were useless. However, the heaven and earth obsidian flame was extremely rare. Just the peak grade earth fire in the fire cloud devil cave required a radius of 1,000 miles to nurture one. As for the heaven and earth obsidian flame, it required a radius of 10,000 miles to nurture. Once the secret of the heaven and earth obsidian flame was leaked out, the entire primal chaos continent would go crazy. Yinyang School, Mystic Sky Sect, and even the Hidden Sect would come out in full force. No matter what price they had to pay, no matter how many people they had to sacrifice, they would all fight for it. After Yang Dingtian calmed down slightly, he couldn't help but worry about his gains and losses. Was the map in his hands the heaven and earth obsidian flames map? How did such a precious item end up in his hands so easily? However, the item that he obtained from the great demon Li Tianxiao should be a treasure indeed. His kindness was truly repaid. He saved Ning Roer and her daughter, but he received such a precious item. It was a pity that he couldn't read the words on the map. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to confirm if this was the heaven and earth obsidian flames map. It was a pity that his master, Dongfang Minmi, was still unconscious. Otherwise, he would be able to read these words. Yang Dingtian looked at the map for a while and finally realized that he couldn't understand anything on it. He couldn't help but suppress his excitement and calm his boiling blood. After all, the most important thing now was to go to the Fire Cloud Devil Cave to forge the soul sword. After all, the soul sword was the most important thing to him. It was the foundation of his strength. After keeping the map in his spatial ring, Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and walked towards the place where Du Gufengwu was unconscious. First, should he confirm if she was dead? Did she wake up? Then, he would have to leave her on this deserted island while he rowed his boat and left for the Fiery Cloud Devil Cave as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once she woke up and regained her strength, she wouldn't be able to leave even if she wanted to. Du Gufengwu was still unconscious like a sleeping beauty. Her absolutely beautiful face was pale and devoid of any color. Yang Dingtian picked her up and found a slightly hidden place to hide her. I'm leaving. The rest is up to you. Yang Dingtian walked towards the small boat. But halfway through, he couldn't help but turn back as he noticed that Du Gufengwu's wound was bleeding again. If she was an ordinary woman, she would have died if her wounds were allowed to worsen. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and walked back. He squatted down in front of her and opened her clothes to check her wound. Yang Dingtian's sword had pierced her right chest, leaving a 3 to 4 inch deep and an inch long wound. Yang Dingtian took out a superior elixir and gently rolled it on her wound. This time, his palm couldn't help but make contact with her delicate skin, causing him to shift his gaze away unnaturally. Ningming's elixir was very miraculous. After rolling it on the wound, it immediately stopped the bleeding. Afterward, Yang Dingtian took out the 10,000 silk snow brocade from her waist and pulled out the silk thread. He then took out a thin needle from the spatial displacement. He threaded the needle and sewed Du Gufengwu's wound bit by bit. This kind of heavenly silk was very fine, and it wouldn't leave any scars after sewing on the wound. Yang Dingtian sewed very fine, and it took him over 10 stitches to sew an inch-long wound. Alright, it's done. Yang Dingtian instinctively went forward and wanted to bite the silk thread with his teeth, but he immediately felt that it wasn't appropriate and wanted to use his sword to cut the thread. But before he could raise his head, he felt an icy cold sensation on his neck, and his hair stood up. A dangerous energy instantly locked him down. It can't be. Yang Dingtian exclaimed in his heart before he slowly raised his head. As expected, Du Gufengwu had already woken up. She had already opened her eyes, and her beautiful face had an icy cold expression as though it was shrouded in frost. Your mystic chi has recovered? Yang Dingtian asked with a hoarse voice. Du Gufengwu nodded and still allowed her clothes to be opened as though she didn't mind at all. I am only treating your injuries and sewing your wounds so that you won't bleed or leave any ugly scars. Yang Dingtian said. Du Gufengwu nodded again as though she didn't really mind it. If you didn't lose your memories, you should still remember that I saved your life. I was the one who rescued you from the evil clutches of the pirates. Yang Dingtian said. Du Gufengwu nodded again. It's fine as long as you remember that I saved your life. You shouldn't be so heartless, right? Yang Dingtian felt relieved and said, Alright, what do you want to say now? What do you want to do? Hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl. Otherwise, I will dismember you into 10,000 pieces. Du Gufengwu said coldly. Yang Dingtian rolled his eyes and nearly fainted. Why is this demonic woman still saying the same thing? Can't she change it up? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but speak with anger. Are you kidding me? I just saved your life, and you want to dismember me into 10,000 pieces? Do you still have any conscience? I don't have any conscience. Did you only know that now? Does a demonic woman need a conscience? Du Gufengwu said coldly, besides, did I ask you to save me? Yang Dingtian was speechless as he looked up at the sky. I have nothing to say when encountering a shameless demonic woman like you. I won't talk nonsense with you. Do what you want. Anyway, I will not give you the fire immunity chilling pearl. Yang Dingtian said coldly. Du Gufengwu stood up and said coldly, Are you really not afraid of death? Yang Dingtian immediately closed his eyes and didn't want to talk to this unreasonable demonic woman. His neck suddenly felt a chill as a sharp sword was placed horizontally on his neck. If you don't hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl, you will die. Du Gufengwu said coldly. Yang Dingtian still had his eyes closed and didn't say a word. Then I'm sorry. You asked for it. After I kill you, I will cut open your corpse. I don't believe that I won't be able to find the fire immunity chilling pearl. Du Gufengwu said coldly and cleaved down with her sword. Bang, Yang Dingtian felt a chill on his neck as he felt an intense pain as his entire body fell to the ground. Du Gufengwu used the back of her sword to cleave over and not the blade. She ultimately didn't kill Yang Dingtian. If it wasn't for the fire immunity chilling pearl, I would really want to chop off your annoying head. Du Gufengwu spoke with rage. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and revealed a smile. Is this considered not killing me? Don't pretend to be obedient after taking advantage of me. Du Gufengwu said. She then grabbed the thread on her chest and severed it. She was so domineering even after cutting off a thread. Then, when she took a few steps forward, she frowned. It is all your fault. I really want to dismember you into pieces. Du Gufengwu was filled with hatred as she said, Where is the myriad silk snow brocade? Yang Dingtian quickly handed over the snow brocade. The matters of women are truly disgusting. Du Gufengwu said coldly. Yang Dingtian was startled and immediately turned around. Du Gufengwu stomped on the ground and leaped up dozens of meters to search for the freshwater pond. She loved cleanliness, and now that her body was covered in blood, she felt extremely uncomfortable. She had to find the cleanest pond and wash herself clean. As expected, she found it in the dense forest 2 kilometers northwest. Du Gufengwu turned around in the air and flew towards the freshwater pond. But before she flew over, she sucked Yang Dingtian into the air with her palm and clamped him on her waist. You crazy woman. Why do you have to bring me along? You are a pervert. Yang Dingtian said angrily. Du Gufengwu said coldly, From now on, you cannot leave my sight until we reach the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. I don't believe that you will not take out the fire immunity chilling pearl. You demon woman. Shameless and unreasonable demon woman. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. 2 days later, Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu appeared in the Iron Furnace City, which was 1,000 miles away. The Iron Furnace City was in the southeast of the northwest continent. It was over 5,000 miles away from the Cloud Heaven City and close to 2,000 miles from the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. Of course, the Cloud Heaven City was in the northwest of the Iron Furnace City, while the Fire Cloud Devil Cave was in the northeast of the Iron Furnace City. It was on a lonely volcanic island. The Iron Furnace City was a city of weapons and a city of smithing. Almost all of the weapon-smithing clans in the Primal Chaos continent surrounded the Iron Furnace City. Almost all of the weapon transactions in this world were conducted in the Iron Furnace City. Du Gufengwu and Yang Dingtian came to the Iron Furnace City for the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer. Only the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer could be used to forge the bloody black gold fledgling sword. The bloody black gold itself was the toughest and most heat-resistant metal in the world. Only peak-grade earth fire could melt the bloody black gold. The molten bloody black gold had an extremely terrifying temperature. No hammer in the world could forge it, because as soon as it touched the red-hot bloody black gold, even the hardest hammer would be melted into molten iron, even if it was only for a moment. The Mystic Fire Devil Hammer was forged from the bloody black gold. Therefore, in the world, only the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer could be used to forge soul swords. There was only one clan in the world that had the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer, and that was the leader of the Iron Furnace City, the Divine Weapons Manor. The Divine Weapons Manor wasn't part of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches. However, they were the core power of the Tyando League, and their status wasn't inferior to the prestigious sects. This was because most of the divine weapons in the world came from the Divine Weapons Manor. The Divine Weapons Manor had close relations with almost all the prestigious sects in the world. Therefore, no one dared to offend them. Of course, every few decades, someone would want to forge a soul sword and needed the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer. What could they do? Very simple, borrow it from the Divine Weapons Manor. Most of the time, as long as one had a high status, they could borrow it. Dongfang Minmi borrowed it from the Divine Weapons Manor. Shimen Wuya also borrowed it from the Divine Weapons Manor. Without exception, those who could borrow the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer were all grandmasters. The Manor Lord of the Horror Manor, Zhao Wuji, had also borrowed the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer from the Divine Weapons Manor. He brought hundreds of thousands of gold coins and countless treasures. However, Zhao Wuji was chased out of the Divine Weapons Manor before he could even enter. Later, it was the Lord of the Northwest clan who helped Zhao Wuji borrow the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer. From this, it could be seen that the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer could be borrowed. However, it could only be lent to the grandmasters of the world and those at the level of the 3 sects and 9 clans. Even the 27 sects didn't have enough weight, let alone other miscellaneous people. As for Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu, they were definitely considered miscellaneous people. Yang Dingtian was the successor of the Cloud Heaven City Lord and was Dongfang Minmi's disciple. It was a pity that his identity couldn't be exposed. Du Gufengwu was the princess of the Temple of Blood and the #1 beauty of the evil ways. It was a pity that the good and the evil ways couldn't coexist. Once Du Gufengwu's identity was exposed, the entire Iron Furnace City would probably pursue her crazily. Despite knowing this, Du Gufengwu and Yang Dingtian still came to Iron Furnace City. After resting for a while, they prepared to head to the Divine Weapons Manor to borrow the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer. The Divine Weapons Manor wasn't in the city but on the Black Edge Mountain, which was 100 miles away. Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu came to the best inn in Iron Furnace City. The two of them were enveloped in black cloaks and didn't reveal their faces. However, the surrounding people didn't reveal much curiosity because there were plenty of such people in Iron Furnace City. Get 2 rooms. I want the best, Du Gufengwu said. Therefore, the inn gave the two of them the most expensive and best rooms. The 2 rooms were right next to each other. After the servants left, Yang Dingtian said, "We definitely won't be able to borrow the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer if we go like this. Do you have any ideas?" Du Gufengwu handed over a human skin mask and a bag of clothes. She said, "Wear this mask and change into these clothes." Yang Dingtian didn't understand, but with this demonic woman's overwhelming prowess, he didn't resist. After entering the room, Yang Dingtian took a bath in the bathtub and washed his entire body clean. After that, he wore his underwear and sat in front of the mirror and started to put on a new disguise. He changed into a brand new mask, which was the most realistic mask in the spatial ring. Unfortunately, it was also the most handsome mask. It was so handsome that it was almost comparable to Zhu Hongshua's pretty face. He put on the mask bit by bit and made sure it fit perfectly. He then carefully put on the long hair cover and changed into an extremely expensive cloud silk brocade robe. In an instant, an extremely cold and handsome man appeared in the mirror. The reason why it was cold was because the mask itself was cold. Furthermore, this mask wasn't a living illusion mask, and it wasn't suitable to have too many expressions. Otherwise, it might look a little unnatural. I really didn't mean to make myself so handsome. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly at the mirror. He then took a deep breath and maintained his cold appearance before walking out of the room slowly. Just as he walked out of the door, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Almost everyone looked over, and it wasn't just the women. However, the women's eyes were even more dazed and fiery. Du Gufengwu still hadn't come out. Yang Dingtian stood at the door and waited. After waiting for more than an hour, Du Gufengwu's door opened. The moment she walked out, everyone was stunned again. Then, everyone's eyes fell into a fiery and infatuated state. Even Yang Dingtian was stunned. Of course, Yang Dingtian had seen Du Gufengwu's exceptional looks for a long time. Therefore, he wasn't stunned for an instant. What made him shocked was that Du Gufengwu had completely changed into a different person. Her aura was completely different. That's right, the previous Du Gufengwu was the most beautiful woman in this world. However, she had always treated herself as a woman. Even Yang Dingtian had treated her as Dongfang Bubi. She had a kind of androgynous beauty. From start to end, she didn't reveal any hint of femininity. But now, every part of her body was filled with femininity. But now, the person who appeared in front of Yang Dingtian was a femme fatale. She was radiant, and every inch of her body was filled with the charm of a woman. Her face had completely changed, but there weren't any traces of disguise or mask. To be honest, her transformed face wasn't as beautiful as her real face. But the key was her charm. To put it overboard, she could even be considered a demon. No matter if it was her eyes or her smile, they were all captivating. Du Gufengwu was very tall and had a great figure. However, she wore men's clothes almost all the time, hiding her curves completely. But now, she was wearing a pink palace dress, which completely revealed her figure. It was like the undulating mountains and rivers. It was the definition of a devil's curves. Any man would be infatuated with a single look. Are you trying to use a beauty trap on the people of the Divine Weapons Manor? Yang Dingtian looked at Du Gufengwu and couldn't help but ask. Du Gufengwu looked at Yang Dingtian indifferently and said, "Do you have any objections?" Yang Dingtian was slightly startled. He then shook his head and said, "No." Du Gufengwu took out a blue gemstone pendant and wore it around her neck. It made her look even more dazzling and charming. "Remember, from now on, I am the Seven Refined Lane's third Lady Gongsun," Du Gufengwu said. Yang Dingtian was startled. The Seven Refined Lane was one of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 factions. It was world-renowned. It was the same as the Skywind Pavilion, where all the disciples were female. However, it was even more famous than the Skywind Pavilion. The disciples of the Seven Refined Lane often traveled the world and had never been stingy with their beauty and sexiness. Furthermore, the Seven Refined Lane didn't forbid marriage. In fact, countless disciples of the Seven Refined Lane married into prestigious sections. The women of the Seven Refined Lane were the dream of all the men in the world. Third Lady Gongsun did exist, and she was ranked third in the Seven Refined Lane. Furthermore, she was the most famous beauty in the world. The woman that all the men in the world wanted to marry the most wasn't the fairy of the 9 heavens, Dongfang Bingling, or the cloud sky princess, Shimen Yin. It was Third Lady Gongsun. This was because Third Lady Gongsun's beauty and skills were superb. Especially her sword dance, which was world-renowned. Most importantly, Third Lady Gongsun's charm and gentleness was something that a fairy like Dongfang Bingling couldn't compare with. Third Lady Gongsun is world-renowned. It wouldn't be easy to impersonate her. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but whisper. Du Gufengwu looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Third Lady Gongsun is me." Yang Dingtian was startled. Third Lady Gongsun was Du Gufengwu, and Du Gufengwu was third Lady Gong's son, he didn't expect that the world-renowned third Lady Gong's son, the most charming woman, was actually Du Gufengwu's other identity. It was no wonder she was dressed so outrageously for the first time. It was because all the women of the 7 refined lane were dressed like this. If they were all like this, then the 7 refined lane's reputation wasn't justified. After all, who would believe that they didn't have any ulterior motives for dressing like this? Heavens! Yang Dingtian couldn't help but whisper, then why don't I see any hint of femininity in the real you? After pretending to be a disaster for so many times, I hate femininity. Only then will I be able to bid farewell and despise it. Du Gufengwu said. Her tone was filled with deep hatred, and she was the type that was gnashing her teeth. This reason was very sufficient, so much so that Yang Dingtian was speechless. However, it was hard to say which version of Du Gufengwu was more attractive. Immediately after, she glared with her beautiful eyes and said, "All right, let's not talk so much. Let's go to the Divine Weapons Manor to borrow the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer." Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment and said, "You are using third Lady Gongsuan's identity to borrow the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer. I don't think you are qualified." Du Gufengwu said indifferently, "My identity isn't qualified, but your identity is." Yang Dingtian was shocked and said, Then what is my identity now?" The descendant of the hidden sect, Su Wuming, the supreme leader of the Tiando League, the true number 1 person in the world. Du Gufengwu said indifferently. Her tone was very indifferent, as though she was talking about a small matter. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned as though he was struck by lightning. He trembled and said, Are you going to let me die without a burial ground?" This was really going to kill him. Furthermore, it was very likely that he would die without a body. The world was so big that there wasn't a single inch of space for him to stay. If Yang Dingtian had done many crazy things in the past, there wouldn't be a single time that the consequences would be worse than this. Once this matter was exposed, the consequences would be unbearable and unimaginable. This was the descendant of the hidden sect, the leader of the entire Tiando League, or even the leader of the entire world. You are impersonating him? Even if you are courting death, you aren't going to be so direct. Note, brothers, please give me 2 monthly votes. Thank you. Please, brothers. If you don't do it, you will die without a burial ground now, Du Gufengwu said indifferently. She then turned her delicate body and walked out leisurely. They followed her to the main hall of the inn. All of a sudden, all of the noise stopped. It was as though the entire scene was frozen. All the men stared at Du Gufengwu and instantly forgot everything. They just stared blankly. Lady Gong's son, Lady Gong's son. A few minutes later, everyone present was crazily calling out third Lady Gongsuan's title. Everyone bowed towards Du Gufengwu uniformly. Their eyes were still filled with passion, but they were no longer filled with greed. Instead, they were filled with endless admiration. It was just like back on Earth, when a crazy fan met a superstar. That's right, third Lady Gong's son was so famous and made all the men crazy. Excuse me. Du Gufengwu nodded slightly and said gently. Instantly, everyone in the main hall opened up a path and sent Du Gufengwu off with infatuated eyes. As for Yang Dingtian, who was following behind, he might be cool and handsome, but he was ignored by all the men present. After boarding the carriage to the Divine Weapons Manor, Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu sat opposite each other. Yang Dingtian shifted his gaze away unnaturally. This woman in front of him was simply too charming. It was really strange. The previous Du Gufengwu wasn't that attractive to him. The third Lady Gong's son in front of him was so charming that he didn't dare to look at her. Demonic woman, the consequences of impersonating a hidden sect disciple are very serious, very serious. Yang Dingtian said. Du Gufengwu said, I didn't ask you to say that you are a disciple of the hidden sect. You just have to give others the feeling that you are a disciple of the hidden sect. That would also be courting death, Yang Dingtian said. The hidden sect was the true number 1 sect in the world. In the primal chaos continent, the hidden sect was supreme and extraordinary. It surpassed the Yin Yang school and the mystic heaven sect. The hidden sect was mysterious, powerful, and noble. In the 2 world-ending battles of evil ways, the saviors were the hidden sect. But after saving the world, the hidden sect immediately went into hiding and would never give orders to the world. If it wasn't for the world's crisis, the people of the hidden sect would never walk the earth. Therefore, the hidden sect was the undisputed leader of the Tiando League. Once the hidden sect's disciples traveled the world, all the famous sects in the world would bow down to them. In short, the consequences of impersonating a hidden sect disciple were extremely severe. This was because any disciple of the Yin sect would be regarded as the number one person in the world in the future, the number one leader of the Tiando League. His status was higher than Zhu Hongshue's, and even higher than Dongfang Bingling's. Du Gufengwu spoke coldly, "Do you think you have a choice?" "That's right." Did Yang Dingtian have any other choice? Obtaining the mystic fire devil hammer was more important than anything else. Moreover, since he was asked to play the role of the demonic woman, he probably couldn't refuse. Then, Yang Dingtian thought of something important and said, "The disciples of the hidden sect are extremely powerful. If I pretend to be a disciple of the hidden sect, my cultivation level won't be high enough and I'll be exposed easily. Who dares to fight with a hidden sect disciple?" Du Gufengwu said, "It is because you are too weak that you are safe by pretending to be a disciple of the hidden sect. Otherwise, you would have been killed 10,000 times over." Subsequently, Du Gufengwu took out a green leaf ornament and handed it to Yang Dingtian. "Wear it on your neck. Find an opportunity to let the owner of the divine weapons manor see it." "What is this?" Yang Dingtian asked. "It is a special ornament of the hidden sect's disciples. Only a few people in the world know about it," Du Gufengwu said. "Then why do you have it?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. "What does it have to do with you?" Du Gufengwu instantly spoke impatiently, as though she wasn't willing to talk about this matter. "Quickly wear it. Don't force me to make a move," Du Gufengwu threatened. Yang Dingtian's hand touched this jade green leaf ornament. Instantly, a mysterious and refreshing aura surged into his body, which instantly made him feel refreshed. Without a doubt, this item was real. It really belonged to the hidden sect. If he wore this item, he would really be in big trouble, and the consequences would be very severe. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and wore this leaf ornament on his neck. No wonder Du Gufengwu came to the divine weapons manor with such confidence. It turned out that she had already made preparations. Of course, Yang Dingtian also had a plan to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer. However, his plan was much more dangerous, and the chances of him being able to borrow it were much lower. "You crazy woman. I will be killed because of you." Yang Dingtian spoke with hatred. "Your life is already in my hands," Du Gufengwu said coldly. "A light." Suddenly, the carriage stopped, and Du Gufengwu said, "Have we arrived at the divine weapons manor?" Yang Dingtian asked. "If I ask you to alight, then alight. Why are you spouting so much nonsense?" Du Gufengwu said. Her tone was very aggressive, as though she had eaten gunpowder. After Yang Dingtian alighted, the coachman bowed to Du Gufengwu and took out an elixir to consume. He then turned and left. He didn't say anything from the start to the end. It was obvious that this coachman was someone who had infiltrated the Tiando League through evil ways. The elixir that he consumed at the end might be to make him forget everything that he had seen today. This place was a secluded and remote valley. There was a jade green lake in the middle, and it was surrounded by green bamboos. "Now, I will teach you a set of sword art. It is the hidden sect's whirling calamity crossing sword. There are a total of 10 moves, and each move is split into 10 forms. Each form has 10 variations. In short, this is the most complicated sword art in the world. You only have 6 hours to learn it." Du Gufengwu said, "I don't expect you to be able to execute the charm of this sword art, but you must at least memorize it. Every move must look similar on the surface. Do you hear me? If you can't do it, then don't bother coming to the divine weapons manor. I will just chop off your dog head right here." "Why? Are we going to have a martial contest later?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Martial contest? You will be slaughtered in just a few moves. I am just letting you show a move or two to scare people just in case," Du Gufengwu said. Originally, Yang Dingtian wanted to ask why Du Gufengwu knew the hidden sect's sword art, but looking at her attitude, there was no need to ask. "Watch carefully. I am going to execute the first sword of the whirling calamity crossing sword, River Tears. Once her voice ended, Du Gufengwu's exquisite and delicate body floated up and floated in the air. The sharp sword in her hand gently revolved and spun. One round, and another round. Every lap seemed to be the same, but every lap seemed to be different. Every time the sword blade was brandished, Du Gufengwu's delicate body would revolve around a circle. She was like a fairy dancing in the air, which was dreamy and illusory. The sword flower spun 9 rounds, and Du Gufengwu also spun 9 rounds. After the first move ended, Du Gufengwu floated to the side of Yang Dingtian. Did you see it clearly? Du Gufengwu asked. Yang Dingtian didn't reply immediately and took a deep breath of cold air. This set of sword art was truly too difficult, that's right, it looked very simple, and it was just drawing circles one by one. But in fact, every circle had to be interlocked. Every angle and every arc couldn't have a single mistake. Just this move alone had more than 100 variations. It was simply hundreds or even thousands of variations. Such a sword art might not be learned even if one practiced it 1,000 times or 10,000 times, let alone 100 times. It was because the circulation route of the mystic chi and the grasp of every angle of the mystic chi was incomparably complicated. If one had a true manual, they would need to practice countless times and truly grasp the spirit and essence of the sword art before they could truly learn it. Right now, without a manual, it was simply impossible to learn the entire set of sword art in just 6 hours. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, without a manual and just looking at the surface of the sword art, it is simply imitating a cat to draw a tiger. It is impossible to learn it. Let alone 6 hours, even 300 or 3,000 hours wouldn't be enough to learn it. I didn't ask you to truly learn it. As long as it looks impressive and can deceive people, it will be fine. Du Gufengwu said unhappily. Then, she continued, besides, I only know the superficial moves. The real tears of the river will be used for the final sword move. Countless tears will fall from the sky, and every tear can kill people without leaving a trace. Ah. So incredible? Yang Dingtian said with astonishment. Nonsense. If it wasn't incredible, how could it rule the entire world? Du Gufengwu said coldly. Rule the world? Did the hidden sect rule the world? It had been over 100 years since anyone from the hidden sect walked in this world. Alright, I will use the tears of the river again. This time, I will use a cheating method to demonstrate the effects of the tears of the river, Du Gufengwu said. Immediately after, her delicate body gently floated into the sky. Whirling calamity crossing sword, tears of the river. Immediately after, another fairy dressed in palace attire danced in the sky. The sharp sword in her hand was like ripples in autumn water, drawing circles after circles. The first circle. The second circle. The third circle, the fourth circle, the 9th circle was over. Du Gufengwu floated back to Yang Dingtian's side. In an instant, countless tears appeared in the sky. Every tear was sparkling and translucent like crystals or gems. They floated in the sky and were extremely beautiful. Immediately after, these countless tears started to fall. It was like a dreamy icy rain. Pa! They landed on the surface of the lake. In an instant, the tranquil surface of the lake was torn apart. Wherever the tears passed, the lake water would turn into mist and vanish. When the tears landed on the lake surface, it was like raindrops hitting the beach. Every single hole was nearly a foot deep. When the tears landed on the bamboo forest, the bamboo leaves, bamboo branches, and bamboo poles were all turned into fine powder. This was the power of the whirling calamity crossing sword. This was the power of the hidden sect sword art. It was so powerful that it was suffocating. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. It was so mysterious that it was suffocating. After landing, Du Gufengwu's complexion was a little pale because she had exhausted countless mystic chi earlier. After all, she didn't truly know how to use the whirling calamity crossing sword. She had used countless mystic chi to create this effect. The true tears of the river would naturally and easily cause countless fatal tears to fall. Alright, go and try it again. Du Gufengwu said and handed the sword over to Yang Dingtian. Can't I use my own sword? Yang Dingtian asked. Your sword looks like a fool's sword. Will others believe that you are a disciple of the hidden sect? Du Gufengwu asked. Yang Dingtian received this sword. This was an ordinary sword, but after receiving it, Yang Dingtian felt that it wasn't ordinary. An extremely ancient aura presence surged into his body. In fact, Yang Dingtian felt as though he could feel a sigh from it. It was as though it had been sighing for 1,000 years or 10,000 years. Without a doubt, this sword had been around for a very long time. As for how long it was exactly, it was unknown. The entire sword was only a few kilograms. When looking from afar, it was as clear as autumn water. However, when taking a closer look, one could see that there were bright red veins in the depths of the sword blade. They looked like fresh blood. Did this sword truly come from the hidden sect? Yang Dingtian asked. This artifact couldn't be forged. It was as though it had the aura of the hidden sect. It was simple and unadorned, yet it permeated the universe. Du Gufengwu nodded. What is this sword made of? Yang Dingtian asked. 99 pieces of bloody black gold and 99 pieces of mystic ice iron jade, Du Gufengwu replied. In an instant, Yang Dingtian took in a deep breath of cold air again. Such extravagance. Bloody black gold was used to forge Yang attribute soul swords. Mystic ice iron jade was used to forge Yin attribute soul swords. Right now, the two were actually mixed together. A total of 198 pieces were used to forge an artifact sword that was only a few kilograms. It was truly shocking. Without a doubt, this was a divine weapon, and it was something that only the influential figures of the hidden sect could wield. It was no wonder that when he held it in his hand, he could feel boundless energy but couldn't feel any trace of fire aura. It was unknown why this artifact sword had landed in Du Gufengwu's hands. Of course, this sword wasn't very useful in her hands. Divine weapons and sharp swords would recognize their owners. I am really going to be killed by you. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and said. If he were to use this divine weapon to impersonate a hidden sect disciple, it would truly cause a sensation in the world. If he were to be exposed, Yang Dingtian would truly die without a burial ground. I don't know if you will be killed by me, but if you don't hurry up and practice your sword, you will definitely be killed by me, Du Gufengwu said indifferently. Demonic woman, you are a demonic woman. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth while brandishing the sharp sword and said, wait until the day I am stronger than you. I will torture you until you are begging for death. When Du Gufengwu saw Yang Dingtian's state, she burst out laughing and said, you won't have the chance. Before that day comes, I will slaughter you. If I knew you were so cruel and unscrupulous, I wouldn't have saved you on the sea. I would have let those pirates. Before Yang Dingtian could finish his sentence, he changed his words and said, I should have stabbed you to death when you were weak. Serves you right. Who asked you to be so stupid? Du Gufengwu said indifferently. In this instant, Yang Dingtian's lungs were about to explode from anger. He then yelled out, whirling Calamity Crossing Sword's first move, River Tears. Immediately after, he quickly drew circles in the air, using the sharp sword in his hand to draw circles after circles. His movements weren't wrong, but it was rushed and fast. It was completely different from Du Gufengwu's ethereal beauty. In less than 15 seconds, Yang Dingtian had already executed the entire knockoff River Tears. Du Gufengwu's charming face turned cold as she scolded, Yang Dingtian, are you purposely trying to make things difficult for me? Can you make it even uglier? What's wrong? Yang Dingtian said, didn't you say that it would be fine as long as the movements are similar? My movements earlier weren't wrong. Du Gufengwu was instantly infuriated. She was so angry that her firm breasts were undulating as though they were going to burst out of her clothes. Is this River Tears or slaughtering a pig? I really wish I could kill you with a single palm strike, Du Gufengwu said. Immediately after, Du Gufengwu withdrew her anger and revealed a chilling expression. Do it again. If it's still the same, I won't kill you. I will castrate you. Finishing her statement, she looked at Yang Dingtian's crotch and said coldly, since you raped me, this is the punishment you deserve. Yang Dingtian's body shrunk as he felt a chill in his little brother. Forget it. This demonic woman is cold-blooded and emotionless. She really means what she says. I better not infuriate her for now. Yang Dingtian said in his heart. As for the matter of him raping her, Yang Dingtian had already explained it more than 100 times. He didn't want to waste his breath anymore. Alright, I will use my heart this time. But no matter what kind of effect it achieves, you have to accept it. Yang Dingtian said seriously, after all, there isn't any manual, and I don't know the essence of this sword art. It's just the appearance, and it won't be useful even if I practice it 100 times. Finishing his statement, Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes and allowed himself to completely immerse himself. Afterward, he started to recall the first move of the swaying Calamity Crossing sword, River Tears. Every movement, every angle, appeared in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian pushed off with the tip of his feet and suddenly bounced into the sky. He slowly thrusted out the sword. In his hand, the autumn water sword rippled out. He drew the first circle. The second circle. Du Gufengwu, who was watching from the ground, let out a deep breath of relief. She couldn't help but admire Yang Dingtian's talent. When he was serious, the sword moves that he executed were exactly the same as hers. There wasn't any difference. It was as though he had copied her moves. It was a known fact that there were countless changes within, and Yang Dingtian had only seen it twice. If this was the case, it wouldn't take more than 4 hours to learn 10 moves of the swaying Calamity Crossing sword. Yang Dingtian was still drawing circles in the sky, completely imitating Du Gufengwu and slowly executing the River Tears. When he drew the fourth circle, the mystic chi in Yang Dingtian's chi suddenly jumped as though it was going to come out. How could this be? Once any martial artist in the world chose to learn a certain martial skill, their chi would be completely bound to that martial skill. No matter how powerful or mystical the other martial skills were, they wouldn't trigger any reaction from the chi. Therefore, all martial artists in the world could only learn one martial skill in their lifetime. But now, Yang Dingtian's chi actually had a reaction to the swaying Calamity Crossing sword. What exactly was going on? This didn't conform to the martial Tao truth of the primal chaos continent. Such a thing shouldn't happen, right? But in fact, it really happened. When Yang Dingtian imitated the swaying Calamity Crossing sword, it triggered a reaction from Yang Dingtian's chi. Then, there was only one explanation. The swaying Calamity Crossing sword and the pig-slaying sword art had some sort of relationship. But it was impossible for two martial skills that were truly similar to each other to appear in the world. This was because every martial skill manual's mystic chi meridians were completely different. Then, what exactly was going on? When Yang Dingtian drew the fifth circle, the mystic chi in his chi finally couldn't hold it in any longer. It suddenly came out from the chi, passed through the mystic meridians, and entered the sharp sword in Yang Dingtian's hand. Swish! The sword in Yang Dingtian's hand drew the fifth circle in the air. A circle formed by a white halo floated in the air. It was very beautiful. When Yang Dingtian drew the sixth circle, the mystic chi in his body started to circulate rapidly. Huff! The sixth circle suddenly tore open the air. The pure mystic chi energy condensed in the air and formed the sixth faintly discernible and sparkling circle. Yang Dingtian didn't realize it. Du Gufengwu, who was on the ground, was completely stunned and couldn't believe her eyes. How could this be? How could this be? She was the #1 prodigy of the evil ways, but when she demonstrated the swaying Calamity Crossing sword, she only had the appearance. The Yang Dingtian in front of her didn't just have the appearance. He had truly entered the quintessence of the swaying Calamity Crossing sword. Right now, Yang Dingtian was completely immersed in the mystical world of the swaying Calamity Crossing sword. The speed of drawing the circle was getting slower, but the circle that was drawn was getting brighter, more substantial, and more elegant. In fact, his actions were already different from Du Gufengwu's. He was just following the path of the mystic chi and following his own feelings. Right now, he deeply felt that this swaying Calamity Crossing sword and his pig-slaying sword art might look completely different in appearance, but they seemed to be connected by blood. Similar in spirit but different in form, especially when this so-called hidden sect sword art and the pig-slaying sword art might look completely different on the surface, but their mystic chi attributes were extremely similar. It was as though the bone frame was the same martial skill, but it was displayed in different forms. It was as though the pig-slaying sword art was another level of the swaying Calamity Crossing sword. Yang Dingtian could faintly feel that the pig-slaying sword art's level was even higher. It was the swaying Calamity Crossing sword that was upgraded by an absolute expert. The swaying calamity crossing sword looked very mystical and elegant. The pig-slaying sword art was very direct, vulgar, and ugly. However, both of them had the same concept. It was a kind of return to simplicity, going from gorgeous to low profile. The 8th circle. The 9th circle. Every circle was floating in the air and gently rippling. After the demonstration was completed, Yang Dingtian's body floated back to his original spot. Immediately after, the arcs in the air started to shatter and disperse. They turned into sparkling and translucent teardrops that filled the sky. Splash! These teardrops fell like ice rain. They sprinkled on the lake water, splashing out clouds of mist. They sprinkled on the ground, smashing out countless shallow holes. They sprinkled on the bamboo forest, tearing countless bamboo leaves and breaking countless bamboo branches. That's right, the final teardrops weren't as many as Du Gufengwu's, and the power wasn't as great. However, Du Gufengwu was completely stupefied and felt as though she was dreaming. The final teardrops in her demonstration of the river's tears were fake, and they were simulated with countless mystic qi. However, Yang Dingtian's final teardrop was real. Yang Dingtian was also completely stupefied as he looked at the teardrops that filled the sky. Du Gufengwu only allowed him to learn the superficial swaying calamity crossing sword, but he actually executed the true river's tears. Note, requesting for a few monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. He really didn't know what was the relationship between the hidden sect and his pig-slaying sword art. Seeing Du Gufengwu's complicated expression, Yang Dingtian waved his hand and said, "Don't ask me. I don't know either." Du Gufengwu said, "I won't ask you. I am just thinking if I should kill you now." Yang Dingtian felt a chill on his neck. This demonic woman wasn't joking. She really meant what she said. After that, Du Gufengwu's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Dingtian. Her expression kept changing. It suddenly turned cold and then gentle. It suddenly turned resolute and then hesitant. Yang Dingtian knew that he was at the edge of hell right now. He hated this feeling, but he had no other choice. Finally, Du Gufengwu took a deep breath and said, "I should kill you. A few years later, you might become the greatest enemy of my evil ways." Yang Dingtian didn't beg for mercy. He just stared at Du Gufengwu coldly. "But you can't die now. If I want to kill you, I have to at least cheat the mystic fire devil hammer first." Du Gufengwu said, "I have to at least wait for you to hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl before I kill you." Yang Dingtian knew that she wouldn't kill him. Looking at Du Gufengwu deeply, Yang Dingtian said coldly, "Du Gufengwu, I will remember this moment. Now, let's start learning the second move of the swaying calamity crossing sword." Du Gufengwu also looked at Yang Dingtian deeply and said, "I will also remember your words." Immediately after, she took the sharp sword in Yang Dingtian's hand. "Now, I will use the second move of the swaying calamity crossing sword, the soul-departing mirror. I will use my mystic qi to simulate the effect." Just as she finished speaking, Du Gufengwu's figure instantly vanished in front of Yang Dingtian. In the blink of an eye, she turned into an afterimage and refracted, appearing dozens of meters away. In his hand, the afterimage appeared and disappeared. She turned into a curved arc of light. The figure refracted, and the sword light refracted. Curved and circled, shifting and changing. Du Gufengwu's body and a sword in her hand suddenly appeared and disappeared. It was just like the soul. Leaving mirror, in an instant, her figure covered an area of over 1,000 meters. Her afterimage was left on the lake, in the air, in the bamboo forest, and beside the huge rock. Finally, there was a dazzling light and an alluring fragrance. Du Gufengwu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. He sheathed his sword and stood there. The second move of the swaying calamity crossing sword, the realm of divorce, ended. Kacha. Suddenly, all the afterimages left behind by Du Gufengwu within 1,000 meters were shattered. Where it shattered, the lake water broke, the boulders broke, the bamboo forest broke, and the ground broke. In short, all the shadows that she passed by were torn apart. It was as if a painting had been cut into countless pieces. Yang Dingtian felt suffocated again. He didn't know if Du Gufengwu was too strong or if the hidden sect sword art was too strong. Next, I will demonstrate another move. The movements will be slower, and I won't use mystic qi to create any effects. It will just be a superficial move of the soul-departing mirror, Du Gufengwu said. Afterward, Du Gufengwu demonstrated it again. Without the effect of mystic qi, this soul-departing mirror wasn't that illusionary anymore. It didn't have that impactful visual effect. However, Du Gufengwu's magic-like figure and her incomparably beautiful figure were even more prominent. After circling for 1,000 meters, Du Gufengwu came back and kept her sword. She asked, "Did you see it clearly?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I saw it clearly, but this move is much more difficult than the river sobbing. I can't learn it in one try." "I didn't ask you to learn it in one try," Du Gufengwu said. "In fact, we are now in the divine weapons manner. You can already scare the people in the residence. You only need one move. Therefore, learn as much as you can in 3 hours." After finishing, Du Gufengwu sneered and mocked herself. The disciple learns the sword from the master. The master's teachings are fake, but the disciple learns the real thing. Such a thing has never been heard of in the past 1,000 years. Yang Dingtian was speechless and smiled. He then took Du Gufengwu's sword and started to learn the second move of the swaying calamity crossing sword, the soul-departing mirror. It was indeed difficult. Yang Dingtian did the same for the first move, but there was no reaction in his chi vessel. Yang Dingtian did the same for the second move, but there was still no reaction in his chi vessel. Yang Dingtian was already unable to do the third move. Du Gufengwu's speed was too fast, and the refraction was too far. Yang Dingtian was already unable to grasp the trajectory and path. Sheathing the sword, Yang Dingtian turned back and said, "Please demonstrate it again." Du Gufengwu took the sword and didn't say anything. She just demonstrated it again. This time, her speed was even slower. After the entire soul-departing mirror was demonstrated, Du Gufengwu turned back and handed the artifact sword back to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian tried again. He did the same for the first move, but there was no reaction in his chi vessel. He did the same for the second move, but there was still no reaction in his chi vessel. The third move that he didn't manage to complete previously was also successfully completed this time. Yang Dingtian took a long time to prepare for the fourth move, but he still managed to complete it. The fifth move was announced as a failure. Afterward, he turned back. Without waiting for him to say anything, Du Gufengwu took the sword and demonstrated it again, but her speed was even slower. When Du Gufengwu demonstrated it for the 11th time, Yang Dingtian finally completely grasped the moves of the swaying calamity crossing sword. However, his chi vessel still didn't have any reaction. Yang Dingtian tried again and again. 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. Time elapsed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. Half of the time had passed, and there were still 7 moves of the swaying calamity crossing sword that he hadn't learned. However, Du Gufengwu didn't rush him and just stood by the side indifferently. In the end, Yang Dingtian didn't know how many times he practiced the soul-departing mirror, but his chi vessel still didn't have any reaction. Yang Dingtian suspected that Du Gufengwu didn't want Yang Dingtian to learn the true swaying calamity crossing sword and purposely taught him the wrong version of the soul-departing mirror. After practicing it a few more times, there was still no reaction from the mystic chi. Yang Dingtian was instantly even more suspicious and couldn't help but want to ask Du Gufengwu. However, just as he was about to question her, the depths of his chi vessel suddenly jumped, and his mystic meridians also had a reaction. Yang Dingtian quickly put all his focus into chasing after this feeling. This was a very mystical feeling. This time, the pulsation of the chi vessel was really very weak and disappeared in an instant. It was like a small thread in a messy ball of thread. It was also like an illusory thought in a dream. He suddenly felt it, but when he wanted to search for it, it completely disappeared. Yang Dingtian held his breath and gathered all his focus to search and capture this feeling, this pulsation of the mystic chi. Without a doubt, this was the hardest part. Once it was found, he would be able to pull it out. He had to constantly search. All of a sudden, Yang Dingtian found the most primitive traces of this mystic chi pulsation and found the source of this mystic chi circulation. Immediately after, he followed his feelings and quickly executed the second move of the swaying calamity crossing sword, the soul-departing mirror. He constantly practiced, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, following the meridians of the mystic chi. He used all his strength to force the bone frame and meridians of the soul-departing mirror, peeling it off bit by bit. He threw everything in the surroundings to the back of his mind and was completely immersed in the world of the soul-departing mirror. Sure enough, the first part was also the hardest part. Once he found the end of the thread, Yang Dingtian immediately pulled out the entire thread. Swish, 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 swish. In the bamboo forest, above the lake, Yang Dingtian's figure quickly refracted and left behind afterimages. He flashed above the lake, in the bamboo forest, and under the giant rock. His figure was like pearls, and his sword was like a needle and thread. He rapidly changed his form and threaded the needle and thread, connecting all the pearls together. In an instant, an afterimage painting was constructed in the valley. Pa! Finally, Yang Dingtian's figure floated like a shadow and returned to a distance. Bang! All the afterimages suddenly shattered. In an instant, the air was torn apart. The lake water was torn into countless water droplets and steam. The bamboo was suddenly severed at the waist. A deep crack was left on the giant rock. Yang Dingtian succeeded again and truly learned the second move of the swaying calamity crossing sword, the soul-departing mirror. Even though the power was still much weaker than the illusion created by Dugufengwu's mystic qi, the image produced by his soul-departing mirror was real and truly belonged to the power of the soul-departing mirror. Dugufengwu repeatedly warned herself not to be astonished and not to be shocked. But when she saw this scene, she still felt her body going numb, and there was an extremely strange feeling in the depths of her heart. Yang Dingtian came in front of Dugufengwu and handed over the artifact sword to her. Now, it is time to learn the third move. What is there to learn? Dugufengwu said, 6 hours have already passed, and you have already spent 6 hours on the second move. It took that long? Yang Dingtian was astonished and looked up at the sky. It was indeed that long. When he started learning the soul-departing mirror, it was still morning, and the sun was already setting in the west. But when he was immersed in the world of the soul-departing mirror, he had no sense of time. You don't have to learn the next move of the swaying calamity crossing sword. Dugufengwu said, with your first 2 moves, you can even impersonate a hidden sect disciple at the Tiando League headquarters. There is not much time left. Hurry up and go to the Divine Weapons Manor to cheat the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer. Finishing her statement, Dugufengwu immediately walked out of the valley and headed towards the Divine Weapons Manor. Yang Dingtian quickly chased after her. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Dingtian said, there is something that I think it is better to tell you. Speak, Dugufengwu said. When I was practicing the soul-departing mirror and failed repeatedly, I was suspecting if you had purposely taught me the wrong soul-departing mirror. But the facts have proven that you didn't do so. I was really gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Yang Dingtian said, even though I didn't question you back then, I still feel that I have to apologize to you. Dugufengwu remained silent and didn't take the opportunity to mock Jiang Yi. She just remained expressionless. Yang Dingtian followed behind and saw Dugufengwu's strange reaction. He couldn't help but say, you couldn't have purposely taught me the wrong soul-departing mirror, right? You don't want me to learn the true hidden sect sword art? Dugufengwu suddenly stopped and turned her absolutely beautiful face to Yang Dingtian. You guessed it right. I did teach you the wrong one. Therefore, you are gauging the heart of a villain with the yardstick of a villain. Yang Dingtian was instantly stunned and speechless. Dugufengwu said, but I didn't expect that after I messed up the moves of the soul-departing mirror and taught you the wrong one, you didn't go berserk. Instead, you corrected the mistakes bit by bit and completely learned the soul-departing mirror. Do you know that I almost used my sword to chop off your head? Yang Dingtian was stunned and speechless again. He didn't know if he should sigh at Dugufengwu's shamelessness, the prowess of this sword art, or himself. After finding the mystic qi meridians of the soul-departing mirror, he immediately dug along the meridians and forced out the correct soul-departing mirror, completely grasping it. Don't sigh. You just have to remember that the smarter and more formidable you are, the faster you will die. Dugufengwu said coldly and quickly walked towards the Divine Weapons Manor. Immediately after, Yan Yan put on a red cloak and a face scarf. She was about to meet someone soon. Third Lady Gongsun was a superstar in this world, and once she was seen, it would immediately cause a commotion. Divine Weapons Manor. At the highest point of the Black Edge Mountain, half of the mountain peak was chopped off, and the entire manor was built on the flat ground. The entire manor took up an area of about 300 mu. Among all the major factions in the world, the Divine Weapons Manor was considered small. After all, it specialized in forging weapons and didn't need to rely on martial strength to maintain its status. Even so, the Divine Weapons Manor still had a master-class expert overseeing it. At the entrance of the manor were two giant iron swords that were dozens of meters long. The tip of the swords was pointed towards the sky, and it was extremely domineering. When they arrived at the entrance of the manor, there were already plenty of people waiting in line. Basically, there would be plenty of people coming to pay a visit to the Divine Weapons Manor every day. Furthermore, most of them had something to ask of the manor. It was obvious how popular and powerful the Divine Weapons Manor was. The appearance of Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu quickly attracted the attention of many people. Yang Dingtian's character, nameless, was truly handsome, cold, and extraordinary. Dugu Fengwu's delicate body might be covered with a cloak and a face scarf, but her graceful figure and moving aura couldn't be concealed. Dugu Fengwu didn't line up and walked straight to the entrance. Everyone in the line instantly revealed dissatisfaction. Even if she had a graceful figure and a mysterious aura, she still had to line up. Dugu Fengwu immediately took off her face scarf and said slowly, "The Seven Refined Lane's third Lady Gongsun is here to pay a visit." There was instant silence in the surroundings. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Dugu Fengwu's face, and their faces were instantly filled with fanaticism. The Divine Weapons Manor's disciple at the entrance was stunned by Dugu Fengwu's absolute beauty. He was momentarily dazed and lost his ability to react. "The Seven Refined Lane's third Lady Gongsun is here to pay a visit." Dugu Fengwu spoke again. Her voice was gentle and hoarse, and it was naturally filled with boundless temptation. "Oh." The disciple of the Divine Weapons Manor came back to his senses and nodded vigorously. He wanted to say something, but he was so nervous that he couldn't even speak a word. His face and neck flushed red. Then, he turned around and ran into the manor to report the matter. Lady Gongsun, Lady Gongsun, the hundreds of people outside the entrance were in an uproar. They forgot to line up and quickly surrounded Dugu Fengwu. They were calling out to her with reverence and fanaticism. They desperately wanted to get closer, but they didn't dare to get closer than 1 meter. It was truly unexpected that Dugu Fengwu's other identity, Third Lady Gongsun, was actually so sought after by men. Soon enough, everyone noticed that there was a man beside Dugu Fengwu, and it was a very handsome man. "Lady Gongsun, who is this man beside you? Is he your lover?" Someone finally couldn't hold it in and asked. His voice was filled with apprehension and jealousy. "That's right, you do look very handsome, and you seem to be quite amazing. However, you are definitely not worthy of Third Lady Gongsun." In the hearts of this group of fans, no man in the world was worthy of Third Lady Gongsun. "A friend, an old friend that I haven't seen for a long time." Dugu Fengwu smiled and said. Instantly, all the men present felt incomparably blissful, and they looked at Yang Dingtian with more goodwill. At this moment, a vigorous voice echoed in the manor. "Lady Gongsun is here to visit. I apologize for not going out to welcome you." The manor lord of the Divine Weapons Manor, Xianxia, brought over a dozen men and hurriedly walked out. When they were a few dozen meters away from Third Lady Dugu Fengwu, they bowed. As he spoke, the Divine Weapons Manor lord's gaze shot towards Yang Dingtian like lightning. Third Lady Gongsun was known for her beauty, but she kept herself clean and never got close to men. Who exactly was this man to be so close to Lady Gongsun? Normally, Manor Lord Qiu wouldn't even be so respectful to the patriarchs of the 9 clans. Even the patriarchs of the 9 clans had requests of the Divine Weapons Manor. However, it was completely different for Third Lady Gongsun. Because the 7 Refined Lane was a female, most of the factions in the world would give way to her. Furthermore, Xianxia was also a man and had a trace of yearning for the world-renowned Third Lady Gongsun, even though he was already in his 40s. "Third Lady, please excuse my abrupt visit." Dugu Fengwu bowed gently as her graceful body bent slightly. "Greetings to Manor Lord Qiu." Her magically curvy body bent slightly, causing the curves of her waist and buttocks to be incomparably enchanting. In an instant, all the men's eyes were completely captivated. Even if Xianxia was a hegemon, his eyes couldn't help but tremble as he became slightly dazed. you flatter me, you flatter me. Xianxia spoke candidly, Lady Gongsun is an esteemed guest that I normally wouldn't be able to invite. Your presence brings light to my humble matter. Immediately after, Xianxia walked to the entrance and bowed to the people waiting in line. We have an esteemed guest today, so the divine weapons matter will be closed for a day. Everyone, please come back tomorrow. Close the door. Xianxia then ordered 2 disciples to close the thick iron door. The people waiting outside the door were instantly filled with regret, but they weren't vexed. It was as though everything was to be expected. Lady Gongsun, who is this esteemed guest? Xianxia looked at Yang Dingtian and asked. Nameless pays his respects to Manor Lord Xiu. Yang Dingtian bowed indifferently. He wasn't arrogant or humble, but had a natural indifference that kept people 1,000 miles away. Xianxia's eyelids twitched. Even though he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, he didn't show it. However, a handsome youth behind him couldn't hold it in. Or rather, he was already dissatisfied with Yang Dingtian. It was because Yang Dingtian had always been standing beside his goddess, Third Lady Gongsun, and acting so cool. Humph. That handsome youth snorted and said, even the young lords of the 9 clans wouldn't dare to be so disrespectful in front of my father. I really want to know which great clan has such arrogance. Chou Yiming, don't talk nonsense. Xianxia said. However, in his heart, he felt that Yang Dingtian didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth because Yang Dingtian's introduction of himself as nameless was clearly a fake name. Using a fake name in front of Xianxia was simply looking down on the divine weapons matter. Even the young lords of the 9 gates wouldn't dare to do so. Master Gongsun, please. Subsequently, Xianxia was still extremely passionate towards Dugufengwu, but he completely ignored Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian didn't mind and continued to walk beside Dugufengwu as they walked into the manor. The architectural style of the Divine Weapons Mountain Manor was the same as other places. There wasn't the slightest bit of exquisite and luxurious aura. Basically, they were built with thick trees and black stones. Everywhere they opened and closed, the style was like a big sword without a sharp edge, hard and simple. In the manor's main hall, Xianxia was entertaining Dugufengwu with great hospitality. It was especially so for Chou Yiming, whose fiery eyes were constantly staring at Dugufengwu's face. He was incomparably infatuated. After exchanging conventional greetings, Xianxia said, Master Gongsun, if there's anything you need me to do for you, please feel free to ask. As long as I can do it for the divine weapons matter, I will definitely not decline. Xianxia was a blacksmith, so his actions were more straightforward. He didn't have the status of a hegemon. Dugufengwu said, I am here to borrow something from Manor Lord Xiu. Oh? What is it? Master Gongsun, please feel free to ask, Xianxia said. Mystic Fire Devil Hammer, Dugufengwu said. As soon as she finished speaking, Xianxia's facial muscles twitched slightly, and he was speechless. Isn't Gongsun's request a little abrupt? Dugufengwu asked gently, is it inconvenient for Manor Lord Xiu? Xianxia said, Master Gongsun, pardon me for asking. From what I know, you don't have the intention to cultivate the sword soul, and there isn't anyone in the 7 refined lane who cultivates the sword soul. What's the use of borrowing the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer? I am borrowing it for a friend, Dugufengwu said. Oh, which friend? Xianxia asked. What he meant was, why didn't that person come himself? Why was he so arrogant when he wanted to borrow something? It's this nameless. Dugufengwu pointed at Yang Dingtian. Instantly, everyone present had a startled expression, and Chou Yiming almost jumped up. Who the F***ck do you think you are? Our divine weapons manor only let you in because of Master Gongsun. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the divine weapons manor. Now, you actually dare to ask Master Gongsun to lend our divine weapons manor's Mystic Fire Devil Hammer? Dream on. Chou Yiming really wanted to throw Yang Dingtian out. When Xianxia heard that it was actually Yang Dingtian who wanted to borrow the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer, his face couldn't be concealed anymore. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Is the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer something you can borrow? Only the sect heads of the 3 sects and 9 clans can borrow it. Even the sect heads of the 27 sects don't have the qualifications to borrow it. You were just a brat of unknown origins who relied on your pretty face to attract Third Lady Gongsun. You actually shamelessly came to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer and aren't even willing to reveal your real name. At this moment, Xianxia couldn't be bothered about Third Lady Gongsun's face. He kept his smile and said, originally, my divine weapons manner had to give Master Gongsun some face. However, Master Gongsun doesn't know that this mystic fire devil hammer is only lent to Taiyando League members and not to outsiders. After that, he raised his teacup, indicating that he was sending off the guest. Oh, then this friend of mine happens to be a member of the Taiyando League, Dugu Fengwu said. Xianxia said indifferently, then may I know which sect this nameless young friend is from? Yang Dingtian stood up and said, apologies. When I came out, Master told me not to use my sect's name to trouble the elders of the Taiyando League. Therefore, I cannot reveal my sect's name for now. Haha. Xiao Yiming couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed loudly. Putting on airs. Who do you think you are? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Do you think you are Dongfeng Bingling from the Yinyang school? Do you think you are Zhu Hongxue from the Mystic Heaven sect? To tell you the truth, if it wasn't for Master Gongsun's face, you wouldn't even be able to enter my divine weapons manor, let alone sit here and drink tea. You want to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer? Dream on. Yang Dingtian was startled for a moment before he nodded and said, oh, then I understand. Immediately after, he bowed in front of Xianxia and said, Manor Lord Qiu, many thanks for your hospitality. I will take my leave now. When he bowed, a green light flashed on his neck, and that leaf ornament instantly appeared in front of Xianxia. Then, Yang Dingtian turned and left. Take care, I won't send you off. Xiao Yiming said coldly. Xianxia's expression changed as he shouted at Yang Dingtian, hold on, wait a moment. Yang Dingtian didn't turn around. Instead, he stood on the spot and said indifferently, Manor Lord Qiu, what can I do for you? Xianxia didn't know what to do. He obviously knew the meaning of that leaf ornament. It represented the identity of a hidden sect disciple. If John Doe was really a disciple of the hidden sect, then he really had a supreme and extraordinary status. If Xianxia offended him, then he would be drowned in the spit of all the famous sects in the world. Even the divine weapons manor wouldn't have a place in the Taiyando League. But a hidden sect disciple hadn't appeared in the world for close to 200 years. If this kid in front of him wasn't a hidden sect disciple and just happened to be wearing a leaf ornament, then he would be a huge joke if he treated him like an ancestor. But he couldn't possibly ask him to take down the leaf ornament and identify it, right? He also couldn't directly ask him if he was a hidden sect disciple. After all, Yang Dingtian had already said that he wasn't willing to reveal his identity. His gaze landed on the sword in Yang Dingtian's hand. Xianxia had an idea and said, I am a person who loves swords. I saw that the sword in this young friend's hand is a little extraordinary and would like to take a look at it. Is it convenient? Xiao Yiming was astonished and said, Father, what kind of treasured sword has our divine weapons manor not seen before? What's so special about his lousy sword? You shut up. Xianxia shouted coldly, instantly scaring Xiao Yiming. It's convenient, of course it's convenient. Yang Dingtian then passed the sword in his hand to Xianxia. The moment he received the treasured sword, Xianxia's expression suddenly trembled. He was a swordsmith grandmaster. The moment he received the treasured sword, he immediately felt that it was extraordinary. How was it just extraordinary? It was simply a divine weapon in the world. Xianxia quickly determined that this sword was forged from a combination of bloody black gold and mystic ice iron jade. Therefore, this treasured sword was obviously filled with vigorous and powerful energy, but it was hidden deep inside and didn't leak out at all. Furthermore, this treasured sword was simple and ancient, making one feel as if it had been through countless years. Who could possess such a divine weapon and sharp sword? Which sect or sect's treasured sword had such attributes? Coupled with the leaf ornament on Wu Ming's neck, his identity was instantly obvious. Thinking of this answer, Xianxia's body trembled. Cold sweat instantly burst out, and his limbs instantly turned cold. Someone from the hidden sect. The true ruler of the primal chaos mainland, the supreme leader of the Taiyando League. And he actually mocked and ridiculed him just now. Instantly, Xianxia only felt his body trembling. He didn't expect that the hidden sect disciple who had been in seclusion for close to 200 years would appear in the world again. Could it be that something big had happened? Manor Lord Xiao, have you seen it? Yang Dingtian asked indifferently. This was the attitude of the hidden sect. They weren't arrogant, but they were indifferent and unapproachable. They weren't rude, but they kept people 1,000 miles away. I have seen it. It is indeed an exceptional divine weapon. Xianxia took a deep breath and unknowingly bowed down. He respectfully returned the treasured sword to Yang Dingtian with both hands. Xiao Yiming also felt his father's extraordinary attitude at this moment. He was instantly astonished and said, "Father, why are you treating him with such an attitude? Get lost." Xianxia yelled out and swung his sleeves, sending Xiao Yiming flying out of the door. Du Gufengwu stood up expressionlessly and said, "Manor Lord Xiao, then we shall take our leave." Afterward, she also turned and was about to leave. Wait. Xianxia trembled and said, "Esteemed guest, please take a seat, please take a seat." Yang Dingtian nodded and sat back down. Xianxia let out a long breath of relief and said, "If I had come earlier, even if Lady Gongsun asked to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer, I, Xianxia, would have no objections. Unfortunately, I have already lent out the mystic fire devil hammer. Manor Lord Xiao, it's fine if you aren't willing to lend it to us. Why do you have to make up such a lie to deceive us?" Du Gufengwu said indifferently and stood up to leave. "It's absolutely true. I, Xianxia, will cause my divine weapons matter to decline and never be able to rise again." Xianxia immediately swore loudly and laughed bitterly. "Furthermore, how much guts do I have to deceive nameless guests?" "Then who borrowed the mystic fire devil hammer?" Du Gufengwu asked. "Northwest in-laws young lord, Qin Huayu," Xianxia said. Once he said that, Yang Dingtian's heart twitched violently. Du Gufengwu's expression changed as well. Qin Huayu, Yang Dingtian had engraved this name in his heart. Even though he had never seen this person before, he had already treated him as a mortal enemy. Moreover, he was the most dangerous and fatal enemy. It was this person who had always been plotting against Cloud Heaven City. All the recent calamities in Cloud Heaven City and Yang Dingtian's encounters were all due to this person's shadow. Furthermore, this person had always harbored wild ambitions towards Yan Yan and had always wanted Cloud Heaven City to send Yan Yan to him for a marriage alliance. This Qin clan's young lord was the #1 youth expert in the entire Northwest continent and would be the #1 person in the Northwest continent in the future. Who would have thought that he would actually come to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer? Could he also want to cultivate the sword soul, but since he was the one lending it, Xianxia had no choice but to do so. Du Gufengwu instantly frowned and said, "Is the mystic fire devil hammer already in his hands?" This isn't the case yet. Xianxia said, "But just 2 hours ago, I had personally promised young Lord Qin Huayu." Du Gufengwu's expression instantly turned cold as she said indifferently, "Then you decide what to do. If you decide to lend the mystic fire devil hammer to Qin Huayu, we will leave now." Instantly, Xianxia's expression became complicated. To be honest, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to curry favor with the hidden sect. After all, the disciples of the hidden sect had not appeared in this world for close to 200 years. Therefore, he was definitely willing to lend the mystic fire devil hammer to John Doe. However, he had already promised Qin Huayu. It was not good to offend the people from the hidden sect, and it was also not good to offend the people from the Northwest. Moreover, this person was the young master of the Northwest's in-laws, the future lord of the entire Northwest. The divine weapons matter might seem to have a very high status, and it was as if they couldn't offend any of the great sects in the world. However, in reality, how could they not look up to the Northwest continent's in-laws? Now, he couldn't afford to offend either side. Instantly, Xianxia was in a difficult position. "Manor Lord Xiao, there's no need to make things difficult for us. We will take our leave now." Yang Dingtian stood up and looked at Du Gufengwu. "Young Lady Gongsun, let's go." Seeing that the two of them were really about to leave, Xianxia said, "Please wait a moment. I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it. You are the owner of this place. What's wrong with saying it?" Du Gufengwu asked. "Since young Lord Qin and young Lord Nameless are the future leaders of the Tiando League, you are also here to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer. In that case, the two of you can decide who to lend it to. How about that? Xianxia said, since the two young lords are doing this for the righteous cause of the Tiando League, I will hand this mystic fire devil hammer over to the Tiando League. As for who to give it to, the two young lords can decide for themselves. How about it? After hearing Xianxia's idea, Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu instantly went silent. If the two of you don't have any objections, I will go and talk to young Lord Qin. He is currently touring our myriad sword pool, Xianxia said. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. Dugu Fengwu hesitated for a moment and said, then I will leave it to you. Then please wait a moment. I will be back soon, Xianxia said. After that, he left to discuss with Qin Huayu. Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu looked at each other. They could see the worry and danger in each other's eyes. Qin Xiaobai was already a venomous snake, but compared to Qin Huayu, Qin Xiaobai was nothing. It could be seen how dangerous Qin Huayu was. Xianxia was a straightforward and forthright person. Yang Dingtian showed him the tree leaf ornament and showed him the sword. Xianxia was instantly fooled, but it wasn't easy to fool Qin Huayu. The Northwest in-laws were the true upper echelons of the Tiando League. They were definitely not ignorant of the hidden sect like the others. To be honest, if they knew that they would encounter Qin Huayu, Yang Dingtian wouldn't have pretended to be a hidden sect disciple. Even Dugu Fengwu wouldn't have come. They were about to meet Qin Huayu, and Yang Dingtian wasn't mentally prepared at all. He was about to meet his mortal enemy, and he couldn't help but be so nervous that he couldn't breathe. After waiting for over 10 minutes, there was a series of hurried footsteps outside. It was obvious that the person was very agitated. Where is Senior Brother Nameless? Before seeing him, Qin Huayu heard his voice. It was a very gentle and pleasant voice, and after hearing it, one couldn't help but feel a sense of trust. After that, a slender figure walked in quickly and stopped 2 meters away from Yang Dingtian. He then bowed deeply. Northwest Qin Huayu pays his respects to Senior Brother Nameless. Even though the name Nameless was undoubtedly fake, when it came out from Qin Huayu's mouth, it gave off a very sincere feeling. It was as though Yang Dingtian's name was Nameless. Greetings to Brother Qin. Even though Yang Dingtian was very nervous, his expression didn't change. After taking a glance at Qin Huayu, he greeted him indifferently. His attitude wasn't any different from how he greeted Xianxia. From the perspective of a hidden sect disciple, Xianxia and Qin Huayu had the same status in front of him. There shouldn't be any difference in their attitudes. However, Qin Huayu's appearance did surprise him. It was completely different from what he imagined. In Yang Dingtian's opinion, Qin Huayu was definitely more handsome and devilish than Qin Xiaobai. However, the truth wasn't like that. Qin Huayu wasn't considered very handsome. He wasn't even as handsome as Yang Dingtian himself. However, his ordinary face looked like it was carved out of warm jade. It was refined and gentle. His eyes were clear, and his expression was sincere at all times. No matter if it was his words or actions, they were like a spring breeze. Greetings to Lady Gongsun. In front of an exceptional beauty like Third Lady Gongsun who was dressed up as Dugu Fengwu, Qin Huayu was very refined and polite. He wasn't overly passionate, and his gaze was only filled with faint admiration. There wasn't a hint of passion, unlike when he was excited about Nameless. Senior Brother Nameless, this is my younger sister, Qin Jiaojiao. Qin Huayu pointed at the woman behind him. Qin Jiaojiao was a beauty that was second only to Shimin Yanyan in the Northwest continent. In terms of status, she might be slightly more noble than Shimin Yanyan. However, in terms of beauty, innate talent, and mystic meridians, Qin Jiaojiao was slightly inferior to Yanyan. Of course, she was only slightly inferior to Yanyan. Yanyan was the most beautiful woman in the world. Compared to most other women, Qin Jiaojiao was already very beautiful. In terms of dressing, Qin Jiaojiao was comparable to Third Lady Gongsun. She wore a long red dress that accentuated her figure. However, even in terms of figure, she was still slightly inferior to Third Lady Gongsun and Shimin Yanyan. In terms of beauty and figure, Qin Jiaojiao was slightly inferior to Yanyan. Compared to Yanyan, Qin Jiaojiao's reputation was far inferior. Although Yanyan was unruly, she was kind-hearted and cute. Most importantly, Yan Yan was very pure and self-loving. As for Qin Jiaojiao, her reputation was spread far and wide. There were countless men who were involved in scandals with her. Moreover, this girl loved to show her face in public. She was also known to be more open in her dressing and style. Therefore, all in all, Qin Jiaojiao's reputation in the northwest continent wasn't very good. She was already 23 years old and still hadn't found a husband. Qin Jiaojiao first looked at Dugu Fengwu arrogantly with a trace of hostility in her eyes. This was because the third Lady Gong's son in front of her was too beautiful, too peerless, and had completely overshadowed her. But soon, this hostility was replaced with arrogance. Third Lady Gong's son was very famous, but Qin Jiaojiao still looked down on her. She was the second young mistress of the Qin family. Other than Dongfang Bingling and a few others, she felt that she had the right to look down on any woman in the world. "You're that pretentious nameless?" Qin Jiaojiao said coldly, pretending to be a hidden sect disciple. "You want us to give up the mystic fire devil hammer? Dream on." Once she said that, everyone's expression changed, especially Qiu Wanjia. This domineering woman was really big-breasted but brainless. She actually dared to speak ill of a hidden sect disciple. "Jiao, how dare you? Hurry up and apologize to senior brother Nameless," Qin Huayu said sternly. "Who doesn't know that a hidden sect disciple hasn't appeared for hundreds of years? A random person holding a sword and wearing a leaf claims to be a hidden sect disciple to swindle others? Only a foolish woman would believe it and be cheated of money and sex," Qin Jiaojiao said coldly and glanced at Dugu Fengwu. Dugu Fengwu's expression changed as she said coldly, "Manor Lord Qiu, young Lord Qin, is this your attitude? We understand. Goodbye." Qiu Wanjia wanted to give Qin Jiaojiao a slap and quickly said, calm down, calm down. Both of you, calm down." Immediately after, Qiu Wanjia said to Qin Huayu, "Young Lord Qin, take care of your sister." "Jiao." Qin Huayu's expression turned cold as he said coldly, "Get out now. Once you return to Qin City, you will be imprisoned for half a year." Immediately after, he looked at Yang Dingtian with an ashamed expression. "Senior brother Nameless, the Qin clan has failed to discipline her properly. We have embarrassed ourselves in front of you." Immediately after, Qin Huayu said to Qiu Wanjia, "Manor Lord Qiu, I am willing to give the mystic fire devil hammer to senior brother Nameless." Qiu Wanjia's expression relaxed as he praised, "Young Lord Qin is truly of noble character and unquestionable integrity." Qin Huayu waved his hand and said, "I am ashamed. To be able to befriend such an elegant person like senior brother Nameless is this Qin's honor. The sword can be forged any time, but to be able to meet senior brother Nameless is a once-in-100 years opportunity." Yang Dingtian didn't stand on ceremony and said indifferently, "Then I shall accept your kindness." "Many thanks." Qiu Wanjia had a delighted expression and said, "Then I shall go and get the mystic fire devil hammer." "Young lords, please wait for a moment. Senior brother Nameless, please take a seat," Qin Huayu said. Immediately after, the four of them sat down, and the servant girl served the fragrant tea again. Qin Huayu glanced at Yang Dingtian casually while Qin Jiaojiao stared at Yang Dingtian without any concealment to see how he was going to taste the tea. Those who were born in prestigious clans had a completely different understanding of fragrant tea. To ordinary people, fragrant tea was like a sweet rain, but in the eyes of prestigious clans, it was like dregs. In the eyes of ordinary people, bland and tasteless tea was precious and wonderful in the eyes of prestigious clans. The hidden sect was undoubtedly the world's most prestigious clan, the true ruler of the world, and the leader of the Tiando League. The Divine Weapons Manor's tea was very fragrant and expensive. However, it wasn't able to enter the eyes of the Qin clan. In the eyes of the Qin clan, the Divine Weapons Manor might have a great reputation, but it was still a weaponsmithing business and was born to be boorish. Therefore, the more fragrant and expensive the tea, the better. Therefore, the Qin siblings paid attention to Yang Dingtian's behavior when he drank tea and could directly determine Yang Dingtian's identity. Dugu Fengwu's heart was anxious. This Qin Huayu was indeed a sly person and had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He could easily make people fall into his trap. As such, Dugu Fengwu lifted the cup of fragrant tea in front of her and took a sip. She frowned slightly and placed it down. This was actually a hint for Yang Dingtian to see. Ding Tian lifted the cup of fragrant tea in front of him and took a sip. It was indeed very fragrant. His eyes widened slightly as though he was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but take another sip. Fool, you exposed yourself. Du Gufengwu's heart turned cold. Qin Jiaojiao also revealed a cold smile. Seeing your brother nameless, what do you think of this tea? Qin Huayu smiled and asked. Very good. I have never drunk such a delicious tea before. Previously, I drank plain water most of the time, Yang Ding Tian said indifferently. When he said this, he had a completely magnanimous expression as though he had never drunk such a delicious and expensive tea before. But his performance was undoubtedly better than what Du Gufengwu had planned. This kind of simplicity seemed to be more suitable for the hidden sect's disciples. Compared to the pretentious disciples from prestigious clans, it was much more brilliant and natural. Therefore, Qin Huayu instantly fell into a state of confusion. Xianxia quickly returned with a hammer in his hand. This was the legendary mystic fire devil hammer? The only thing that could forge soul swords was the mystic fire devil hammer, which was made entirely out of bloody black gold. It looked very ordinary, and if it was thrown into a pile of hammers, it would be hard to notice. But after taking a closer look, one would notice that this black hammer was permeated with a red color, as though fresh blood had seeped into the hammer. That's right, this was the mystic fire devil hammer. Without it, Yang Ding Tian wouldn't be able to forge the youngling sword. Young Lord Qin, are you sure you want to give this mystic fire devil hammer to young Lord Nameless? Xianxia asked. Of course, please. Qin Huayu replied. Xianxia immediately passed the mystic fire devil hammer to Yang Ding Tian and said, Congratulations to young Lord Nameless for successfully forging the soul sword. Thank you. Yang Ding Tian wasn't pretentious and extended his hand to receive the mystic fire devil hammer. Hold on. Qin Jiaojiao said coldly, I haven't agreed to it. Following which, Qin Jiaojiao walked in front of Yang Ding Tian and said, A hidden sect disciple hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. I don't believe that one appeared today. You guys might be intimidated, but I won't be intimidated. Xianxia couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted coldly, Young Lady Qin, please conduct yourself with dignity. Qin Jiaojiao, back down. Don't force me to make a move, Qin Huayu said coldly. No, I won't give up this mystic fire devil hammer. Qin Jiaojiao said coldly, even if it's a hidden sect disciple, there should be a first come, first served rule. We are here to borrow it first, and Manor Lord Qiu has already agreed. Then, a so-called hidden sect disciple appeared, and you, Xianxia, immediately went back on your word. You are really looking at the mountain higher than the mountain. You don't dare to offend the hidden sect, but you dare to offend my Northwest Qin clan. Note, begging for votes, begging for support. Thank you, everyone. Xianxia's expression turned cold as he asked, Young Lady Qin, what exactly do you want? Very simple, a contest to determine the winner. The winner will borrow the mystic fire devil hammer, Qin Jiaojiao said coldly. Back down. Qin Huayu shouted, Qin Jiaojiao, I will say this one last time. Qin Jiaojiao suddenly rushed forward and snatched the mystic fire devil hammer from Xianxia's hand. She said coldly, I have never given up anything since I was young. Let alone a fake hidden sect disciple, even if the hidden sect's young lord was here, I wouldn't give it up. Qin Huayu, if you want me to give it up, you have to kill me first. Then, Qin Jiaojiao raised the mystic fire devil hammer up high and looked at Qin Huayu fiercely. Qin Huayu wanted to snatch the mystic fire devil hammer from her hand, but Qin Jiaojiao shouted, Qin Huayu, if you are going to snatch it, I will smash my head with the hammer and die in front of you. Qin Huayu was at his wit's end and was so angry that his body was trembling. Brother Qin, is this also your attitude? Du Gufengwu saw the siblings putting on an act and asked indifferently. Jin, your sister is spoiled and unreasonable, please excuse me, Qin Huayu said indifferently. At this moment, he still had a smile on his face, but his eyes didn't have much warmth anymore. Without a doubt, he definitely didn't believe that Yang Ding Tian was a hidden sect disciple. The hidden sect had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, and even if they wanted to come out, they wouldn't do it in such a manner. They let a lady from the Seven Refined Lane bring him to the Divine Weapons Manor to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer. The hidden sect was so proud, why would they come to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer? As for the tree leaf ornament and that simple and unadorned artifact sword, Xianxia's weapon was claimed to be the real deal. But so what? During the war between good and evil 200 years ago, the hidden sect's tree leaf ornaments and artifact swords had been lost before. Therefore, from the start, he felt that this nameless was a fake. Furthermore, he was determined to get the mystic fire devil hammer and was definitely not willing to give it up. But he was worried that if this person was a real hidden sect disciple, he might bring trouble to the northwest Qin city if he treated him rudely. Therefore, the siblings put on such a half-real, half-fake show. Of course, Qin Zhaojiao was serious and not acting. Xianxia had gone to look for Qin Huayu to discuss, so the siblings didn't have time to discuss. However, Qin Huayu knew all of Qin Zhaojiao's reactions like the back of his hand. He only needed to guide her slightly and she would follow his plan completely. Qin Huayu was also unwilling to give up on the mystic fire devil hammer. Both sides decided to compete to determine who the mystic fire devil hammer belonged to. Du Gufengwu couldn't help but look at Yang Dingtian. She didn't reveal any expression, but Yang Dingtian could sense her concern. He let Yang Dingtian learn the swaying calamity crossing sword in order to deceive people. He wanted to use the two moves to scare people at the crucial moment. However, he didn't expect the other party to propose a duel. This was going to be troublesome, no matter what kind of martial arts competition it was, the result was not good. Yang Dingtian versus Qin Huayu? Not to mention that he would lose without a doubt, he would definitely be exposed and even expose Yang Dingtian's identity. Qin Huayu was as sly as a fox and definitely had a good understanding of Yang Dingtian. What about Yang Dingtian versus Qin Zhaojiao? Yang Dingtian was merely a 5-star mystic martial warrior, while Qin Huayu was at least a high-grade great mystic martial master. There was almost no need for a duel. Furthermore, if Du Gufengwu and Qin Huayu were to fight, she would easily be exposed and expose her identity as the evil ways. By then, she would really be pursued by thousands of people, and the 7 refined lane would also be implicated. But at this moment, she definitely couldn't back off without a fight. This would only attract more suspicion. In an instant, Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu were forced to the edge of the cliff. At this moment, even the straightforward Xianxia could see through Qin Huayu's plan. He looked at Yang Dingtian with a trace of suspicion. That's right, Xianxia was also suspecting Yang Dingtian's identity. Why would a hidden sect disciple come to his divine weapons manor? To borrow something? This didn't fit the hidden sect's style. Martial arts competition is fine, martial arts competition is fine too. Xianxia laughed and said, we will go to the martial arts arena now. This mystic fire devil hammer will be the prize, and the winner will take it. Immediately after, Xianxia went to set up the martial arts arena, and many people from the divine weapons manor rushed to the martial arts arena. Xianxia was cooperating with Qin Huayu to force out Yang Dingtian's true identity. At this moment, Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu really didn't have a way out. They had no choice but to agree to the martial arts competition. As long as Du Gufengwu and Yang Dingtian rejected, the other party would immediately follow up with their next moves. Impersonating a hidden sect disciple was an extremely heinous crime. They would definitely become the public enemy of this Taekwondo League and the entire world. They would truly die without a burial ground. Senior brother Nameless, please. Qin Huayu said and still had a gentle smile on his face. However, in Yan Dingtian's eyes, behind this smiling face was a heart that was as venomous as a snake. Please. Yang Dingtian said indifferently and walked towards the martial arts arena. When walking towards the martial arts arena, Yang Dingtian glared at Du Gufengwu when no one was paying attention. This was a good show that this demonic woman had orchestrated. Now that there was no way to end it, let's see what you are going to do. If Yang Dingtian was exposed as an impersonator, he would definitely be sliced into pieces. Du Gufengwu wouldn't be able to escape and would definitely be treated as an accomplice. However, this demonic woman was so formidable, and he didn't know if she could kill her way out of the divine weapons manor. It shouldn't be possible. There were at least 2 experts in front of him, Qin Huayu and Xianxia. Furthermore, there was another master-class expert in the divine weapons manor. He was Xianxia's father, Xianxia. He was already over 90 years old and had been in seclusion in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion for a few years. Du Gufengwu acted as though she didn't see Yang Dingtian's glare and walked towards the martial arts arena. But when no one was paying attention, her face turned cold. Her finger drew across her neck and made a throat-slitting action. It was unknown if she was threatening Yang Dingtian or warning him that Yang Dingtian was definitely going to die today. When they arrived at the martial arts arena, there was already a boiling cauldron of voices. There were a few hundred people seated around the martial arts arena. The entire divine weapons matter seemed to have turned out in full force. Without a doubt, Xianxia was already suspecting that Yang Dingtian was an impersonator. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited so many people to watch the martial arts competition. This wasn't a monkey show, and the more people there were, the better. Du Gufengwu, this demonic woman, had really gone overboard. The two parties for this martial arts competition are the Qin clan's young Lord Qin Huayu and young Lady Qin Jiaojiao. The other party is Third Lady Gong Sun and young Lord Nameless. Xianxia said, the winner of both parties will be able to obtain this mystic fire devil hammer. Finishing his statement, Xianxia placed the mystic fire devil hammer in the center of the martial arts arena. Without any cushion, Qin Huayu slowly walked out. With a tap of his feet, he gently landed on the martial arts arena. Yang Dingtian looked at Du Gufengwu and saw that she didn't have any intention to go up on stage. He instantly frowned and stood up as though he was going to go up on stage. But before Yang Dingtian could walk out, Du Gufengwu had already leaped up into the air like a fairy. She then gently landed on the martial arts arena like a kite. This demonic woman, even at this point in time, she is still scheming. But her graceful figure still garnered countless passionate gazes. There were even people who couldn't help but shout out Lady Gong Sun. But they quickly shut their mouths. It was obvious that Xianxia had already given the order to the manor to keep their mouths shut. No matter how infatuated they were with Third Lady Gong Sun, they couldn't make any noise. On the martial arts arena, Qin Huayu and Du Gufengwu were standing at two ends of the martial arts arena, looking at each other with a few dozen meters between them. Qin Huayu was gentle like jade and fluttering like the wind. Du Gufengwu was acting as Third Lady Gong Sun. She was graceful, charming, and peerless. Young Lord Qin, I don't like to get close to men. How about we compete in mystic skills? Du Gufengwu spoke with a delicate voice. This reason was very sufficient, and many people present were nodding their heads. Third Lady Gong Sun was the goddess in their hearts, and they couldn't wait for her fragrant body to not touch any men. Understood. Qin Huayu replied gently. As you can see, my clothes are rather tight, and it isn't suitable for me to make any big movements. Therefore, during the competition, both parties must stand on the spot and not move. They must receive the other party's mystic skills until they admit defeat, die, or fall off the martial arts arena. Du Gufengwu spoke with a gentle voice. Instantly, there were exclamations from the crowd. Du Gufengwu's rule was very cruel. They had to receive the other party's mystic skills without dodging. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. Furthermore, it was very unbearable for such a delicate beauty to be blasted by such a terrifying mystic skill. Understood. Qin Huayu still had a faint smile on his face. Of course, this was also Du Gufengwu's craftiness. A martial artist could only learn one type of martial skill in their lifetime. Therefore, if they were to compete with martial skills, no matter how well Du Gufengwu concealed it, she would still give herself away and expose her identity as the evil ways. However, it was different for mystic skills. A martial artist could theoretically learn countless types of mystic skills, and it wouldn't be easily exposed. Young Lord Qin, do you want to go first, or shall I? Du Gufengwu asked with a gentle voice. Instantly, everyone looked at Qin Huayu. At this moment, any man with elegance would say you go first. Lady Gong Sun, please go first. Qin Huayu replied. Du Gufengwu didn't say anything else. She slowly drew her sharp sword and pointed it at Qin Huayu. The martial arts arena was instantly silent. Yang Dingtian also held his breath and waited for the battle between the two. In fact, Yang Dingtian also wanted to know who was stronger between Du Gufengwu and Qin Huayu. One of them was the #1 beauty of the evil ways, while the other was the #1 youth expert of the Northwest continent. Furthermore, in the near future, Yang Dingtian and Qin Huayu were destined to have a battle. Today was the day to thoroughly understand Qin Huayu's true strength. Dang! Suddenly, there was a zither sound in the air. No one was playing the zither, but Du Gufengwu was using her mystic qi to create the effect. Dang, dang, dang. The zither sound was getting more and more beautiful and pleasant to the ears. At the same time, Du Gufengwu started to spin her delicate body and dance on the martial arts stage. That's right, she didn't start the battle and was dancing. With a light tap of her jade feet, her wonderful and delicate body floated in midair. She was graceful as she tossed and turned. Accompanied by the wonderful zither sound, Du Gufengwu's delicate body, which was like magic, was twisting into all sorts of incomparably beautiful and unimaginable arcs. She was fully displaying the charm of a woman. The music was getting louder and faster. Du Gufengwu's solo dance was getting more and more mesmerizing and dreamy. In this small space, Du Gufengwu was like an ethereal ghost or a phantom in the middle of the night. She was dancing to her heart's content with the bewitching dance steps that didn't belong to the mortal world. In an instant, everyone was mesmerized and had forgotten that this was a martial arts competition. It was as though they were watching Third Lady Gongsuan's sword dance performance. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had also forgotten that this woman on the stage was a demonic woman from the evil ways. It was as though her true identity was Third Lady Gongsun, and the princess of the evil ways was just her clone. Right at this moment, Yang Dingtian felt that this woman on the stage was immersed in Third Lady Gongsun's spirit and life. Just when everyone was infatuated and intoxicated, a voice suddenly rang out. The zither sound changed and suddenly became incomparably sharp. Dang, 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 the zither strings were like bows, and the zither sound was like arrows. Each and every arrow was like a soul-piercing arrow. Swish, swish, swish. Du Gufengwu, who was dancing in the air, swung out her sharp swords and beautiful flowers. That's right, they were flowers. They were like peach blossoms, roses, and blue enchantresses. There were many colorful flowers that were too beautiful to behold. They shot out from the tip of her sword and flew towards Qin Huayu. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 10 flowers, 20 flowers, dozens of flowers, hundreds of flowers, finally, all the illusory flowers revolved around Qin Huayu and surrounded him within. This scene was breathtaking and romantic. Countless fresh flowers revolved around Qin Huayu and danced. Qin Huayu, who wasn't considered very handsome, looked like a celestial being when surrounded by the fresh flowers. Suddenly, the zither sound in the air became sharp and ear-piercing, the air turned cold, in an instant, the countless fresh flowers transformed into countless sharp swords. All the gentleness turned into coldness and malevolence. Swish, 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 swish. Countless mystic qi swords stabbed towards Qin Huayu from all directions and angles. There wasn't a single blind spot. This mystic skill was called Sword Shadow Raiment, an Earth-grade mystic skill. It was a secret skill of the 7 refined lane, and only the successor of the lane owner could learn this mystic skill. Countless people had heard of this mystic skill, but almost no one had seen it before. Those who had seen it were already dead. Even if they were dead, they wouldn't be able to forget the mystic skill's owner's graceful dance steps and figure. Right now, in order to fight against Qin Huayu, Du Gufengwu executed the 7 refined lane's lane owner's mystic skill, Sword Shadow Raiment. It was indeed incredible and breathtaking. Countless sharp swords pierced towards Qin Huayu ferociously and could instantly turn him into minced meat. Such an incredible mystic skill shouldn't be missed. Qin Huayu stared coldly at the incoming sharp swords. They were getting closer and closer and were less than a foot away. Suddenly, he brandished his long sword. The speed was very fast, but it looked very slow as dozens of afterimages were produced. As Qin Huayu's sharp sword drew across, dozens of arms and dozens of sharp swords instantly grew out from all over his body. Subsequently, there were hundreds of swords. In an instant, an extremely strange scene appeared. It was as though Qin Huayu grew out countless arms and brandished countless sharp swords to welcome the countless mystic qi swords that Du Gufengwu brandished. Clang, 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 the sword shadows were mottled and radiated with radiance. Countless arms brandished and countless sword lights were brandished. Pong, pong, pong. In an instant, countless radiances were shattered and turned into ashes. Those were the mystic qi swords that Du Gufengwu brandished out, and they were all shattered by Qin Huayu's countless sword shadows. Swish. The final slash was in midair. The last profound energy blade shattered in the air. It was like a ball of light that evaporated in the air and completely disappeared. The countless arms on Qin Huayu's body gradually condensed into a single right arm that was wielding the sword. Qin Huayu's mystic skill was called the Merciful and Compassionate Hand. It was also an Earth-class mystic skill, but it was just enough to counter Dugufengwu's sword shadow raiment. The entire place was silent as everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Even in the dream realm, no one could imagine such a breathtaking contest of mystic skills. Dugufengwu's sword shadow raiment was dreamy and illusory. It was beautiful and ethereal, causing people to be intoxicated and unwilling to wake up. Qin Huayu's merciful and compassionate hand was strange and unpredictable, enough to shatter any beautiful dream. At this moment, Yang Dingtian let out a deep breath. This Qin Huayu was truly formidable. When Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Huayu, he felt as though he was looking at a tall mountain. The peak of the mountain was completely hidden in the clouds and couldn't be seen clearly. Dugufengwu looked at Qin Huayu with astonishment. She didn't expect the 7 refined lanes trump card mystic skill to be broken so easily. She didn't expect Qin Huayu to actually use the merciful and compassionate hand to counter the sword shadow raiment. Qin Huayu smiled and said, "It is my turn now. Lady Gongsun, watch carefully." Instantly, everyone held their breaths and looked at Qin Huayu, waiting for his shocking mystic skill. Qin Huayu straightened his long sword and formed a sword art with his left hand. He closed his eyes and chanted silently. In an instant, there seemed to be a low and inaudible thunder in the distant sky. Afterward, the thunder got closer and louder. Countless energy started to accumulate and brew. Finally, the thunder seemed to be right above their heads. It was deafening and sounded from the depths of their hearts, shocking their souls. Boom! A blazing flame suddenly appeared above Dugufengwu's head and burned fiercely. Swish! The flame suddenly shot towards the ground and floated half a foot above the ground. It was still burning fiercely. Immediately after, the second, third, fourth, countless flames descended from the sky and landed around Dugufengwu. Finally, a ring of fire surrounded Dugufengwu completely. Someone recognized this mystic skill. This was an Earth-grade superior mystic skill, Hell Ring. Compared to the sword Shadow Rainbow and Merciful and Compassionate Hand, the Hell Ring was 1 grade higher. Right now, the Hell Ring was burning fiercely and was surrounding Dugufengwu. This Hell Ring had an incomparably terrifying temperature, and it would get hotter and hotter. In the end, everything within the ring was burned to ashes. The air would be completely burned, and the space would be crazily compressed. In the end, the person inside the ring of fire would explode, shatter into pieces, and turn into a ball of raging fire. To be honest, this mystic skill wasn't as stunning as the previous 2 moves, but it was very vicious. Especially when Dugufengwu had set the rule that she could only stand on the spot and couldn't move her body. Then, could such a vicious Hell Ring be broken? Of course, there were plenty of mystic skills that could break it. But all of them were Yin-attribute mystic meridians, especially Ice-attribute mystic skills. As long as it was an Earth-grade mystic skill, any one of them would be able to break the Hell Ring. But Dugufengwu had the brilliant flames mystic meridians, therefore, the Hell Ring was unbreakable to her, or perhaps, she could only watch helplessly as she was burned to ashes, exploding violently and shattering into pieces. At this moment, everyone present had an ashen expression. This Qin Huayu looked cultured and refined, but his attacks were so vicious. He actually used the most vicious profound skill to kill such a delicate and peerless beauty. Lady Gongsun, as long as you admit defeat, I will disperse this Hell Ring, Qin Huayu said. Dugufengwu responded coldly. Bang! 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 The arena couldn't withstand the terrifying heat and started to crumble. The air was unable to withstand the terrifying burning, and it began to explode. Yang Dingtian's heart was burning with anxiety. Was Dugufengwu going to watch helplessly as she got burned to ashes? Or was she going to admit defeat? You are also fire, and so am I, young Lord Qin. Your hell hoop is truly vicious and undefeatable. Dugufengwu said coldly, but that is only for others. If it were anyone else, even if their cultivation was higher than mine, they would still be burned to ashes. But you met me, and I can easily destroy your hell's ring." Finishing her statement, Du Gufengwu opened her small mouth and slowly spat out a blue flame. It was a very weak but beautiful flame. Such a weak flame was like an egg crashing into a rock, or a bird crashing into a rock. The only result was that it would be smashed into smithereens. However, something shocking happened. After the blue flame rushed into the hell ring, it instantly revealed its ferocious face and crazily devoured all the flames. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. In almost an instant, the terrifying hell ring's blazing flames were devoured cleanly. That beautiful blue flame had now turned into a lump of black. Yang Dingtian had never seen a lump of black flame before, but when he saw it now, it was extremely strange and terrifying. Qin Huayu's expression suddenly changed as he said, "Void flame devouring art?" "That's right." Du Gufengwu said indifferently, "It is just nice to restrain your hell ring." Immediately after, Du Gufengwu said indifferently, "Now, it is my turn. After this move, if you are safe and sound, I will concede defeat." Her words were filled with incomparable determination. Qin Huayu's expression turned serious as he instantly concentrated all his attention and waited for Du Gufengwu's terrifying attack. Everyone was waiting in anticipation. Earlier on, such a stunning and terrifying mystic skill wasn't able to truly injure the opponent. Now that Du Gufengwu had such an absolute tone, everyone was looking forward to what kind of terrifying mystic skill she would use. Mystic Soul Guide. Following Du Gufengwu's clear shout, Du Gufengwu started to spin rapidly. It wasn't the graceful spinning of a dance, but the most ordinary spinning. Faster and faster, faster and faster. Everyone was disappointed. Everyone thought that Third Lady Gongsun would use an exceptional mystic skill that no one had ever seen before. They didn't expect that she would use a common mystic skill like the Mystic Soul Guide. That's right, the Mystic Soul Guide was the most common mystic skill that could be bought anywhere for less than 50 gold coins. As long as one reached the Great Mystic Martial Master level, anyone could learn this mystic skill. Until now, Yang Dingtian had never seen anyone use this common mystic skill because it was simply too common. Using this mystic skill would not only be a waste of the mystic skill, but it would also be a disgrace. This mystic skill could be said to be the least technical and the least mystical mystic skill. The principle was very simple. It was to wield the sword and spin it as fast as it could. As it spun, it would condense mystic chi. When the speed was so fast that one couldn't control it, one would abruptly throw out one's mystic chi. In that instant, the entire soul spirit would be thrown out along with the mystic chi due to a strong centrifugal force. There would be a mirage that would abruptly break free and stab at the enemy. Of course, this mirage was completely formed by mystic chi, but it looked exactly the same as the person. Therefore, this mystic skill was called the Mystic Soul Guide. In theory, as long as the spinning speed was fast enough, the mystic chi mirage that burst out would be infinitely close to the person's full strength. It was equivalent to the person breaking free and attacking the enemy. It was equivalent to having an extra clone, and this clone wouldn't receive any damage. Of course, this was only in theory. In fact, even if everyone spun to the extreme, the mystic chi mirage that was thrown out wouldn't even be a fraction of the person's. Du Gufengwu was spinning faster and faster, faster and faster. Everyone revealed a disappointed expression, and only Qin Huayu's expression changed. Soon enough, everyone present felt something strange. Du Gufengwu was spinning so fast that her figure couldn't be seen. She had completely turned into a pink light. Immediately after, this pink light vanished completely. Du Gufengwu's spinning body had turned completely transparent and couldn't be seen at all. It was as though she had turned invisible. Pong, pong, pong. On the sturdy martial stage's bottom, the giant rocks were being torn apart layer by layer. They were suddenly swept into midair and were instantly torn into pieces. The ground around Du Gufengwu seemed to have been scraped by countless swords. It shattered layer by layer and disappeared layer by layer. Pa! There was a loud sound that was brought about by supersonic speed. A magnificent figure was suddenly thrown out and was riding on a cold sword light as it shot towards Qin Huayu. Mystic Soul Guide, Qin Huayu had a startled expression as he suddenly half-knelt on the ground. He stabbed his sword into the ground and arched his back. Roar. There was a dragon's roar and tiger's roar. A ferocious tiger formed by flaming radiance burst out from Qin Huayu's body and rushed towards Dugufengwu's mirage. Bang! There was a loud sound, and radiance shot out in all directions. The flaming tiger and Dugufengwu's mirage instantly clashed. Flames shot out in all directions, and that flaming tiger was instantly shattered. Dugufengwu's mirage was instantly damaged. Swish! The damaged mirage suddenly rushed towards Qin Huayu and drilled into his body. Pfff. Qin Huayu vomited a mouthful of blood as his body was suddenly blasted back by over 10 meters and reached the edge of the martial stage. Pfff. Qin Huayu stabbed his sword into the ground and stopped the momentum, not letting himself fall off the martial stage. Qin Huayu slowly stood up and wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. He said, "Lady Gongsun is indeed formidable." Everyone was shocked as well. They didn't expect the most ordinary mystic skill in the hands of Third Lady Gongsun to be so powerful. She said she was going to injure Qin Huayu, and she really did it. Immediately after, Qin Huayu said indifferently, "Next, Lady Gongsun will also receive my mystic soul guide. If I can't defeat Lady Gongsun with this move, it will be considered my loss." Once these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Just now, Third Lady Gongsun only said she was going to injure Qin Huayu, and she finally did it. Right now, Qin Huayu actually claimed that he was going to defeat her completely with this move. Where did he get such confidence from? In order to defeat Dugufengwu, one had to either send her flying off the martial stage or kill her. No matter which one it was, it would be extremely difficult. Only Dugufengwu heard this statement, and her expression instantly turned grave. She understood Qin Huayu's intention. Qin Huayu was going to use up all his mystic qi without holding back for this mystic soul guide. If he still couldn't defeat Qin Huayu, then it didn't matter if he admitted defeat or not. Swish! Qin Huayu started to spin. Faster and faster, faster and faster. He turned into an afterimage. Immediately after, he turned into a set of transparent light. Just like Dugufengwu earlier, he instantly tore apart the surrounding hard ground as though countless blades were crazily slicing. But it wasn't over yet. Everyone was horrified to realize that Qin Huayu's surroundings actually started to darken. It was as though Qin Huayu, who was spinning rapidly, started to devour the surrounding light. It was getting darker and darker. Only Qin Huayu's body was extremely bright. Yang Dingtian felt a dangerous aura, and so did Dugufengwu. An incomparably powerful energy was brewing to the extreme. Pa! There was a loud sound. The darkness around Qin Huayu was instantly torn into pieces. Then, a black shadow suddenly left Qin Huayu and shot towards Dugufengwu with lightning speed. This was Qin Huayu's mystic soul guide, a terrifying mystic soul guide. Dugufengwu's delicate body suddenly floated up, and the sharp sword in her hand was frantically thrusting. Swish 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 swish. The sword light was like a torrential rain of pear blossoms as it suddenly shot towards Qin Huayu's mystic soul guide, quickly tearing apart this terrifying black shadow. In an instant, this intense black shadow was torn apart inch by inch. The shadow was getting fainter and fainter. When facing the lowest grade of mystic skill like the mystic soul guide, one could only use the lowest grade method to deal with it. One could be like Qin Huayu and use a mystic skill to block it. One could be like Dugufengwu and use force to destroy it. Dugufengwu gathered all her mental energy and used her sword to tear apart the mystic soul guide before it hit her. This was a test of extreme sword speed and mystic chi intensity. Swish 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 swish. Finally, Dugufengwu's swollen sharp sword was so fast that it turned into a ball of light. It suddenly pierced into the head of the mystic soul guide and was about to tear it apart. Right at this moment, Dugufengwu's delicate body suddenly trembled, and her face turned pale. There was a delicate cry as she vomited a mouthful of blood. Her delicate body flew out a few dozen feet and flew out of the contest stage as she flew towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian opened his arms. Bang! Instantly, a soft and fragrant body crashed into his embrace, which almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. I won. Qin Huayu said indifferently. He then tiptoed and gently floated back to his seat, as though he had just done a small thing. Everyone exclaimed. When Qin Huayu said that he was going to defeat Third Lady Gongsun, everyone didn't believe it. They didn't expect that he really did it. Third Lady Gong's son was actually sent flying out of the contest stage. At this moment, Du Gufengwu's delicate body in Yang Dingtian's embrace was ice cold, and the corner of her mouth was dripping with captivating blood. What is going on? You are going to completely destroy his mystic soul guide soon. Even if you can't destroy it, you won't be sent flying out of the contest stage. Yang Dingtian asked softly. Isn't it because of you? Du Gufengwu spoke with anger in a low voice. That disgusting moment is here again? What moment is here again? Yang Dingtian asked softly. Du Gufengwu said, it is the moment when I instantly lose all my mystic qi. Yang Dingtian was astonished. The moment when Du Gufengwu was powerless actually appeared. Furthermore, it appeared at such a crucial moment and directly led to her defeat. You don't have to be happy too early. Du Gufengwu sneered and said, that's right. I am powerless and temporarily helpless against you. But at the same time, I am unable to protect you. You are about to go on stage. This isn't a matter of winning the contest and obtaining the mystic fire devil hammer. It is a matter of whether you can keep your life. Do you think that vicious woman, Qin Jiaojiao, will let you off? In this instant, Yang Dingtian's heart turned slightly cold. That's right. Du Gufengwu had temporarily lost all her mystic qi and couldn't control Yang Dingtian. At the same time, she couldn't protect him either. Next, Yang Dingtian would have to face this pack of vicious wolves alone. Qin Jiaojiao couldn't wait to jump onto the contest stage. She drew her sharp sword and pointed it at Yang Dingtian. She sneered and said, that legendary nameless, your lover has lost. It is your turn now. Immediately after, she revealed a strange and cruel smile and said, don't worry, I will not show mercy. You will end up as you deserve. After I expose your true colors, I will let you feel my, Qin Jiaojiao's, wrath in front of everyone. You little gigolo, others don't know your background, but I've seen many men. You're just a gigolo who lives off a woman. You hooked up with Third Lady Gong's son through your male charms and went around pretending to be a hidden sect disciple to swindle others. In fact, you are so weak that you can't even withstand a single blow. Qin Jiaojiao sneered and said, come, quickly come up. Let's fight and let me reveal your true face. Du Gufengwu sneered and said, go, that vicious woman is summoning you. Yang Dingtian glared at Du Gufengwu and held the sharp sword in his hand as he walked up the stairs to the martial stage. Others leaped up lightly, but Yang Dingtian actually walked up, causing everyone to laugh out loud. He couldn't compete like this and couldn't compete normally. Otherwise, everyone would realize that Yang Dingtian was a fake because how could a real hidden sect disciple be so weak? Yang Dingtian sighed and said, young Lady Qin, I originally didn't want to come up, but since I am here, I have to make a move. Then, he wanted to say that they should stop when it was appropriate, but he was stopped by Qin Jiaojiao. Shut up. Qin Jiaojiao sneered and said, don't find excuses, don't find reasons. Let's compete, a normal martial arts competition. If you want to use martial skills, use martial skills. If you want to use mystic skills, use mystic skills. Do your best and exhaust your mystic qi until one side collapses. Yang Dingtian instantly gnashed his teeth in hatred. This hateful woman was really stubborn. This kind of stubborn woman was the most troublesome. No wonder her reputation was so bad and she was hated by so many people. Yang Dingtian definitely couldn't compete with her normally, even if he could win in the end. He had to use some mysterious skills. Once he really used his mystic qi to compete, he would definitely be exposed. But if he suggested that he didn't use his mystic qi to compete, he would be exposed even earlier. Furthermore, he was facing such a shrewish and rude woman. At his wit's end, Yang Dingtian secretly gritted his teeth and said to Qin Jiaojiao, young Lady Qin, please step down. I don't want to fight with you. Qin Jiaojiao was startled before she laughed and said, see? Your ponytail is exposed. You don't dare to compete with me. Immediately, everyone laughed out loud. Qiu Wanjie had already determined that this hidden sect disciple in front of him was a fake. Suddenly, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter whether he lost or won in the end, he would not let John Doe in front of him leave. He must torture him until he begged for death in order to vent the hatred in his heart. This bastard, with just a sword and a leaf ornament, he was scared out of his wits and made a fool of himself. Yang Dingtian ignored these mocking gazes and looked directly at Qin Huayu. "Mr. Qin Huayu, please come up and fight with me. If your sister insists on staying on the stage, then please forgive me for leaving." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall fell silent, including Qin Jiaojiao. Then, everyone looked at Yang Dingtian in surprise. It turned out that he wasn't afraid to fight, but he didn't want to fight with Qin Jiaojiao because he felt that Qin Jiaojiao was too weak. Instantly, Qin Huayu's expression changed. Qiu Wanjia's expression also changed as he retracted his cold smile. Could it be that this kid in front of him was really a disciple of the hidden sect? Otherwise, why would he pick the strong and not the weak? Also, only the hidden sect's disciples were able to hide their cultivation level completely. Just like their swords, their energy was completely concealed, low-key and natural. No, impossible, he's just putting on an act. Qin Huayu thought to himself. He mustn't be intimidated. Then, he clenched his teeth and stood up from his seat. He jumped onto the stage again and stood in front of Yang Dingtian. "Since senior brother John Doe asked me to come up, then I shall accept deferentially." Qin Jiaojiao looked at Yang Dingtian suspiciously as if she wanted to find a flaw from his expression. "Jiaojiao, quickly get down," Qin Huayu said. Qin Jiaojiao stomped her foot and jumped off the stage, but she still stared at Yang Dingtian unwillingly. "Senior brother John Doe, if there are any rules for our fight, feel free to tell me." Qin Huayu looked at Yang Dingtian with a smile that wasn't a smile. At this moment, Yang Dingtian really couldn't breathe. This game was really getting bigger and bigger, and bigger and bigger and bigger. One step at a time, and now, he was actually standing on the stage with Qin Huayu. How much stronger was Qin Huayu than him? How much stronger was Qin Huayu than him, he didn't know, but it was definitely a world of difference. If he were to fight with Qin Huayu now, it wouldn't even be considered as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. To hell with this demonic woman. Yang Dingtian cursed Duge Fengwu in his heart. He then looked at Qin Huayu. Yang Dingtian still said indifferently, "There is no need for any rules. Mr. Qin Huayu can use anything." Once he said that, everyone's expression changed again. He was actually so confident and so overbearing. Asking Qin Huayu to use any method? This was completely not putting Qin Huayu in his eyes. Qin Huayu's expression also changed before he sneered and said, "Then, I won't hold back." Then, he slowly drew out his sharp sword. Since that was the case, even if there were serious consequences, Qin Huayu had to make a heavy move. He really wanted to see if this nameless had a painted face. Sensing a fatal danger, Yang Dingtian's pores on his back almost couldn't breathe. That's right, this was the most dangerous moment in Yang Dingtian's life. It was also the most dangerous moment for him to be close to death. For every second that followed, he couldn't make a single mistake in his performance. Even if he didn't make a single mistake, he might die without a burial ground. After secretly letting out a breath, Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "Mr. Qin Huayu, then I will start first." Then, Yang Dingtian immediately closed his eyes. Everyone was shocked again. When fighting with someone, he actually closed his eyes. Did he feel that he wasn't dying fast enough? Or was there something wrong with his head? Of course not. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's behavior was immediately seen by everyone as a card up his sleeve. He didn't use his eyes to see where the enemy was at all. Then, Yang Dingtian really didn't look at where the enemy was, because even if he knew where it was completely useless. As long as Qin Huayu made a move, he, Yang Dingtian, would definitely die. Therefore, he must not let the other party make a move. After closing his eyes, Yang Dingtian lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his entire body floated into the air. His movements were very graceful, but he didn't show much powerful Xianxia. From this, one could see that his cultivation was only average. In the air, Yang Dingtian slowly turned a circle, and the sword in his hand slowly drew a circle. Then, he drew another circle. Everyone was stupefied. What was this? Such a slow sword technique would have been killed 10,000 times. Such a slow sword couldn't even kill a mosquito, let alone a duel with an expert like Qin Huayu. Yang Dingtian still didn't care and continued to draw circles. Humph, humph, a bluff. Qin Huayu sneered. He raised the sword in his hand and was about to shoot out and pierce through Yang Dingtian. But the next scene made him stop all his actions. Because the circle that Yang Dingtian drew with the sword in his hand actually condensed into a ring of light that floated in the air. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings, 9 rings. After the 9 rings were drawn, Yang Dingtian floated back to his original position. Bang! These rings suddenly shattered and condensed into countless teardrops. The sparkling and translucent teardrops floated in the air. It was truly too beautiful to behold, and was filled with a magical taste. Then, these teardrops started to fall. They sprinkled on the ground, gently smashing out small holes. They sprinkled on the crowd, bringing about slight piercing pain. Many people's hair were gently pulled off, and many people's clothes were lightly pierced. But that was it, everyone was stupefied and shocked. Such a profound sword technique, such a mysterious sword technique. Qin Huayu and Xianxia looked at each other and thought of that shocking possibility. Their backs suddenly turned cold and broke out in cold sweat. They knew this sword technique. They had heard about it from their ancestors. This was the most profound sword technique in the world, and also the strongest sword technique. The first sword of the swaying calamity crossing sword, River Tears. The swaying calamity crossing sword was a sword technique that only hidden sect disciples knew. This sword technique itself represented the hidden sect. The leaf ornaments could be faked, and the treasured sword could even be picked up. But the sword technique definitely couldn't be faked. Even if one could learn the superficial moves, they wouldn't be able to reach the essence of the sword technique. Because there were thousands of mystic chi meridians, only those who had truly learned the secret manual could truly grasp it. And only hidden sect disciples could truly learn the swaying calamity crossing sword's secret manual. In an instant, there was no doubt about Nameless' identity and no dispute. Even Qin Jiaojia's expression changed drastically. Of course, the river tears that Yang Dingtian used were so weak, and they also found the answer. There were so many people here. If the full power was unleashed, everyone present would be dead. Anyway, the river tears' power was weak because of Nameless' pity. It definitely wasn't because he didn't have enough mystic chi. Yang Dingtian didn't stop. After using the river tears, he immediately used the second move of the swaying calamity crossing sword, soul departing mirror. His figure flashed and suddenly refracted more than 10 meters away. With another flash, he refracted more than 10 meters away. Yang Dingtian's body was shifting around the entire martial stage, covering every corner of the place. Instantly, like a dream, he left behind countless afterimages and countless rays of sword light. Then, he gently refracted back to his original position. He kept his sword and stood upright. Suddenly, all the afterimages were broken. The entire arena's image was broken. At the broken area, the leaves were cut off. A strand of the woman's hair fell. Immediately after, a corner of her clothes was cut off. Everyone was stupefied once again. They were once again stunned by this breathtaking scene. Of course, the reason why the final image was so gentle was because of Nameless' pity. Otherwise, the entire battle arena would truly shatter. Everything inside would be completely destroyed and collapse. The true power of the soul-departing mirror was enough to change the color of heaven and earth. Yang Dingtian originally wanted to continue his sword dance, but he suddenly opened his eyes and said to Qin Huayu, "Mr. Qin, why aren't you making a move? Why am I the only one fighting?" His voice was still very calm. Earlier, he was just putting on an act in everyone's eyes. But now, he was unfathomable in everyone's eyes. Qin Huayu didn't say anything. He gritted his teeth and bowed deeply on the arena. His waist was almost at a 90-degree angle. After bowing, he didn't get up again. He silently used the most respectful attitude to ask for Nameless forgiveness. Then, Xianxia also got up and bowed deeply, not daring to make a sound. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "If you aren't going to fight, then I will leave." Then, he turned and walked down the arena. He went forward to carry Dugufengwu and was about to leave. "Your mystic fire devil hammer." Xianxia used all his strength and said while trembling. "Are you still going to lend it to me?" Yang Dingtian asked. Xianxia lowered his head in extreme pain. He was extremely regretful that he listened to Qin Huayu and offended this hidden sect disciple. I beg you to take away the mystic fire devil hammer. Xianxia used all his strength. Oh, then thank you. Yang Dingtian was still as calm as before. He walked up to the stage and grabbed the mystic fire devil hammer. Wow, so heavy. Yang Dingtian said. Everyone revealed a knowing smile. Would a hidden sect disciple feel that the mystic fire devil hammer, which weighed a few hundred kilograms, was heavy? It was impossible. He was just naturally noble and used the most ordinary tone to express his feelings. Of course, this was their understanding. Yang Dingtian really felt that this mystic fire devil hammer was very heavy. Such a small hammer weighed at least a few hundred kilograms. With one hand holding the hammer and the other carrying Dugufengwu, Yang Dingtian left the arena and the divine weapons manor. Xianxia wanted to urge him to stay, but he didn't dare to. After leaving the divine weapons manor for dozens of miles and arriving at a desolate valley, Yang Dingtian felt that he was completely safe. His body went limp as he fell to the ground and couldn't get up anymore. He had truly lost half of his soul, and he had just returned from the edge of hell. Lying on the ground, Yang Dingtian breathed with all his might as he felt the preciousness of life. He had finally escaped from the fatal danger and obtained the mystic fire devil hammer. After lying on the ground for more than 10 minutes, Yang Dingtian tried to get up but realized that his body didn't have any strength. You are truly promising. You are actually scared to such a state. Dugufengwu sneered. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian was instantly infuriated. Such a dangerous situation was caused by a demon woman like you, and you still have the face to make sarcastic remarks. Thinking about Dugufengwu's previous actions, Yang Dingtian gnashed his teeth with hatred. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian thought about how Dugufengwu didn't have any trace of mystic qi and was completely powerless. He was instantly delighted as he thought to himself, the heavens have blessed me and allowed me to successfully obtain the mystic fire devil hammer and escape from this demon woman's evil clutches. However, he had to be fast and escape as far as possible before this demon woman recovered. He had to use his fastest speed to forge the soul sword at the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. Time was running out as there were only 3 days before the 9th Great Earth Fire would bloom in the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. It would take almost 3 days to reach the Fire Cloud Devil Cave because it was on a lone island in the sea, and he had to take a boat. Yang Dingtian suddenly crawled up from the ground and looked at Dugufengwu. Demon woman, you also have a day like this. Dugufengwu looked at Yang Dingtian and asked coldly, are you going to kill me or torture me first? Kill you? I am not that savage, but it is not that simple for me to let you go. Yang Dingtian said. After taking off his outer robe and mask, Yang Dingtian instantly regained his original appearance. After everything was done, Yang Dingtian took out an elixir and stuffed it into Dugufengwu's mouth. What elixir did you feed me? Dugufengwu asked in shock. I'll just make you sleep for a few days. By the time you wake up, I'll have already left the Fiery Cloud Devil Cave. My fledgling sword will have already been forged and escaped. You won't be able to find it anymore, Yang Dingtian said. After being forced to consume the elixir, Dugufengwu's vision blurred as the medicinal effects took effect. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian carried Dugufengwu and found a secluded place to hide her. Even though there was no one here, it was still safer to hide her in a secluded place. Yang Dingtian, when I wake up and recover, I will definitely dismember you into pieces. Dugufengwu, who was already drowsy, gritted her teeth and said. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Yang Dingtian laughed loudly. Then, he recalled all the hateful things about the witch from before. If he didn't take revenge now, when would he? Pa. Yang Dingtian slapped the back of her head as though he was slapping a disobedient child. In an instant, the witch Dugufengwu's drowsiness temporarily faded away. She was so ashamed that she wanted to die. Yang Dingtian, you dare? The enraged Dugufengwu was so angry that her voice changed. Why wouldn't I dare? After finding a natural cave, Yang Dingtian let Dugufengwu in. After that, Yang Dingtian pinched Dugufengwu's beautiful and proud face and made all sorts of strange faces. Aren't you very proud? You usually don't look people in the eye. Now, I'll make you hang your eyes. After that, Yang Dingtian lifted her eyelids. Following that, he twisted her straight and jade-like nose everywhere. After that, he pinched her mouth and made all sorts of strange shapes. Finally, he rubbed her beautiful face and made it look like a pig's face, and then a dog's face. Most importantly, while Yang Dingtian was doing it, he took out a mirror and let Du Gufengwu see it herself. This is for repaying kindness with ingratitude. This is for torturing me over and over again. This is for forcing me to impersonate a hidden sect disciple. Du Gufengwu wasn't just the princess of the Temple of Blood. She was also a princess in the evil ways. When had she ever been humiliated like this? She was so angry that she was about to explode. She was so embarrassed that she was about to go crazy. She trembled and said, "Yang Dingtian, remember this. I will definitely dismember you into pieces." Dismember you into pieces. Anyway, your hatred towards me is already blood red. So what if it's higher? I might as well take this opportunity to vent my anger. Yang Dingtian laughed and said. He then flipped her body over and gave her another round of beatings. This is for repaying kindness with ingratitude. This is for threatening me. This is for hitting me. Du Gufengwu said coldly, kill me, Yang Dingtian. You can't take it anymore? Yang Dingtian sneered and flipped her over. He pinched her chin and said, come, little lass Dugu, smile for this master. Yang Dingtian, remember this. Everything that you have done to me today, you will return it 10 times, 100 times. Du Gufengwu said while trembling. Oh? Immediately after, Yang Dingtian leaned forward and smiled at her. If I kiss you, will you also return it 10 times over? Then I will welcome you with open arms. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian said seriously, I am someone with a wife, and I love her very much. Therefore, I will not kiss you. You are so evil that you are oozing pus. Who knows if there will be pus and ulcers at the corner of my mouth after touching you. Du Gufengwu's beautiful eyes were red as she yelled out with a trembling voice, I will definitely kill you, Yang Dingtian. I will definitely. Since I have already thoroughly offended you, I will have my fill today. This master is going to play with you properly today. Yang Dingtian patted Du Gufengwu's face and pinched her little mouth, nose, and made all sorts of funny faces. He would pull her nose, pinch her little mouth, and make her look like a prostitute. He would then twist her face into a ball. In short, he would do it in any ugly way. At the start, Du Gufengwu was still scolding, but she eventually stopped and just stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that his palm was wet. He lowered his head and saw that his palm was actually full of blood. Du Gufengwu had actually bitten her lips to the point of bleeding, and the blood flowed onto Yang Dingtian's hand. It was obvious that she was truly infuriated to the extreme. Her absolutely beautiful face was completely pale and without a trace of blood. Perhaps, this was the most humiliating moment in her life. In fact, her beautiful eyes were faintly glistening with tears, and a teardrop was about to roll down. Yang Dingtian was startled and stopped all his mischievous actions. After a moment of embarrassment, Yang Dingtian said, It is all your fault. You have bullied me too ruthlessly for the past few days. Alright, we are even now. Du Gufengwu didn't make a sound and was still clenching her jade teeth, with blood flowing out from the corner of her mouth. That's right. When she heard that she was defiled by Yang Dingtian, she was furious, but she wasn't sad. When she lost all her mystic chi, she wasn't sad. Right now, Yang Dingtian was only teasing her, but her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Being teased by Yang Dingtian was an absolute humiliation, and he might as well just kill her. She was an absolute expert, the future leader of the evil ways, and a true demoness. She couldn't endure such humiliation. It is because I survived a calamity, and my emotions are a little excited. That is why I did all these things to you. Yang Dingtian explained. Du Gufengwu still didn't make a sound. Then I will take my leave. You will wake up after sleeping here for a few days. Furthermore, I have placed a special elixir on your body, and those wild beasts and poisonous bugs won't dare to come near you. Yang Dingtian said, Then I will take my leave. Goodbye. Oh, no, I mean never. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian turned and walked out. Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Du Gufengwu, who was behind him, said, "You saw my tears. You saw my weak side. This is 100 times more serious than seeing my body. So, the next time I see you, I will definitely kill you. If you are smart, kill me now." Her voice was very calm, but it was filled with boundless determination. Yang Dingtian knew that she was speaking the truth. Therefore, the smartest thing to do was to kill her. After looking at Du Gufengwu for a long time, Yang Dingtian said, "Sorry, I can't do it." Immediately after, he turned and left. After leaving Du Gufengwu's vision, Yang Dingtian quickly took out an ordinary mask from his spatial ring and put it on. Instantly, Yang Dingtian changed into another person. Immediately after, he took out another set of clothes and put them on. Finally, he placed the mystic fire devil hammer and the hidden sex artifact sword into his spatial ring. This time, no one would be able to recognize that Yang Dingtian was that nameless who pretended to be a hidden sex disciple. After he left, Du Gufengwu's beautiful eyes fell into a daze. It was obvious that the elixir had started to take effect, and she was about to faint completely. However, just as she was about to close her eyes completely, her delicate body suddenly trembled. An incomparably powerful energy instantly spread throughout her body. Her beautiful eyes instantly turned from dazed to incomparably cold, shooting out an incomparably cold gaze. Du Gufengwu actually recovered her mystic chi before she fainted completely. Instantly, she looked at the direction where Yang Dingtian left, and her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. She immediately picked up her sharp sword and was about to chase after Yang Dingtian and chop him into pieces. However, she quickly gave up on this action. Her beautiful face revealed an angry and cold smile. "Yang Dingtian, I will let you live for a few more days. I will wait for you at the entrance of the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. At that time, you will have to take out the fire immunity chilling pearl, right? At that time, I will let you have a taste of sorrow after extreme joy. Yang Dingtian, you actually dare to let me suffer such humiliation. After obtaining the fire immunity chilling pearl, I will definitely let you suffer a fate worse than death." Pa. In an instant, Du Gufengwu's sharp sword slashed at the void. In an instant, all the trees and giant rocks in front of her were turned into fine powder. Du Gufengwu's delicate body burst out with soaring killing intent and fury. Afterward, Du Gufengwu's delicate body suddenly rose from the ground. 2 illusory energy wings appeared on her back, and she soared into the sky. She flew towards the direction of the Fire Cloud Devil Cave from another direction. That's right, this demonic woman was faking it. Because she couldn't force Yang Dingtian to take out the fire immunity chilling pearl, she used an underhanded method. However, the price she had to pay was too high. 3 days later, Yang Dingtian crossed 1,000 miles of sea and arrived at a giant volcanic island. He pushed the boat to the beach and looked at the giant volcano in the distance. The volcano crater at the top of the mountain was the entrance to the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. "Fire Cloud Devil Cave, I am finally here." Yang Dingtian sighed. The Fire Cloud Devil Cave was located on an island called the West Arrival Island. This island was considered the west of the Primal Chaos continent. This island was very famous because it had the largest active volcano in the entire northwest continent. It was at least 10,000 meters tall. According to his master, Dongfang Minmi, this volcano had been erupting for 100 years, and it would erupt once every 10 years. Every time it erupted, it would shake the heavens and the earth. The fiery red magma could spurt out tens of thousands of meters high. Even from hundreds of miles away, one could see the soaring flames when it erupted. A few hundred years ago, the entire West Arrival Island was just a very small island. Every time it erupted, the entire island would become larger. In fact, the entire west-facing island was formed by the accumulation of magma and volcanic ash from this volcano. Today, the West Arrival Island was already a large island of thousands of square miles. 100 years ago, the volcano that erupted once every 10 years stopped erupting as if it had entered a deep sleep. At that time, some people were surprised, but they didn't take it seriously. This was because the volcanoes in this world were unpredictable. They would suddenly erupt and suddenly fall silent. However, very few people knew that this volcano still erupted once every 10 years. It was just that the previous earth-shattering eruption had changed to the current eruption of supreme-grade earth fire every 10 years. The difference in momentum could be said to be heaven and earth. However, there was no difference in the terrifying energy produced when the two happened. The beach was about 100 miles away from the volcano. There was a dense forest on the way, and there was absolutely no road. Yang Dingtian quickly and carefully passed through the dense forest and walked towards the direction of the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. Looking at the approaching volcano, Yang Dingtian's heart was getting more and more excited. The long journey of nearly 10,000 miles was to forge the sword soul, and now, his wish was finally going to be fulfilled. Fire Cloud Devil Cave, I am coming, Supreme Great Earth Fire, I am coming, and I am coming for the sword soul. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be excited. Demoness Dugu, I am sorry. I have already enjoyed the Supreme Great Earth Fire that only appears once every 10 years. You can continue to sleep. At the peak of the volcano, at the entrance of the Fire Cloud Devil Cave, the incomparably beautiful Dugu Fengwu sat cross-legged at the peak of the mountain. She looked at the excited Yang Dingtian from afar and revealed a cold smile. Yang Dingtian, you will soon taste the taste of sorrow after extreme joy. Soon, I will let you taste the taste of regret. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you. Along the way, Yang Dingtian did not run into any danger. After an hour, Yang Dingtian had successfully traversed dozens of miles of dense forest. Not only did he not run into any humans, but he also did not run into any powerful beasts. In fact, it was because the Heaven Flame Phoenix in the demonic fire cave was too powerful. The entire West Arrival Island was its territory. Therefore, powerful beasts did not dare to set foot in this place. When he reached the foot of the volcano, Yang Dingtian did not even feel the heat. Looking up, the 10,000-meter-tall volcano towered into the clouds, majestic and imposing. The entire volcano was bare, and the surface was covered with cooled magma. At this time it was as hard as a rock, and it still retained the flowing state before it melted. Entering the demonic fire cave was easy. All he had to do was climb to the top of the volcano and jump in through the vent. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and climbed towards the top of the volcano's crater step by step. Although the volcano was steep and slippery, Yang Dingtian was still climbing at a fast pace. After half an hour, he was already halfway to the top. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire volcano trembled. Yang Dingtian almost lost his balance. Then, a loud noise came from inside the volcano. The noise came from the top of the volcano and pierced through the clouds. It grew louder and louder, louder and louder. At first, Yang Dingtian could still bear it. But soon, he was squatting on the ground in pain. He felt like his eardrums were about to burst and his veins were about to burst. The Heaven Flame Phoenix had discovered Yang Dingtian's presence. It was giving him a strong warning, warning him not to trespass on its territory. Of course, because Yang Dingtian was too weak, the Heaven Flame Phoenix only issued a warning. It didn't fly out to kill Yang Dingtian because it didn't want to. The Heaven Flame Phoenix's cries lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Yang Dingtian's ears were bleeding, and his skin was bleeding profusely. Finally, the Heaven Flame Phoenix stopped crying. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief and stood up. He almost couldn't hold on any longer. The Heaven Flame Phoenix was too powerful. Fortunately, Yang Dingtian has 9 Yang profound veins. If it was someone else, even a martial profound expert, they would have died under the cry of this Heavenly Flame Phoenix. To be honest, even a great Grandmaster level expert wouldn't want to provoke this kind of Lord level demonic beast that had cultivated for 1,000 years. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian continued to climb. Then, he realized that the entire volcano had started to turn red. The magma stone, which had already cooled down, began to melt again. This was really going to kill him. Feeling the burning sensation beneath his feet, Yang Dingtian exclaimed in his heart. It was another warning from the Heaven Flame Phoenix. The bottom half of the volcano was made of cold rock. As for the upper half, it gradually began to burn red and melt. If Yang Dingtian did not retreat, the mountain would completely melt and turn into fiery red lava. At that time, not only would Yang Dingtian not be able to climb the mountain, he would also be burned alive. Of course, he could keep the fire immunity chilling pearl in his mouth. However, the fire immunity chilling pearl's energy was limited. If he used it now, how would he be able to defend himself against the Heaven Flame Phoenix's attack? Screw it! Yang Dingtian shouted. Holding his breath, he ran as fast as he could. He ran as fast as he could, faster and faster. The magma stone beneath his feet was getting redder and redder. When Yang Dingtian was 3,000 meters away from the peak, the magma stone beneath his feet had turned completely red. The temperature had reached over 1,000 degrees. Yang Dingtian's boots had been completely burned away. They had been replaced by a pair of frost iron boots. However, when he was 2,000 meters away from the top of the mountain, the cold iron boots on his feet had already started to burn red. Yang Dingtian only felt that his feet were getting more and more painful and hot. In the end, it was as if they were completely burnt. When he was 1,500 meters away from the peak, the cold iron boots on Yang Dingtian's feet had already turned red from the heat. The fire-resistant sheath on Yang Dingtian's feet had also gradually burned through. Soon, it would reach Yang Dingtian's feet. The fire immunity chilling gloves were made of fire immunity silk. Yang Dingtian had spent over 10,000 gold coins to buy them. Now, they were about to lose their effect. Once they reached Yang Dingtian's feet, they would be burned away instantly. Yang Dingtian had the 9 Yang Meridians. They were very powerful, but that was only when it came to defending against Xianxia attacks. When it came to being burned by fire, it was the same as when it came to ordinary people. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian's clothes were about to catch fire. The wig on his head had also started to curl up and was about to be burnt. He was sweating all over. His lips were dry and cracked. His throat was as dry as a desert. If this went on, his life would be in danger. Yang Dingtian hurriedly consumed an elixir and made use of the remaining time to desperately run upwards. After running for less than 300 meters, he suddenly began to retreat. Because the rocks under his feet had completely melted and turned into magma, flowing down continuously. At this time, the temperature under his feet had reached an astonishing 4,000 to 5,000 degrees. The fire immunity chilling gloves under his feet were about to be burned through. At this time, Yang Dingtian was unable to advance or retreat. Did he really have to use the fire immunity chilling pearl or be burned to death here? The moment the fire immunity chilling gloves on his feet were about to melt, Yang Dingtian's brain suddenly moved. He tapped his feet and jumped into the air. Then, he quickly took out the Night Owl Greatsword from his spatial ring and inserted it into the mountain. Then, his feet landed on the sword hilt. He finally picked up his feet. If he was a second later, his feet would have been completely burned. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. This Night Owl Greatsword was partly made of Night Owl's claws, partly made of Xian ice cold iron, and partly made of bloody black gold. These 3 materials, no matter which one it was, could not be melted by the magma under his feet. But trouble came again. At this time, the magma was continuously flowing down. Yang Dingtian's life was temporarily saved. But he could not take a single step forward. Instead, he kept sliding down. The magma was getting deeper and deeper. Sooner or later, it would drown the Night Owl Greatsword and burn Yang Dingtian alive again. At this time, he was more than 1,000 meters away from the top of the mountain. He could almost see the entrance of the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. He had to think of a way to reach the top of the mountain as quickly as possible. And Yang Dingtian discovered that the top of the mountain was pitch black and there was no magma. Unfortunately, he did not have 2 Night Owl Greatswords. Otherwise, he could climb up on stilts. But as the magma got deeper and deeper, even 2 Night Owl Greatswords would be useless. Got it. Yang Dingtian quickly thought of another way. Ningming had put countless treasures and elixirs in his spatial ring. One of them was the condensation pearl. The condensation pearl condensed a large amount of water into a small elixir. A condensation pearl with a diameter of 3 centimeters contained a few hundred kilograms of water. As long as the condensation pearl was thrown into the magma, it would instantly explode. The few hundred kilograms of water would instantly turn into steam. This would generate a powerful force that would forcefully eject the items on the steam far away. The steam-powered catapults of aircraft carriers from the Earth era used this principle. Of course, the steam explosion would be very powerful and the temperature would be very high. However, Yang Dingtian's entire body was protected. Moreover, with his current physical strength, he should be able to withstand the damage from the steam. Thus, Yang Dingtian took out a condensation pearl and smashed it under his feet. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Just as Yang Dingtian imagined, the condensation pearl exploded the moment it came into contact with the magma. Countless amounts of steam burst out and directly blew Yang Dingtian a few hundred meters away. Immediately after, before it landed on the ground, Yang Dingtian threw out another congealed water pearl. Bang! The steam from the explosion blew him a few hundred meters away. Bang! The fourth condensation pearl exploded. Yang Dingtian, with the Night Owl greatsword between his legs, was launched a few hundred meters away. The top of the volcano was within reach. Bang! Yang Dingtian landed on the top of the volcano. I'm finally here. Yang Dingtian almost couldn't help but shout. It wasn't easy. If it wasn't for Ningning's congealing pearl, he would have been burned to death in the magma or had to use the fire immunity chilling pearl in advance. Then, the more dangerous game began. He jumped into the volcano and entered the fiery cloud cave. The fiery cloud cave was 10,000 meters underground. That's right. Yang Dingtian was 10,000 meters above ground. The fiery cloud cave was 10,000 meters below ground. Yang Dingtian had to fall 20,000 meters to reach the fiery cloud cave. Along the way, he would have to face the Heaven Flame Phoenix's direct attack. Half of the volcano had melted into magma. That was the Heaven Flame Phoenix's indirect attack. How powerful would its direct attack be? Not even a master-level expert could withstand its attack. At this moment, the fire immunity chilling pearl was on full display. Yang Dingtian was about to take out the fire immunity chilling pearl from his interspatial ring when he felt a chill run down his spine. The hair on his neck stood up again. It can't be, right? You're haunting me. Yang Dingtian said in pain. Then, he slowly turned around. A familiar and hateful figure was standing behind Yang Dingtian. It was the beautiful Dugufengwu. She was still wearing Third Lady Gongsuan's clothes, but her face was now Dugufengwu's. Her face was even more beautiful than Third Lady Gongsuan's. Thinking about what he had done to Dugufengwu, Yang Dingtian's scalp went numb. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Was he looking for death? Continue. I want to see where you got the fire immunity chilling pearl from. Dugufengwu said coldly. Yang Dingtian looked at the sky. After a while, he asked, You. When did you get here? Aren't you supposed to be unconscious? I have been here for more than a day. When I saw you on the island, I immediately went to the volcano. I have been waiting for you for a few hours now. Dugufengwu said, As for why I am not unconscious? Dugufengwu's face instantly turned cold. She said slowly, After you left that day, I had already recovered my mystic chi. At that time, I wanted to kill you with a palm strike. But if I killed you, I would not be able to get the fire immunity chilling pearl. Therefore, I endured it. You had to die, but you had to take out the fire immunity chilling pearl before dying. Therefore, I played hard to get and pretended to be drugged by your elixir. I rushed here in advance to wait for you. Today, you are going to take out the fire immunity chilling pearl, right? Don't tell me that the fire immunity chilling pearl is not on you. Demon woman is indeed a demon woman. She is indeed incredible. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sneer. That's right. The fire immunity chilling pearl is on me. But you want me to hand it over? Dream on. Dugufengwu sneered and said, There is only a little more than 2 hours before the peak great earth fire blooms. I will wait with you. If you don't take out the fire immunity chilling pearl, you can forget about forging a soul sword. If you don't forge a soul sword, you will not be able to kill Shiminju and take back your Cloud Heaven City. If I take out the fire immunity chilling pearl, I will die. Do you think I am so stupid? Yang Dingtian sneered. Since the fire immunity chilling pearl is on you, I will just cut you into 8 pieces and look for it, Dugufengwu said. Please. Yang Dingtian immediately opened his arms and said, Please do it. If you can find the fire immunity chilling pearl on me, I will be your grandson. If you don't cut me into 8 pieces, you will be my grandson. Oh no, my granddaughter. Du Gufengwu's eyes turned cold. A killing aura flashed by and scanned Yang Dingtian from head to toe. Indeed, she couldn't find any trace of the fire immunity chilling pearl. The fire immunity chilling pearl was an absolute treasure of heaven and earth, and it would definitely emit its aura. Du Gufengwu really couldn't understand. The fire immunity chilling pearl was obviously on Yang Dingtian, but she couldn't find it. She really didn't know why. Earlier, due to the distance and angle, she didn't see Yang Dingtian taking out something from his spatial ring. Alright, you win, Yang Dingtian. Du Gufengwu said, as long as you hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl, I swear I will never kill you. Not only will I let you go, but I will also help you kill Shimanju and take back Cloud Heaven City. How about it? No need. Yang Dingtian said resolutely, I will kill Shimanju myself. I will take back Cloud Heaven City myself. Demon woman, you have been dealing with me for so long. Don't you understand my character? For a moment, Du Gufengwu's breathing became rough. She was really holding it in. She really wanted to chop Yang Dingtian into pieces. She had never been so angry before. In just a few days, Yang Dingtian had made her suffer more than what she had suffered in the past 20 years. Alright, then we will wait here and see who can last longer. Anyway, there is only 2 hours before the peak great earth fire blooms. Du Gufengwu said, once the 2 hours are up, there is no use for me to keep you alive. Even if you hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl, I will still kill you. After speaking, Du Gufengwu sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes to regulate her breathing. However, her aura was tightly locked onto Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian also sat down cross-legged. Anyway, he couldn't do anything now. As long as he moved a little, the demon woman would lock all his movements. Anyway, it was a competition of patience. Yang Dingtian was waiting for an opportunity to appear. Time elapsed bit by bit. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, an hour had passed. There was less than an hour before the peak great earth fire blooms. Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu were still sitting cross-legged on the ground without moving. It was a competition of patience. Another half an hour had passed. There was less than half an hour before the peak great earth fire blooms. Time was of the essence. The fire cloud devil cave was very huge, and there was only a small stock of peak great earth fire. It would take a lot of time to find it. Another period of time had passed. At this moment, Du Gufengwu suddenly opened her eyes. She really couldn't hold it in anymore. Yang Dingtian, your temper is really bad and stubborn. Du Gufengwu sneered and said, very well, I will throw you down. I don't believe you won't hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl. After speaking, Du Gufengwu grabbed Yang Dingtian by the back of his neck and threw him down the volcano entrance. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you. Du Gufengwu grabbed Yang Dingtian by the back of his neck and threw him down the volcano. Yang Dingtian was falling rapidly. As long as he entered the volcano, the Heaven Flame Phoenix would attack him. As long as Yang Dingtian took out the fire immunity chilling pearl, Du Gufengwu would be able to snatch it from him even if they were a few hundred meters apart. Therefore, after throwing Yang Dingtian down, the demon woman Du Gufengwu's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Dingtian. As soon as the fire immunity chilling pearl appeared, she would circulate her mystic chi and suck the pearl into her hand. However, Du Gufengwu was disappointed. Yang Dingtian was falling rapidly. Dozens of meters, hundreds of meters, almost 1,000 meters, Yang Dingtian still didn't take out the fire immunity chilling pearl. If the Heaven Flame Phoenix attacked, Yang Dingtian would definitely die. However, he would rather be killed by the Heaven Flame Phoenix than let Du Gufengwu take away the fire immunity chilling pearl. Yang Dingtian was falling further and further away. Du Gufengwu was shocked and anxious. She didn't expect Yang Dingtian to be so stubborn. He would rather die than take out the fire immunity chilling pearl. At the same time, Yang Dingtian was getting further and further away from her. Once he exceeded a certain distance, she would no longer be able to control Yang Dingtian with her mystic chi. 2,000 meters, 2,500 meters was the limit of her control. Soon, Yang Dingtian had fallen more than 2,500 meters. he still didn't take out the fire immunity chilling pearl. At this moment, Du Gufengwu was in a life-or-death situation. She could either watch as Yang Dingtian escaped from her control, take out the fire immunity chilling pearl, enter the fire cloud devil cave, and leave with her tail between her legs. Or she could jump down. After hesitating for a few seconds, Du Gufengwu would never admit defeat. Gritting her jade teeth, Du Gufengwu leaped and abruptly jumped down. After jumping down, Du Gufengwu circulated her mystic qi and rushed downwards. She turned into a red stream of light and chased after Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's falling speed was getting faster and faster, but in just a short moment, Du Gufengwu had almost caught up to Yang Dingtian, and the distance between them was less than 100 meters. But at this moment, the dark cave suddenly lit up, and an incomparably bright and resplendent light burst out. It caused people to lose all their vision in an instant, leaving their minds blank. This kind of light could no longer be described as bright as day. It was the kind of destructive light that was close to the sun. Not only Yang Dingtian, but even Du Gufengwu lost her vision. What followed was an earth-shattering cry that pierced through the clouds, causing the entire volcano to tremble. Boom. In the end, a flame that was close to the explosion of a nuclear bomb suddenly soared into the sky. The lord of the volcano, the 1,000-year-old heaven flame phoenix, had launched its attack. Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu had really intruded into its territory, and it was furious. Yang Dingtian was startled as he immediately felt an energy attack that could destroy heaven and earth. Then, he quickly took out the fire immunity chilling pearl from his interspatial ring and put it in his mouth. His speed was already very fast, and the heaven flame phoenix's flames were still tens of thousands of meters away from him. But he could already feel his mystic meridians, his blood, his body, and everything about him withering and burning in an instant. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was only 0.01 seconds away from death, and he was going to die without any resistance. Previously, even when Zhu Hongshua's palm struck at Yang Dingtian, he didn't die, and his powerful 9 Yang mystic meridians withstood the attack. But now, facing this heaven flame phoenix, he really felt insignificant. It was as if he was going to turn into ashes in an instant, and he didn't even have time to feel pain. But all of this stopped as soon as Yang Dingtian put the fire immunity chilling pearl in his mouth. The moment the fire immunity chilling pearl entered his mouth, a cold but not bone-chilling energy immediately surrounded his body, isolating him from the heaven flame phoenix's terrifying energy. It was also at this moment that Yang Dingtian regained his vision, and he could see everything around him. He saw Du Gufengwu was just a few meters away from him, and she was about to snatch the fire immunity chilling pearl from him. Then, with the heaven flame phoenix's terrifying attack, all of her movements froze. She was like a beautiful flower that was about to be destroyed by the light of the nuclear bomb. Du Gufengwu blossomed into the most eye-catching beauty under the light of the flames. However, this kind of beauty would soon turn to ashes. Du Gufengwu was much stronger than Yang Dingtian, and that was why she could still use all of her mystic qi to defend herself. But in the blink of an eye, she was already at the end of her rope, and when the flames engulfed her, she would be turned into ashes. The heaven flame phoenix's terrifying flames were something that not even a master realm expert could defend against. After all, the people of the primal chaos continent could only cultivate for 100 years, but the demonic beasts could cultivate for thousands of years. The flames coming up from below were getting closer and closer. It was really a pure blood-red flame, and it was the first time Yang Dingtian had seen a flame that was as red as blood. There was less than half a second left before Du Gufengwu was destroyed. Even though Du Gushao was a master realm expert, and a demon that terrorized the world, there was nothing he could do to save his daughter. No one in the world could save Du Gufengwu, except for Yang Dingtian. But this demonic woman wanted to kill Yang Dingtian, and she was constantly tormenting Yang Dingtian. Just a moment ago, she threw Yang Dingtian down from above, just to force Yang Dingtian to hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl. In short, she didn't care about Yang Dingtian's life at all. So, should Yang Dingtian save her? If he didn't, Du Gufengwu would die without a doubt. Save? Yang Dingtian couldn't find any reason to save her. This demonic woman, I don't care if she dies. Yang Dingtian made up his mind. The flames that soared to the sky instantly arrived. It was as though it was going to devour heaven and earth, and Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu were engulfed. At the last moment, Du Gufengwu was in Yang Dingtian's arms. Half of the fire immunity chilling pearl in his mouth was in Du Gufengwu's lips. The icy cold energy of the fire immunity chilling pearl tightly surrounded the two of them. The boundless blood-red flames spread out from the cave that was 20,000 meters long, and they rushed out of the volcano and into the clouds. This wasn't a volcanic eruption, but it looked exactly like one. The entire mountain started to melt, and it turned red. Passing through the boundless flames, Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu kept falling. The moment Yang Dingtian made a move to save Du Gufengwu, he regretted it. He had already made up his mind to not care about Du Gufengwu's life or death. But he still chose to save her at the last moment. Why? Because he couldn't bear to see a life die in front of him? No, Yang Dingtian wasn't that pretentious. Furthermore, he had killed countless people with his own hands. There was only one reason, and that was that Du Gufengwu was a peerless beauty, a peerless demonic woman that was created by the gods. Yang Dingtian didn't like her, and he didn't want anything to happen between them. Furthermore, he didn't have the right to let his imagination run wild. He needed to become stronger, he needed to take back the Cloud Heaven City, and he needed to rescue Yan Yan from the Sea of Hades. He saved Du Gufengwu because he didn't want to see the masterpiece of a master of creation wither like this. Perhaps that was the case, passing through the shocking flames that covered a range of 10,000 meters. When they fell to 10,000 meters, Yang Dingtian saw this heaven flame phoenix. However, the phoenix's appearance couldn't be seen anymore. Its entire body was covered in blood and flames. Its body, which was over 100 meters long, was completely embedded in the volcano. It was covered in wounds. This was a heaven flame phoenix that had lost its freedom. This was a phoenix that had been imprisoned. This heaven flame phoenix was riddled with wounds. This was a 1,000-year-old heaven flame phoenix, a demonic beast at the level of a demonic lord. Who could possibly imprison it? Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu were still falling downwards. But he couldn't be bothered anymore. Thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters, at this point, the heaven flame phoenix's shocking flames had dissipated, and the surroundings were plunged into darkness again. Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu had already escaped from the heaven flame phoenix's attack range. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt the delicate body in his arms move. Du Gufengwu woke up. Yang Dingtian pulled away from Du Gufengwu's lips and said, "You don't have to thank me. I saved you because I took the wrong medicine." Before he could finish his words, Du Gufengwu struck out with her palm, and Yang Dingtian immediately fainted. She didn't want to thank Yang Dingtian. Instead, she struck out with her palm. F***ck, this demonic woman. This was Yang Dingtian's last thought. Soon enough, Yang Dingtian woke up. At this moment, he had stopped falling and was lying on the hard ground. His surroundings were pitch black, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. "Where's the mystic fire devil hammer? Hand it over, or I will tear you into pieces," Du Gufengwu said coldly. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He sneered and said, "Demonic woman, even a prostitute isn't as heartless as you. Did I ask you to save me?" Du Gufengwu still said the same thing. It was exactly the same as when they were on the isolated island. However, this time, Yang Dingtian was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. "Also, where did you hide the fire immunity chilling pearl?" Du Gufengwu asked coldly. "I hid it in the back of my eye." "How is it? Isn't it disgusting?" Yang Dingtian asked. After all, half of the fire immunity chilling pearl was in this demonic woman's mouth. "It is a little disgusting, but I don't mind," Du Gufengwu said indifferently. "Then, where did you hide the mystic fire devil hammer?" Yang Dingtian was speechless. He crawled up from the ground and pretended to take out a night illumination pearl. This night illumination pearl was also a treasure. The radiance that it emitted might not be intense, but it was extremely long and could extend to every space. Right now, there was good news and bad news. The good news was that there was no maze or secret passage here. The bad news was that this place was very, 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 very big. After going up for tens of thousands of meters, he would reach the bottom. Below him was an endless abyss, and there was nothing but a void. The surroundings were also empty and dark, and it was almost impossible to see the end. This was clearly tens of thousands of meters underground, but Yang Dingtian felt that this place was like the vast outer space of the universe. Everything in the surroundings was boundless darkness. Yang Dingtian was currently standing on a circular plate that was floating in the air. It had a diameter of over 20 meters. Yang Dingtian and Dugufengwu were constantly falling, and they were caught by this circular plate. However, where was the peak-grade earth fire? Have you found a peak-grade earth fire? Yang Dingtian asked. No, Dugufengwu replied. How long until the earth fire blooms? Yang Dingtian asked. It should be blooming by now, Dugufengwu replied. However, there was no reaction from the surroundings. Are we going to jump down? Yang Dingtian asked. If you want to jump, you have to hand over the mystic fire devil hammer first. Dugufengwu said indifferently. She wouldn't jump down anyway because she felt an incomparably fatal danger below. It was even more dangerous than the heaven flame phoenix. There is nothing around here. How can there be a peak-grade earth fire? Yang Dingtian asked. Dugufengwu didn't say anything. Instead, she grabbed Yang Dingtian and flew up a dozen meters. Then, she said, look at the place you were lying on. What does it look like? Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and looked. Yes, it looked like a candlestick, a round candlestick. Could it be a natural candlestick for a peak-grade earth fire? Why would a peak-grade earth fire bloom here? Just as Yang Dingtian was expressing his doubts, a green flame suddenly emerged from the platform. It was very young, very lively, very mysterious, and very beautiful. It was indeed here. A peak-grade earth fire was indeed here. This was a peak-grade earth fire, Yang Dingtian was ecstatic. Then, he saw the seedling of earth fire grow bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger. But the strange thing was that Yang Dingtian couldn't feel the existence of any heat. It was as though it was an ice fire. However, Yang Dingtian could still feel its shocking energy. The surrounding air was avoiding it. The heaven flame phoenix was 10,000 meters above the ground. It didn't dare to make a sound. Its incomparably powerful energy was completely suppressed by this peak-grade earth fire even though it was so far away. 10 minutes later, the flame was about 5 inches in size. Its color had also turned from green to blue. When the flame grew to 1 foot long, it would be considered to have reached the peak of maturity. However, when it was at its brightest, it could only last for less than 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, it would start to wither. Therefore, Yang Dingtian only had 20 minutes to forge the youngling sword. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, the flame continued to grow bigger and bigger, turning from blue to yellow, and then from yellow to light red. Finally, the light red color gradually turned into a deep red color. The ultimate color of a supreme-grade earth fire was purple. Seeing the deep red color gradually turning into purple, Yang Dingtian and Dugufengwu couldn't help but hold their breaths. At this moment, the flames were already 8 inches tall. Whoosh! There was no wind, but the top-grade earth flame flickered and suddenly rose to a height of 1 chi. At the same time, it turned a deep purple. The peak-grade earth fire had matured and completely bloomed. Moreover, this flame instantly became incomparably beautiful and enchanting. It was as if it had a soul, dancing and swaying gently, as if it was blooming with joy. It looked like a flower, but it also looked like a beauty. Looking at it, there was a kind of unreal beauty and dreamy feeling. At this moment, the supreme-grade earth fire displayed a completely different kind of peerless beauty. It didn't look like a flame, nor did it look like a flower. Instead, it looked like a life form, a peerless beauty that was blooming its beauty. Mystic Fire Devil Hammer. Dugufengwu stretched out her hand and directly asked Yang Dingtian for it. Yang Dingtian intentionally reached behind his back and took out the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer from his spatial ring. However, he pretended to take it out from under his butt. Dugufengwu was startled and slightly frowned. Of course, she knew that Yang Dingtian didn't really take out the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer from under his butt, but she couldn't care less at this moment. After taking the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer, Dugufengwu quickly took out a box from her back. She then took out the bloody black gold and threw it on top of the supreme-grade earth fire. She was very fast and quickly piled dozens of bloody black gold into a pyramid, burying the supreme-grade earth fire within. After that, Dugufengwu looked at this pyramid of bloody black gold nervously. In fact, 99 bloody black gold was enough to forge a complete soul sword. Now, Du Gufengwu actually used dozens of bloody black gold to forge a fledgling sword. It could be seen how high the grade of the soul sword that she was going to forge would be. At least a few hundred bloody black gold was needed, and it was unknown how many years she spent to obtain all these bloody black gold. My speed is considered slow. Your fiancé's fledgling sword has already been forged for 2 years. Du Gufengwu said, but she couldn't help but look at Yang Dingtian with a proud expression. After that, Yang Dingtian saw that the extremely hard and sturdy bloody black gold was almost unafraid of any flames. It gradually turned from purple to red, just like before it was dug up. When these bloody black gold were red to the extreme, it gradually started to melt. 3 minutes later, a total of 45 bloody black gold turned into a pile of molten iron. The supreme grade earth fire danced and jumped in the red molten iron. When the earth fire was blooming, it didn't feel hot at all. Now, it was so hot that it felt like it was going to be roasted. Of course, the terrifying heat didn't come from the earth fire, but from the molten bloody black gold. Even though they were dozens of meters apart, Yang Dingtian could feel the terrifying heat. Therefore, even with Du Gufengwu's strength, she only dared to stay dozens of meters away from this pile of molten iron. Du Gufengwu put 2 fingers together in the air, and her entire body's mystic chi burst out. She used her mystic chi to gather the molten iron into the shape of an artifact sword. It was just that the rough embryo that hadn't been forged yet weighed 500 kilograms. It was over 2 meters long, 5 inches wide, and 3 inches tall. This kind of sword couldn't be used because there were a lot of impurities in it. Therefore, the mystic fire devil hammer had to be used together with the supreme grade earth fire to smash out the impurities and burn them with the earth fire. The sword embryo in front of Du Gufengwu's eyes had to be hammered and forged countless times before it could become a complete fledgling sword. Even though it was just a fledgling sword, it was still very powerful. Even though it was just a fledgling sword, its power might have already surpassed most of the famed swords in the world. After condensing all the molten iron with her mystic chi, Du Gufengwu held the mystic fire devil hammer with one hand and poured in her mystic chi. In an instant, the mystic fire devil hammer suddenly turned red and blossomed with a dazzling radiance. The originally ordinary mystic fire devil hammer had now become incomparably domineering and powerful. When the mystic fire devil hammer's radiance was at its peak, Du Gufengwu let go of her jade-like hand. The devil hammer instantly floated in the air and flew towards the melted sword embryo. When it was above the sword embryo, the mystic fire devil hammer was raised high and smashed down. Even though Du Gufengwu was dozens of meters away, she was still able to control the mystic fire devil hammer. It was as though she was holding the hammer and smashing it down. Dang! There was a loud sound, and the sword embryo suddenly burst out with countless gray spots. Under the effect of the supreme great earth fire, it was instantly burned and turned into ashes. Not a single impurity was left behind. Dang 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 dang. After that, Du Gufengwu's right hand held the mystic fire devil hammer and rapidly hammered the forging fledgling sword. In just a short second, she had actually hammered down dozens of times. In an instant, countless sparks flew, and it was as though an incomparably resplendent firework was blooming. Yang Dingtian was temporarily petrified. An absolute beauty wearing a gorgeous palace attire was crazily hammering with a huge hammer. This scene was extremely impactful to anyone. However, Yang Dingtian wasn't in the mood to appreciate this incomparably moving scene. It was because he had discovered a very, very important problem. Firstly, he didn't have enough mystic chi to control the molten iron and was unable to condense it into a sword embryo. Secondly, he didn't have enough mystic chi to swing the mystic fire devil hammer in the air. He didn't even have enough mystic chi to ignite the devil hammer. However, no one had told Yang Dingtian that he needed to do this. His master, Dongfang Minmi's soul spirit, was temporarily unable to awaken. Otherwise, he would have definitely told Yang Dingtian and told him the solution. Just as Yang Dingtian was worrying about this, Du Gufengwu had already hammered down thousands of times. Countless sparks flew, and the entire dark space was completely illuminated. After that thick sword embryo was constantly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was becoming more exquisite. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, Du Gufengwu's skin was getting redder and redder. It was obvious that she had already exhausted all her strength. In just a few minutes, she had already hammered down thousands of times. For an expert of her level, it was almost impossible for her to sweat. However, at this moment, she was actually drenched in sweat. Her pair of beautiful eyes seemed to be burning. Dang 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 dang. In the last minute, she was hammering faster and faster. In the end, she couldn't even see the shadow of the devil hammer. Only a bundle of flames could be seen crazily drawing an arc. After that, countless sparks burst out. Ah! With a delicate cry, Dugufengwu opened her small mouth and spat out a stream of blood, which splashed onto the forged fledgling sword. See? The blood instantly evaporated. At the same time, the final hammer was hammered down. The forging of the entire sword's soul, the fledgling sword, was completed. Dugufengwu's delicate body swayed slightly, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Letting out a long breath, her jade-like hand sucked, and that forged fledgling sword immediately flew to her palm. At this moment, the fiery red color had just faded away, and the entire fledgling sword revealed its true appearance. This truly didn't look like a fledgling sword. The blade light was like water, and it could cut through the hair. The entire treasured sword was exquisite to the extreme. It was sparkling and translucent. Anyone who saw it would know that this was an exceptional treasured sword. No one knew how stunning it would be when it truly turned into a soul sword in the future. The sword's weight is 130 kilograms, and the mystic chi boost is 25%. Dugufengwu grabbed her own fledgling sword, and her beautiful eyes revealed an intoxicated radiance. A fledgling sword forged with 45 pieces of bloody black gold was already considered a high-grade sword. A 130-kilogram fledgling sword was already a top-grade sword. Not to mention the 25% mystic chi boost, which was already very shocking. It had already surpassed most of the divine weapons in the world. The mystic chi boost was merely a supplementary function of the fledgling sword. Therefore, a soul sword was so powerful. Even a fledgling sword was so shocking. It's your turn. Dugufengwu swung the mystic fire devil hammer, and it instantly flew to Yang Dingtian. Her face was filled with undisguised ridicule. Yang Dingtian was merely a mystic martial warrior who wasn't even at the 6th grade, and he actually wanted to forge a sword soul fledgling sword. She really wanted to know what kind of fledgling sword Yang Dingtian could forge. Furthermore, she didn't see where Yang Dingtian placed the bloody black gold. Even if 9 pieces of bloody black gold were piled together, the volume would still be quite big. Yang Dingtian didn't care so much at this moment. He directly went to the side of the supreme great earth fire. With his back facing Dugufengwu, he quickly poured all 45 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold onto the mystic fire. After that, he immediately took a dozen steps back and held the mystic fire devil hammer, waiting for the bloody black gold to melt. Behind him, Dugufengwu's beautiful eyes were looking at this pile of bloody black gold in disbelief. Where did Yang Dingtian hide so much bloody black gold? Where did he get it from? She was very puzzled, but this wasn't the most important thing right now. The most important thing was, where did Yang Dingtian get so much bloody black gold? Moreover, it was 10,000-year-old bloody black gold, which was completely different from the bloody black gold she had before. A total of 45 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. Where did he get it? Originally, Dugufengwu thought that Yang Dingtian had only gotten a few leftover pieces of bloody black gold from Shimen Wuya. At most, there wouldn't be more than 9 pieces. However, he actually took out 45 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold in one go. This was too shocking and inconceivable. However, Yang Dingtian didn't care about Dugufengwu's astonished gaze. He had already waited for 3 minutes, and he still hadn't seen the bloody black gold melt. Dugufengwu's bloody black gold had already completely melted into a pile of molten iron. Another 2 minutes passed. That pile of bloody black gold hadn't melted, but it had turned red. Another 3 minutes passed. Yang Dingtian's 45 pieces of bloody black gold had finally melted, but they hadn't turned into molten iron yet. They had only melted into a lump. What was strange was that when Dugufengwu's bloody black gold melted, the temperature was very shocking. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian was less than 10 meters away, and he actually couldn't feel any heat. There were only less than 2 minutes left before the peak great earth fire withered. Yang Dingtian couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't use his mystic chi to condense the melted bloody black gold into a shape, and he couldn't wield the mystic fire devil hammer in the air. Therefore, he held the mystic fire devil hammer tightly and poured in his mystic chi. Swish! Suddenly, this mystic fire devil hammer bloomed with a dazzling light. It was even more shocking than when Du Gufengwu poured in her mystic chi. What was going on? Could it be that this mystic fire devil hammer didn't have a requirement for the level of mystic chi, but the grade of mystic meridians? Du Gufengwu once again revealed a look of disbelief. She looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated gaze. After a slight surprise, Yang Dingtian didn't have any extra time. He walked directly to the pile of bloody black gold and smashed down with his hammer. Bang! There was a loud sound, and countless rays of light burst out. This was the impurities in the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. The light that burst out was like a planet exploding, bursting out dust. It was incomparably small, but incomparably dazzling, and it covered the entire space. This countless dust was like a comet cloud blooming, but it was fleeting. Therefore, it couldn't hurt anyone. Bang! Bang! There wasn't much time left. Yang Dingtian crazily hammered down and hammered. His speed wasn't as fast as Du Gufengwu, and he could only hammer down 7 or 8 times in a second. In the burst of flames, that pile of bloody black gold was gradually forged by Yang Dingtian. However, the remaining 2 minutes passed quickly. The supreme grade earth fire flickered for a moment before it began to shrink and fade. The earth fire began to wither. Using the last bit of heat, Yang Dingtian crazily hammered down. He used up all his mystic chi, used up all his knowledge, and forgot everything around him. In the entire world, there was only the incomplete sword in front of him and the mystic fire devil hammer in his hand. Dang 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 dang, he crazily hammered and forged. That mystic fire was getting smaller and smaller, and its color was getting lighter and lighter. The sword embryo that Yang Dingtian was crazily hammering was getting darker and harder. The bloody black gold was about to solidify. He had to take advantage of the last bit of heat left in the bloody black gold to inscribe his master's mark with blood. Otherwise, it would be too late. Last 100 times, just 100 times, Yang Dingtian wasn't willing to let it end like this. He fiercely bit his tongue and hammered crazily with his mouth full of blood. 20 times, 30 times, 50 times, the peak-grade earth fire was getting darker and darker, and it was almost invisible. With just a breath, it would be extinguished. As for that sword embryo, it was almost completely solidified. Yang Dingtian crazily hammered down. 80 times, 90 times, 100 times, pfff. Finally, Yang Dingtian fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood, which sprayed on the sword embryo and the almost extinguished peak-grade earth fire. Boom! Suddenly, a lump of flame soared to the sky. Afterward, all the flames seemed to be alive as they drilled into that youngling sword that Yang Dingtian was forging. As for the pale white earth fire, it shook for a moment before completely disappearing. Yang Dingtian's legs went soft, and he collapsed on the ground, unable to get up for a moment. "Aren't you going to see what your youngling sword looks like?" Du Gufengwu asked. Yang Dingtian used all his strength to crawl up from the ground and walked over to grab that youngling sword. At the same time, a lump of flame lit up. Du Gufengwu used her mystic chi to ignite a lump of flame. Pfff. Seeing the shape of Yang Dingtian's youngling sword, Du Gufengwu couldn't help but laugh. As for Yang Dingtian, he wanted to cry. Was this a sword? It was obviously an iron rod, a pitch-black iron rod. Furthermore, this wasn't an iron rod that was used for practicing martial arts. It was a very coarse and irregularly shaped fire rod. It was very heavy, and Yang Dingtian could feel that this iron rod was at least 150 kilograms. Du Gufengwu's youngling sword was only 50 kilograms, which was only 1/3 of Yang Dingtian's youngling sword's weight. However, there was another feeling, a warm feeling. It was very strange, very comfortable, and even very mysterious. It was as though this iron rod was faintly hiding an ignorant soul. As long as Yang Dingtian held on to this iron rod tightly, he would be able to feel its excitement and restlessness. It was as though it couldn't wait to interact with Yang Dingtian intimately. However, it couldn't move or speak. There was only a feeling, a subtle and intimate feeling. Yang Dingtian's heart felt warm as he looked at this iron rod and instantly felt that it was much cuter. No matter what it looked like, it was ultimately forged by him. Every piece of bloody black gold was dug out by him, and it was as though it was his own child. No matter what, it was the cutest. It is you. You will be my weapon for this lifetime. From today onwards, we will be inseparable. Yang Dingtian slowly said in his heart. As though it felt Yang Dingtian's words, that lump of chaos in the youngling sword jumped again. Your youngling sword, let me take a look. Du Gufengwu extended her hand and said. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment before handing it over. Oh my god! How is this possible? After Du Gufengwu received it, she instantly let out a cry of surprise. She then looked at Yang Dingtian with an expression of disbelief and said, Yang Dingtian, are you the illegitimate child of the heavens? Note, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. The past few hours had been truly thrilling. At one point, I really thought that I would be overturned, but in the end, I managed to keep it. Here, I would like to thank all my brothers. Many brothers, whether they liked the book or not, have voted for Pastry. Pastry will remember all of your friendship in his heart. Here, I would like to thank many, many people. Thank you for your tips, your monthly votes, your subscriptions, and everything. A new year has arrived. Pastry wishes all my brothers a healthy family, a happy life, a sweet love, a prosperous career, and a successful academic career. I wish my chief editor, Red Tea, and my chief editor, Pepsi, all their wishes come true, a safe family, a promotion, and a raise. I wish all my book friends a bright future, peace, and happiness, because the brothers who voted for me can't be checked in the background, I can't list them one by one. And the brothers who subscribed, you are all my parents. Pastry will remember all of you. Thank you very much. The following is the list of last month's tips. Thanks, Zizi Hauxuan, Mran, let go of that, longer than a long, long time, STVNNI Night Duke, 131622211, Devil's Trader, Superkey, Again and Again, Nanhui 2008, Cold Moon Hook 1, Lascivious Rookie, Supreme Taigan, Shiliang Shaoqi, Ju, Guqing Ming Yen, Wang Jiwei, Traceless, HXCGH, The Game 33, Wolf Yusin, Take Revolver, Book Friend 131221013341953, Book Friend 1207130118073739, Xianxia Wudao, 1805-873-2591, Sabbat, Fatuous. Ruler 01, Night Soul Rain, Book Friend 12121316325547, Frozen Memories, Book Friend 1306120033577728, How Can I Let Go, Little Gangster, Silk Cherry Rain, Book Friend 1311131104573669, Soaring in the Clouds, Little Pocket, Book Friend 1309300506155495, World Without Me, Book Friend 1111162239555713, Old Acquaintance, Evil Cat, Pig Riding Tiger, Evil God LO, Book Friend 1312070620391010, Skin God AI Naruto, Book Friend 1308112349253114, Book Friend 1212171112333700, Red Lotus Flame Dance, I'm a Little Pervert, Book Friend 1212131632555471, Halumpsai Katana, Red Dust, Stirring Memories, Calvin Lau, That Shun, Sky Beyond Sky. Book Friend 1312011115026114, Jean Lei Feng, Waterbird Debao, Jing Er's Guardian Angel, Mist Wings Little K, Solitary Nyenren, Book Friend 1312011234097777, Book Friend 1312012359511260, Yin Huan Quan, Lost Crossroads, Duyuan Ku, Morbid XCD, Book Friend 1111182351190018, Promise Love Du, Xiao Yisensen, 588658, Backstock Has, Xian Feng Xiaoxi, Love, Book Friend 1311251105563440, Book Friend 1210170242596669. It is actually rejecting me, as though a child wants to kick me. It actually has divine senses. How is this possible? It is just a fledgling sword, but it already has divine senses? Du Gufengwu was appalled. For 1,000 years, all the fledgling swords didn't have divine senses. They had to wait until they were forged into soul swords before they would have primal divine senses. Yang Dingtian's sword was just a fledgling sword, but it already had divine senses. Even though it was still in a primal state, it was just like an embryo. Immediately after, Du Gufengwu poured some mystic qi into the artifact sword. Bang! Immediately after, this mystic qi was pushed back to her, and it was 40% more mystic qi than the one she poured in. Du Gufengwu's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at this fledgling sword that was like a fire stick. Her beautiful face was filled with shock as she said slowly, Yang Dingtian, your fledgling sword weighs 390 kilograms. The mystic qi is added to 39%. 39%? So high? Yang Dingtian exclaimed. The mystic qi was added to 39%. This was completely beyond any famed sword in the world. It was a heaven-defying number. That's right. It is so high. Du Gufengwu said, therefore, I want to kill you even more because your fledgling sword is better than mine. Even though it is more than 150 kilograms, its purity is still higher than my fledgling sword because you used 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. Immediately after, Du Gufengwu looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time and said, are you really the illegitimate child of the heavens? Otherwise, I taught you a fake hidden sex sword art, and you actually cultivated it into the real one. Otherwise, you are just a mystic martial warrior who isn't even at the 6-star mystic martial warrior level. How could you forge a sword soul fledgling sword that is better than mine? Furthermore, it is just a fledgling sword, but it already has primal consciousness. Yang Dingtian only smiled and didn't say anything. Du Gufengwu only saw the result, but she didn't see the blood and tears behind it. Yang Dingtian, you forged a peerless fledgling sword, or even better. Du Gufengwu said slowly, it might be ugly, but it is still a peerless elementary sword. It is at least 1 grade higher than mine. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly became even more ecstatic. He tightly gripped the ugly fledgling sword. It was really heavy. With a weight of more than 300 pounds, Yang Dingtian naturally had no problem holding it in his hands. However, if he wanted to use the pig-slaying swordsmanship gracefully and quickly, it would be very difficult. At the very least, the speed would be 4 or 5 times slower. In this way, the lethality would be greatly reduced. Therefore, Yang Dingtian must increase his strength and Xianxia. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to use his own treasured sword. Yang Dingtian went through untold hardships and finally forged a peerless fledgling sword. Of course, this was only a fledgling sword. It was still unable to cultivate a sword soul. It needed to become a real soul sword before it could cultivate an extremely powerful sword soul. Next, he had to find a heaven and earth mystic flame to refine into his heart fire. After that, he would go to the depths of the abandoned mine in the northwest Qin clan's territory. On the other side of the unfreezing pond, he would kill that extremely powerful abyss lord and obtain the remaining 9 million pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. Finally, he would use the heaven and earth mystic flame to put the fledgling sword and the 9 million pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold together to forge a real soul sword. It would be a peerless or even emperor-grade soul sword. Alright, it is time to go out. Du Gufengwu said, hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl. Just like before, we will share the energy of the fire immunity chilling pearl. After that, I will bring you and fly out of here. That way, I will not owe you anything. Yang Dingtian shook his head. Du Gufengwu said coldly, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't force me to destroy your fledgling sword. Yang Dingtian said, there is no more fire immunity chilling pearl. It has completely melted in my mouth. Oh no, it is in our mouth. What? Du Gufengwu exclaimed, melted? It has used up all of its icy cold energy. That is why it has disappeared. Yang Dingtian said, when I was alone, it was just enough to enter the fire cloud devil cave. But just now, it had to protect the two of us. That is why its energy was used up in advance. Then, should I thank you? Du Gufengwu said coldly. Her voice was very unfriendly. Yang Dingtian did not answer. Don't tell me you are plotting something again? Du Gufengwu said coldly. If I was plotting something, why would I save you just now? Yang Dingtian said unhappily. Instantly, the two of them fell into silence again. Are we really unable to get out? Yang Dingtian asked. You can try to climb up and see if the heaven flame phoenix will spit at you. If it does, let's see if you will die. Du Gufengwu sneered. Didn't your parents teach you to speak properly? Yang Dingtian said coldly, what is the point of speaking so viciously all the time? If you don't like it, don't talk to me. Du Gufengwu said coldly. Why do you hate men so much? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't hate men. I just hate them. Of course, I hate women even more. Du Gufengwu said, if we are talking about hatred, I hate you the most. You have tainted me. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had already learned to completely ignore the extremely stimulating word taint. He didn't want to argue and just sneered, you hate both men and women. Then, who do you like and who do you love? I love myself. Can't I? Du Gufengwu sneered. Yang Dingtian was speechless again. After a moment of silence, Du Gufengwu suddenly asked, if you can get out, what are you going to do next? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, I will use 3 months to advance from a 5-star mystic martial warrior to a great mystic martial master. Then, I will look for a powerful mystic skill to learn. Then, I will use half a year to find a heaven and earth mystic flame and refine my heart fire. If all goes well, refining the heart fire might be my biggest breakthrough in history. In short, I will break through to a 5-star martial mystic expert within a year. Then, I will have the chance to defeat Xianxia in the martial arts competition 1 year later. I will take back the Cloud Heaven City Lord position and bring Yan back to Cloud Heaven City. I will let Big Brother Xianxia and the others return to Cloud Heaven City. Du Gufengwu turned to look at him and said indifferently, you must be dreaming. Who do you think you are to break through to the 30th rank in a year? Du Gufengwu said, with my talent, I will not be able to break through to the 5th rank in a year. If you want to break through to the 30th rank, it will be faster to slit your own throat. You demonic woman, don't talk to me. Yang Dingtian was instantly flustered and exasperated. He wondered if this demonic woman was a cobra in her previous life. Why was her mouth so poisonous? There is also the heaven and earth mystic flame. Even I, a martial supreme expert, don't have it. If a small character like you wants to get it in a year, you are dreaming. Du Gufengwu continued with her poisonous tongue. You are a martial supreme? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Oh, right. Xianxia once said that this demonic woman was already a martial supreme expert. What else do you think? Du Gufengwu sneered and said, with your lousy Cloud Heaven City and Xianxia gone, there is basically no one who can be my opponent. Furthermore, I am only 26 years old this year. Dongfang Bingling is only 20 years old. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but want to attack her arrogance. As expected, Du Gufengwu's expression turned ugly. She snorted and said, so what? What relationship does she have with you? You still have the face to show her off. Don't think that just because she is your fiancé, you can act as if you were close to her. In her eyes, you are nothing. These words were very hurtful, but Yang Dingtian wasn't very angry. He had a certain understanding of Du Gufengwu now. This demonic woman was extremely ruthless and heartless. She had a very low EQ, a narrow mind, and a thick skin. Following which, Du Gufengwu said coldly, at most 20 years, I will slaughter that slut Dongfang Bingling. In this world, anyone who is younger and more formidable than me will have to die. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. He really wanted to say, fortunately, you aren't interested in becoming the Temple Lord of the Temple of Blood. Otherwise, the entire evil ways would be screwed over by a stupid and ruthless woman like you. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sneer and said, wait until you can get out. Otherwise, you will be doomed to watch Dongfang Bingling flaunt her prowess and lead the Tiando League to exterminate all evil ways. Pah! Du Gufengwu didn't retort. Instead, she slapped with her sword. Yang Dingtian felt an intense pain on his cheek before he vomited a mouthful of blood. Even his teeth were loosened. This demonic woman. Yang Dingtian instantly gritted his teeth. She was the only one who had a vicious tongue. If someone else had a vicious tongue and she couldn't win against them, she would immediately use violence. After making her move, Du Gufengwu said coldly, "If you say something that makes me unhappy again, I will cut off your tongue too." Yang Dingtian wiped off the bloodstain on the corner of his mouth and let out a cold smile. He didn't say anything else. This kind of demonic woman was completely unreasonable. Completely ignoring her was the best choice. Therefore, Yang Dingtian hugged that steel rod and youngling sword and immediately laid down to sleep. He didn't expect that in such a desperate situation, there would be such a ruthless and heartless demonic woman by his side. Yang Dingtian actually fell asleep. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, when Yang Dingtian woke up again, Du Gufengwu had closed her eyes and was recuperating. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and entered the state of recuperation. He instantly fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, Yang Dingtian woke up again. Du Gufengwu was pacing back and forth in annoyance. Yang Dingtian ignored her and still closed his eyes to sleep. Who knew that Du Gufengwu would pull his ear and say, "Don't sleep. Sleep, 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 sleep. You only know how to sleep. Are you a pig? How long have I slept?" Yang Dingtian asked. 5 days. Du Gufengwu replied. 5 days? Yang Dingtian was astonished. He didn't expect that 5 days had passed after 2 sleeps. No wonder he felt that his injuries were almost healed. "We can't wait any longer. We have to find a way out." Du Gufengwu said, "We are now about 30,000 meters underground. The heaven flame phoenix is above us. We can't go up. We can't see the bottom, and I can't see what is below. However, I feel that it is more dangerous than the heaven flame phoenix." That's right. Right now, there was no way to go up or down. There was really no way out. "I have an idea," Du Gufengwu said. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Yang Dingtian's hair stood on end. He immediately stood up and took a few steps back, trying to get as far away from this demonic woman as possible. "I feel that there is a fatal danger down there, but I don't know what it is. Therefore, I want you to go down and check it out," Du Gufengwu said. "You can go if you want," Yang Dingtian said. Before he could finish, Du Gufengwu's delicate body rushed over like lightning. She grabbed Yang Dingtian's body and threw him down into the bottomless abyss. Yang Dingtian, who was falling crazily, was furious. He said, "Du Gufengwu, just you wait. I will rape and kill you in the future. Just you wait." This demonic woman was too ruthless. She was completely inhumane. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's voice was getting farther and farther away. Finally, it couldn't be heard anymore. Falling down, falling down, falling down, falling down, Yang Dingtian's body kept falling. It was as if there was no end to it. He didn't know how long he had been falling, and he didn't know how far he had fallen. Just as Yang Dingtian circulated all his mystic qi to protect himself and was prepared to turn into meat paste, his body suddenly stopped falling. There was nothing blocking Yang Dingtian. He had lost all gravity and inertia. He was floating in the air. This was zero gravity. That's right, zero gravity. Where is this place? There is actually zero gravity. Yang Dingtian thought to himself. He couldn't have reached the Earth's core, right? What is this place? There is actually zero gravity? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and pushed his hands up, forcing out a surge of mystic qi. He let the mystic qi's reaction force push him to the ground slowly. The surroundings were still dark, so Yang Dingtian didn't know how far he was from the ground. He kept falling slowly. He fell for tens of meters, hundreds of meters, hundreds of meters. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian stepped on something hard. It seemed to be the ground. Yang Dingtian hooked the tip of his foot and stepped on it firmly. Suddenly, the surroundings lit up. Hiss. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath of cold air. Where is this? Is this the Heaven Palace? At this moment, Yang Dingtian was in an incomparably huge palace. There were 5 huge doors around him. Each door was a few hundred meters tall, and each door was as huge as a mountain. The entire hall of the palace was more than 100,000 square meters, and it was as big as dozens of soccer fields. Yang Dingtian was about 200 meters away from the ground, and he didn't know what he was stepping on. Yang Dingtian kept turning around and looking at his surroundings. What is this place? How could it be so majestic? No matter if it was the Cloud Heaven City or the Yinyang School, they had never seen such a huge and majestic palace. Yang Dingtian looked at the 5 doors carefully. They were all different colors. Red, blue, gold, and colorless. The last door's color kept changing. It was red for a moment, blue for a moment, and then white for a moment. I wonder what is behind the 5 doors. Whoosh. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind. Then, a graceful figure suddenly fell. Du Gufengwu jumped down. She must have seen the light below, so she jumped down as well. Soon enough, Du Gufengwu also entered the zero-gravity region and floated in the air. Her jade-like hand cleaved the air, and her delicate body fell like a meteor, landing directly beside Yang Dingtian. After landing, Du Gufengwu was stunned and looked at everything in disbelief. After half a minute, Du Gufengwu sighed and said, Yang Dingtian, I really don't know how to describe your luck. After throwing you down like this, not only did you not die, but you also found a mystic realm. Mystic realm? Yang Dingtian didn't want to bother with this demonic woman, but when he heard the words mystic realm, he couldn't help but exclaim, this is a mystic realm? Of course. Du Gufengwu's beautiful eyes rippled as she said, if this isn't a mystic realm left behind from ancient times, which sect would have the ability to build such a majestic palace underground? Yang Dingtian's heart instantly. He was already overjoyed when he found the best quality earth fire and forged the youngling sword so smoothly. Now, he had actually discovered another secret realm. Mystic realms were the most mystical places in this world, and they were also the most precious things left behind by the ancient world. Anyone who entered a mystic realm would only have 2 endings. Either they would advance by leaps and bounds, or they would die in the mystic realm. Shiman Wuya's talent wasn't considered top-notch. After he chose to learn a 9th grade manual, he didn't make any progress for nearly 10 years. Therefore, when he was traveling outside, he accidentally entered a mystic realm from ancient times. It was then that he had a huge breakthrough, and his martial skills advanced by leaps and bounds. He jumped into the ranks of the strongest martial artists in the world. If it wasn't because he was trying to save Yang Dingtian and was framed by Zhu Qingzhu, he would be the undisputed #1 martial artist in the world 10 years later. This was the power of a mystic realm. The same thing happened to Dongfang Bingling. This proud and arrogant girl chose to learn the most difficult 9th grade superior grade manual in history. Therefore, even though she had the best Xian veins in the world, she didn't make any progress for a few years. During those years, Dongfang Minmi wasn't there. She was ridiculed in the Yinyang School. Everyone thought of her as a beautiful vase, and there were even people who wanted to use force to taint her beauty, even though she was only 13 or 14 years old. Therefore, she couldn't stand such a life, and like Shiman Wuya, she chose to leave and travel outside. When she returned 3 years later, she was already a martial Xian expert. After another 2 years, she broke through martial Xian, martial great master, and directly became a martial honorable. A 20-year-old martial honorable, it was shocking. Even if one ignored her age, a martial honorable was enough to run rampant in the world. From then on, she soared to the heavens and became a high and mighty immortal. She was like the bright moon and stars in the sky, too high to reach. Although no one knew what she had encountered during her travels, everyone guessed that she had found a secret realm and had achieved a breakthrough in it. This was the power of a mystic realm. Anyone who cultivated in a mystic realm and didn't die would have their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. It was even an unimaginable breakthrough. Now, Yang Dingtian had entered a mystic realm. Didn't you say that you felt a dangerous aura? Yang Dingtian suddenly said, why do I feel that this place is very peaceful? Boom. Before Yang Dingtian could finish his words, there was a sudden tremor. The ground under his feet suddenly moved. Then, a huge palm suddenly lifted up and directly slapped Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu down. Huff. An incomparably huge palm force pressed Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu to the ground. Then, under Yang Dingtian's horrified gaze, a 3-headed stone giant suddenly stood up and looked down at Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu. It turned out that Yang Dingtian had been standing on the head of this stone giant. And Du Gufengwu felt an incomparably dangerous aura, which also came from this stone giant. This stone giant held an incomparably huge hammer in his right hand. He had 3 heads, but each head only had 1 eye. This giant was at least 300 to 400 meters tall. Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu were like ants under his feet. The giant hammer in his hand was as big as a house. He looked as tall as a mountain. Please show your identity. Otherwise, we will kill without mercy. Those who are not guests of the 5 Elements Hall are not allowed to enter. From the stone giant's mouth, there was a buzzing sound. It had a kind of computerized sound, but the sound was really loud, as though it was going to deafen the ears. The guardian will start the countdown to identify the intruder. 9, 8, please show your identity. Otherwise, we will kill without mercy. 7, those who are not guests of the 5 Elements Hall are not allowed to enter. Yang Dingtian looked at Du Gufengwu and asked, can you beat this giant? Du Gufengwu was so nervous that she was breathing rapidly. She rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian and said, what do you think? Then, compared to the heaven-flamed phoenix, who is more powerful? Yang Dingtian continued to ask. What's the difference? Du Gufengwu said, you only need to know that even a master-level expert would be smashed into meat paste by this giant's hammer. I don't know how to describe someone of your level. Even saying that you can stomp an ant to death is a little too flattering. Even at this time, Du Gufengwu didn't forget to use her venomous tongue. 6, 5, the giant was still counting down. 4, 3, 2, 1, you are not a guest. You are not allowed to enter. Violators will be killed without mercy, killed without mercy. After finishing his words, the giant smashed his hammer at Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu. The hammer was as big as a house, and it weighed hundreds of thousands to millions of kilograms. It was going to smash at Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu's heads. Yang Dingtian tried his best to run towards any of the 5 doors. As long as he could get through the door, he would be safe. But soon, he realized that his entire body was locked down. It was like Sun Wukong being suppressed under the 5 Elements mountain. He couldn't move at all. Facing the deadly hammer, Du Gufengwu didn't have any intention to resist. Instead, her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Dingtian. What? Do you want to take a good look at me before you die? Yang Dingtian asked in a cold voice. I am hesitating if I should kill you at this time, Du Gufengwu said. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. They were about to be killed by the giant, and this demonic woman was still thinking about killing Yang Dingtian. The giant's hammer was getting closer and closer. The speed might not be fast, but there was no way for them to resist. We are going to die. Tell me honestly, did you rape me? Du Gufengwu asked. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. If I knew that you would be so hateful and annoying, I would have raped you before killing you. Then I would have raped you and killed you again. Rape, rape, kill, kill, rape. At this moment, the giant hammer was already above their heads. Yang Dingtian could feel the pressure of Mount Tai. If this giant hammer smashed down, let alone turning them into meat paste, Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu would definitely be turned into ashes. Am I going to die like this? Yang Dingtian said in his heart, I am not willing, I am not willing. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought of something. It was the tear-shaped accessory that Ningning gave him. Back at the blood pool, Yang Dingtian revealed this tear-shaped accessory, which made the fire demon Lion King, which was close to 1,000 years old, flee. Even that powerful demonic beast didn't have the courage to take a look at it. This 3-headed giant in front of them was undoubtedly several times stronger than that fire demon Lion King. In that case, would it recognize this tear-shaped accessory? Just as the hammer was about to smash down on their heads, Yang Dingtian reached out to touch the tear-shaped accessory and poured in a stream of mystic qi. In an instant, the magnificent, sparkling, and translucent tear-shaped accessory revealed itself. At the same time, the hammer that was smashing down suddenly stopped and was suspended above Yang Dingtian's head. It was just 3 inches away from their heads. The giant stared blankly at the tear-shaped accessory on Yang Dingtian's neck. It seemed to have sunk into memories and also seemed to be searching for memories. Its 3 giant eyes were in a daze. Yang Dingtian and Du Gufengwu were just like prisoners waiting for judgment. They would either become the honored guests of the mystic realm or be smashed into meat paste. When facing the giant of the ancient world, Du Gufengwu didn't have any strength to resist. Only fire burns the heart, only ice seals the heart, only wind moves the heart, only lightning cracks the heart, only metal strengthens the heart. I'm afraid the 5 elements are injured, and the mystic sea is unable to control itself. I suspect it's the Vajra form, but it's still a flesh body. Yang Dingtian wholeheartedly entered the realm of breathing mystic qi, and endless mystic qi surged in. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt an incomparably comfortable coolness all over his body. After the endless mystic qi surged into the mystic meridians, it finally converged into the qi vessel. It was unknown how much time had passed. Perhaps it was a few minutes, or perhaps it was a few hours. Finally, the entire qi vessel was filled, and it actually started to swell. Immediately after, the qi vessel started to throb, and so did the mystic meridians in his body. He was actually about to break through. The power of this mystic realm was actually so shocking. He was about to break through just by breathing once. Boom! A golden light burst out from the qi vessel, and Yang Dingtian instantly lost all his senses. All the mystic meridians in his body entered a temporary stagnation. When Yang Dingtian completely recovered his divine sense, pure mystic qi surged into his mystic meridians again. At this moment, the qi vessel was empty, and it greedily absorbed the endless mystic qi. He actually broke through. Yang Dingtian shockingly realized that he actually broke through and became a 6-star mystic martial warrior. According to the normal speed, Yang Dingtian would need to cultivate for at least 2 to 3 months to break through from 5-star to 6-star mystic martial warrior. But in this mystic realm, he actually broke through after a few hours of cultivation. This was too sensational. Could this be the power of the mystic realm? This was too powerful and too miraculous. No wonder people said that the mystic realm was the greatest gift of the ancient world. It was also the greatest fortuitous encounter that martial artists could encounter. This cultivation speed was truly heaven-defying and shocking. Just as Yang Dingtian was immersed in the joy of breaking through, he suddenly felt a chill on his body, and he couldn't help but open his eyes. He instantly saw a pair of beautiful eyes staring at him. It was actually Du Gufengwu. He didn't expect her to return, and he didn't know how long she had been back. He also didn't know if she had found the exit. However, the look in her eyes right now was a little dangerous. Temporarily putting aside the joy of the breakthrough, Yang Dingtian asked, "Have you found the exit?" Du Gufengwu nodded and said, "Every faction has 5 secret rooms, and behind the 6th door is the seabed. As long as they could pass through the 5th room, they would be able to leave. The 6th room of any element, metal, fire, ice, lightning, or wind, led to the sea. Of course, I only explored the rooms of the 4 elements. The room of the lightning element was too perverted and dangerous, so I didn't go in." Yang Dingtian said, "That's great news. You can leave this place now." Du Gufengwu continued, "This 5 elements hall mystic realm is useless to me, but it seems to be tailor-made for you. As long as you can get out of here, you will have a shocking breakthrough. You will even soar into the sky." "I'm really lucky," Yang Dingtian said. "Since you've already found the exit, why did you come back?" After the demoness found the exit, she would definitely leave by herself. Would she be so kind as to bring Yang Dingtian out? He strongly doubted it. "I'm here to kill you," Du Gufengwu said. When she said this sentence, it was extremely natural. Yang Dingtian didn't know how many times he had heard this sentence. Calluses were about to form in his ears. "Please, can you say something more creative?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. At this moment, Du Gufengwu's sentence didn't have any effect on him. Du Gufengwu smiled and looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. Her voice turned gentle as she asked, "That's right, do you have any wishes that you haven't fulfilled? After I get out, I will help you fulfill them?" She had never spoken with such a gentle voice before. This tone wasn't right, and it was even dangerous. Yang Dingtian was slightly startled. He then shook his head and said, "No, I don't have any wishes that I need you to fulfill." "You really don't have any?" Du Gufengwu laughed and said, "For example, helping you kill Shimanju? Or helping you rescue Yanyan Shiman? In short, apart from defeating Dongfang Bingling immediately, I can help you fulfill your other wishes." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I have to complete these things myself. You won't be able to fulfill them. Du Gufengwu smiled and said, because I am going to kill you. I know that I have said this sentence many times. Yang Dingtian's expression turned serious. He looked at Du Gufengwu for a long time and said slowly, Are you serious? Du Gufengwu nodded and said, That's right, I am serious. Immediately after, Du Gufengwu said, Actually, I am serious every time I say that I am going to kill you. It is just that I didn't obtain the fire immunity chilling pearl previously, so I couldn't kill you. After entering the fire-clad devil cave, I thought that we wouldn't be able to get out, so I didn't have to kill you first. Now that we can get out, and I have successfully forged the youngling sword, it is time to kill you. Why? Yang Dingtian asked slowly. I can feel that your existence will completely destroy the entire evil ways. Du Gufengwu said, You have unfathomable mystic meridian's talent. I taught you a fake hidden sect sword art, but you were able to master it. You are clearly a 5-star mystic martial warrior, but you are able to forge a soul sword that is stronger than mine. You actually discovered a mystic realm. After a few months, you will be able to advance by leaps and bounds and soar to the sky. All of these will be the reason why I am going to kill you. Taking a deep breath, Du Gufengwu continued, In short, I feel that within 5 years, you might be able to catch up to me. Within 10 years, you will be able to surpass me. 15 or 20 years later, you might be unrivaled in the world. The revival of our entire evil ways might be destroyed by your hands. With such a formidable enemy, you must be killed before he becomes strong. Yang Dingtian looked at Du Gufengwu and didn't say a word. In just an instant, you actually broke through. Such mystic meridian's talent is too sensational. Du Gufengwu said indifferently, I am going to kill you today, but you have saved my life twice. Therefore, I am going to kill you instead. Even though I am a ruthless and heartless person, it is still hard for me to make a move. Therefore, if you have any wishes, I will fulfill them for you. This way, I will be able to kill you with a clear conscience. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, If you want to kill me, then kill me. I don't have anything that requires your help. No, you have to say something that you want me to do for you. Du Gufengwu said, You have saved my life twice. If I were to kill you like this, then today will become my eternal heart demon, and it will have a fatal impact on my cultivation. Therefore, you have to say something that you want me to do for you. Yang Dingtian took out the 300-kilogram youngling sword from his spatial ring and pointed it at Du Gufengwu. He shook his head and said, I don't have anything that requires your help. Du Gufengwu suddenly drew out the sharp sword. Her smiling face gradually disappeared, and her expression turned icy cold. She said slowly, All right, then I will make my move. You can only blame yourself for meeting me. Finishing her statement, Du Gufengwu circulated all the mystic qi in her body and thrust out her sword. Yang Dingtian raised the heavy sword in his hand, but he didn't block Du Gufengwu's sword. Instead, he smashed it at her head. Du Gufengwu's sword was very fast, and it instantly reached Yang Dingtian's neck. Yang Dingtian's entire body turned ice-cold from the invasion of the killing aura. Just as the sword tip pierced through Yang Dingtian's flesh, Du Gufengwu's sword stopped. Her absolutely beautiful face was in extreme pain. No, if I kill you like this, I will really have a heart demon, and it will destroy my cultivation for the rest of my life. Du Gufengwu suddenly withdrew her sharp sword and looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes for a long time. She said, Yang Dingtian, I will ask you one last time. That day at the blood pool, did you do anything unspeakable to me? Yang Dingtian let out a cold laugh and didn't answer. He really didn't want to answer this question. You have to answer me. This is very important, Du Gufengwu said. Are you trying to find a reason to kill me? Yang Dingtian sneered and said, All right, I did do it that day. Kill me, kill me. Du Gufengwu looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time and shook her head. It seems like you really didn't touch me. Furthermore, you saved me time and time again. It is really hard for me to make a decision. Subsequently, Du Gufengwu seemed to have fallen into a difficult decision. Yang Dingtian sneered. It seemed like this demonic woman still had some conscience. After 10 minutes, she seemed to have made a decision and said, I know what to do. Yang Dingtian was startled. What was this demonic woman trying to do? I will give myself to you. This way, I can kill you with a clear conscience. Du Gufengwu said, didn't you say that you didn't touch me? Now that you have, I won't have wronged you previously. I also have a reason to kill you. Shameless, shameless to the extreme. Afterward, she took a step forward and grabbed Yang Dingtian's neck. Yang Dingtian slashed at her with his ugly sword and shouted, get lost. You crazy demonic woman. You can humiliate yourself, but don't humiliate me. Du Gufengwu casually pushed Yang Dingtian's heavy sword to the side. Mystic qi gushed out from her hand, and Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians were instantly restrained, making him unable to move. Afterward, when Yang Dingtian was completely unable to move, Yang Dingtian's body began to tremble. He looked on helplessly as everything happened. This demonic woman kept saying that Yang Dingtian did something to her, but in the end, she really did such a thing. Even though the scene was fiery, the two people's eyes were still cold. After everything was over, Du Gufengwu looked at Yang Dingtian and released his mystic qi restriction. Yang Dingtian regained his ability to move. Du Gufengwu's eyes were a little complicated as she revealed some hesitation. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, Yang Dingtian, I should send you on your way. Don't worry, I will be quick. Note, brothers, please give me 2 monthly votes. There should be a 5th update. I am really going all out. I beg for the support of all the bosses. Thank you. Due to the changes in the chapter, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Apologies, thank you everyone. Afterward, Du Gufengwu held on to Yang Dingtian's face with one hand and pressed on his heart with the other. You are the only man I have ever been close to. I will remember you for the rest of my life. Finishing her statement, Du Gufengwu's palm suddenly spat out an extremely powerful mystic qi, which attacked Yang Dingtian's chest. PFFF. A stream of blood suddenly spurted out tens of meters high. Yang Dingtian's body abruptly rose up and immediately fell down without any sound or presence. Du Gufengwu's delicate body trembled, and her jade-like hands instinctively covered her heart because she suddenly felt a twitch there. She originally thought that her heart would never hurt, but when she struck out her palm at Yang Dingtian, she clearly felt a twitch in her heart and an intense pain. In the end, she still made a move to kill Yang Dingtian. Even though Yang Dingtian had saved her life several times, even though Yang Dingtian had never offended her before. I am leaving, but I will remember you for the rest of my life. Du Gufengwu said as 2 sparkling teardrops dripped down. She then suddenly turned around and walked towards the metal elements room, vanishing from the 5 elements hall. The vitality left Yang Dingtian's body bit by bit, and his body gradually became cold, very cold. Du Gufengwu wasn't joking, and she didn't show any mercy. She once heard that Zhu Hongshua's palm strike wasn't able to kill Yang Dingtian. Therefore, she directly placed her palm on Yang Dingtian's chest and spat out her mystic qi. Right at this moment, the 3-headed giant suddenly opened his eyes and bent down to look at Yang Dingtian for a moment. The 5 elements hall's guest's vitality is fading. The guardian is attempting the first rescue. The rescue is in progress. That stone giant immediately carried Yang Dingtian and opened up a stone slab in front of his chest, revealing a pool of jade-green water. The stone giant placed Yang Dingtian into the pool of water in his chest, and the pool instantly surged with countless white light and drilled into Yang Dingtian's body. These countless white light were like countless vitality, slowly replenishing the vitality that Yang Dingtian had already lost. He didn't know how much time had passed. It was like a dream, or perhaps it was even deeper than a dream. This was because this was the closest he had been to death, or perhaps he had almost died before. Yang Dingtian felt as though his shattered body and shattered soul were being connected together by countless snow-white energy and fused together. Then, his entire body and mind recovered inch by inch. When he finally recovered completely, he suddenly opened his eyes and found himself lying in a pool full of life energy. The memories from before flooded into Yang Dingtian's mind little by little. To be honest, he didn't think that Du Gufengwu would actually kill him. On the sea, Du Gufengwu didn't really kill him. Along the way, Du Gufengwu still didn't kill him. In the Fire Cloud Devil Cave, Du Gufengwu still didn't kill him. He thought that when Du Gufengwu said that she was going to kill him, it was just words. He thought that Du Gufengwu wouldn't kill him anymore. However, reality taught Yang Dingtian a lesson again. Du Gufengwu finally made her move, and she pushed Yang Dingtian away before killing him. Du Gufengwu, you have taught me a profound lesson. You have made me more aware of evil ways. Yang Dingtian muttered to himself, the next time I see you, I won't be naive anymore. I won't be, evil ways are evil ways. From today onwards, I won't have any more fantasies about the evil Tao. There will be a day when I become stronger. I will definitely take your life. I definitely will. At this moment, the giant opened up the stone slab in front of its chest. Its giant hand scooped Yang Dingtian out of the pool while muttering to itself, the first rescue is a success. Guest, you may enter cultivation again. After that, it placed Yang Dingtian on the ground and returned to its original position, turning into a sculpture that was a few hundred meters tall. After landing on the ground, Yang Dingtian's body seemed to be filled with surging energy. It was as though he didn't suffer any fatal injuries. He really didn't know what the pool in the giant's chest was. It actually had the effect of reviving someone from the dead. However, Yang Dingtian didn't care about that for now. He only had one thought, and that was to use the Five Elements Hall's secret realm to strengthen himself. Breakthrough, and breakthrough again. Everyone knew that the secret realm was the most mysterious and powerful place in the world. He wanted to see how big of a breakthrough this Five Elements Hall's secret realm could help Yang Dingtian. His goal was to break through rank 15 in the Five Elements Hall and directly become a great mystic martial master. Only by becoming a great mystic martial master would he not be considered an expert. Only then would he be able to cultivate mystic skills and have a qualitative leap. After arriving at the center of the hall, where the mystic chi was the densest, Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the ground and started to regulate his breathing again. After he broke through the previous time, he was still doing the breathing and absorbing mystic chi. However, he was interrupted by Du Gufengwu. However, this time, Yang Dingtian wasn't just doing the breathing and absorbing mystic chi by himself. He was also hugging his ugly sword and cultivating. From now on, all of his cultivation would be carried out together with the youngling sword. The cultivation of the sword soul would start from now on. Soon, the dense and powerful mystic chi once again surged into Yang Dingtian's body. It passed through his mystic meridians and into his chi vessel. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. An entire day passed. Yang Dingtian's empty chi vessel was now completely filled with mystic chi. However, it was different from before. The chi vessel didn't expand or become restless. Instead, it stopped absorbing the mystic chi. This meant that the chi vessel had reached its limit. Yang Dingtian tried again and again, but the chi vessel still didn't have any reaction. The mystic chi that surged into the chi vessel only attacked from the chi vessel and couldn't stop. Yang Dingtian knew that the space in his chi vessel had reached its limit. Therefore, he had to expand the space in his chi vessel. How to expand it was to cultivate martial skills. Normal warriors would cultivate martial skills for 8 hours every day to expand their chi vessel and mystic meridians. Then, they would adjust their breathing and absorb the mystic chi into the expanded chi vessel for 2 hours. This cycle would repeat for half a year, or even a few years before there would be another breakthrough. Cultivating martial skills was to expand the mystic meridians and chi vessel. Adjusting one's breathing was to fill the newly expanded space in the chi vessel and mystic meridians. The two complemented each other. If one wanted to be strong and raise the level of mystic chi, both were indispensable. Therefore, Yang Dingtian needed to cultivate martial skills now. Hopefully, the trial of the Five Elements Hall would bring him a surprise. Carrying the 300-pound ugly sword, Yang Dingtian walked into the first room of the metal faction. Here, the gravity was 3 times. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian began to brandish the giant sword and used the 1st to 9th moves of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The sword in Yang Dingtian's hand originally weighed more than 300 pounds. Under 3 times the gravity, it weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Therefore, his movements were at least 10 times slower than usual. The complete set of pig-slaying swordsmanship that originally required 30 seconds now required a full 5 minutes. The second time required 4 minutes and 35 seconds. The third time required 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Yang Dingtian continued to practice his sword, crazily practicing his sword. As the sword moves were brandished, the mystic chi in his body surged out like a tide. 10 times. 20 times, 30 times, 100 times, 300 times, 500 times, 1000 times. After a full 1000 times, Yang Dingtian's speed of using the 300-pound sword to execute the pig-slaying swordsmanship was exactly the same as normal under 3 times the gravity. In less than a minute, he was able to execute the entire set of pig-slaying swordsmanship. In other words, in the first room, Yang Dingtian's strength had increased by many times. But at this time a full 2 days and 1 night had passed. The mystic chi in Yang Dingtian's body was also completely exhausted. Moreover, at this time, he already felt that his entire body was no longer his. Dragging his numb and exhausted body, Yang Dingtian walked back to the center of the Five Elements Palace and sat cross-legged on the ground. Hugging the giant sword, he once again adjusted his breathing and began to absorb mystic chi. Pure mystic chi once again surged in violently. From Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians, it surged into his energy reserve. The empty energy reserve greedily swallowed the mystic chi that was exhausted. Like a desert, no matter how much rain fell, it disappeared without a trace in an instant. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours, a full 5 hours of breathing, 5 hours of devouring profound energy. Finally, the energy reserve once again reached its limit and could no longer absorb even a trace of mystic chi. And this time, even though Yang Dingtian did not have a big breakthrough, he had a small breakthrough. From a 6-star beginner Xian martial warrior, he became a 6-star intermediate Xian martial warrior. Yang Dingtian once again carried the heavy sword and walked into the first room of the Metal Element Palace in high spirits. This time, he did not practice the first stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Instead, he practiced the second stage of the yin-yang heaven and earth sword's fourth move, the all-conquering sword. The key point of the all-conquering sword was not its speed, but the power of the sword. It was called invincible. And now, it was 3 times the gravity. The youngling sword in his hand weighed at least 500 kilograms. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to use most of his mystic chi to support the weight of the youngling sword. Thus, the speed of the youngling sword was not very fast. Kill, invincible, Yang Dingtian practiced the all-conquering sword over and over again. From dozens of times, to hundreds of times, to thousands of times. Finally, the power of the sword became stronger and stronger. This time, Yang Dingtian used a full 3 days to exhaust all his mystic chi. He did not know how many times he practiced the all-conquering sword. Perhaps it was already more than 10,000 times. Compared to the beginning, the power of Yang Dingtian's sword had already increased by several times. Once again, he returned to the center of the Five Elements Palace. Yang Dingtian circulated the pig-slaying swordsmanship's mystic chi absorption chant and once again began to breathe and absorb mystic chi. This time, it was a full 5 hours of breathing and absorbing. However, what disappointed Yang Dingtian was that his mystic chi did not have any breakthrough. Not to mention a big breakthrough, there was not even a small breakthrough. When he first started cultivating in this secret realm, Yang Dingtian only spent a few hours to break through to a 6-star mystic martial warrior. And now, 7 to 8 days had already passed, but he had only broken through half a star. In this secret realm, Yang Dingtian's goal was to break through to the great mystic martial master. Therefore, he still needed to break through 15 levels. But according to his current speed, he would only be able to break through half a star in 7 to 8 days. Then, he would need at least 8 to 9 months to break through to the great mystic martial master, or even a year. This time was too long. A year later, Yang Dingtian would need to return to Cloud Heaven City to participate in the great martial competition for the position of the city lord. And his greatest opponent would be Shimanju. How powerful was Shimanju? He was at least a martial ancestor realm expert. Yang Dingtian was currently a 6-star mystic martial warrior. Above that was mystic martial master, great mystic martial master, martial mystic martial warrior, and martial ancestor realm. In other words, the gap between Yang Dingtian and Shimanju was 4 stages, more than 40 levels. Yang Dingtian needed to cross this gap within a year. He had a total of 3 chances to break through. The first time was in this 5 elements secret realm. He needed to at least break through to the great mystic martial master. The second time was to learn the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The third time was to find a heaven and earth mystic flame and refine it into his heart flame. This time, there would be a huge breakthrough. Moreover, refining a heaven and earth mystic flame required one to be a martial mystic martial warrior. However, according to his current progress, the time was far from enough. Although breaking through within a year was enough to shock everyone in the world, it was far from enough for Yang Dingtian. If he was only a great mystic martial master, there was no need for him to come to Cloud Heaven City. He would definitely be killed by Shimanju in one move. Hello, Giant. May I ask you a few questions? After finishing the mystic breathing technique, Yang Dingtian did not immediately enter the secret room to train. Instead, he walked in front of the stone giant and asked. The several hundred-meter-tall stone giant opened his eyes and said, I can only answer questions that are within my authority. How long would it take for a 5-star mystic martial warrior to break through to great mystic martial master in the 5 Elements Hall? Yang Dingtian asked. This question is within my authority and can be answered. The stone giant said, for those with high talent, 2 years. For those with extreme talent, 1.5 years. 1.5 years? 2 or 3 years, Yang Dingtian couldn't wait that long. Then what kind of talent would I have? Yang Dingtian asked. The stone giant opened his palm and gently placed it on Yang Dingtian's head, then answered, above the extreme. Then with my talent, how long would it take for me to break through to great mystic martial master? Yang Dingtian hurriedly asked. The stone giant calculated for a moment, then said, 1 year. 1 year at the fastest? Yang Dingtian said. Yes. The stone giant said, this is the theoretical speed of an extreme mystic vein practitioner. 1 year was too long. Yang Dingtian definitely didn't have that much time. Can it be faster? Yang Dingtian asked. Under normal mode, no. The stone giant said. Then what about under abnormal mode? Yang Dingtian was delighted and hurriedly asked, also, what is abnormal mode? Abnormal mode is death mode. It's completely similar to actual combat. The practitioner will be injured and die. The stone giant said. If that's the case, how long would it take for me to break through to great mystic martial master? Yang Dingtian asked. For those with extreme talent, if they don't die, it would take half a year. The stone giant said. Half a year? Although it would still make Yang Dingtian's time very tight, he still had half a year to find the third stage of the pig-slaying sword art and find the heaven and earth mystic flame. There was still a sliver of hope. Then I'll immediately enter abnormal mode. Yang Dingtian said. Are you sure? The stone giant said, serious warning, if you enter abnormal mode into actual combat, your opponent will definitely not be merciful. You might be injured or die. I'm sure. Yang Dingtian said. Please select the difficulty level of abnormal mode. Normal, medium, extreme, and extreme. The stone giant said, if the difficulty level increases by 1 level, the cultivation speed will increase by 5%, but the probability of death will increase by 10%. In the abnormal mode of normal difficulty, he could break through to great mystic martial master in half a year. According to this calculation, if he chose the extreme difficulty, he might be able to break through to the great mystic martial master realm in around 5 months. What's the probability of dying in normal difficulty? Yang Dingtian asked. 45%. The stone giant said. Immediately, Yang Dingtian sucked in a deep breath of cold air. If he chose the extreme difficulty, he might be able to break through to great mystic martial master in a little over 5 months, but the probability of death would rise to a shocking 75%. By the way, what level of cultivation do I need to reach before I can leave the mystery realm of the 5 Elements Palace? Yang Dingtian suddenly thought of the most important question. You have to be at least a 3-star Great Mystic Martial Master before you can leave the 6th Metal Elemental Secret Room without any burden. The stone giant said. Yang Dingtian was astonished. It turned out that breaking through to the Great Mystic Martial Master level wasn't enough. He needed to break through to the 3-star Great Mystic Martial Master level. In that case, it would take even more time. Please choose the trial difficulty. The stone giant reminded again. Yang Dingtian fiercely clenched his teeth and said, "Extreme difficulty." The stone giant said mechanically, "Extreme difficulty, your cultivation speed will increase by 15%. Your probability of death will increase by 30%, reaching 75%. Do you still insist on this choice?" "I insist on this choice," Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed and the stone giant slowly said, "The mystery realm of the Five Elements Palace has increased the trial difficulty to extreme difficulty." Immediately, Yang Dingtian felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if a murderous aura surged from all around him. The so-called combat mode was completely different from the original. Previously, Yang Dingtian was practicing his sword alone. Now, he had an opponent. Moreover, it was a powerful and merciless opponent. When he arrived at the entrance of the first secret room, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a little nervous. He didn't know what kind of opponent he would be facing. Taking a deep breath and calming his nervous emotions, Yang Dingtian gently pushed open the door of the first metal elemental secret room. Inside, there was an enormous room with 3 times the gravity. It was completely empty. "Eh? What's going on?" Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Yang Dingtian took a step forward and stepped into the first secret room. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. A stone giant suddenly burst out from the wall and walked down. This was a smaller stone giant. It was about 2 meters tall, but it only had one head. It held a hammer in its hand. "There's an intruder, kill the intruder!" the stone giant shouted. Then, it waved its hammer and rushed over. Yang Dingtian was shocked. It started just like that? Moreover, looking at how agile this stone giant was, it didn't seem to be affected by the gravity at all. Whoosh! The hammer fiercely smashed over. From the strong wind, Yang Dingtian could feel that this stone giant's level was about the same as his. It was about a 6-star Xian martial warrior. However, at this time, Yang Dingtian was dragged down by the 3 times gravity, while the stone giant was completely unaffected. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the stone giant had already smashed over a dozen times. Every move was fatal. It really didn't hold back. Yang Dingtian quickly retreated. Now, he had to avoid the stone giant's attack first. However, it was 3 times the gravity here, so Yang Dingtian's retreating speed was 3 times slower than normal. He couldn't avoid it at all. In the blink of an eye, the hammer had already arrived in front of him. Ah! Yang Dingtian quickly raised the youngling sword and blocked the stone giant's hammer. Bang! A huge force hit, and Yang Dingtian's body flew out more than 10 meters. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. His entire right arm was completely numb after the sharp pain. It was as if there was no feeling at all. The skin above had countless cracks. Damn this secret room. Although the stone giant in front of him was the same as Yang Dingtian, its strength was about a 6-star Xian martial warrior. But the hammer it smashed out was 3 times the strength. This was too deceptive. Yang Dingtian's burden was 3 times heavier, his speed was 3 times slower, and the power of his sword was greatly reduced. Not only was the stone giant not affected by the 3 times gravity, but its strength was also increased by 3 times. No wonder it was an extreme difficulty. This was too extreme. So, caught off guard, Yang Dingtian was injured and vomited blood at the beginning. Before Yang Dingtian could wipe off the blood, the stone man rushed up again, and the hammer in his hand became even more ferocious. Yang Dingtian had 2 choices at this time. The first choice was to continue to avoid its sharp killing move. The second choice was to fight with it. A rational person would choose the first one. However, Yang Dingtian chose the second one. Ah! Yang Dingtian roared, and suddenly mobilized all the profound qi in his body. He stood on the ground like a root. Because here was 3 times the gravity, dodging itself had a huge disadvantage. His speed was already 3 times slower, how could he dodge? Looking at the stone giant's hammer, Yang Dingtian held the sword with both hands, aimed at the terrible hammer, and slashed with all his strength. Invincible, dang! A loud sound rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. Yang Dingtian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembled, and he retreated a few steps. The stone giant did not know fatigue, and the hammer was still crazily smashing. Dang 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 dang. Yang Dingtian used all the strength in his body to block the stone giant's hammer. Every move was the invincible sword. After 30 swords, Yang Dingtian's body was already dripping with blood. He retreated dozens of meters, and the muscles in his hands were almost all split open. The profound Qi was completely exhausted at this time. It was too shocking. Previously, when he practiced alone, Yang Dingtian used a full 4 days to exhaust the profound Qi in his body. And under the extreme combat mode, in just 30 swords, all of Yang Dingtian's profound Qi had been exhausted. Kill the intruder. The stone giant shouted, holding the hammer with both hands, and with the greatest strength, it suddenly smashed down on Yang Dingtian's head. Invincible. Yang Dingtian used the last trace of profound Qi, holding the sword with both hands to block. Dang. In an instant, an incomparably powerful force drilled into Yang Dingtian's body, crazily tearing Yang Dingtian's profound veins and his internal organs. In the blink of an eye, Yang Dingtian was about to be fatally injured. And at this moment, a profound Qi suddenly gushed out from the young sword to resist the stone giant's power, helping Yang Dingtian to block the fatal injury, even though it was only for a moment. And taking advantage of this moment, Yang Dingtian quickly retreated, directly leaving the first secret room, and returned to the Five Elements Hall's hall. It was finally safe. As long as he left the range of the secret room, the stone giant would not chase after him. Yang Dingtian came to the center of the hall where the profound Qi was the densest. He quickly sat down cross-legged to adjust his breathing, and then took out a medicinal pill from the spatial ring and swallowed it. Ningming's medicinal pill was very powerful. Originally, Yang Dingtian felt that his whole body had already split open, and was in incomparable pain. But after taking the medicinal pill, it was as if a warm power gradually spread throughout his body, and that feeling of pain gradually disappeared. After recovering a little, Yang Dingtian immediately hugged the 300-pound young sword in his arms, and looked at it in disbelief. It was just a young sword, and it did not have any profound vein essence, nor did it have any sea spirit crystal. So in theory, it could not store profound Qi. But in that moment, it actually helped Yang Dingtian block the stone giant's fatal attack, and it was only for a moment. This was really too magical. It was just a young sword, but it actually helped its master, and saved its master. Even though Yang Dingtian had previously sensed that there was a chaotic divine sense hidden within this youngling sword, he still treated it as a sword. But at this moment, there was a feeling of blood connection. Perhaps, it was really not just a sword. Every sword spirit was a life raised by its master. But, when this life grew up, it would become incomparably powerful. And the young sword was no doubt like an embryo in the stomach. It had not been born yet, but it was already alive. "You're so ugly, I'll call you Acho from now on, okay?" Yang Dingtian said. The chaotic divine stone inside this ugly young sword seemed to be restless, but Yang Dingtian did not know if it was happy or against this name. "No matter if you like it or not, you'll be called Acho from now on. Wait until the day you truly become a soul sword, then it will be your nirvana," Yang Dingtian said. Then, he hugged Acho's young sword, and began to absorb profound Qi. Now, he was already familiar with the process. Incomparably dense profound Qi once again crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's profound veins. After filling up all the profound veins in his body, it converged in a sea of Qi. The already dried up sea of Qi greedily devoured the pure profound Qi. Continuously devouring, an hour later, his sea of Qi suddenly trembled, and slightly exploded. With a small breakthrough, he directly broke through 6-star middle-level Xian martial warrior, and became a 6-star upper-level Xian martial warrior. His breathing and absorbing profound Qi continued. 3 hours later, his profound Qi was restless again, and his entire sea of Qi suddenly expanded, boom. A white light flashed in his sea of Qi. Yang Dingtian's consciousness instantly went blank, and his profound veins also went blank. Everything in his body entered a temporary standstill. After a full half a minute, everything started to return to normal. Yang Dingtian gradually regained his consciousness, his sea of Qi started to surge again, and his profound veins started to flow again. He actually broke through again. Yang Dingtian felt all this in disbelief. He actually directly broke through 7-star Xian martial warrior, Previously, he only broke through half a star after 7 or 8 days. And after entering the extreme difficulty of the actual combat trial, he actually broke through the remaining half a star in less than half an hour, allowing Yang Dingtian to directly enter 7-star Xian martial warrior. This secret realm was really full of bizarre things. After the surprise, Yang Dingtian continued to absorb profound qi. At this time, his profound veins and sea of qi once again entered a state of emptiness, and crazily absorbed profound qi again. This time, after a full 4 hours, his profound veins and sea of qi were completely filled with profound qi, and his entire body once again recovered surging energy. However, after his sea of qi had reached its limit, it only trembled slightly, and did not expand again, nor did it break through again. However, Yang Dingtian was already very satisfied. Standing up from the ground, Yang Dingtian tightly grasped the youngling sword in his hand and said, "We're going to fight again. This time, I want to see if that stone man can still beat us into such a sorry state, and almost kill us under his hammer." At this time, nearly 10 hours had passed since Yang Dingtian was beaten half to death by the stone man. Yang Dingtian carried the 300-pound youngling sword, retreated from the door, and once again entered the first Gold Series door. "Intruder, kill without mercy." After a shout, the stone man suddenly split open from the wall, jumped down, and then ferociously rushed towards Yang Dingtian. That huge hammer swung over like a bolt of lightning. Yang Dingtian suddenly raised the heavy sword in his hand, and met the stone man's huge hammer head-on. He discovered that this 1,000-pound youngling sword was actually a lot lighter in his hand. Clang! A loud sound resounded, the heavy sword and the huge hammer fiercely collided, and immediately sparks flew in all directions. Yang Dingtian's body shook, and his arm went numb. But that was all. Previously, Yang Dingtian was directly sent flying, and blood was violently spurting out. And now, it was merely a shock. And that stone man also shook fiercely, and slightly staggered for a while. In this short confrontation, Yang Dingtian actually gained the upper hand. He was immediately pleasantly surprised. After breaking through to 7-star Xian martial warrior, his power was indeed extraordinary. Immediately after, without any hesitation, the heavy sword in his hand continued to fiercely chop down. Invincible, invincible, invincible. From beginning to end, Yang Dingtian only used this move, and crazily chopped at the stone man. His power was getting stronger and stronger, and his momentum was getting fiercer and fiercer. Finally, this stone man couldn't resist Yang Dingtian's momentum and began to retreat. Break! Yang Dingtian suddenly roared, using all his power, aimed at the stone man's huge hammer, and fiercely chopped it down. Bang! Suddenly, that huge hammer made of an unknown material suddenly shattered. Pig-killing swordsmanship. Chopping off the limbs. Yang Dingtian's sword was like lightning, and directly cut off the stone man's legs and feet. Bang! The stone man whose limbs were broken suddenly smashed to the ground. Pig-killing swordsmanship, chopping off the head. Yang Dingtian chopped down with his sword, and suddenly the stone man's incomparably hard head flew out dozens of meters away. Walala! At the same time, the stone man's body suddenly shattered into powder, and a gust of wind blew. The stone man's powder, as well as the weapon's powder, was blown away cleanly, and disappeared without a trace. Breaking through to 7-star Xian martial warrior was indeed powerful. Yang Dingtian directly turned defeat into victory, and directly eliminated the stone man. There was no doubt that the first secret room trial of the metal room was over. After smashing the stone giant, Yang Dingtian still had more than half of his profound qi left in his body. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian slowly retreated to the second door. The second door, 9 times the gravity. He didn't know what kind of powerful boss would be inside. Yang Dingtian had finally gotten used to the first secret room. Now, on the basis of the first secret room, Yang Dingtian's strength and speed had been weakened by 3 times. Therefore, compared to the first secret room, Yang Dingtian's strength had been weakened by at least 5 times. Then, it all depended on how powerful the second secret room's interloper was. Yang Dingtian suppressed his nervousness, took a deep breath, and stepped into the second secret room. Huff! Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt a pain in his chest. Even breathing was painful. The youngling sword in his hand weighed at least 3,000 pounds. Whoosh! From the wall, a silver metal man suddenly split open. He held a giant sword in his hand and shot out from the wall, rushing towards Yang Dingtian like a bolt of lightning. Intruder, die! With a sharp roar, the silver metal man's huge sword slashed toward Yang Dingtian. Indestructible. Yang Dingtian raised the youngling sword in his hand and blocked the metal man's attack with both hands. Bang! There was a loud noise. Pfft! Yang Dingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body flew 100 meters away like a straw. The muscles in his arms and chest were torn apart inch by inch. Even the Xian meridians in his whole body had countless cracks. Yang Dingtian's body flew out of the second secret room, flew through the first secret room, and directly fell into the Hall of the Five Elements Hall. His life was uncertain, and his body was badly mutilated. Just once. Yang Dingtian was killed by a level 2 metal boss in an instant. The boss of each secret room was also known as the interloper. At this time, Yang Dingtian had completely fainted. If he was conscious, he would definitely be amazed. He had imagined that the second secret room's interloper would be very powerful, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. It was like a thunderbolt that killed him in an instant. The 100-meter-tall giant in the center of the hall slowly opened its eyes and grabbed Yang Dingtian, whose life was uncertain. The trial taker has been injured for the second time. Assessing the trial taker's life force. Trial takers are still alive. There is value in saving them. Then, the three-headed giant opened up the stone slab on its chest, revealing the green pool once again. It picked up Yang Dingtian and placed him in the pool. This time, Yang Dingtian only had to recuperate in the pool for 5 hours before his injuries were fully recovered. Even though his injuries looked frightening, they were much weaker than Dugu Fengwu's shocking attack. Therefore, he only needed 5 hours to recuperate in the green pond. Thank you, big giant. Yang Dingtian said to the three-headed giant after being placed on the ground again. The three-headed giant did not answer him. Instead, it closed its eyes again and returned to its original posture. It remained motionless like a statue. Yang Dingtian hugged Da Chao's youngling sword and once again came to the center of the main hall, and once again entered the mystical energy absorption. The profound energy was still as dense and pure as ever, and it continued to flow into his body. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours later, Yang Dingtian's sea of energy trembled violently. He had another small breakthrough and directly became a mid-grade 7-star mystic martial warrior. Carrying Ah Chao's youngling sword, Yang Dingtian once again stepped into the metal elemental secret training room. He knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still walked towards it. Just now, Yang Dingtian was killed in an instant. This time, Yang Dingtian went to challenge the second metal elemental secret training room. After passing through the first secret training room, he came to the second door and pushed it open. Yang Dingtian did not immediately take a step forward. The shocking attack from the silver metal man had left a lingering fear in Yang Dingtian's heart. It was an instant kill. He circulated all the profound energy in his body and condensed it on Ah Chao's youngling sword. I am ready. Yang Dingtian thought to himself. Then, he gripped the heavy sword in his hand tightly and walked in. Whoosh! The silver metal man was like a bolt of lightning as it charged towards Yang Dingtian. The huge sword in its hand was as heavy as a mountain as it slashed towards Yang Dingtian's head. Just in time. Yang Dingtian roared. He held Ah Chao's huge sword with both hands and used all his strength to block the attack. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Puff! Yang Dingtian spat out blood. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away like a straw. He flew out of 2 secret training rooms and crashed into the main hall of the Five Elements Palace. However, he was slightly better this time. He did not pass out completely. However, this was even more painful. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel the pain of his entire body being torn apart. The three-headed giant opened its eyes again. The participant is injured for the 3rd time. The participant's vital energy is normal. He can be saved. Then, Yang Dingtian was placed into the green pool on the three-headed giant's chest again. This time, Yang Dingtian only needed to soak in the green pool for 2 hours before his injuries were mostly healed. After being placed back on the ground by the three-headed giant, Yang Dingtian went to the center of the main hall again. He held Ah Chao's youngling sword and breathed in and out. Actually, more than half of the celestial qi in his body had not been used up. However, he wanted to see if there would be a breakthrough in his celestial qi. However, the result disappointed Yang Dingtian. After only an hour, Yang Dingtian's energy reserve had reached its limit. There was no breakthrough at all. In other words, if he went to the second secret training room and encountered the silver metal man, he would still be killed instantly. There would be no change. After all, Yang Dingtian had used up all his strength to block the attack just now. There was no way he could increase his strength any further. Yang Dingtian did not enter the second secret training room. He was not afraid of failure. He also did not lack the perseverance to continue to fight even after repeated failures. However, he would not do anything for nothing. The result of entering the second secret training room was still to be killed instantly. Then, he would have to enter the green pool to recuperate. Yang Dingtian could endure the pain of his body being torn apart inch by inch. However, it was meaningless. His celestial qi would not have any breakthrough. It would only be a waste of time. He had to make a change. If this continued, it would only be a waste of time. Yang Dingtian held Ah Chao's youngling sword and walked around the hall slowly. His gaze fell on the doors of the other colors. Yang Dingtian suddenly slapped his head. "Oh my god, I'm so stupid," Yang Dingtian said in confusion. He could have gone to the first secret training room of the other elements. Why did he have to go against the metal element? There were still the fire element, ice element, lightning element, and wind element left. Although these secret training rooms would not be easy to pass, no matter how powerful the first secret training room was, it would still be better than the second secret training room of the metal element. He would not be killed instantly, right? He would also have a breakthrough in the other elements' secret training rooms. When he had broken through to a certain level, he would go back and kill that ridiculously powerful metal man. After deciding on his plan, the next step was to choose a secret training room of the element to train in. There was no doubt that the lightning element was the strangest and scariest. However, in a real battle, the lightning element was also the least practical. Because it was basically impossible to meet a lightning element opponent. In this world, lightning element demonic beasts were extremely rare. And lightning element experts were even rarer. It was completely impossible to meet one. The world's Xian veins were divided into yin and yang. There was no third type. Everyone's Xian veins were either yin or yang. After yin and yang, there were 5 elements. Fire, wind, metal, ice, lightning. Fire element directly targeted the yang Xian veins. Ice element directly targeted the yin Xian veins. The remaining wind and metal elements were very complicated. Basically, a person with yang Xian veins could derive the metal element. A person with yin Xian veins could derive the wind element. However, this was not absolute. There were very few exceptions. As for the lightning element, it was extremely mysterious and rare. There was no pattern at all. Just as rare as the lightning element, there was also the darkness and mental element. No matter if it was the lightning element, darkness element, or mental element, it was 1 in a billion. Ximen Ningning belonged to the mental element. Previously, outside the abandoned mine, she directly used the mental element mystic skill to imprison 4 powerful enemies. At that time, Yang Dingtian was only surprised. He didn't feel that it was that heaven-defying. At this moment, he was completely aware of how mysterious and terrifying Ximen Ningning's mental element mystic skill was and how rare it was. Therefore, Ximen Ningning was definitely not as simple as Ximen Wuya's adopted daughter. The secret behind her was enough to shock the world. Her true identity might also shock everyone. Back to the main topic. Yang Dingtian had to choose an element as his second cultivation room. Ice element, Yang Dingtian had the most advantage. Because he had the 9 yang Xian veins, but perhaps because of this advantage, it was not easy for him to have a big breakthrough. Fire element, Yang Dingtian had the least advantage. Lightning element, too strange. In actual combat, it was not very useful. Therefore, Yang Dingtian chose the wind element, hoping that the wind element trial would surprise him. Arriving in front of the door of the wind training room, the wind element door seemed to be a faint gray, but also seemed to be colorless. He gently pushed open the wind element door and walked into the first secret room of the wind element. Even though this was only the first secret room of the wind element, Yang Dingtian was still very careful. After all, this was the mysterious and powerful Five Elements Hall secret realm. But after walking in, Yang Dingtian was surprised to find that there was no warning, and no stone man jumped down from the stone wall to kill him. The surroundings were still quiet and there was no change. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes wide, waiting for the fatal killing intent to appear. But after waiting for half a minute, there was still no reaction. Eh? What's going on? Yang Dingtian said in shock. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, a powerful blade crazily cut Yang Dingtian's body. The speed was incomparably fast, so fast that Yang Dingtian had no chance to defend. In an instant, dozens of bloody wounds appeared on Yang Dingtian's body. Fortunately, he was wearing the deep-sea dazzling clothes, otherwise, his entire chest would have been cut open. Moreover, Yang Dingtian still did not discover the enemy's figure, because it was completely invisible, even its weapon was invisible. Enduring the severe pain all over his body, Yang Dingtian raised his youngling sword and fiercely slashed. However, these few slashes were completely in the air, the enemy teleported and dodged Yang Dingtian's sword. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Several fierce slashes directly cut Yang Dingtian's back. Yang Dingtian did not have enough time to turn around, the youngling sword in his hand suddenly stabbed his back. Ha ha ha. A burst of strange laughter, Yang Dingtian's sword missed again. The enemy disappeared without a trace again. In this cycle, Yang Dingtian's body was cut at least 100 times. But he still did not stab the enemy, even his own sword did not touch the enemy. This was an invisible enemy, a wind-like enemy, whose speed was extremely fast. The only thing that was slightly better was that the lethality of his blade was not as astonishing as the metal-type secret room, otherwise, Yang Dingtian would not be alive right now. But even so, Yang Dingtian was completely mutilated at this time. He was completely flustered and exasperated. For a few hours, Yang Dingtian was completely beaten, he did not even touch a corner of the enemy's clothes, he did not even see the enemy's appearance. Originally, he thought that the first secret training room would not be difficult, but he did not expect it to be so abnormally difficult. After 5 hours, except for the part protected by the deep-sea Xian clothes, Yang Dingtian did not have an inch of good flesh on his body, every part of his body was riddled with scars. In these 5 hours, Yang Dingtian brandished no less than 10,000 swords, but not a single sword was able to hit the enemy. Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth Sword's invisible sword completely countered the wind, but still did not stab the enemy. At this time, Yang Dingtian's internal force had been completely exhausted. Full of anger and unwillingness, Yang Dingtian left the wind-type first training room. Then, he was quickly placed in the green pool in front of the three-headed giant's chest to heal his wounds. This time, because it was only a superficial wound, Yang Dingtian's injuries were almost healed in just 2 hours. After returning to the ground, Yang Dingtian once again went to the center of the zero-gravity hall and began a new round of mysterious breathing technique. He was looking forward to whether there would be a breakthrough this time. But the result disappointed him once again. There was no breakthrough in his internal force. Not even the slightest bit of breakthrough. Yang Dingtian immediately sat on the ground dejectedly. Where did he go wrong? He had already avoided the metal-type level 2 boss, but facing the wind-type level 1 boss, he was actually completely helpless, completely taking a beating. What should he do? How can he break through? Yang Dingtian racked his brains, sinking into deep pain. Ah Cho, what do you think I should do? Yang Dingtian said to the youngling sword in his arms. Ah Cho was quietly in Yang Dingtian's hands, as if it felt Yang Dingtian's pain, it also did not make a sound. Of course, Yang Dingtian could also choose other types of secret rooms to try, such as the ice-type secret room that he had the most advantage in. But just now he temporarily gave up on the metal-type second secret room, and chose the wind-type first secret room to try it out. It could be said to be a strategy. But if he were to change now, it would definitely be a form of cowardice. Yang Dingtian would definitely not do that. There must be a way, there must be. Even under extreme difficulty, there must be a way to break through, otherwise there would be no meaning for this secret realm to exist. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian had a flash of thought. He realized that his brain was too rigid before. He only knew that all-conquering sword corresponded to the metal-type secret room, invisible sword corresponded to the wind-type secret room. Actually, they could completely complement each other. For example, in the wind-type secret room just now, Yang Dingtian's invisible sword was always one step slower than that invisible assassin, continuously stabbing out tens of thousands of times but still not stabbing the opponent once. It was very obvious that his speed was not enough. Then, where could he train his speed? Without a doubt, it was in the metal-type secret room with high gravity. Connecting with invisible sword under high gravity, it would definitely allow him to train his sword speed even faster. Thinking of this point, Yang Dingtian suddenly jumped up from the ground, cheering. Then he directly grabbed Ah Chao's Yungling's sword, and once again walked towards the metal-type first secret room. Originally Yang Dingtian walked in very easily, because the stone man inside had already been destroyed by Yang Dingtian. But the moment he stepped in, a stone man suddenly split open from the wall, waving a giant metal hammer, fiercely smashing towards Yang Dingtian. Intruder discovered, kill without mercy. It was still the same stone man as before. Yang Dingtian immediately cried out in shock, didn't he already destroy this stone man? Why did it appear again? Could it be that after he returned from the other secret rooms, the metal-type secret room had once again activated the trial program, causing the stone golem to appear again? Caught off guard, the stone man's hammer had already arrived in front of him. Yang Dingtian quickly raised his heavy sword and was about to execute the all-conquering sword. Because all-conquering sword is to counter this stone man, it can easily kill him. But soon, Yang Dingtian changed his mind. Since he wanted to practice the invisible sword, he might as well practice it until the end. Although invisible sword speed is fast, but the strength of the sword is too much. Bang! Under 3 times the gravity, Yang Dingtian's invisible sword was already a lot slower, but it was still fast enough, easily blocking the stone man's hammer. With a loud sound, Yang Dingtian's body suddenly staggered back a dozen steps, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Facing the stone man, invisible sword speed is indeed fast, but its power is completely insufficient. Before Yang Dingtian had time to sigh, the stone man once again waved its giant hammer and rushed forward. Invisible sword. Yang Dingtian's figure flashed, the sharp sword in his hand suddenly pierced out. Who? Yang Dingtian only felt pain on his face. The stone man's hammer directly scraped past his face, although it did not directly graze, but the wind that scraped past was still as painful as a knife. Dang! At the same time, Yang Dingtian's invisible sword quickly pierced the stone man's chest. Immediately, rocks flew everywhere. Invisible sword is invisible sword, even under 3 times the gravity, even if the treasured sword in his hand became 1,000 jin. But Yang Dingtian was still able to dodge the stone man's attack. The treasured sword in his hand could still pierce the stone man's body. For the all-conquering sword, this is completely impossible. Next, Yang Dingtian began to use invisible sword countless times. Suddenly, his movement became faster and faster, the sword moves became faster and faster. Yang Dingtian's figure was completely like a shadow, shuttling back and forth in the secret room. And that stone man was completely unable to catch up to Yang Dingtian, his hammer was completely unable to catch up to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's invisible sword stabbed him countless times. Dozens of times, hundreds of times, thousands of times. 5 hours later, this stone man was completely riddled with holes. From head to toe, not an inch of his body was intact. All the scars left behind by Yang Dingtian's invisible sword, some deep holes, and some deep slash marks. But compared to the all-conquering sword, invisible sword's lethality was simply too weak. So even after thousands of hits, the stone man was still unable to be completely destroyed. And at this moment, Yang Dingtian's profound qi was almost completely exhausted. The current him should have retreated to the center of the hall to continue the profound qi breathing, but he was somewhat unwilling. The stone man was going to be finished soon. If the last sword can't kill it, then forget it. Yang Dingtian secretly said in his heart. Then, the treasured sword in his hand turned, his figure flashed, and quickly circled around the stone man. The sword in his hand, like a poisonous snake, fiercely slashed down towards the stone man's neck. This was also invisible sword, after using invisible sword countless times, Yang Dingtian already had a completely different understanding of this move, so the sword moves were also very different from before. It was still the essence of invisible sword, but the moves were completely at his will. Huff. After using this last invisible sword, Yang Dingtian's figure rapidly retreated, and directly pushed to the door of the secret room. Because at this moment, the profound chi in his body was already completely exhausted, not even a little bit was left. Walala. After the stone man was slashed by Yang Dingtian's last invisible sword, it first stood motionless on the spot. Then, his head rolled to the ground. Bang! Then, its headless body fell to the ground, smashed into pieces, and directly turned into powder. A gust of wind blew past, blowing the powder on the ground clean. Yang Dingtian destroyed the stone man, even though he used invisible sword, but he still destroyed the stone man. And at this moment, his entire body no longer had the slightest bit of strength, even walking to the center of the five elements hall was extremely strenuous. Finally arriving at the place with the densest profound chi, Yang Dingtian sat down to regulate his breathing, hugged Da Chao's Yangling sword, and began the profound chi breathing. Endless profound chi, almost crazily, poured into Yang Dingtian's profound veins like a tide. Yang Dingtian's completely dried up profound veins were instantly moistened. It was as if countless dried up rivers were instantly filled with water. Then, this water flowed to the sea. Yang Dingtian's chi sea was also filled little by little. 6 hours later, Yang Dingtian's chi sea completely reached its limit, it was filled with the purest and most condensed profound chi. Then, his body began to stop absorbing profound chi. This meant that there was no breakthrough. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel disappointed in his heart. But immediately, his chi sea suddenly jumped, it began to stir, restless. Then, the profound chi that had already stopped, began to crazily pour in, even more turbulent than before, it instantly swelled the profound veins, swelled the chi sea. The chi sea continued to swell and expand, it swelled to the extreme. Bang! A white light flashed, Yang Dingtian broke through again. Everything stopped, even Yang Dingtian's divine sense also temporarily stopped. Yang Dingtian's profound veins and chi sea entered a temporary nothingness. After a few seconds, everything gradually returned to normal. Yang Dingtian's consciousness gradually recovered, Yang Dingtian's profound veins and chi sea also gradually recovered. Yang Dingtian directly skipped 7 stars, directly broke through 8 stars, and became an 8-star elementary Xian martial warrior. Yang Dingtian discovered that every time he destroyed the obstructor, his profound veins would have a huge breakthrough. Yang Dingtian used all-conquering sword and invisible sword to destroy the stone man, every time his profound chi had a huge breakthrough. Next, it was time for him to use invisible sword to go to the wind attribute secret room and kill that invisible obstructor. But this time, Yang Dingtian didn't immediately enter the secret room to train. He needed to sleep, he didn't know how many times he hadn't slept. It had been at least 10 days, it's just that before, he always treated recuperating in the green pond as sleeping time. In reality, his body and mind didn't get enough rest at that time, and the time was also relatively short. Hugging Ah Cho, Yang Dingtian slept for close to 10 hours before waking up. After waking up, Yang Dingtian felt that his whole body's spirit was unprecedentedly strong. Holding Ah Cho, Yang Dingtian once again entered the wind attribute secret room. After pushing open the door, Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and stepped in. After entering, he immediately closed his eyes, and used his whole body and mind to sense that obstructor. Swoosh! Sure enough, she came. Her blade hadn't hit Yang Dingtian yet, but a chill had already attacked in advance. Yang Dingtian quickly backhanded his sword. Clang! Yang Dingtian blocked her blade in advance. Then he suddenly rushed forward, the sharp sword in his hand quickly stabbed towards the back of that blade. Yang Dingtian's sword was already very fast, compared to the metal attribute secret room, who knows how many times faster. But it was still too late, that invisible obstructor really floated away like a gust of wind, and completely disappeared from Yang Dingtian's sense of touch. Yang Dingtian wasn't anxious, he still closed his eyes, waiting for her to attack again. Sure enough, only half a minute later, Yang Dingtian only felt a chill in his crotch. That invisible and terrifying sharp blade actually sliced towards its lower body. Yang Dingtian's sword, like lightning, fiercely stabbed towards the ground. Ah! A sharp miserable cry. On the ground, a woman's figure directly appeared. Yang Dingtian stabbed her, but at the same time, Yang Dingtian's leg was also fiercely slashed, less than an inch away from his vital point. This was a naked woman, her long hair reaching her waist. Of course, she wasn't a real woman, she was just a shadow. However, this shadow could kill and also be injured, just like a woman of pure energy. Huff. After being injured, this woman suddenly turned into a gray shadow, like a gust of wind, flew away from Yang Dingtian's body, and instantly disappeared without a trace. The entire chamber fell into silence once again as the invisible woman disappeared once again. Yang Dingtian continued to close his eyes, waiting for her to attack again. Half a minute passed. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. This invisible wind woman still didn't make a move, as if competing to see who was more patient. Finally, the invisible wind woman couldn't bear it anymore. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a chill on his neck. She attacked. This time her target was Yang Dingtian's neck. She wanted to directly give Yang Dingtian a fatal blow. Yang Dingtian had just felt the chill on his neck, and in an instant, the sharp blade would slash at Yang Dingtian's neck. The sharp sword in Yang Dingtian's hand thrust out rapidly and was about to deflect the incoming long sword. But immediately after, he felt that something was wrong, because the time from when he felt the chill to when the sharp blade slashed at him was a little too long, almost exceeding 0.1 seconds. The invisible wind woman's speed was very fast, it was absolutely impossible for her to take so long. Then, there was only one possibility, this sly invisible wind woman was creating a diversion. And at this moment, Yang Dingtian felt a slight fluctuation of energy behind him. It was extremely faint, as if he couldn't feel it at all. Yang Dingtian completely ignored the sharp blade in front of him, and fiercely slashed with his sword. Ah! Behind him, there was an ear-piercing scream. Sure enough, this demoness used the flying blade in her hand to throw it out, and then let it fly back to Yang Dingtian's neck, pretending that she was the one who slashed at Yang Dingtian's neck. In fact, she had already circled behind Yang Dingtian, preparing to deal a fatal blow to Yang Dingtian. After Yang Dingtian felt that something was strange, he didn't hesitate and directly slashed with his sword. Sure enough, this invisible wind woman was directly pierced through. She revealed a demonic and sinister face. At this moment, her 10 sharp and terrifying nails were about to pierce into Yang Dingtian's head. After being stabbed by Yang Dingtian, she immediately turned into a gust of wind to escape. But how could Yang Dingtian give her the chance to do so? He allowed the sharp blade to slash at his back. The sword in his hand revolved and stabbed out like lightning. It was still the formless sword, but it completely surrounded the invisible wind woman. Using the formless sword, he used the fastest speed to surround the invisible wind woman, making it impossible for her to escape. Instantly, this invisible wind woman was like a ghost trapped by an array, desperately charging left and right, frantically trying to escape. Her speed was really fast, like a gust of wind, as if she could slip away from any corner at any time. Yang Dingtian's sword was also very fast, completely using up all of his mystic chi, crazily revolving around the invisible wind woman. While surrounding and circling, he was also crazily slashing at her. Formless sword, formless sword, formless sword, hundreds of formless sword, thousands of formless sword, thousands of formless sword. Ah! The invisible wind girl suddenly let out a series of miserable shrieks. She struggled with all her might, desperately trying to escape. But after being injured, her speed became slower and slower, and she was still surrounded by Yang Dingtian's sword. Note, begging for a few monthly votes, thank you everyone. As Yang Dingtian slashed with his sword, the invisible wind lady's figure became fainter and fainter. In the end, she seemed to be on the verge of collapse and was about to completely disappear. At most, I have 10 more strikes to finish you. Yang Dingtian thought to himself. Whoosh 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 whoosh, almost instantaneously, Yang Dingtian stabbed 9 times consecutively. The invisible wind lady could no longer make a sound. Her figure was so faint that it was almost completely invisible. There was only 1 strike left. He could destroy this invisible wind lady, and Yang Dingtian was just about to exhaust all of his Xianxia. But at this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. The eyes of the invisible wind lady, who was about to disappear, suddenly lit up. Her beautiful face turned sinister and ferocious. Die, die, let's perish together, the invisible wind lady said sternly. Then, she suddenly condensed into a dark ray of light. It was only a foot long, and like a malicious spirit, it suddenly drilled into Yang Dingtian's forehead. This invisible wind lady had actually chosen to perish together with Yang Dingtian. The divine melody, which was about to disappear, had completely condensed into a small ball. Therefore, its impact and lethality were extremely strong. If it drilled into his brain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Dingtian instinctively wanted to use the invisible sword. But in the midst of lightning and thunder, he used up the last of his Xianxia and slashed out with the hell-splitting sword. It was the hell-splitting sword that he had never used before. He was worried that the invisible sword would not be able to completely destroy this light. The hell-splitting sword emitted a dark and sharp light. It suddenly rotated and twisted into the light ball formed by the invisible wind lady. Suddenly, the light ball shattered. Ah! It let out a final miserable cry before exploding into countless rays of light, and then it was instantly obliterated and vanished without a trace. And at this moment, Yang Dingtian's Xianxia had been completely used up again. He used the yin-yang heaven and earth sword again to destroy the second immortal realm cultivator of the Five Elements Hall. Furthermore, he no longer stubbornly insisted on using a certain sword technique to kill a certain type of cultivator. Once again, Yang Dingtian dragged his exhausted body to the center of the Five Elements Hall. Once again, he sat down to adjust his breathing and absorb Xianxia. It was still an incomparably familiar feeling. Endless Xianxia crazily surged into his Xian veins, nourishing Yang Dingtian's blood vessels. It made him feel as if his body was expanding. With that, countless profound energy flowed through his profound veins and into his energy sea. After the profound qi entered the qi sea, it would automatically condense. The originally large ball would condense into a small ball in the qi sea. Just like that, Xianxia continuously condensed and condensed and condensed. After 10 hours, his energy sea of the Xianxia of qi had reached Xian's. Yang Dingtian's heart immediately became apprehensive. He didn't know if there would be a breakthrough this time, even if it was just a small breakthrough. And Xian's of his. Two of Xian 2. Everything's time. Xian X stage. This time, he skipped the middle 8th rank and the upper 8th rank and charged straight into the 9th rank mystic martial warrior. Xian stage was only one step away from Xian martial master. The Five Elements Hall's secret realm was too mysterious. If your cultivation method was wrong, you might not be able to break through for a few days, even if you were seriously injured and almost died. But as long as your cultivation method was correct, everything would be fine. The final result would be far beyond your imagination. Yang Dingtian did not enter the second secret room of the wind element. He knew that he would be courting death. He didn't enter the second metal element room to cultivate. Currently, the metal man in the second metal element room might not be able to instantly kill Yang Dingtian, but there was still a huge disparity in their combat strength. It would be a waste of time to enter the second metal element room. Yang Dingtian decided to change to the secret rooms of other elements. He chose the fire element. He pushed open the door of the fire element's first secret room. He did not know what the cultivator in the fire element's secret room would be. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and took a step forward. In an instant, the terrifying high temperature was about to push Yang Dingtian out. The entire secret room was covered in a fiery red color. It was as if every inch of the room was burned red. Yang Dingtian hurriedly circulated his mystic qi to protect his body from the high temperature, which was over 100 degrees Celsius. Whoosh! Suddenly, a monster burst out of the wall. Its body was pitch black, but it was burning with raging flames. It was like a human, standing straight, but its feet were hooves. However, its hands were like a human's. It had a face that looked like a human and a bat, and 2 horns on its head. This was a fiery Xianxia. Yang Dingtian knew this kind of monster. It was one of the many monsters that looked like humans. It was also the most vicious and cunning of them all. Human, welcome. Your heart must be very delicious. I will taste it later. The Xianxia swung its weapon and sneered at Yang Dingtian. His weapon was a whip. It was as flexible and vicious as a poisonous tongue. It was dozens of meters long and could reach every corner of the secret room. When the Yiksha was dozens of meters away from Yang Dingtian, the flame snake whip in its hand suddenly lashed out. The long whip was like a part of its body, incomparably flexible. When the flame whip reached the top of Yang Dingtian's head, it burned fiercely and then quickly circled. Suddenly, the top of Yang Dingtian's head was filled with green demon fire. The temperature of the entire secret room instantly increased by countless times. Burning Heaven Sword. Yang Dingtian swung the heavy sword in his hand, and a red flame burst out. Then, the sword in his hand also quickly circled. Suddenly, a red flame wrapped Yang Dingtian's body, resisting the Yiksha's green demon fire. The Yiksha's whip suddenly pressed down, and the green demon fire vortex also pressed down. It was filled with a strong devouring power, and wanted to directly swallow Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian quickly brandished his huge sword, and used the Burning Heaven Sword again and again. Red flames jumped out, and it was the Hell Yiksha's demon fire vortex. This red flame was completely formed by Yang Dingtian's profound qi. Therefore, this was undoubtedly the most exhausting profound qi fighting method. Although this kind of flame's consumption of profound qi was not as high as profound skills, it was dozens of times higher than ordinary martial skills. The two flame vortexes fiercely fought against each other, and the temperature around Yang Dingtian became higher and higher. From dozens of degrees to hundreds of degrees, to hundreds of degrees, to thousands of degrees. The red flames that erupted from the Burning Heaven Sword firmly protected Yang Dingtian's entire body. At the same time, Yang Dingtian also needed to separate a portion of profound qi to protect himself from the high temperature, so the profound qi in his body really surged out like a tide and was quickly consumed. On the other hand, the Yiksha was completely different. It was a fire-type demon beast. Using profound qi to turn into flames was its instinct, so the profound qi consumed by each flame was only a fraction of Yang Dingtian's. Moreover, it was not afraid of high temperature and flames, and even greedily enjoyed them. Therefore, although this Yiksha's profound qi level was slightly lower than Yang Dingtian's. However, the battle situation was indeed that Yang Dingtian had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. In this way, Yang Dingtian and the Yiksha engaged in the most direct profound qi competition. Just half an hour later, Yang Dingtian's mystic qi was almost completely depleted, but Yiksha's qi was still as light as before. Gradually, the flames formed by Yang Dingtian's profound qi became smaller and smaller, gradually unable to protect Yang Dingtian's entire body. The high temperature fiercely attacked, and the surface temperature of Yang Dingtian's body rapidly increased to hundreds of degrees, 200 degrees. No, he had to think of another way. It just so happened that his profound qi was completely exhausted. Yang Dingtian's feet touched the ground, and he quickly retreated, wanting to immediately withdraw from the secret room. But how could the Yiksha allow Yang Dingtian to escape so easily? The long whip in its hand was like a viper, fiercely and quickly wrapping around Yang Dingtian's neck. Pig-slaying swordsmanship, a sword to the throat. Yang Dingtian backhanded his sword, directly stabbing into the middle of the circle formed by the flaming poisonous tongue whip. Pig-slaying swordsmanship, cleaning the stomach. The heavy sword in his hand quickly stirred, and suddenly all the flaming poisonous tongue whip were entangled. Taking the opportunity, Yang Dingtian quickly rushed out of the secret room. But at this time, the flaming poisonous snake whip entangled by the heavy sword suddenly extended, as if it was alive, more than 10 meters long, aiming at Yang Dingtian's back, and suddenly licked. Yang Dingtian exhausted the last of his profound qi, and rushed out like flying. Bang! There was a sharp pain on his back, and the flaming poisonous tongue whip still fiercely whipped Yang Dingtian's back, directly to his neck. Yang Dingtian's body directly flew out, and there was a deep wound on the back of his neck. Damn it, no matter which one of the assassins in this secret room, they were all so powerful, so abnormal. In their own plane, they completely had the advantage. The three-headed giant appeared again, and carried Yang Dingtian into the green pool in its arms to recuperate. This time, Yang Dingtian's injury was light, so he only stayed for less than half an hour and was already healed. After being put on the ground, Yang Dingtian went to the center of the hall where the profound qi was the densest and began to absorb profound qi. The result was exactly the same as he imagined. There was no growth in his profound qi, and no breakthrough. In this secret realm, there would be no breakthrough at all if he was passively beaten. After completely recovering his profound chi, Yang Dingtian did not hesitate and directly walked towards the Ice Element secret training room. That's right, he was cultivating the Burning Heaven sword in the Ice Element secret training room. Without a doubt, in the Ice Element secret room, the power of the Burning Heaven sword would be greatly weakened. In this incomparably harsh environment, the power of the Burning Heaven sword would continue to grow. Hiss. After retreating from the Ice Element secret room's door, Yang Dingtian had just taken a step forward when his entire body shivered. It was so cold. The entire secret room was snow white, and there was no concept of space. It was snow white everywhere, and there was also a terrifyingly low temperature. Yang Dingtian guessed that the temperature here should be around -40 degrees Celsius. If it was anyone else, even if they were extremely powerful experts, they would need to use profound chi to protect themselves. But to Yang Dingtian, this temperature was only cold, and he did not need to use profound chi to protect himself. That's right, this was Yang Dingtian's advantage, the advantage of the 9 Yang profound veins. Then, what about the assassin in this secret room? Just as Yang Dingtian thought of this, the surrounding walls suddenly changed. Pieces of icicles cracked and fell from the walls, and then a cold wind blew past. These icicles condensed together and turned into a human figure, a beautiful, sparkling and translucent iceman. Hello, stranger. Are you here to play with me? This female iceman's voice was very clear and pleasant to the ears. It was even the clearest voice Yang Dingtian had ever heard, just like the sound of ice shattering. I'm really too cold. Mister, can you use your blood to warm me up? The female iceman said in a delicate voice. Her face still had a charming smile, but her gaze suddenly turned cold. Whoosh 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 whoosh. From the female iceman's body, countless ice blades suddenly burst out. Like a butterfly, they flew wildly in the secret room, crazily cutting Yang Dingtian's entire body. The effect of such an attack was extremely beautiful, but also extremely cruel. Because, if it was anyone else, they would have long been cut into a pile of meat paste. Even if it was an expert more powerful than Yang Dingtian, they were instantly cut into a pile of bones, not even a trace of blood or flesh could be seen. These thousands of ice blades were like man-eating small demon beasts. When they passed through your body, they would directly take away a piece of flesh and blood. It was as if countless piranhas were only left with a pile of bones after passing through. This kind of small and incomparably sharp ice blade is completely unavoidable and unstoppable. In an instant, Yang Dingtian was cut hundreds of thousands of times. His entire body was immediately enveloped by the ice blades and his figure could not be seen. Countless icicle-flying daggers cut his body madly. Ha ha ha. The female iceman giggled and said, Stranger, you're going to die. Thank you so much for your blood, it can bring me some warmth. Thank you, strange brother. Then, the female iceman opened her hand and immediately retracted all the ice blades. Countless ice blades flew back like butterflies and directly stuck to the female iceman's body and became a part of her body. There will be delicious fresh blood soon. The female iceman's laughter was as sweet as before. Then, she opened her watery eyes and looked over. Immediately, her laughter came to an abrupt end. Because Yang Dingtian was standing in his original position, unharmed. Those countless ice blades crazily cutting did not cause any harm to him. Impossible, how could this be? The female iceman exclaimed, her voice changed. Yes, how could this be? This result was also greatly out of Yang Dingtian's expectation. He knew that his 9 Yang profound veins would have a huge advantage in the ice-type secret room, but he did not expect it to be such an overwhelming advantage. The killer here, with such a stunning attack, actually did not cause any harm to him. Since that was the case, then if he did not take this opportunity to cultivate properly, he would be too sorry. Burning Heaven Sword. A burst of profound chi was injected into the youngling sword. Immediately, the youngling sword turned red, but there was no flame coming out, only the sword body turned red. With a leap, he appeared in front of the female iceman and fiercely stabbed the sword in his hand. Humph, humph. The woman sneered and stood motionless in her original position. Yang Dingtian's fiery red sword suddenly pierced her chest. Crash. In an instant, the female iceman's body completely disintegrated, turning into countless ice fragments and scattered on the ground. Immediately after, a burst of cold wind blew, and these ice fragments once again condensed, turning into an intact female iceman. Yang Dingtian was stunned. With another move of the Burning Heaven sword, he suddenly slashed towards her beautiful head. Walala! The female iceman's head directly shattered, and her entire body shattered, scattering all over the ground. A gust of wind blew, and these ice fragments condensed again, and the female iceman was as good as new again. Ha ha ha! The female iceman suddenly laughed proudly. This time, it was Yang Dingtian's turn to be puzzled. What was going on? The female iceman couldn't do anything to Yang Dingtian, so why couldn't Yang Dingtian do anything to her? Yang Dingtian didn't believe in this evil, and the sword in his hand slashed wildly. He slashed the female iceman's chest, neck, waist, and legs. After dozens of slashes, the result was the same every time. The female iceman was directly smashed to pieces, but after a cold wind blew, she was as good as new. Strange brother, it's my turn next. The female iceman said in a tender voice. Ah. Then she let out a high-pitched cry, and her entire body completely shattered, turning into countless ice and snow powder. Countless ice and snow powder suddenly scattered, like dancing ice sand, turning into a huge devil's mouth in the air, and suddenly swallowing Yang Dingtian. Burning Heaven sword! Yang Dingtian roared, and channeled all his profound energy into the young sword, and instantly a flame burned fiercely. Suddenly, countless ice sand completely swallowed Yang Dingtian. Endless ice energy frantically penetrated Yang Dingtian's body. The surrounding temperature was getting lower and lower, -30 degrees, 40 degrees, 50 degrees. In the end, it was completely bone-piercing cold. It was as if the nerves, profound veins, blood, and bones were completely frozen. Yang Dingtian frantically waved the young sword in his hand in the mouth of the ice demon. Countless burning heaven sword, countless burning red young sword rushed towards the ice sand prison. But countless times, the bone-piercing cold extinguished the flames. Over and over again, countless burning heaven sword, all returned without any success. The reason for that was because that frightening ice-cold energy was completely mobile and ever-changing. These countless burning heaven swords and countless flames all required the support of profound qi. Therefore, after a short hour, Yang Dingtian's profound energy was once again on the brink of exhaustion, but he was still unable to break out of the ice sand's prison. This was because no matter where he ran to, countless ice grains would move with him, trapping him firmly in the icy demonic mouth. He had to change his strategy. Yang Dingtian ignored the crazy ice cold, and the youngling sword in his hand suddenly stabbed into the ground. Earth-sealing sword. Suddenly, boundless profound energy burst out from the youngling sword and permeated every inch of space. This special profound energy abruptly sealed all of the energy in an instant. This Xianxia was still of the fire attribute and not of the ice attribute. However, this kind of Xianxia could be split into countless parts in an instant, and each part could trap the enemy's tiny energy. Yang Dingtian was a fire elementalist. If he was an ice elementalist, then the effect of this earth-sealing sword would be even more astonishing. In an instant, countless ice grains were temporarily imprisoned. Burning Heaven sword. Yang Dingtian exhausted the last of his profound energy, and a soaring flame appeared in his hand, and he fiercely slashed at the last place of the ice sand prison. Bang! In an instant, a huge hole was smashed in the frozen ice sand prison, and the dreamland collapsed. Then, all the ice grains began to gather and quickly condensed into a female ice woman. At this time, the female ice woman was already injured, and she looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. The ice held just now was already her trump card, but it was still helpless against Yang Dingtian. With a cry of alarm, she immediately wanted to escape, turning into countless ice shards and sticking to the wall. This way, there would be endless ice energy to devour, and Yang Dingtian could do nothing to her. If he let her run away, it would be difficult to make her appear again. Of course, Yang Dingtian would not allow her to escape, and the sword in his hand stabbed out like lightning. Earth-sealing sword. It was still the earth-sealing sword, and in an instant, the female ice woman's body was imprisoned. Of course, Yang Dingtian's move was only useful against pure energy bodies. It could not imprison a real enemy, because he was not an ice martial artist after all. After being imprisoned, the youngling sword in Yang Dingtian's hand suddenly burned, and he rushed forward and slashed at her body. Burning heaven sword, countless flames suddenly smashed the female ice woman into pieces. A gust of wind blew, and countless fragments began to condense again, returning to a complete female ice woman. Earth sealing sword. The female ice woman who was about to escape was imprisoned. Burning heaven sword. The giant flame sword slashed down. Just like this, the cycle repeated. The earth sealing sword and the burning heaven sword were waved in turn. The female ice woman's body was getting smaller and smaller. After the 39th sword. Burning heaven sword. Yang Dingtian used all his profound energy to slash down with the last sword. Walala. The female ice woman was completely turned into ashes. Yang Dingtian destroyed the third interloper of the Five Elements Palace, and his profound energy was completely exhausted. As expected, his 9 yang profound veins had the advantage in the ice secret room. Other than the lightning element, the ice element was the most abnormal among all the interlopers in the secret room, because it was completely unkillable. Moreover, her attacks were all pervasive, and her entire body was a weapon. In the end, because of Yang Dingtian's 9 yang profound veins, he destroyed the ice element interloper. Although he spent a lot of effort, he almost didn't encounter any danger. Dragging his tired body, Yang Dingtian returned to the center of the hall, held the youngling sword, and once again entered the profound energy absorption. It was still an incomparably familiar feeling, and countless profound energy poured into the profound veins. This time, it took a full 12 hours for the profound energy to fill the empty chi sea. It was still the familiar restlessness, the familiar expansion, bang, a white light flashed in the chi sea, and the world in Yang Dingtian's body once again fell into a temporary nothingness. Half a minute later, everything gradually returned to normal. Yang Dingtian broke through again, although he had already expected it. When it really happened, Yang Dingtian was still overjoyed. His profound energy level directly surpassed the middle and upper 9 stars, and directly broke through to 1-star mystic martial master. He broke through. Yang Dingtian was so excited that the blood in his body began to boil. Ever since he left the 10,000 Snow Palace, he had always been a mystic martial warrior. Even when he learned the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, he only broke through to 5-star mystic martial warrior. Now, he finally broke through to mystic martial master. He was still 10 levels away from his goal, great mystic martial master. The pattern of the 5 Elements Palace's secret realm was indeed correct. As long as he destroyed the interlopers, there would definitely be a huge breakthrough. Yang Dingtian destroyed 3 interlopers and advanced from 6-star mystic martial warrior to 1-star mystic martial master. There were still a dozen or so interlopers left. According to the current pattern, every time he destroyed an interloper, he would break through to 1 star. Then, Yang Dingtian would break through to 3-star Great Mystic Martial Master. Great Mystic Martial Master, it could be said to be the dividing line between the strong in this world. As long as he crossed the line of Great Mystic Martial Master, he could be said to be one of the strong in this world. This was because Great Mystic Martial Masters had already started to learn profound skills and could refine heart fire. After breaking through to Mystic Martial Master, Yang Dingtian continued to absorb profound energy for a few hours, filling his profound veins and energy sea once again. After his body was filled with energy, he once again arrived in front of the fire door and pushed it open. Immediately, he felt a terrifying heat and a fiery red color everywhere. The fire's secret room was the same as Yang Dingtian's profound veins, so it was the most disadvantageous because there was no way to counter it. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian took a step forward but did not touch the ground. This was because the moment he touched the ground, the Xianxia that gave him a headache would appear. That Xianxia really gave him a headache, especially its flaming viper whip and its green demon fire. It was crazily destroying Yang Dingtian's profound veins and body, but Yang Dingtian was helpless against it. As long as I can kill you, I'll accept it even if I have to enter the green pool on the giant's chest again. Yang Dingtian said in his heart, then suddenly landed on the ground. With a burst of sharp laughter, the half-human, half-beast Xianxia suddenly jumped down from the wall. The flaming viper whip in its hand emitted a green demon fire as it suddenly swept towards Yang Dingtian. Burning heaven sword. Yang Dingtian clenched his fist and poured in a powerful profound energy, then suddenly slashed towards the Xianxia. Boom! A flame soared into the sky. It was more than 30 meters long and carried a fiery red sword aura as it fiercely chopped down towards the Xianxia. Bang! A loud sound rang out and a dazzling brilliance flashed. That Xianxia was directly split into two halves. The fiery red blood did not even have time to fall to the ground before it was directly cut into two halves from head to toe. Then, it crashed onto the ground and burned fiercely, turning into ashes. Then, a gust of wind blew past and the ashes on the ground completely disappeared. The first person to stop the fire element's secret room, the fire Xianxia, was directly killed in an instant. Yang Dingtian was completely dumbfounded. As if he had been petrified, he stood in place without moving. It wasn't until the Xianxia was completely annihilated that he slightly woke up. He had long been prepared for a bitter battle. He even prepared to enter the green pool on the giant's chest once. Because this fire Xianxia was really difficult to deal with, he didn't expect that the result would be an instant kill, a naked instant kill. This power was too astonishing. Was it that powerful to jump ranks? A 9-star mystic martial artist and a 1-star mystic martial master were only one level apart, but the difference in combat strength was so great that it was several times greater. The 9-star mystic martial artist Yang Dingtian could only emit a few feet of flames. The mystic martial master Yang Dingtian directly emitted flames that were dozens of meters long. The 9-star mystic martial artist Yang Dingtian was tortured to death by this fire Xianxia. The mystic martial master Yang Dingtian directly killed this fire Xianxia in an instant. Just like that, when Yang Dingtian returned to the main hall, he still had a large amount of mystic qi in his body. Now, he had to make a new choice. He had entered the metal, fire, wind, and ice rooms of the 5 elements hall. He had killed all the first-level bosses of the 4 elements. Then, should he enter the lightning-type training room? Or should he enter the second metal-type room, lightning-type? It was like a bug in this world, an extremely mysterious existence. However, it didn't have much use in battle because it was almost impossible to meet lightning-type enemies. The most important thing was that Yang Dingtian felt that the lightning type was unnecessary. That's right, this was the feeling. Fire type and ice type could complement each other. Gold type and wind type could complement each other. If Yang Dingtian couldn't pass the fire type room, then he would go to the ice type room to practice the fire type sword techniques. Then, he would return to the fire type room and his power would increase by leaps and bounds. It could be said that without the ice-type room, Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to pass the fire-type room. Without the metal-type room, Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to pass the wind-type room. Of course, the opposite was also true. However, the lightning-type room was completely independent. As if it had nothing to do with the other 4 elements. Yang Dingtian thought for half an hour and finally decided to try the most mysterious and rare lightning-type room. Even if it was just to see what the killer looked like? He wanted to see how scary the lightning-type room was. After making the decision, Yang Dingtian grabbed Ah Chao's Yangling sword and walked to the door of the lightning-type room. Different from the other doors, the lightning-type door's color was constantly changing. There was no fixed color at all. Stretching out his hand, he pushed open this unpredictable door. Inside, it was pitch black, as if it was an endless starry sky. It was extremely mysterious and dangerous. At this moment, Yang Dingtian felt as if his heart was about to jump out. Because this aura was too terrifying. He clenched his teeth and stepped in. Instantly, the surroundings fell into absolute darkness. Absolute darkness. Suddenly, the surrounding time and space concept all disappeared and stagnated. Yang Dingtian clenched the Yangling sword in his hand. He wanted to fight but found that there was no opponent. Once he stepped into the secret room, the killer would appear. But at this moment, Yang Dingtian had already entered a dark secret room. The killer still didn't appear. Pa. There was a loud sound. In the complete darkness, a white light flashed. It looked like lightning, but it also didn't look like lightning. It struck Yang Dingtian's body. Bang! Yang Dingtian was sent flying. He flew out of the secret room and flew to the entrance of the hall. His entire body was black, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. This couldn't even be considered an instant kill. This was a level higher than an instant kill. The opponent couldn't even be seen or found. A lightning strike directly ignored any defense and flew out. The three-headed giant opened his eyes again and grabbed Yang Dingtian in his hand. Trial taker is heavily injured for the fourth time. Checking the trial taker's vitality. Trial taker has no vitality. Suspected to be dead. The Guardian is preparing to destroy the trial taker's traces. Judging this trial to be a complete failure, the Guardian is destroying the trial taker's traces. Countdown. 10. 9. 8. As the countdown approached, the three-headed giant's palm became tighter and tighter. When the countdown ended, his palm would suddenly grab and Yang Dingtian's body would directly turn into ashes, completely erasing all traces. 3. 2. 1. The giant's palm suddenly tightened. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's body twitched, the three-headed giant stopped destroying. Trial taker's vitality is suspected to have appeared. The Guardian is checking again, confirming that the trial taker has vitality. Once again, put him into the sacred pool to recuperate. Then, the three-headed giant opened the stone slab in front of his chest and put Yang Dingtian into the pool again. This was the closest Yang Dingtian had come to death in the trial. This was the power of the lightning chamber. It was too amazing. A full 3 days and 3 nights, this time, Yang Dingtian stayed in the green pool for 3 days and 3 nights before waking up. It was longer than the previous times he was unconscious. Even when he woke up, he found that his body was completely charred like coal. It was too horrible to look at. This lightning chamber was not just a bug. It was completely hell. There was no chance of survival at all. After entering, he couldn't find any opponent at all. He was directly struck down by a bolt of lightning without any defensive ability. This lightning element secret room was indeed unnecessary. Just the other 4 element secret rooms were enough for a practitioner to advance to a 3-star Great Mystic Martial Master. There was no need to cultivate in the lightning element secret room. Perverted, this was too perverted. It was simply impossible for any trial taker to pass through the lightning chamber. Unless they were naturally gifted, for example, the kind that was not afraid of electricity at all, or the kind that was charged with electricity. After waking up, Yang Dingtian recuperated in the green pool for more than 10 hours. Only then did the terrifying scars on his body gradually fade away. The terrifying charred skin gradually fell off, and his entire body was healed. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was filled with curiosity and shock towards the green pool. What exactly was the water in the green pond? It really had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. As long as one was not dead, they would be able to recover after entering the pool. Yang Dingtian immediately thought of Yan Yan. Her Xian meridians were damaged. Would they be able to recover after entering the pool? The three-headed giant said that this was sacred water. A crazy idea immediately emerged in Yang Dingtian's mind. That is, when he leaves, he will take some sacred water back to treat Yan Yan's Xian meridians. Once this idea came up, it could not be stopped. Yang Dingtian's heart immediately started beating very fast. He had never been a thief before, so with just a thought, his heart started beating wildly. However, he temporarily put this idea aside. Currently, the most important thing is to continue training in the secret room and break through to a 3-star Mystic Martial Master as soon as possible before leaving. When it is time to leave, he will steal the sacred water. Returning to the center of the hall, Yang Dingtian continued to use his Xian breathing technique to regulate his breathing. After he completely recovered his Xian qi, he took his Youngling sword and walked towards the metal element secret room. As for the lightning element secret room, it was a complete nightmare. He did not even want to take a look at it. After entering the first metal element secret room, the stone golem still jumped down from the wall and swung its giant hammer towards Yang Dingtian. Its mouth was still saying the familiar words. Yang Dingtian casually swung his sword. Bang! The giant hammer in its hand was directly split apart. Whoosh! Another sword slashed down towards its head. Crash! The stone golem's body was directly shattered into pieces. Just a few days ago, the stone golem was still swaggering around, causing Yang Dingtian to be helpless and even heavily injuring him. Now, Yang Dingtian casually swung his sword and shattered it into pieces. It can be seen how much Yang Dingtian's cultivation has increased. Of course, after destroying the stone golem, his Xian qi will not have any breakthrough. Yang Dingtian directly went to the second door of the metal element secret room and pushed it open. In front of him is the second metal element secret room. A few days ago, Yang Dingtian was directly killed by the level 2 metal golem. He flew a few hundred meters and almost died. At that time, Yang Dingtian did not have any ability to fight back against the level 2 metal golem. Now, he had broken through several levels and even became a 1-star black martial master. So, what would happen if he fought against the metal golem? Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian stepped in. Suddenly, he felt his body sink. The familiar feeling of 9 times gravity came again. It was as if everything had become heavy and slow. With a piercing sound, the familiar metal golem suddenly bounced out from the wall. It held a giant sword and directly slashed towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian bent his knees and held his breath. He held his sword with both hands and suddenly shouted, "Ah!" He raised the heavy sword in his hand to meet the metal golem's giant sword and slashed violently. A few days ago, Yang Dingtian was directly sent flying a few hundred meters like a straw. Blood spurted out, his muscles were torn, and his shan meridians were split open. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. So, what about this time? Ah! There was a deafening sound. The two heavy swords collided violently and suddenly burst into dazzling sparks. This was a collision of strength against strength, Xianxia against Xianxia. Puff! Yang Dingtian spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a dozen steps. After standing still, Yang Dingtian felt a surge in his chest and spat out another mouthful of blood. His arm was in severe pain and trembled uncontrollably, but that was all. He wasn't sent flying, nor was he killed instantly. Yang Dingtian's lips curled into a determined smile. As long as you don't kill me, I won't fall. I will have a chance to destroy you. After pushing Yang Dingtian back a dozen steps and spitting out blood, the metal golem flew away and rushed forward. It waved the giant sword in its hand and continued to slash at Yang Dingtian. Come on, let's fight. Yang Dingtian roared and slashed the giant sword in his hand. Clang. Sparks burst out and there was another deafening sound. Yang Dingtian's sword collided with the giant sword of the metal golem again. It was a naked confrontation of strength and Xianxia. Puff. Yang Dingtian spat out another mouthful of blood and retreated a dozen steps. Yes, he only spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a dozen steps. He had made progress compared to the first sword. The metal golem did not give Yang Dingtian any chance to breathe. It chased after him and slashed the giant sword in its hand again. This was the third sword. Come on, again. Yang Dingtian's blood seemed to be burning. He slashed at the giant sword in his hand. Clang. There was a loud sound. Yang Dingtian retreated 8 steps. A mouthful of blood rushed to his throat, but Yang Dingtian swallowed it down. He had made progress again. Come on, again. Yang Dingtian waved the giant sword in his hand and shouted at the metal golem. The metal golem sped up and slashed at him again, the 4th sword, the 5th sword, the 6th sword, the 7th sword, the 8th sword, the 9th sword, clang. There was a loud sound. Finally, when the metal golem slashed at him for the 9th time, Yang Dingtian's body only trembled. He did not retreat at all. The dividing line was here. Yang Dingtian began to gain the upper hand. Now, it's my turn, Yang Dingtian shouted. He used all his strength, aimed at the metal golem's head, and slashed at it. All-conquering sword, all-conquering, the metal golem and the giant sword collided, there was a loud sound and sparks flew. The metal golem's body trembled. There's more. Yang Dingtian roared and slashed down with his sword again. All-conquering, 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 3 sword, 4 sword, 5 sword, 6 sword, 7 sword, 8 sword, 9 sword, every sword was an all-conquering sword. Yang Dingtian slashed 9 times fiercely. As for the metal golem, he blocked 9 sword strikes. After the last sword strike, he finally ran out of strength and took half a step back. All-conquering. Yang Dingtian held the sword with both hands and used the last of his celestial chi to slash at the metal golem. Clang. Sparks flew. The metal golem blocked Yang Dingtian's all-conquering sword and staggered back 2 steps. Currently, Yang Dingtian's mystic qi had been completely depleted and had been completely exhausted. When the metal golem retreated, he quickly retreated and left the second metal chamber. He returned to the center of the hall as fast as he could. Although he did not kill the level 2 metal golem, Yang Dingtian was satisfied that he had gained the upper hand. After returning to the center of the hall, Yang Dingtian found that his muscles had cracked and blood was oozing out continuously. The web between his thumb and index finger where he held the sword had already split open. Yang Dingtian did not enter the sacred water pool in front of the giant's chest to recuperate. Instead, he held Ah Chao's youngling's sword and started to absorb celestial qi in the center of the hall. So comfortable. Yang Dingtian let out a comfortable moan when the celestial qi rushed into his body. It was still a very familiar feeling. The endless celestial qi was like water, nourishing Yang Dingtian's injured and dried up celestial meridians. The celestial qi filled his celestial meridians and flowed into his sea of qi. After a few hours, Yang Dingtian's sea of qi had expanded to its limit. However, Yang Dingtian did not want to break through because he did not defeat the metal golem. He did not expect to break through. However, he did not expect that his sea of qi would suddenly burst out a white light after it had expanded to its limit. The world of Yang Dingtian's body fell into nothingness once again. Yang Dingtian did not expect to break through at all, but he did. He did not destroy the stone golem. He only fought against it with brute force and only gained the upper hand. He did not expect that he would break through directly. Moreover, he skipped the 1-star intermediate and high-grade martial artist and directly broke through to 2-star mystic martial master. Yang Dingtian was overjoyed at this development, but he also did not understand it. However, it was a good thing to have a breakthrough. Yang Dingtian kept his surprise and continued to absorb celestial qi. After a few hours, Yang Dingtian's body was once again filled with strength and celestial qi. All his celestial meridians were filled with celestial qi and his sea of qi was also very full. Holding Ah Chao's giant sword, Yang Dingtian returned to the second metal elemental secret room. This time, he was already prepared. He pushed open the door and walked in directly. Soon, the metal golem swung its giant sword and rushed up to Yang Dingtian. It slashed down hard. Clang. Yang Dingtian met the sword head-on. His body trembled, and he felt pain in his arm. But that was all. He did not vomit blood or take half a step back. The metal golem trembled violently and took half a step back. Now, it's time to get rid of you. Yang Dingtian sneered. He held the sword with both hands and slashed down hard at the metal golem. Invincible, the first sword, the metal golem took 3 steps back, the second sword, the metal golem took 5 steps back, the third sword, the metal golem took 9 steps back, the fourth sword, invincible, the metal golem took more than 10 steps back, the fifth sword, invincible, the metal golem flew out violently and fell dozens of meters away. Now is the time to destroy you. Yang Dingtian immediately rushed up like a ferocious tiger coming down from the mountain. Before the metal golem could stand up, Yang Dingtian held the sword with both hands and slashed fiercely at its body. Invincible, 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 one sword after another, he slashed crazily at the metal golem. After more than 10 swords, the metal golem's giant sword finally could not withstand it and shattered. It had lost its weapon. Yang Dingtian's heavy sword slashed its body crazily. Its entire body was made of a special metal and was very hard. Every time Yang Dingtian slashed, there would be a burst of sparks and deep wounds. 20 swords, 30 swords, 50 swords, 100 swords, at this time, the metal golem could not get up at all. Yang Dingtian stepped on it and slashed it crazily. Its originally silver body was now completely covered in wounds. It was a tragic sight. Destroy. Yang Dingtian gathered all the qi in his body and slashed down with his sword. Bang. With a loud sound, the silver metal golem's body was directly split into 2 by Yang Dingtian. Crash. The metal golem that was split into 2 shattered. A gust of wind blew past and it immediately disappeared without a trace. Yang Dingtian used the yin-yang heaven and earth sword to destroy the 5th secret realm assassin. It was also the first second-level assassin. At this time, the qi in Yang Dingtian's body was once again completely exhausted. Dragging his tired body and excited spirit, Yang Dingtian returned to the center of the Five Elements Great Hall. Holding Ah Chao's Yangling sword, he once again began to absorb qi. Yang Dingtian loved this moment the most. Because the feeling of qi entering his body was really like a person who had been thirsty for half a month and drank sweet spring water. Qi continued to flow into his qi meridians and then to his qi sea. A few hours later, his qi sea expanded to its limit. Then, with a sudden tremble, a ray of light flashed, but it did not enter nothingness. Yang Dingtian had a breakthrough, but it was not a big breakthrough. From a 2-star elementary mystic martial master, he skipped the middle level and directly became a 2-star superior mystic martial master. He was only a little bit away from becoming a 3-star mystic martial master. Although he did not directly break through to become a 3-star mystic martial master, Yang Dingtian was still very excited. Because he had already grasped the rhythm of the secret realm. The following trials would become much easier. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian's qi si and qi si were completely filled with qi. His entire body was once again filled with strength. Holding Ah Chao's Yangling sword, Yang Dingtian retreated from the door of the Wind Element secret room. He wanted to enter the second room of the Wind Element secret room to undergo the trial. What awaited him was a second-level Wind Element assassin. It was another new battle. Just like this, time passed second by second, minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day. Yang Dingtian was completely immersed in the trial of the secret realm. At first, he still remembered the time. But very quickly, he completely forgot about the concept of time. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to go through the trial, destroy the assassin, and make himself stronger. He did not know how many times he was injured. He also did not know how many times he entered the sacred water pond. He also did not know how many times he was on the verge of death. He also did not know how many times he was badly mutilated. He also did not know how many times he was on the verge of death. He went back and forth between the central great hall and the various secret rooms. He also did not know how many times he broke through after absorbing qi si. How many times did he break through? He really forgot. He really didn't know how many terrifying scenes he had encountered. These secret rooms became more and more perverted the further he went. There were a total of 5 metal-type secret rooms. The first room had 3 times the gravity, the second room had 9 times the gravity, the third room had 27 times the gravity, the fourth room had 81 times the gravity, and the fifth room had 243 times the gravity. When Yang Dingtian practiced his sword in the illusory void in his mind, there were hundreds and thousands of times the gravity there. Yang Dingtian's body and spirit were completely destroyed, and his soul scattered. But that was in the illusory void after all. At this time, in the secret realm, it was completely real. 81 times the gravity, 243 times the gravity, it was completely shocking to the extreme. It could be said that if one's cultivation was not enough, the moment he took a step, his blood vessels would burst and he would die. His entire body and bones would immediately collapse. Not to mention, Yang Dingtian was still holding a 300-kilogram Yangling sword in his hand. In the last metal-type secret room, it was close to 100,000 kilograms. In the past, Yang Dingtian could not even hold a 100,000-kilogram sword, let alone wield it to fight. The highest boss of the metal-type secret room, the level 5 stopper, was a 6-armed golden Buddha. It was incomparably powerful and hard. Yang Dingtian was hit by the 6-armed Buddha more than a dozen times. Each trial was a narrow escape. His bones had been broken 7 times. He vomited blood countless times. Each time, he almost died. Each time, he was saved by the green holy water pool. Finally, Yang Dingtian used the all-conquering sword to completely destroy this powerful 6-armed Buddha, proving that the all-conquering sword was indeed indestructible. In the fire-type secret room, the higher the temperature was, and the more perverted the boss was. In the 5th fire-type secret room, the entire secret room was filled with flowing magma. Every inch of air was at least 1,000 degrees Celsius. In this secret room, almost all of his celestial qi had to be used to protect his body from the flames. In less than 3 minutes after Yang Dingtian entered, just the defense alone exhausted all of his celestial qi. And the fire-type level 5 stopper was a strange and terrifying netherworld fire ghost. He was completely an energy body, so he didn't feel anything when he was stabbed or slashed. If he were to be hit by him, it would be a complete nightmare. His fire was the pure white spectral cold fire. Just a little bit of it would burn through his entire body. If Yang Dingtian did not have the deep-sea Shan clothes, he would have died dozens of times already. In the end, Yang Dingtian could only frantically brandish the youngling sword in his hand to resist the devil's spectral cold fire. This was because the youngling sword was forged from bloody black gold. The demon's ghost cold fire could not harm it. After using his youngling sword to protect himself from being injured, Yang Dingtian chose to use the earth-sealing sword to lock onto the netherworld fire ghost. Then, he used the Hell Splitter sword 9 times before finally destroying this terrifying nether fire ghost. Let's talk about the training in the wind elemental chamber. In the 5th wind elemental chamber, every inch of air around him had become a deadly killer. Converted to Earth scale, the wind in this secret room was close to force 20. On Earth, the strongest wind was generally only force 12. A force 30 gale could even break metal. Even a heavy object weighing more than 10,000 pounds could be easily blown into the air. In this way, after being injured 9 times, Yang Dingtian was able to drift with the wind without being injured by the wind. And the last obstacle in the wind elemental chamber was a blade succubus queen. The wind blades she shot out were faster than lightning and could cut through a meter-thick steel. Yang Dingtian's thigh was penetrated by her wind blades 3 times. His neck was once cut through from the middle, and his arm was once directly cut off. But every time, he was saved by the sacred water pond. In short, the 5th wind elemental chamber was Yang Dingtian's most tragic moment. Facing the blade succubus queen was Yang Dingtian's most tragic battle. In the end, Yang Dingtian was completely helpless and chose to rush to the succubus queen's side. He used the earth-sealing sword to temporarily imprison her. He used the burning sky sword to destroy the sharp blades all over her body. He used the invisible sword to destroy her heart. The 3 swords combined into one to completely kill this level 5 wind elemental assassin. Now, Yang Dingtian was in front of the last battle. In front of him was the 5th ice elemental chamber, which was also the last secret room in his trial. Because the thunder elemental chamber was a bug, he would never go there. Just as he opened the door, he was met with a deadly cold that almost reached the absolute zero on Earth. It was a cold that could destroy all life, a cold that was even colder than the sacred water pond. Inside, it was a vast expanse of white snow. Everywhere was a sea of snow. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and then took a step forward. He was about to face the last obstacle, a level 5 ice elemental assassin. Huff. The sword in Yang Dingtian's hand suddenly burned. At this temperature, even Yang Dingtian's 9 yang profound veins couldn't withstand it. He had to use his profound qi to ignite the fire to warm himself. A gust of wind blew, and a figure appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. This was an almost perfect woman. Her beautiful face was not inferior to Dongfang Bingling and Shimen Yin Yin. The curves of her delicate body were as if carved by the heavens. She had a perfect face and a perfect figure. Every part of her body was perfect. Although Yang Dingtian knew that this was an energy body, it was condensed from ice energy. But she looked exactly the same as a real beauty. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. Water-like gemstone eyes, long blue hair. Among all the assassins in the secret realm, the one in front of him was the most beautiful and also the most gentle. She leisurely walked over, stretched out her jade arms and wrapped them around Yang Dingtian's neck. Her delicate body pressed against Yang Dingtian's chest, and said softly, "Brother, I'm so lonely here. Stay here with me, stay with me forever, okay?" Her voice was incomparably soft, incomparably pleasant to listen to. Yang Dingtian's body trembled, and suddenly felt a bone-piercing cold. Endless cold seeped out from her body and drilled into Yang Dingtian's body, as if his blood and profound veins were about to be frozen in an instant. This was her attack, incomparably gentle, but incomparably bone-piercing gentleness. She hugged Yang Dingtian like this, and then froze him to death, completely freezing him into a sculpture. This way, the two of them would be together forever. Yang Dingtian used up all his profound qi, trying to break free. But he discovered that this perfect woman suddenly became as light as a feather, without any weight. Like a soul, she wrapped around his body, completely unable to break free. The cold energy that seemed to come from the depths of hell suddenly drilled into Yang Dingtian's body, slowly but resolutely destroying Yang Dingtian's flesh and blood, Yang Dingtian's profound veins. Burning Heaven Sword. Yang Dingtian's profound qi violently surged out, and suddenly turned into raging flames. All of Yang Dingtian's profound veins surged out, and all of his profound qi turned into raging flames. In an instant, Yang Dingtian and that woman's bodies were completely covered in raging flames. This woman was formed from ice and snow, so Yang Dingtian wanted to use flames to burn her and melt her. But under the raging flames, this bewitching ice and snow woman was still safe and sound. The endless cold continued to invade Yang Dingtian's profound veins, and even headed towards his qi. The profound qi in Yang Dingtian's body crazily surged out. His profound qi was being consumed at an unprecedented speed. But the raging flames formed by the burning heaven sword's profound qi became smaller and smaller. Earth Sealing Sword, Yang Dingtian was hugged by her. Holding the sword with one hand, he used the Earth Sealing Sword. He wanted to imprison her for a short period of time, and then escape from her embrace. However, the Earth Sealing Sword was completely useless against her, because she could freeze everything. All-conquering sword, it was still useless. Her body was soft, but it was formed from extreme cold energy. The all-conquering sword didn't even leave a mark on her. Formless sword, even more useless. Hell-splitting sword, specialized in dealing with energy types. But, it was still useless. Yang Dingtian had already tried all 5 moves of Yin Yang Heaven and Earth Sword, but they were all useless. Brother, don't waste your energy. Isn't it good to be with me forever? The Ice Beauty Slaughterer said gently. After saying that, her beautiful eyes suddenly turned blue, and a monstrous cold surged out. Instantly, the flames on Yang Dingtian's youngling sword shrunk rapidly. The bone-piercing cold energy quickly drilled into his qi. And Yang Dingtian's profound qi became smaller and smaller. The flames formed by the profound qi became smaller and smaller. Yang Dingtian's mind gradually fell into a daze. He was already unable to move. Most of his profound veins had already been frozen. Then, his mind, his divine sense, and his soul were also gradually frozen. As long as the profound qi flames were extinguished, as long as the cold energy entered his qi, Yang Dingtian would die. The Ice Beauty in front of him, on the contrary, looked like the weakest boss. Her attack method was also the most gentle, but at the same time, she was also the most terrifying. Was he going to die just like that? 9 Yang profound veins originally had the advantage in the ice-type secret room. Previously, Yang Dingtian had destroyed so many vicious people who tried to stop him. The Ice Beauty in front of him was so gentle. Just by hugging him like that, she actually wanted to kill him. Yang Dingtian's divine sense became fainter and fainter. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from his mind and was about to fall into an eternal sleep. And the cold energy had already reached his lower abdomen and was about to enter his qi. The profound qi flames were already less than half an inch. They gently swayed and were about to be extinguished in the blink of an eye. I can't die. I'm not willing to die like this. I still need to save Yin Yin. I still need to take back Cloud Heaven City. I still need to save Sister Ningning. I still need to seek justice from Dongfang Bingling. I can't die like this. From his mind, Yang Dingtian's last bit of willpower surged out. Using the last of his strength, Yang Dingtian's head directly smashed towards his youngling sword. The tip of the sword fiercely slashed across Yang Dingtian's head. Blood spurted out and splashed on the Ice Beauty's forehead. On her snow-white forehead, there was a drop of bright red blood. It was like a red plum, incomparably beautiful and delicate. Then, Yang Dingtian used his fingers as a sword and used the last of his profound qi to use the burning heaven sword. He ignited the drop of 9 suns' blood on the Ice Beauty's forehead. Ah! The Ice Beauty screamed in horror as if she had seen a ghost. Her beautiful eyes were instantly filled with incomparable fear. Then, the blood on her forehead suddenly burst into flames, burning a deep hole in her beautiful snow-white forehead. It was a pitch-black hole, and the terrifying flames continued to burn inside. Ah! The Ice Beauty issued a burst of mournful screams and desperately wiped the blood on her forehead with her hand. Suddenly, the burning 9 suns' blood stuck to her hand and then rubbed on her body. Ah! Ah! the ice beauty no longer cared about pestering Yang Dingtian. Her whole body was burning and she issued a burst of mournful screams. In the fifth bright snow secret room, she frantically struggled and danced wildly. Finally, she was completely engulfed by the raging flames and thoroughly turned into ashes. Yang Dingtian looked at all this in astonishment. Of course, he also didn't expect that the final boss would be so difficult to deal with and so gentle. Of course, he also didn't expect that destroying the final boss of the ice secret room would be so simple. He only needed to use his own 9 sons' blood. But if he killed her from the beginning, then there wouldn't be the crazy intertwining of ice and fire, the crazy struggle. At this time, Yang Dingtian's profound veins seemed to have been thoroughly baptized. Dragging his scarred body, Yang Dingtian carried his youngling sword and walked step by step back to the center of the 5 elements main hall. He began the last profound breathing technique. Profound qi unceasingly poured into his body, poured into his profound veins and poured into his qi. Like the warm sunlight, it gradually drove away the coldness in Yang Dingtian's body. Yang Dingtian's 4 limbs and his body gradually recovered their senses. 5 hours passed, 10 hours passed, 20 hours passed. The incomparably dense profound qi first drove away the cold energy in Yang Dingtian's body, then filled his profound veins and qi. His qi reached its limit and began to expand. A white light flashed, and Yang Dingtian's inner world entered a temporary state of nothingness. After a full half a minute, everything gradually returned to normal. Yang Dingtian's qi broke through again. But after experiencing countless breakthroughs and countless profound breathing techniques, Yang Dingtian fought countless battles. He already forgot about time, forgot about everything. He didn't even know how many breakthroughs he had. Therefore, he didn't even know what his current level was. When his profound qi filled his qi and profound veins again, Yang Dingtian slowly opened his eyes and asked the 3-headed giant, "Giant, what level is my profound qi at now? Did I break through to 3-star Great Mystic Martial Master?" The 3-headed giant opened its 3 giant eyes and said, "You are now a 5-star Great Mystic Martial Master." Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. 5-star Great Mystic Martial Master? He actually broke through to 5-star Great Mystic Martial Master. Yang Dingtian instantly felt like crying. In this secret realm, he broke through 20 levels. This was an unprecedented breakthrough. Even in the beginning of the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Array and the Yin-Yang Festival that happened once every 300 years, he only broke through 19 levels. But now, he actually broke through 20 levels. Becoming a Great Mystic Martial Master meant that one could be considered an expert in this world. Yang Dingtian officially stepped into the ranks of experts. He could learn mystic skills, he could learn the 3rd rank of the pig-slaying sword art, and his combat strength could increase by leaps and bounds. Just like Dugufengwu, he had truly soared to the heavens. The secret realm was indeed the most mysterious and powerful thing left behind by the ancient world. It actually allowed him to break through 20 levels. How much time has passed? Yang Dingtian asked as he recalled this extremely important matter. Note, please give me a few monthly votes, thank you everyone. 98 days have passed since you entered the 5 Elements Hall. The 3-headed giant said. 98 days? That's good. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. However, the 3-headed giant had said that even for a Mystic Pulse practitioner, it would take at least half a year to reach the level of a 3-star Great Mystic Martial Master. Yang Dingtian had only spent 98 days to open 4 passages to the secret realm and break through to the level of a 5-star Great Mystic Martial Master. That meant that there were still 200 days left until the martial arts competition tomorrow. Following this, Yang Dingtian still had 2 opportunities to make a huge breakthrough. One was to learn the 3rd rank of the pig-slaying sword art. The other was to refine the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame. Only a martial mystic rank expert could refine the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame. Yang Dingtian was still 5 ranks away from the martial mystic rank expert. If he was lucky, he might have a big breakthrough after learning the 3rd rank of the pig-slaying sword art. That way, he would be 1 step closer to the martial mystic rank expert. Therefore, it was urgent for him to obtain the 3rd rank of the pig-slaying sword art. The 3rd rank of the pig-slaying sword art should still be in the Hidden Technique Pavilion in Cloud Heaven City because the mysterious black-cloaked man only gave Yan Yan the 2nd rank of the pig-slaying sword art. What method could he use to let Yang Dingtian obtain the third rank of the pig-slaying sword art from Cloud Heaven City? Suddenly, a crazy and dangerous method appeared in Yang Dingtian's mind. If it went smoothly, he might be able to enter Cloud Heaven City and obtain the third rank of the pig-slaying sword art without any effort. Furthermore, he really wanted to know how Sister Ningning was doing. Did she fall into the hands of Shimanju and the others? At that moment, Yang Dingtian desperately wanted to return to Cloud Heaven City and return to Cloud Heaven City with another identity. Can I leave now? Yang Dingtian asked. You can leave at any time. After the sixth door of the Four Elements chamber is the bottom of the sea. You can leave the secret realm through any door. The three-headed giant said. Then I'll take my leave. Three-eyed, thank you for taking care of me. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply to the three-headed giant. Hold on. The three-headed giant said, according to the rules of the secret realm, as long as you can open a secret room of a certain element, you can obtain the mystic talisman of that element. You have broken through 4 secret rooms, so you can choose one of the ice, fire, wind, and gold profound talismans as your reward. Other Xian talismans. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. This was a legendary item, a true treasure. Yang Dingtian had only heard of it, but had never seen it before. Possessing the Xian talisman of another element was equivalent to possessing the attack attribute of this element. For example, if a fire attribute martial artist directly shot out an ice blade, how shocking would that be, especially for Yang Dingtian? If he had the ice attribute Xian talisman, then he would be able to do anything that an ice attribute martial artist could do. His heaven-sealing sword's power could increase exponentially. The most terrifying thing was that when Yang Dingtian fought with the enemy, he could even combine ice and fire to attack at the same time. At that time, his lethality would be multiplied. Therefore, this other type of talisman was a complete bug. Especially, this Xian talisman could be nurtured, and it could become stronger and stronger. When it was strong enough, its power would not be inferior to another martial spirit, and might even be more mysterious. Please choose a type of Xian talisman as your reward. The three-headed giant said. Of course it's the ice attribute. Yang Dingtian said. If there was a lightning attribute, of course he would choose the lightning attribute Xian talisman, because the lightning attribute was 1 in 100 million and was a true killing move. However, the lightning secret room was too abnormal, and it was completely impossible to pass. Therefore, among the other 4 elements, Yang Dingtian would definitely choose the ice attribute. The ice attribute was the complete opposite of Yang Dingtian's Yang Xian veins. When Yang Dingtian, a fire attribute martial artist, actually released an ice attribute attack, it could completely suppress everyone. And when the ice and fire attacked together, the power was simply incomparably shocking. Therefore, a wind attribute martial artist had to choose the metal attribute. A fire attribute martial artist had to choose the ice attribute. The three-headed giant opened his head and took out a piece of jade talisman from inside. It was dark blue and translucent, and light flowed, as if it was completely alive. Yang Dingtian opened his hand, and the giant placed the ice attribute Xian talisman in his palm. Suddenly, a refreshing coolness. It was only cold, and did not feel very cold. However, this cold energy seemed to be alive and filled with boundless vitality. This Xian talisman also had another powerful use, and that was, it could absorb the damage of its own attribute. In other words, when the ice attribute Xian talisman encountered an ice attribute expert, it could help the owner share a portion of the ice energy attack. The stronger it was, the more ice energy it could devour. In theory, when it was strong to a certain level, Yang Dingtian could avoid all ice damage. Now, this ice attribute Xian talisman was equivalent to an infant Xian talisman. It needed to constantly devour ice energy in order to grow and become stronger. Yang Dingtian held the ice attribute Xian talisman and carefully placed it in the spatial ring, afraid that his Yang Xian veins would harm it. After all, it was too fragile at this time. Thank you for your gift, big guy. Yang Dingtian said, then, I'll take my leave. The three-headed giant did not respond, but directly shrank back into its original statue appearance. Before turning back into a statue, the giant seemed to have thought of something and said, Trial taker, do you want to accept the additional hell-level trial mission? There will be more generous rewards. What trial mission? Where will it be held? What reward? Yang Dingtian asked. Get through the Thunder Attribute secret room. The giant said, once completed, you will be rewarded with a Thunder Attribute Xian talisman and a Thunder Attribute Xian skill scroll. Yang Dingtian's heart was beating wildly. God, these two rewards, no matter which one it was, were enough to make the whole world go crazy. Needless to say, the Thunder Attribute Xian talisman could make all of Yang Dingtian's attacks carry Thunder Attribute damage. Thunder Attribute attacks were completely a bug, it could not be blocked or defended at all. Therefore, in this world, if someone used Thunder Attribute martial arts or Xian skill, even if his Xianxia level was low, people would be terrified and would not dare to provoke him. Because this meant that this person had a huge mysterious background. In the whole world, there were only a handful of people who had Thunder attributes. In the past 100 years, there was only one strong person from the Sea of Hades who used Thunder attribute Xian skills. Even further back, there were people from the Hidden Sect and the Temple of Annihilation who had Thunder attribute Xian skills. Although Thunder attribute martial soul was 1 in a billion, 1 or 2 could occasionally be seen in the past few decades. As for lightning-type mystic skills and martial skill attacks, he had almost never seen them before. Because Thunder attribute secret books were extremely rare, and even if one got it, it was useless. Almost no one could learn it because the Xianxia in one's body did not have the Thunder attribute. But with Thunder attribute Xian talisman, it was completely different. With the Thunder attribute Xian talisman, anyone could use Thunder attribute Xian skills. Of course, compared to the Ice attribute Xian talisman, it was much harder to nurture the Thunder attribute Xian talisman. However, there was a type of discharge crystal that was born with electricity and could be used to nurture the Thunder attribute Xian talisman, although the price was very high. These were really two extremely tempting rewards. And if Yang Dingtian had the Thunder attribute Xian talisman, he could combine ice, fire, and thunder attributes to attack, and the power would be even more astonishing. But Yang Dingtian still shook his head and said, forget it, I give up this mission, because the Thunder attribute secret room is too abnormal, and I don't have time. There is only one chance for this trial mission, and the whole process is very short, only half a quarter of an hour. The winner will leave the secret realm directly after obtaining the 2 prizes at the end of the secret room. The loser will die in the secret room. The three-headed giant said. Half a quarter of an hour, only 7 or 8 minutes to pass through 5 Thunder attribute secret rooms, this was too fast. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath, shook his head and said, forget it, I'll give up. Although the reward is incomparably tempting, I still give up. The Thunder attribute secret room is too abnormal, with my current strength, I really can't pass it. Hell's trial mission is not about Xianxia level, but about wisdom. The three-headed giant said, those who have wisdom, even if they are enlighteners, can pass through 5 Thunder attribute secret rooms. Those who lack wisdom, even if they are master-level powerhouses, will have their souls scattered. Yang Dingtian still shook his head and said, forget it, I don't have absolute confidence in my wisdom. Then, goodbye. The three-headed giant said, and then turned back into a statue. Yang Dingtian walked towards the metal attribute room. He chose the 6th door of the metal attribute secret room to leave the secret realm. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian seemed to have thought of something and asked, big guy, is the Thunder attribute secret room's hell trial useful to a sleeping soul in my mind? I want to wake him up. The three-headed giant opened his eyes, did not immediately answer, as if he was searching his memory. Yes, it is very useful. The three-headed giant said, the energy of the Thunder attribute has an incomparable effect on awakening all sleeping souls. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Did that mean that in the Thunder attribute secret room's hell trial, Yang Dingtian could awaken his master's soul in the depths of his mind? It had been a few months, but his master's soul still had not awakened. Not to mention that Yang Dingtian missed his master very much, just looking for the heaven and earth mystic flame, he could not leave his master. Yang Dingtian could not even understand the words on the scroll that Ning Rower gave him, which might be the map of the mystic flame. His master should be able to understand it since he was traveling the world. Of course, even without all this, Yang Dingtian still hoped that his master, Dongfang Minmi, could wake up, even if it was just to talk to Yang Dingtian every day. However, Yang Dingtian had already seen how crazy the Thunder attribute secret room was. Entering was really a narrow escape. It was fast, it would end in at most 7 minutes. If he succeeded, his master might wake up, obtain the Thunder Attribute Talisman and Thunder Attribute Mystic Skill, then leave the secret realm and head to Cloud Heaven City to obtain the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. If he failed, he would die in the Thunder Attribute secret room. The three-headed giant had already said that this hell-level trial mission relied on wisdom and not mystic chi. Yang Dingtian held the youngling sword in his hand, his mind suddenly flashed, and he suddenly had an idea. Maybe I know how to pass through these 5 lightning chambers, and how to complete this hell-level trial. Yang Dingtian's heartbeat suddenly sped up. Big guy, I accept the hell-level trial mission. Yang Dingtian said. Are you sure? The three-headed giant asked. I'm sure. Yang Dingtian said. The hell-level special trial mission begins. Please complete the trial mission in half a quarter of an hour, and pass through the 5 lightning chambers. The three-headed giant said. Suddenly, the entire 5 elements hall suddenly lit up. Then, the other 4 doors were all extinguished, and became dark. Obviously, the other 4 doors were all closed, and only the lightning door suddenly lit up. Please set off immediately. After half a quarter of an hour, we will erase all the extra traces in the secret realm. The three-headed giant warned. Yang Dingtian was shocked. In other words, if Yang Dingtian regretted it now, even if he stood still, the 5 elements hall secret realm would directly erase him after 7 minutes. Moreover, the doors of the other 4 doors were all closed. If Yang Dingtian wanted to leave the secret realm, he must go through the lightning chamber. At this time, there was no other choice. Yang Dingtian held the youngling sword, walked to the door of the lightning chamber, and pushed open the door. Inside, it was as black as hell, and as dangerous as hell. If he wanted to pass, he could only rely on wisdom, and not profound chi. 7 minutes, only 7 minutes. If he succeeded, his master would wake up and leave with an incomparably rich reward. If he failed, he would directly die inside, and completely turn into ashes. Let's do it. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and took a step towards the hell-like darkness of the Thunder Attribute secret room. He walked into the secret room. At the same time, the lightning door behind him suddenly extinguished and closed, and he could only move forward, not backward. After entering, Yang Dingtian quickly took out the original Night Owl giant sword from the space ring, and then quickly tied it together with the youngling sword. Suddenly, the 2 swords added up to a height of more than 3 meters. Kacha! Yang Dingtian used all his strength to forcefully insert the 2 bound swords into the ground. Then, he quickly changed into a pair of insulated shoes and insulated gloves. After doing all this, he held his breath and waited for the arrival of the destructive lightning. The three-headed giant said that this hell trial mission relied on intelligence and not profound chi. On Earth, in a spacious environment, lightning usually struck higher conductors. Therefore, Yang Dingtian trapped the Acho greatsword and the Night Owl greatsword together for more than 3 meters, and then inserted them into the ground to guide the lightning energy underground. Equivalent to the lightning rod principle, Yang Dingtian's height was about 180 centimeters, which was far less than 3 meters, and he was wearing insulated shoes. According to the principles of Earth, lightning could not strike him. But without a doubt, this was not Earth. This was the primal chaos continent. The laws of science on Earth might not necessarily be realized here, so Yang Dingtian was risking his life. Inside the secret room, it was still completely dark and silent, only Yang Dingtian's heartbeat could be clearly heard. That destructive lightning seemed to be tormenting Yang Dingtian at this time, and did not come. Yang Dingtian stood there like a prisoner waiting to be sentenced. His heartbeat was getting faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. That kind of suffocating feeling, as if every breath would be a burning pain. If the lightning god did not play according to the rules, then Yang Dingtian's ending would only be one, and that was to be completely annihilated. Kacha! Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the secret room. An incomparably huge lightning struck down, as if to tear the sky and earth, as if to topple the mountains and overturn the seas, as if to turn the sky and earth upside down. Like the aurora after the explosion of a nuclear bomb, it instantly made Yang Dingtian's eyes lose their vision. This lightning bolt was several times stronger than the lightning bolt that Yang Dingtian encountered when he first entered the Thunder Attribute secret room. If Yang Dingtian was struck by it, there would only be one outcome. He would turn into a pile of dust, and even the 9 Yang mystic meridians would be useless. Pa 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 pa, the destructive lightning bolts came one after another, as if there was no end to them. Fortunately, it was the same as what Yang Dingtian expected. All the lightning struck the 2 swords. Cho Youngling sword and Night Owl greatsword, after being struck by the huge lightning, became completely transparent, flowing with light and overflowing with colors, incomparably gorgeous. And Yang Dingtian stood behind, safe and sound, not a single trace of lightning struck his body. At this time, Yang Dingtian could not see anything at all, because the entire secret room was only extremely bright, extremely white. The lightning struck for half a minute without any intention of stopping, and the entire mission only had 7 minutes. Yang Dingtian decided not to wait for the lightning to stop, he must continue to move forward. Because he could not see anything at this time, Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand and carefully walked forward to grab Cho Youngling's sword. This required a huge amount of courage, because the sword was currently filled with astonishing electric current. It was an almost invincible electric current. Although Yang Dingtian was wearing insulating gloves, but this was not a completely insulated object. As long as a little electric current entered Yang Dingtian's body, then he would definitely die. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian calmed down his violent heartbeat. After taking a few steps forward, Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand and grabbed Chow's greatsword. Pa! Yang Dingtian's body suddenly trembled, because Chow's greatsword was trembling with all its might, cheering. That's right, Yang Dingtian could feel that Cho was cheering, as if these countless frightening lightning struck its body, making it very, very comfortable, making it itch to the point that its whole body trembled. Moreover, there was still not a trace of electric current flowing to Yang Dingtian's body, because all the electric current was transmitted to the ground. Really a little abnormal, Yang Dingtian said in his heart. Next, he used all his strength to push the 2 swords forward. Because he must not let the 2 swords leave the ground, otherwise the electric current will be transmitted to Yang Dingtian's body. He must maintain the smoothness of the electric current flowing along the swords to the ground. In this way, Yang Dingtian pushed the 2 swords, drawing a deep crack on the ground, and kept walking forward. Walking in front of the second door, he stretched out his hand and pushed it, entering the second lightning door. Pa pa pa. Even more frightening lightning, it was as if a wall was striking down. Pa pa. Immediately after, there were 2 lightning bolts. However, it still did not pose any threat to Yang Dingtian, because all the lightning was still draped over the 2 swords. It's just that the momentum is too scary, it's like the end of the world. In this way, Yang Dingtian pushed the 2 swords and passed through the 2nd secret room, the 3rd secret room, the 4th secret room, and the 5th secret room. 3 minutes later, Yang Dingtian came to the 6th lightning door. He had completed the so-called Hell Mode trial mission, and he had done it in less than half of the 7 minutes he was given. As for the lightning in the secret room behind, Yang Dingtian didn't see it at all, because he simply closed his eyes directly, and his ears couldn't hear it at all, because it was completely deafening, causing his hearing to temporarily lose its function. After clearing the level, Yang Dingtian only had a very strange feeling, a little absurd, and a little lost. The previous trial completely tortured Yang Dingtian to death, leaving him with scars all over his body. He didn't know how many times he was on the verge of death, and how many times he was on the verge of death. And this lightning secret room was completely a super bug, it was completely a heaven-defying existence. But who would have thought that the so-called Hell Mode trial mission would be passed so easily? Not a single strand of hair was harmed, and it didn't even take much effort. Therefore, this Hell-level trial mission can really only be described as abnormal. Those who don't know, even if they're Grandmaster-level powerhouses, I'm afraid there's only one result, and that is to turn into ashes. And those who know, even if they're just an initiate, can pass smoothly. Just as Yang Dingtian's hand was about to touch the 6th door, everything suddenly stopped. The endless flashes of lightning stopped, and the deafening sound stopped as well. Inside the secret room, light was restored. Yang Dingtian felt as though he was standing in the blue sky. Furthermore, it was a sky that had been washed by water. It was azure and pure without any impurities. It made one feel relaxed and happy. The trial should be over. Yang Dingtian immediately called out to his master Dongfang Minmi's soul in his mind, looking forward to hearing his master's voice again. However, the result disappointed him, his master still didn't have any response. Yang Dingtian's originally joyful heart gradually cooled down. Could it be because he wasn't struck by lightning, so he couldn't stimulate his master's soul to awaken? Trial taker, you have passed all the trial missions, the reward is on the door, please leave immediately, we are about to clear all the external traces in the secret realm, please leave immediately. Yang Dingtian was sad, suddenly the three-headed giant's voice sounded in his ear. Although 5 secret rooms were separated, the three-headed giant's voice still sounded in his ear. Yang Dingtian looked at the door and found that there were 2 things floating on it. One of them was a thunder attribute mystic talisman, which was a transparent jade token. When Yang Dingtian took it off, a weak electric current flashed across, and a very tiny lightning appeared in the jade token, which looked very scary. At this time, this talisman was still in its infancy, it looked fragile and cute. But when it grew to a certain extent, it would shock the whole world. So when Yang Dingtian held it in his hand, his heartbeat suddenly sped up, and he instantly had a feeling of being unable to breathe. This was a lightning talisman, in the whole world, there probably wouldn't be more than 5 of them, or even less. When it grew to a certain extent, it would completely become a bug-like existence. Placing the lightning talisman on his lips and kissing it, his lips suddenly became slightly numb, it was very ticklish. Like the youngling sword, this talisman also seemed to have a life of its own. When Yang Dingtian kissed it, it even released electricity to show him who was the boss, just like a baby waving its pink little fist. He carefully put the lightning talisman in his spatial ring, it was really too fragile right now. Next, it was this lightning scroll. This was a lightning talisman mystic skill. Yang Dingtian was now a 5-star great mystic martial master, it was time for him to learn mystic skills. Originally, he was still looking forward to his first mystic skill secret manual, because he was currently wandering, he couldn't obtain a powerful and mysterious mystic skill secret manual. There were many powerful mystic skill secret manuals in Cloud Heaven City's Hidden Technique Pavilion, but now, they didn't belong to Yang Dingtian. But he didn't expect that the first mystic skill secret manual Yang Dingtian obtained would be such a heaven-defying lightning talisman mystic skill. In this world, people who possessed lightning talisman mystic skills were probably rarer than lightning talisman beasts. No matter where, as long as a lightning talisman mystic skill was used, no matter how powerful it was enough to shock everyone. Yang Dingtian held the mystic skill scroll, he was instantly tempted, he wanted to immediately inject his mystic chi to learn it. But he quickly gave up on this tempting idea, because the secret realm was about to be cleared, to remove all traces left behind by outsiders. If he were to be swept away by the secret realm while he was learning, then he would completely disappear from this world, there would be no reason to talk to the secret realm. Placing the lightning talisman mystic skill secret manual in his bosom, Yang Dingtian pushed open the door in front of him. Outside, was the bottom of the sea, the dark blue seawater rippled, countless underwater creatures saw the light here and swam over curiously. This was the real deep sea, it was at least tens of thousands of meters deep, there might not be such a deep sea on Earth. After staying here for more than 100 days, he was finally going to leave. After cultivating here for more than 100 days and breaking through 20 levels, he was finally going to leave. Yang Dingtian actually had a desire to shout out loud. But he held it in, now was not the time to shout out loud. Putting the Night Owl Greatsword and Ah Cho Youngling Sword into the spatial ring, Yang Dingtian held his breath and walked out directly. Other than the reward, the trial taker is not allowed to take anything from the secret realm, otherwise, you will be killed immediately. Suddenly, the 3-headed giant's voice rang in Yang Dingtian's ears. The trial taker's entire body, from the inside out, will be thoroughly checked. The 3-headed giant continued. Yang Dingtian's heart immediately jumped wildly, he had brought something out. It was the holy water on the 3-headed giant's chest. When he was heavily injured, he put it into the spatial ring several times, filling up a few kilograms. Because he wanted to heal Yinyan's damaged profound veins. Previously, the 3-headed giant did not seem to notice anything, but now he actually wanted to check. If it was stored in the spatial ring, would it be found out? If it was found out, then it would really be over, he would definitely be killed without any discussion. But now he had no other choice, he could not confess to the 3-headed giant and hand over the holy water, right? Since Yang Dingtian had already done so, then no matter what the consequences were, he would accept it. A ray of light suddenly shot onto Yang Dingtian's body, then passed through his entire body inch by inch. From top to bottom, from inside to outside. Finally, that ray of green light stopped on Yang Dingtian's finger, where the spatial ring was. Instantly, Yang Dingtian almost suffocated. After a full 3 minutes, that ray of light finally left the position of Yang Dingtian's finger. During this time, Yang Dingtian's heart was really about to jump out. There are no traces of the secret realm inside or outside your body, but there are abnormal energy waves. Profound energy is unable to identify them. There is no limit to what you can do. The trial taker can leave. The three-headed giant's voice rang in his ears. Immediately, Yang Dingtian heaved a long sigh of relief and rushed out of the 6th door, entering the icy cold sea and leaving the 5 elements secret realm. Wah! So uncomfortable. The moment he stepped out of the door, Yang Dingtian instantly felt an incomparably huge pressure. It was as if his internal organs were about to be squeezed out, his bones were about to break, and all his blood vessels were about to shatter. They were at the bottom of the sea, tens of thousands of meters deep. The pressure of the seawater was astonishing. Yang Dingtian was already mentally prepared, but he still did not expect the pressure to be so terrifying. Circulating all the profound qi in his body, Yang Dingtian covered his entire body from top to bottom to resist the strong pressure. Yang Dingtian quickly floated up. This tens of thousands of meters deep sea was simply too terrifying. Staying here for even a second was incomparably painful. At the same time, the door to the 5 elements mystery realm closed, and the seabed became incomparably dark. The entire 5 elements hall was like a huge mountain lying at the bottom of the sea. Splash! Yang Dingtian suddenly rushed out of the sea. After a full 10 minutes, Yang Dingtian floated up from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea. Even though he was completely capable of not breathing for more than half an hour, he still took deep breaths and enjoyed the beauty of the air. Not far ahead was the northern beach of the West Arrival Island, and further ahead was a dense forest. Yang Dingtian swam to the beach and came to the dense forest. First, he picked a dozen edible wild fruits and ate heartily. In the past 3 months in the secret realm, Yang Dingtian relied on eating medicinal pills to maintain his vitality. Although it was better for his body, Yang Dingtian still missed normal food. Unfortunately, there was no wine or meat on the island. Otherwise, it would be even better. After eating a dozen fruits, he immediately walked to the east of the West Arrival Island. This was because his boat was hidden on the eastern beach of the West Arrival Island. In less than half an hour, Yang Dingtian had already arrived at the eastern beach. When he came, he hid the boat behind a huge rock and buried it with sand. But now, Yang Dingtian only saw a pile of wood fragments. The boat that Yang Dingtian had here was smashed into pieces by someone. It was definitely not a strong wind or a wave. It was done by a human. Because the entire boat had been turned into powder-like fragments. It was an extremely powerful expert who smashed the boat into fine powder with a single palm. There was no one else on this island, and who could do this. It was undoubtedly the demonic woman, Dugu Fengwu. Yang Dingtian was so angry that his hair stood on end. This ruthless and heartless demonic woman even wanted to kill Yang Dingtian in the secret realm. Moreover, she wanted to kill him after raping him. Now, she actually destroyed Yang Dingtian's boat. This place was 1,000 to 2,000 miles away from land. Without a boat, how was Yang Dingtian going to leave? He couldn't possibly swim over. An absolute expert like Dugu Fengwu might be able to use mystic qi to cross 2,000 miles of sea, but it would cause great damage to her body. Therefore, without a boat, Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to leave. However, this place was only 2,000 miles away from land, and there would be boats passing by every once in a while. It was just that his journey to Cloud Heaven City would be delayed for a few days. But it was useless to be anxious now. He could only pray that there would be a boat passing by soon. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had a Thunder Mystic Skill scroll in his hands, and he could make use of this time to learn it. However, he wouldn't learn the Thunder Mystic Skill today. He needed to have a good sleep. After all, Yang Dingtian didn't have much time to sleep for the past 3 months. He was either fighting with the assassins in the secret room, dying in the center of the main hall while absorbing mystic qi, or recuperating in the sacred pond in the chest of the three-headed giant. This time, Yang Dingtian wanted to have a good sleep. He found a big tree and built a bed on it. He then laid down comfortably on it and fell asleep in a short while. Of course, even if he was sleeping, Yang Dingtian would still be able to wake up immediately if there was any danger. However, West Arrival Island was too quiet. Other than the sound of the waves, there was nothing else. There wasn't even a wild beast. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had the best sleep ever since he came to Primal Chaos Continent. When he woke up the next day, Yang Dingtian found a pool to take a bath and changed into clean clothes. Finally, he found an empty space under a tree and took out the Thunder Mystic Skill Scroll. Looking at this Thunder Mystic Skill Scroll, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but become nervous. This was truly a 1 in a billion Mystic Skill Scroll, and it was the highest reward in the 5 Elements Hall Secret Realm. Du Gufengwu was the princess of evil ways, but she didn't have any Thunder Mystic skills. If this scroll of Yang Dingtian's was made public, it would immediately cause a commotion in the world. If it appeared in any auction house, there would be countless sects that would go crazy for it and give it everything they had. Mystic Skill Scrolls were different from martial skill scrolls. A martial skill scroll could allow countless people to learn it. Of course, Yang Dingtian's pig-slaying sword art was an exception. A mystic skill scroll could only allow one person to learn it. After one person learned it, the second person wouldn't be able to use it even if they obtained it. All of the profound skill secret manuals were left behind from the ancient times. Even though new profound skill secret manuals had been unearthed for the past 1,000 years, the number of profound skill secret manuals that had been unearthed a few hundred years ago had dwindled. Therefore, it could be said that every mystic skill scroll that was learned was one less scroll. Every mystic skill scroll was extremely precious, not to mention this Thunder Mystic Skill Scroll. Sitting on the empty space, Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes and held the Thunder Mystic Skill Scroll with both his hands. It was the same as martial skill scrolls. If he wanted to learn a mystic skill scroll, he just had to input his mystic chi into the scroll. Therefore, Yang Dingtian only needed to input his mystic chi and he would be able to enter the world of the scroll. However, he didn't know if he could learn it because he didn't know if he had the thunder attribute talent in his body. A person's mystic veins were divided into yin and yang. When a great mystic martial master wanted to learn a mystic skill, it would give birth to ice, fire, metal, wind, and lightning. Ice attribute was the established talent of the yin profound veins. Fire attribute was the established talent of the yang profound veins. This was something that couldn't be changed. Then, a portion of the yang profound veins would have the metal attribute talent, and a portion of the yin profound veins would have the wind attribute talent. However, the thunder attribute talent wasn't divided into yin and yang. No matter if it was the yang profound veins or the yin profound veins, it could give birth to the thunder attribute talent. However, this kind of person was less than 1 in 10 million. Yang Dingtian had the 9 yang profound veins, but the probability of him having the thunder attribute talent was too low. Yang Dingtian didn't dare to have the extravagant hope that he had the thunder attribute talent. Now that he had the thunder attribute talisman, even if he didn't have the thunder attribute talent, he could still use the thunder attribute talisman in the future. However, the growth of the thunder attribute talisman required a very long time. Moreover, the power of the talisman's attack was not as strong as his own thunder attribute talent. Moreover, if Yang Dingtian had the thunder attribute talent and used the thunder attribute talisman, the effect of the attack could be stacked and the lethality would definitely be unparalleled. Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes and thought, if I could have the thunder attribute talent, then it would be a blessing from the heavens. If I don't have it, then it doesn't matter. Yang Dingtian took a dozen deep breaths before he could barely suppress his nervous and excited emotions. After all, this was the first profound skill he learned. After his emotions calmed down and his heartbeat returned to normal, Yang Dingtian slowly inserted a strand of mystic chi into the thunder attribute profound skill scroll. Immediately, the thunder attribute profound skill scroll lit up and emitted a faint blue light. Then, an incomparably complicated mystic chi path appeared on the scroll bit by bit. Yang Dingtian's mystic chi followed this path and continuously spread forward. The mystic chi advanced inch by inch. This scroll looked to be only 3 feet long, but the mystic chi scroll inside was tens of thousands of meters long. Layer upon layer, winding and graceful, it was completely the world's most complicated and meticulous path, somewhat similar to the integrated circuits of the Earth era. All the mystic Qi in Yang Dingtian's Qi had to go through the path on the scroll. After being transformed by the scroll, it would return to his body with the special memories in the scroll. Time passed by minute. Yang Dingtian's mystic Qi was injected into the scroll bit by bit. Time trickled by, and Yang Dingtian's profound energy was injected into the secret scroll bit by bit. 10% progress, 20%, 30%. After a full 5 hours, Yang Dingtian's profound energy finally completed all the profound energy routes on the secret scroll. Swoosh. Then, all the profound energy returned to Yang Dingtian's body. Boom. A blue flame suddenly rose from the secret scroll, and then the entire secret scroll turned into ashes. Clap clap clap, Yang Dingtian's mind suddenly lit up with a few bolts of lightning, and then he instantly entered the world of Thunder Attribute Profound Skills, Devil Sky Split. This Thunder Attribute Profound skill was called Devil Sky Split, and it was divided into 6 levels. First level, Mountain Split. Second level, River Split. Third level, Earth Split. Fourth level, Ocean Split. Fifth level, Heaven Split. The 6th level was Devil Sky Split, and it was also the highest level of this Thunder Attribute Profound skill. Obviously, its power was also extremely tyrannical. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had only spent 5 hours learning the first level, Mountain Split. Clap 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 clap, in the completely dark world, Yang Dingtian's consciousness stood between heaven and earth. Countless bolts of lightning struck down, and an incomparably powerful electric current drilled into his body. Of course, this was all an illusion. In reality, the profound energy returned from the secret scroll to his body, and started to transform Yang Dingtian's profound veins and body. If Yang Dingtian's profound veins had Thunder Attribute innate talent, then it would be activated by this profound energy. Of course, if Yang Dingtian didn't have Thunder Attribute innate talent, then it would all be a waste of effort. Clap clap clap. Countless bolts of lightning became thicker and thicker, and crazily struck Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's profound veins swelled inch by inch, changed color, and then returned to normal inch by inch. This process was extremely painful, and also extremely dangerous. If the profound veins' innate talent was not enough, then it was very possible that the profound veins would directly explode, and the entire person would explode and die. So for martial artists with low innate talent, even if they obtained a high-grade profound skill scroll, it would be useless. Not only would they not be able to learn it, they would even lose their lives. After another 5 hours, Yang Dingtian's body gradually returned to normal. Only then did that terrifying blue color gradually fade away. Yang Dingtian slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his surroundings were already dark. The sky was already dark. Learning this Thunder Attribute Profound skill actually took an entire day. Whether or not he had lightning talent would depend on this moment. Yang Dingtian stared at the small tree in front of him. Yang Dingtian started to condense all the profound energy in his body and started to prepare the Lightning Attribute Profound skill, Mountain Split. If he had lightning talent, he would be able to strike down a bolt of lightning. The higher one's lightning talent was, the stronger the lightning would be, and the more powerful it would be. If he didn't have lightning talent, then of course he wouldn't have any reaction. Yang Dingtian kept brewing. Profound skills and martial skills were different. Martial skills could be released in an instant, but profound skills required a large amount of profound Qi, which required time. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, finally, Yang Dingtian's profound Qi, which was sufficient to release the Lightning Attribute Profound skill, Mountain Split, once, circulated rapidly in his entire body's profound veins. Yang Dingtian could release it at any time, whether or not he had lightning talent, would depend on this moment. Mountain Split. Yang Dingtian fiercely roared. The profound Qi energy that he had been brewing for 15 seconds suddenly exploded out. There wasn't much suspense left. A bolt of lightning instantly shot out from Yang Dingtian's palm. Bang! The small tree in front of him was directly split into 2 halves and turned into a pile of charcoal, which was currently burning fiercely. Yang Dingtian instantly let out a cry of ecstasy as he looked at his hands in disbelief. I really have a lightning talent. I actually have a lightning talent. A lightning talent that is 1 in a million, 1 in 10 million. Furthermore, the first time he used a lightning attribute profound skill, he was able to directly destroy a small tree that was as thick as a bowl. It could be seen that his lightning attribute talent was extremely high. The heavens really favored him too much. Yang Dingtian really looked at the small tree in front of him in disbelief. Lightning attribute profound skill, this world's most precious profound skill, the most difficult profound skill to guard against. For the other 4 attribute profound skills, ice and fire countered each other, wind and metal countered each other. But for lightning attribute profound skills, there was completely no counter to them. After his ecstasy, Yang Dingtian realized that his profound qi had actually been completely depleted. This was too shocking. The profound qi in his entire body was actually only enough to release mountain split. The profound qi in his entire body was actually only enough to split a small tree. This was obviously a huge waste of profound qi. Obviously, this was only the first level mountain split, which was why there was such a huge waste of profound qi. So, Yang Dingtian still had to continue comprehending and grasp the higher level mountain split. This way, the power would be greater and the profound qi consumed would be lesser. But how should he comprehend it? He couldn't possibly release mountain split again and again, right? Yang Dingtian's profound qi wasn't enough for such a waste. But no matter what, he still had to first absorb profound qi and replenish the profound qi in his qi. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he met with any enemies. Instantly, Yang Dingtian sat by the side of the pool and started to absorb profound qi. Of course, the profound qi that Yang Dingtian was absorbing now was for battle and didn't need to be completely refined. So he only needed 1 day and 1 night to fill his entire qi and profound meridians. But this kind of profound qi that was filled with impurities could only be used for battle and couldn't be used to break through qi. In order to break through qi, one had to completely refine and purify profound qi. The reason why 5 Elements Hall was so powerful was because the profound qi there was dense and pure. There was no need to refine it and it could be used to break through qi. Moreover, if the profound qi that was filled with impurities stayed in the body for a long time, it would cause the profound meridians to accumulate. Then, the speed of profound qi breakthrough would become slower and slower until it completely stopped. One would need to undergo marrow and meridians cleansing to make the profound meridians unobstructed again. Of course, Master Dongfang Minmi had already cleansed Yang Dingtian's marrow and meridians to the 3rd level in this world of ice and snow. Calculating the time, Yang Dingtian also needed to undergo a new round of marrow and meridians cleansing. Otherwise, it might become difficult for Yang Dingtian to break through to the martial profound realm. Yang Dingtian gradually sank into the world of profound qi absorption. His entire body and mind sunk into complete silence. Child. Suddenly, an incomparably familiar and long-lost voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's body trembled and he immediately opened his eyes. He didn't dare to believe that he heard this voice. Then, he immediately gathered all of his attention, afraid that the call he heard just now was an illusion. Master, is that you? Yang Dingtian asked with a trembling voice. It's me. Dongfang Minmi said, it's been hard on you during this period of time. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's eyes became hot and tears almost gushed out. He finally heard his master Dongfang Minmi's voice again. It had already been 8 months. Last time, in order to control that brutal sword spirit, my soul was almost scattered. I spent a very long time gradually gathering my shattered consciousness bit by bit. However, due to my exhaustion, I directly fell into a deep sleep. Today, after you learned the Thunder Profound skill, it stimulated me to wake up. Dongfang Minmi said, what exactly happened during the period of time I was asleep? You actually learned the Thunder Profound skill? Then, Dongfang Minmi's voice also became somewhat trembling as he said, you're actually already a 5-star Great Profound Martial Master. How long have I been asleep? Almost 8 months, Master. Yang Dingtian said. In 8 months, you broke through 20 levels and became a 5-star Great Profound Martial Master? Dongfang Minmi said in disbelief, how did you do it? Yang Dingtian, after I finished forging the Youngling sword in the Fire Cloud Devil Cave, I fell from the top quality earth fire disc and discovered a 5 Elements Hall secret realm. In there, I went from a 5-star profound martial master to a 5-star great profound martial master in 98 days. Furthermore, after passing its hell-level trial, I obtained a Thunder Profound Talisman and this Thunder Profound Skill Scroll. Thunder Profound Skill, the first profound skill you learned was actually the 1 in a billion Thunder Profound Skill. Dongfang Minmi said, "Child, now I really suspect that you were sent by the heavens. Otherwise, for you to be so lucky, even your master can't help but be a little jealous." After joking around, Dongfang Minmi said, "Child, tell me everything that happened during the few months I was asleep." Yes. Yang Dingtian, during the trial by duel in Cloud Heaven City, after I defeated Qin Xiaobai, I was forced by Shimanju to once again use the brutal sword spirit in the Night Owl Greatsword. It almost caused Master's soul to scatter and you fell into a deep sleep. And I almost died from the backlash of the sword spirit. It was Yan Yan who went through untold hardships to bring me to the Netherworld Sea. Following that, Yang Dingtian told Dongfang Minmi everything that happened in the past 8 months. After talking for half an hour, Yang Dingtian finally finished telling him everything. "Child, it's really been hard on you. Yan Yan is a good child, much better than Dongfang Bingling. She's the most suitable wife for you." Dongfang Minmi said, "Master will accompany you through the following difficulties." Good. Yang Dingtian's heart was suddenly filled with excitement. "Child, what do you plan to do next?" Dongfang Minmi asked. Yang Dingtian, "My ship was destroyed by the demonic woman Dugu Fengwu, so I will wait for a ship to pass by and bring me to the northwest continent. Then, I will think of a way to go to Cloud Heaven City to obtain the 3rd rank of the pig-slaying sword art. I will strive to break through to the martial mystic realm within a month. Then, I will look for the heaven and earth mystic flame. There are still 8 months before the martial arts contest in Cloud Heaven City. Shimanju will be my greatest opponent. I have to at least break through to the advanced martial ancestor realm before I can fight with him. Learning the 3rd rank of the pig-slaying sword art and refining the heaven and earth mystic flame are my 2 greatest chances to break through." "Child, how do you plan to go to Cloud Heaven City to obtain the 3rd rank of the pig-slaying sword art?" Dongfang Minmi asked. Yang Dingtian went silent for a moment and said, "I plan to go to Cloud Heaven City as a hidden sect disciple, nameless, and directly ask for the 3rd rank of the pig-slaying sword art. Also, I don't know if Sister Ningning fell into the hands of Yang Yan and the others. I want to see what happened to her." After Dongfang Minmi finished listening, his voice started to tremble. "Child, what you're doing is very, very crazy, and it might bring about terrible consequences," Dongfang Minmi said. "Impersonating a hidden sect disciple is perhaps the biggest crime in this world. You don't understand the hidden sect. It has a supreme position in this world. Everyone says that there are 3 sects in the world, and our Yin-Yang school, Mystic Sky sect, and the hidden sect are on the same level. But compared to the hidden sect, we are nothing." Dongfang Minmi said in a serious tone, "In short, the consequences of impersonating a hidden sect disciple might be many times more dangerous and severe than you think. Once you are exposed, you will immediately face the pursuit of the entire world. What if there are really disciples of the hidden sect walking around the world? Even if you aren't exposed, you will be judged and killed by the hidden sect. No one in the world can escape from the hidden sect's judgment." Yang Dingtian said, "But, I can't think of a better idea. Furthermore, under Dugu Fengwu's coercion, I have already impersonated a hidden sect disciple once. Let's take our time." Dongfang Minmi said, "Anyway, there are still a few days before we reach Cloud Heaven City. And, at least we have to think of a way to leave this West Arrival Island." Yang Dingtian replied. Subsequently, he recalled the most important thing and said, "Master, I have obtained half a map. I suspect that it is the map of the heaven and earth mystic flame. However, I can't understand the words on it." "Can you understand it?" "I can understand 90% of the words in this world," Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian quickly took out the half map that Ning Rower gave him from his spatial ring and looked at it in front of him. He then transmitted it to his master in his mind. Dongfang Minmi looked at it for a few minutes. His breathing became faster and faster, and his emotions became more and more agitated. Of course, he was just a divine sense and didn't need to breathe, but he still instinctively retained his original habits. "Kid, the good news is that this is definitely the map of the heaven and earth mystic flame," Dongfang Minmi said. Really? Yang Dingtian was extremely excited. Originally, he only suspected that this was the map of the heaven and earth level mystic flame. Now that his master, Dongfang Minmi, had confirmed it, how could he not be pleasantly surprised, if one were to say that profound skill was the symbol of an expert? Then, the heaven and earth obsidian flame was the symbol of a top expert. Almost all the martial artists in this world could only refine the mystic fire of the demonic beasts into their own heart fire. There were no more than 10 people in the entire world who could refine the heaven and earth obsidian flame into their own heart flame. They were the overlords of a region, the strongest in the universe. Yinyang School's principal, Dongfang Minmi, Black Heaven Sect's principal, Zhu Qingzhu, Cloud Heaven City's principal, Shimen Wuya, Northwest Qin City's principal, Qin Wanzhou, Temple of Blood's principal, Du Gushao, and so on. Of course, if the heaven and earth mystic flame was the symbol of a top expert, then there was no doubt that the sword soul was the symbol of a top expert. It was one grade higher than the heaven and earth mystic flame. In the entire world, only Dongfang Minmi, Shimen Wuya, and the Hidden Sect master were known to have cultivated the sword soul. Now that Dongfang Minmi and Shimen Wuya were no longer around, there was only the Hidden Sect master left. And the Hidden Sect master had already been in seclusion for 200 years. In other words, in the current world, there was no one who truly possessed a powerful sword soul. And there were only 3 people who were known to be preparing to cultivate the sword soul: Du Gufengwu, Dongfang Bingling, and Yang Dingtian. Even Qin Huayu had never heard of him wanting to cultivate the sword soul. Previously, even with Yanyan's great talent, Shimen Wuya wasn't prepared to cultivate the sword soul, and to cultivate the sword soul, the most important thing was the heaven and earth mystic flame. But there's still a piece of bad news. Dongfang Minmi said, I know 90% of the words in this world, and the words on this scroll are precisely in the 10% that I don't know. After hearing his master's words, Yang Dingtian's heart instantly turned cold. Dongfang Minmi was practically the most knowledgeable person in the world. If even he couldn't recognize the words on this scroll, who else could? Following that, Dongfang Minmi said, although I don't recognize the words on this scroll, I know which race's words are from. What race? Yang Dingtian quickly asked. Foxman race. Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian was startled and instantly recalled the 1,000-year black fox demon that was sealed in the Cloud Heaven City's dungeon. They aren't humans? Yang Dingtian asked. Half human, half demonic beast, so they are called the half-human race. Dongfang Minmi said, their bloodline talent isn't as strong as demonic beasts, but they are smarter than demonic beasts. Their Xian Meridian's talent is higher than humans, but they don't have as advanced a martial arts civilization as humans. Furthermore, their population is only a tenth of that of humans, and they are divided into hundreds of races with endless internal conflicts. Therefore, even though they have their own civilized country that occupies the Dongli continent, they haven't been a threat to human civilization for thousands of years. Yang Dingtian was instantly astonished. He didn't think that there would be such a race in this world, half human, half demonic beast. Master, there's a 1,000-year black-tail fox sealed in the Cloud Heaven City's dungeon. Would she be able to recognize the words on this scroll? Yang Dingtian asked. Very likely. Dongfang Minmi said, although demon is a demonic beast, she is still a member of the Foxman race. She should be able to recognize the Foxman race's words. If that's the case, then I really have to make a trip to Cloud Heaven City. Yang Dingtian said. But, the consequences of impersonating a hidden sect disciple are very serious. Dongfang Minmi said, but at this moment, demon might really be the only one who can recognize the words on this scroll. Master, there must be a way to get there. Anyway, we are still 8,000 miles away from Cloud Heaven City. Let's get close to Cloud Heaven City first, then we can decide on how to enter Cloud Heaven City. Yang Dingtian said. That's the only way. Dongfang Minmi said. Oh right, Master, there's one more thing. Yang Dingtian said, when I used the Thunder attribute mystic skill, Mountain Split, not only did I need to channel my Xianxia for 15 seconds, but I also only have enough Xianxia to use it once. It can be seen that the level of the Mountain Split is still very low. Its power isn't strong, and it wastes a huge amount of Xianxia. Then, Is there any way to raise the level of the mountain split so that it can use less Xianxia to unleash more destructive power? Haha. Dongfang Minmi suddenly laughed. Poor child, at such an important moment like learning a mystic skill for the first time, you actually didn't have a teacher by your side to guide you. This is all my fault. That's right, Yang Dingtian really didn't know anything about learning mystic skills. The only thing he knew was to enter the scroll and start learning. After learning, he would channel the mystic skill and use it to attack. As for how to raise the level of the mystic skill, he really didn't know at all. If you want to raise the level of the mystic skill, you need mental strength. Dongfang Minmi said, martial skills only require brute force and mystic skill to control. Mystic skills are a higher level and more complex attack method, so they require mental strength to control. The stronger the mental strength, the faster the level of the mystic skill. The more powerful the mystic skill, the more powerful the mystic skill will be, and the less Xianqi it will consume. Speaking of mental strength, Yang Dingtian immediately thought of Sister Ningning. She was actually able to use a mystic skill to control 4 experts so that they couldn't move. Without a doubt, her mental strength talent was unparalleled. Then how do I raise my mental strength? Yang Dingtian asked. Learn a mental scroll, then enter meditation. Dongfang Minmi said, unfortunately, there aren't any mental scrolls on this deserted island. Is mental talent very rare? Yang Dingtian asked. Everyone has mental talent, it's just that everyone has different levels. Dongfang Minmi said, Shiman Ningning, she has the highest mental talent I've ever seen. It's unprecedentedly high. Yang Dingtian continued to ask, then is the mental scroll very precious? Many. Dongfang Minmi said, it's everywhere. You can buy a high-level one with money. Yang Dingtian thought that it made sense. After all, there were many people in this world who wanted to cultivate mystic skills. To cultivate mystic skills, one must cultivate mental strength. Therefore, mental scrolls were definitely not very rare. Speaking of mental scrolls, Yang Dingtian suddenly remembered that there were many things in the space ring that Sister Ningning gave him. However, Yang Dingtian felt that he was only borrowing the space ring. The things inside were most likely Sister Ningning's personal belongings. Although their relationship was already very close, Yang Dingtian still felt that he didn't put in all his effort to look through these things. Now that he thought about it, there were indeed many scrolls in the space ring. Perhaps there were mental scrolls inside. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but explore the space ring. Sure enough, there were several scrolls inside. There was a golden scroll, a black scroll, 2 red scrolls, 3 blue scrolls, 5 white scrolls, and 9 gray scrolls. In the corner of the space ring, there was also a colorless scroll. Sister Ningning's mystic. She seemed to be unable to be used as an attack, so these should all be mental scrolls. Generally speaking, the grade of a secret scroll was related to its color. The lowest grade was a mixed color, followed by gray, followed by white, blue, red, black, and finally gold. The highest grade was colorless. Colorless mental scrolls were the 9th grade, which was the highest grade of mental scrolls in the world. Yang Dingtian instinctively wanted to take the highest grade colorless scroll, but he remembered that these secret scrolls were all one-time use. After learning them, they would be destroyed. Sister Ningning had placed these scrolls here. It was obvious that she hadn't learned them yet. This colorless scroll was so precious. How could he learn it? He had to leave it for Sister Ningning. Taking this opportunity, Yang Dingtian's gaze landed on the golden scroll. He was still reluctant to learn it. Furthermore, he didn't have such a high spiritual talent. It might be a waste to give him a spiritual scroll that was too high in grade. There was only one black scroll. Yang Dingtian also couldn't bear to learn it. For a moment, Yang Dingtian didn't know which scroll to choose. Master, which scroll should I choose? Yang Dingtian summoned Dongfang Minmi's consciousness in his mind. Silly child, some of these are spirit scrolls, and some are spirit profound skill manuals. Spirit scrolls are not rare, but the rarity of spirit profound skill manuals is second only to thunder attribute manuals. Dongfang Minmi suddenly said, what you need to learn now is only the spirit scrolls. Ah. Yang Dingtian said embarrassedly, then master, which one of these is a spirit profound skill manual? colorless, gold, and black are all spirit profound skill manuals. The left of the red scroll is a profound skill manual, and the right is a meditation scroll. Dongfeng Minmi said with a sigh, now I'm even more curious about Shiman Ningning's identity. Each of these 3 spirit profound skill manuals is priceless and extremely rare. Even the lowest level black profound skill manual would cause a sensation. Now, he actually has 3 scrolls, and even the highest level colorless profound skill scroll. Other than these, they are all spirit scrolls, right? Is there any difference between the level of spirit scrolls? Yang Dingtian asked. Spirit scroll is to cultivate spirit force. This is different from profound qi martial techniques. There is no concept of space and time at all. Dongfeng Minmi said, the so-called spirit scroll is to lead you into a deep dream. In the dream, time and space can be unlimited. In reality, 2 hours can be a few days in the dream, or a few months, or even longer. The higher the level of the scroll, the deeper the meditation dream. If your talent is not enough, your spirit will either be expelled directly, or you will be completely lost in meditation and will never be able to wake up. Then wouldn't it be very dangerous to comprehend a high-level spirit scroll? Yang Dingtian said. It is very dangerous for others, but it doesn't matter to you. Dongfeng Minmi said, because with my consciousness, it is absolutely impossible for you to be lost. I can wake you up at any time. Then I will choose the red spirit scroll. Yang Dingtian said. Thus, Yang Dingtian took out the red spirit scroll on the right and slowly opened it. The mind scroll was different from all the other secret manuals. It was like a surging image, a combination of impressionism and ink painting. It was mysterious and deep. Countless images changed, as if there was a complete world inside. After Yang Dingtian opened the scroll, he was about to input a strand of profound qi to study it. Child, the key to cultivating the psychic scroll is to meditate at a deeper level. Therefore, it is best to be in an absolutely quiet, cold, and secluded environment. Meditating in such a way will yield twice the results with half the effort, Dongfeng Minmi said. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He didn't expect there to be such a thing. However, at this moment, he just happened to be at the edge of a pool, so he could meditate and cultivate in the depths of the pool. Yang Dingtian took a qi concentration pill. This way, he would not need to breathe for 3 days and 3 nights. Then, with the scroll in hand, he jumped into the pool. Suddenly, a cold and gloomy aura enveloped his entire body. The aura of his entire body seemed to condense. The cold water completely isolated Yang Dingtian's body from the outside world. It was indeed a good place to meditate. This pool was about a dozen meters deep, and it was the best place to use for meditation. Opening the mind scroll, Yang Dingtian slowly inserted a strand of profound qi. Suddenly, the world of the scroll in his hand seemed to suddenly expand. Then, it produced a very strong suction force, sucking Yang Dingtian's soul in. Yang Dingtian's spiritual consciousness seemed to have entered a space-time tunnel. It shuttled quickly, and the scenery in front of him constantly changed. After a few minutes, his eyes suddenly lit up. The space-time shuttling stopped. Yang Dingtian found himself in a strange but real environment. It was incomparably real. It was as if every detail was real. 6th level mind scroll, life blurred, this was a magnificent palace. It was incomparably huge, incomparably magnificent, and incomparably oppressive. Because, this was an underground palace. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was in the deepest part of the palace. In front of him was a stunning beauty wearing palace attire. Hello, trial taker. Welcome to the Hell Palace. However, this palace has sunk into the ground for 10,000 years. Soon, a peerless demon will be born in this palace and completely destroy everyone in this palace. Therefore, you must escape immediately. The beauty in palace attire said, the first floor of the underground palace is 3,800 mu. There are 19,000 rooms and 39,000 paths. However, there is only one path to leave. The scenery on the path is almost exactly the same. There are only very slight differences. You only have 4 hours to escape from the first floor. This was a typical maze scroll. There were many types of mind scrolls. There were escape scrolls, maze scrolls, chess scrolls, perception scrolls, and so on. but without exception, they were all to train one's spiritual power. In the meditation dream, after time was magnified several times, one could train one's spiritual power in the world of these scrolls. The 6th-level mind scrolls in this world were all left behind from the ancient world. The 6th-level mind scrolls were constructed by this world's mind masters. And the mind scroll that Yang Dingtian was cultivating was undoubtedly left behind from the ancient world. Because this world's mind masters were still unable to construct this huge and complex world. Spiritual power was divided into static power, cohesive power, computing power, and perception power. Static power was how to calm down. Cohesive power was how to concentrate one's consciousness. Then, computing power and perception power were the direct manifestations of spiritual power. How to make mystic skills faster, more powerful, and consume less mystic chi required perception power. How to make countless mystic chi construct an incomparably complex attack pattern required strong perception power to sense more mystic chi and control more mystic chi. This was like a reward for arranging troops and controlling the army to fight. A brilliant general could command the army like an arm, so 1,000 soldiers could win a battle. A less brilliant general would need 10,000 or 20,000. In fact, most of the soldiers were fishing in troubled waters, making up the numbers or sacrificing themselves in vain. The maze illusion could train people's cohesive power and computing power. After listening to the beauty in palace attire, Yang Dingtian immediately set off, preparing to escape from the underground palace. In the illusion, he only had 4 hours to escape from the palace. This was the first layer of the illusion, so 4 hours was equivalent to 2 hours in reality. Yang Dingtian walked less than 10 meters forward, and 3 roads appeared in front of him, all of which were exactly the same. He chose the first road on the left, and walked less than 20 meters forward. There was another set of forks in front of him. This time, there were 4 roads, and Yang Dingtian still chose the first one on the left. In this way, Yang Dingtian didn't know how many roads he walked, and in less than half an hour, he found himself back at the starting point. There was no doubt that the first escape failed. The second time, Yang Dingtian set off again, and after about 40 minutes, he turned back to the starting point. The third time, Yang Dingtian no longer remembered to set off, because walking blindly like this, he couldn't escape from the palace for a lifetime. He had to remember the logical relationship between each road. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's walking speed slowed down. Because every 10 meters he walked, there was more data to remember in his mind. When Yang Dingtian walked 300 meters, there were more than 100 pieces of data in his mind that were full of complicated logical relationships. This was a great test of the depth and breadth of the brain. Once he completely escaped from the underground palace, his brain could almost remember thousands of pieces of data at the same time, and he could clearly understand the logical relationships between them. By then, his mental strength would naturally be greatly improved. This could originally be done in the real world, but the real world relied on imagination, and it was really difficult to enter such a profound world. Moreover, there wasn't so much time in the real world. When he walked 300 meters, Yang Dingtian had to remember thousands of pieces of data in his mind. Moreover, there were many pieces of data that were useless, because there was only one way to escape. The only use of these pieces of data was to eliminate. When he walked 500 meters, Yang Dingtian's brain finally completely collapsed. All the recorded data was suddenly a mess, and all the logical relationships were suddenly completely messed up. His third attempt was a complete failure, but this time, he found 10% of the correct path. Yang Dingtian had more or less grasped the entire game's door knocking and began his fourth attempt. However, on the fourth try, when he had just walked less than 15 meters, the entire palace shook. The ground suddenly split open, and then a huge demon crawled out of the ground and began to destroy everything. The incomparably magnificent palace and the incomparably thick golden pillars were all vulnerable under the demon's sharp claws. Soon, everything in the palace was destroyed, including Yang Dingtian, who was directly killed by a ball of flame spat out by the demon. In the incomparable burning pain, Yang Dingtian suddenly woke up. After waking up, he realized that everything just now was fake, and that he was in the void illusion. Suddenly, there was a burst of lingering fear. The illusion in this mind scroll was too real. Then, he could not help but feel annoyed. After 4 hours in the mind world, he had only completed 10% of the escape from the maze, and this was only the first level of the scroll. Master, I've only completed 10%, this plane is too difficult. Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Minmi suddenly laughed and said, 10% is not satisfied, it's already very strong to have this result in your first meditation trial. Others start the trial from the first grade scroll illusion, whether it's a chess game or a maze, it's much simpler and smaller. Your 6th grade scroll starts with a maze of thousands of acres, involving tens of thousands of numbers, of course it's difficult. Then, Dongfang Minmi said, and escaping the maze is not the goal, the progress of the spiritual power in the trial is the goal. Don't look at the failure of your trial mission, your spiritual power has increased a lot, if you don't believe me, try again with your mystical skill attack. It's effective just like that? Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Of course, the effect is very obvious for the first time. Dongfang Minmi said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian couldn't wait to paddle out of the water, and then began to condense his mystical qi, began to control the circulation of his mystical qi, and began to brew. Mountain split. This time, it only took 12 seconds for the condensation to be completed, and then a powerful energy burst out. Bang! A bolt of lightning struck out from Yang Dingtian's palm. It was 3 inches long, and it fiercely struck the water-stained boulder in front of him. Boom! A deep scorched crack was cleaved into the massive boulder. It was approximately 5 inches deep and 2 feet long. Then, Yang Dingtian quickly felt the mystical qi in his body, and there was still 1/3 of his mystical qi left. This mind scroll was really powerful. After the first meditation trial, his spiritual power had greatly increased. His thunder attribute mystical skill, Mountain Split, was 20% faster than the first time, and its power increased by 1/3, and the consumption of mystical qi was also reduced by 1/3. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. Then, he couldn't wait to dive to the bottom of the lake and start the second meditation trial. Just like before, he fled from the first floor of the underground palace. All the situations were exactly the same as the first time, but the deceptive thing was that the palace's maze had changed, the path had changed, and the palace's rooms had also changed. In other words, the memory and experience of the last time were completely invalid, and he needed to completely start from scratch. He needed to completely rely on his own spiritual power to completely escape the first floor of the maze. Thus, Yang Dingtian began to struggle to escape the maze, and began to remember the data, analyze the data, and calculate the data. However, with the experience of the last time, although the maze had completely changed, Yang Dingtian still walked out 700 meters, and from more than 3,000 data, he calculated 15% of the correct path. But then, Yang Dingtian's brain really couldn't record more data, and really couldn't carry out such complicated calculations. His whole brain seemed to be completely split open. In fact, even a peerless genius couldn't remember thousands of data at the same time, and carry out thousands of complicated calculations. At this time, a strong perception was needed to find the pattern inside, so that the number of calculations would be greatly reduced, and there was no need to remember such tedious data. Finally, after the first failure, Yang Dingtian began the second attempt of the second trial, as if he slowly found a pattern, and then carried out a more refined calculation. In this way, it was really unusual. Yang Dingtian walked out 950 meters, completing 23% of the correct path. But then, this pattern began to lose effect, and Yang Dingtian's trial failed again. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to start again, that terrifying giant demon appeared again, destroyed the illusion, burned Yang Dingtian, and directly awakened Yang Dingtian to the real world. After Yang Dingtian woke up, he directly floated to the surface of the water, and began the second profound qi breathing. After a few hours, his sea of qi and profound veins were filled with battle profound qi with impurities. Then, Yang Dingtian began to test the new mountain split profound skill. 9 seconds, this time he only needed 9 seconds, and Yang Dingtian was able to brew mountain split. Pa! A half-foot thick blue lightning suddenly struck out, and ruthlessly struck that huge rock. Suddenly, an 8-inch deep, 3-foot-long crack appeared on the huge rock. And this time, after Yang Dingtian used mountain split, he still had 45% of his profound qi left. After the second spiritual trial, Yang Dingtian's profound skill had indeed improved again, and the improvement was still very large. On the basis of the previous improvement, the channeling time had increased by another 3 seconds. The power of the lightning had also increased by 30 to 40%, and the consumption of profound qi had increased from 2/3 to the current 55%. This spiritual trial was indeed very powerful and effective. No wonder so many people meditated all day long, and even forgot to cultivate martial skills. Because after meditating, the improvement of profound skill was simply too obvious. Immediately, Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, "Master, how is my spiritual talent?" Dongfang Minmi did not directly answer, but said, "Little Tian, 80% of spiritual talent has nothing to do with profound vein talent. Only when it comes to spiritual profound skill, will it be related to profound vein talent. A person without the strength to truss a chicken, is very likely to have very high spiritual talent. Therefore, all the beast speakers in this world have very high spiritual talent. In fact, all the spiritual masters in this world have very average profound vein talent." Although Master did not say it out loud, Yang Dingtian already understood his master's meaning. Don't have high expectations for your spiritual talent just because you have 9 yang profound veins. Spiritual talent, to put it bluntly, is relying on the brain. Of course, the brain here does not completely refer to intelligence and intelligence. There are many mental patients who might also have very high spiritual talent. Your profound vein talent is 1 in a billion. Your spiritual talent is also one of the best, and can probably be ranked in the top 3% of all the people in the world. Dongfang Minmi said. Being in the top 3% already sounds very awesome. But in reality, it means that there are at least 100 million people in this world with spiritual talent that surpasses Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian is not vexed. Being in the top 3% is already very good. He can't ask the heavens to give him the 1 in a billion 9 yang profound veins, and also give him the 1 in a billion spiritual talent. Don't worry, as long as you don't want to become a spiritual master, your spiritual talent is more than enough. In the early stages, mental strength is very important for increasing the power of mystical skills. However, towards the end, it is almost completely difficult to improve. Even if one's mental strength doubles, the power of mystical skills may not even increase by 1%. Therefore, other than mental strength masters, almost no one would be addicted to training their mental strength. If you have enough, you have to grasp a good balance. Dongfang Minmi said. I understand. I don't have to fight for first place in everything. I have to win everything, Yang Dingtian said. It's good that you understand these things. These things are also very important, Dongfang Minmi said. This time, Yang Dingtian did not immediately dive into the water to undergo the spiritual trial, even though this trial was like a very fun game. He began to practice his martial arts as usual. He practiced the pig-slaying swordsmanship for a total of 6 hours before the sun set again. Today, there were still no ships on the sea. After the sky darkened, Yang Dingtian once again dived into the water to conduct his spiritual trial. 2 hours in the real world, 4 hours in the spiritual illusion realm. This time, after 2 hours, Yang Dingtian completed a third of the maze. This was because he discovered the second calculation law. However, after passing a third of the correct path, this law failed again. Yang Dingtian had to search for the third law in the vast amount of data. After being roasted awake by the giant demon's flames, he did not immediately surface to test the mountain split. Instead, he practiced for a while before entering the spiritual trial again. This time, after 2 hours, Yang Dingtian finally discovered the third law of the maze. This time, he completed half of the maze. Unfortunately, after passing half of the maze, Yang Dingtian's third law failed again. After waking up this time, he rested for a while before Yang Dingtian entered the spiritual trial again. This was the third spiritual trial of the day. This time, Yang Dingtian found the fourth law of the maze. However, he found that the path was still wrong. Therefore, this time, he could not pass half of the path no matter what. It was not until he was about to leave the spiritual illusion realm that Yang Dingtian discovered the fifth law. Moreover, he had to combine the 2 laws together. However, there was not enough time. He was quickly kicked out of the spiritual illusion realm. This time, without rest, Yang Dingtian directly entered the fourth spiritual trial. For the fourth time, Yang Dingtian's luck exploded. After completing 60% of the path, he actually concluded the sixth law. Then, combined with the fifth and fourth laws, he directly completed 80% of the path. In other words, there was still 20% left before Yang Dingtian completely completed the first level of the spiritual scroll. When he woke up from the fourth spiritual trial, it was dawn. Yang Dingtian just happened to be doing the profound breathing technique. After a few hours of breathing, Yang Dingtian's Xian meridians and Sea of Qi were once again filled with battle Xianxia. Then, he started a new mountain split test. This time, I completed 80% of the spiritual trial. I hope the improvement of mountain split is as great. Yang Dingtian secretly said in his heart. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and began to accumulate Xianxia, organizing the mysterious lightning attribute Xian skill. Pa! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck out from the center of his palm. It actually only needed 3 seconds to directly launch an attack. Last time, it still needed 9 seconds. This time, it only needed 3 seconds. Yang Dingtian was immediately overjoyed at this turn of events. Moreover, the lightning this time was actually more than a foot thick. It was nearly twice as thick as the previous time. And that huge rock had a crack that was more than a foot deep and 5 feet long. In other words, the power of mountain split had increased by a full fold. Finally, looking at the amount of Xianxia consumed, Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised to find that there was still 80% of Xianxia left. In other words, the Xianxia in Yang Dingtian's body was now enough to support the attack of mountain split 5 times. One must know that at the beginning, he could only support 1 time. Moreover, the power was not even a fraction of the current power. After going through the spiritual trial, the effect of increasing the power of the Xian skill was simply too great. Next, Yang Dingtian once again entered the cultivation of the Xian skill. After a full 8 hours of cultivation, the remaining Xianxia in his body was completely exhausted. When the sky turned dark, he once again entered the bottom of the water and went through the spiritual trial. Tonight, Yang Dingtian was confident that he could completely escape the maze and complete the first level of the scroll's spiritual trial. However, the result was obviously more difficult than Yang Dingtian imagined. In the beginning, Yang Dingtian very smoothly completed 95% of the route. Moreover, it only took him half an hour. But for the next 5%, he was unable to complete it. The second time, he was still stuck at 95% of the route. The third time, he was still stuck at 95% of the route. For the remaining 5% of the route, Yang Dingtian practically looked for every method, tried every possibility, and eliminated all the wrong paths. However, he actually could not find a correct path. Thus, Yang Dingtian suddenly had a crazy idea. Could it be that his direction was wrong from the start? This 95% correct path was originally a trap. All the previous laws were also completely traps. Thus, during the fourth spiritual trial, Yang Dingtian decided to abandon the 95% of the route that he had previously completed, and chose to completely start from scratch. The laws that he had previously spent countless time searching for were also completely abandoned. Everything was starting from scratch. This required courage and conviction. However, Yang Dingtian did not lack these. In the illusory realm of the trial, there was a total of 4 hours of trial time. After a full 3 hours, Yang Dingtian was still like a headless fly. He could not even find 1% of the correct path, nor did he discover any pattern. Just as he was about to completely give up hope, he suddenly discovered a new law. Then, he quickly found the first 10% of the route. He did not turn back to the starting point. Furthermore, this route was completely different from the 95% of the route that he had previously completed. Following that, it was 20%, 30%, 40%. In the last hour, Yang Dingtian's exploration speed was astonishingly fast. It was completely unprecedented. When there were only 5 minutes left, Yang Dingtian had already walked 95% of this path. There was still 5% left before he could leave this maze. He had to complete the first layer of this scroll to cultivate his spirit. Only then would he be able to see what the second layer of the illusion realm was like. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart was nervous. He was afraid that it would be the same as before. The remaining 5% of the route could not be found. This was another trap route. In the end, Yang Dingtian worried too much. The remaining 5% was still very smooth. It was just a little stuck for a while, and then it immediately became clear. When there was only 1 second left, Yang Dingtian had already seen the exit. It was a large golden door with a snow-white light shining outside. Finally completed. Yang Dingtian suddenly cheered in his heart, and then rushed out. Swish. A white light appeared in front of him, and the scene suddenly changed. He walked out of the first layer of the underground palace, and completed the first layer of the bewitching scroll. Then, the scene of the second layer of the illusory realm immediately appeared in front of him. But at this moment, the time of the secret realm was up, and it directly pulled Yang Dingtian back to the real world. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Just nice, I'm going to do mystic breathing, and then try mountain split again to see how big of a breakthrough there is. Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with anticipation. The results of the previous spiritual cultivation were really plentiful. It completely allowed his lightning-type mystic skills to advance by leaps and bounds. This time, he directly completed the first layer of the secret realm cultivation, and was instantly filled with anticipation for the breakthrough of his mystic skills. But immediately after, he discovered that there was a strange sound in the pool that had been quiet all this time. He could not help but raise his head. Instantly, an incomparably moving scene was imprinted in his eyes, and he was caught off guard. At this moment, there was actually a woman swimming in the water above him. Although he could not see her face clearly, her figure was shockingly good. She was completely like a mermaid, and her legs were shockingly long. Note, please give me a few monthly tickets, thank you everyone. Of course, she was wearing a skin-tight swimsuit, so it couldn't be considered a serious and decent act. She was very good at swimming, just like a fish, full of vitality and strength in the water. It was truly rare for Yang Dingtian to see such a vigorous and beautiful figure. It was truly like a mermaid. Yang Dingtian didn't look at her, quickly lowered his head, avoiding her gaze. Then, he continued to hide at the bottom of the water. If he went out now, he wouldn't be able to explain himself clearly. It was better to wait until this woman finished swimming and left before going out. Someone actually came to this island. This was good news after all. If someone came, it meant that there was a boat. If there was a boat, it meant that Yang Dingtian could leave this island. But after that, this woman actually swam endlessly. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel anxious. This was nothing, but the worst thing was that this woman actually started to dive. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be anxious. He could only pray that this woman wouldn't sneak to his side and discover him. But things didn't go as he wished. The woman quickly dived to the deepest part and then discovered Yang Dingtian at the bottom of the water. She was first shocked, then revealed a look of shame and anger. Then, like a fish, she quickly swam up and quickly went ashore, disappearing from Yang Dingtian's sight. Yang Dingtian didn't immediately go up, because he wanted to give the woman enough time. After waiting for a full 10 minutes, Yang Dingtian felt that the woman above should be all right, and then he swam up with all his might. When he just surfaced, he immediately saw the woman holding a sharp sword in her hand, standing on the shore and suddenly stabbing at Yang Dingtian. "Thief, watch my sword." It turned out that this woman had been guarding the shore with a sword, waiting for Yang Dingtian to show his head. This sword stab was ruthless and sharp, directly stabbing at Yang Dingtian's chest. Yang Dingtian used his fingers as a sword, directly clamping the blade of the sword, and then directly borrowing the force, he jumped out of the water and jumped onto the shore. "Thief, die." The woman was still unwilling to let him go, and the sharp sword in her hand pierced towards him again. Yang Dingtian might have exhausted all his mystic qi, but in terms of swordsmanship attainment, he had cultivated the world's #1 pig-slaying sword art. Therefore, he could easily restrain this young lady's sword. His right hand struck out like a bolt of lightning, once again catching the girl's sharp blade. Then, he seized the opportunity to snatch the sword from her hand. "Miss, please clarify something first. I was the one who started the spiritual trial underwater. I don't even know when you came to swim, so what reason do you have to stab me with your sword indiscriminately?" Yang Dingtian said. You noticed me, so why didn't you show yourself? Instead, you dived into the water. You clearly have bad intentions. That woman said angrily. I was just afraid that you would feel awkward if I showed up, so I wanted to wait until you left before I came out of the water. Who knew that you would swim endlessly? Yang Dingtian said. Do you think I'll believe you? That woman said, who knows what kind of dirty thoughts you had when you dived into the water. Maybe you wanted to wait for me to change my clothes. Yang Dingtian suddenly smiled bitterly. He really didn't know how to explain himself. He could only helplessly say, then I swear, if I lie, may the heavens punish me? That girl looked deeply at Yang Dingtian for a long time, then stretched out her hand and said, give me back my sword. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. Just let it go? So easy to talk to, Yang Dingtian returned the sword to her. He didn't know if she believed Yang Dingtian's words, or if there was no other way, or if she was a generous and straightforward woman, so she really let it go. At this time, Yang Dingtian noticed the woman's appearance. It was a rare beautiful woman. Her eyes were big, slightly raised, and full of spirit. Her oval face was very small, her lips were very delicate, and her nose was very high. She looked like a very opinionated woman with a strong personality. However, at this time, there was a slight trace of wind and frost on her face, as if she had been working hard for a long time. What are you doing on this island alone? The woman looked at Yang Dingtian and asked. My boat was destroyed. I can't leave. Yang Dingtian, so, I have been waiting here for a boat to pass by. It has been more than 10 days. You are the first person I have seen on this island. Do you have a boat? Of course. The woman said, my boat just happened to pass by here. I felt uncomfortable. I knew there was a clear pool here, so I came to swim. Who knew you would be here? I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. Yang Dingtian said embarrassedly. It's okay, I'm just unlucky. The woman said and waved her hand. She was very straightforward. Yang Dingtian didn't like this sentence. What did she mean by she was unlucky? He was clearly in the pool first. Moreover, she was wearing a diving suit at that time. Her entire body was wrapped up tightly. She didn't suffer any losses. However, the woman before him was already very reasonable. Therefore, Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He then asked, can I leave on your boat? You just have to send me to the northwest continent. I can pay you. The woman frowned and said, I can let you leave on my boat. It's just on the way. What do you want? Thank you. Yang Dingtian. It's nothing. The woman said, I'm Ling Wu. What about you? Yan Nantian. Yang Dingtian. Then come with me. Ling Wu said, however, my boat will reach Skyblaze Island. That's my home. It's still 400 miles away from the northwest continent. However, when the time comes, I can send a boat to send you to the northwest continent. I'm very grateful. Yang Dingtian said. It's nothing. Ling Wu said, however, you'll have to wait for a while. My boat needs to replenish its freshwater on this island. I also need to clean up the sundries on the boat. It will take about 2 hours. All right. Thank you, Mississippi, Yang Dingtian said. Why do you have so many thanks? You're really boring. Ling Wu said. Yang Dingtian smiled embarrassedly. He just happened to take advantage of this period of time to do mystic chi breathing. Then, I won't disturb Mississippi, Yang Dingtian said. After that, he walked to a remote corner and sat down. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. After 2 hours, Yang Dingtian managed to fill more than half of his energy reserve with battle mystic chi with great difficulty. Hey, Yan Nantian. It's time to go. Ling Wu shouted from outside. All right. Yang Dingtian stood up and walked out. At this moment, Ling Wu had already changed her clothes. She wore a cautious sharkskin diving suit inside and a tight suit outside. She looked even more charming and charming. At this moment, Yang Dingtian finally paid attention to her face. She was actually very charming and gorgeous. Her eyes were very big, and her beautiful face looked somewhat shrewish. She appeared very powerful. Yang Dingtian followed behind her and arrived at the seaside. The ship she was talking about was actually a big ship. It was several tens of meters long and 7 to 8 meters tall. There were close to 100 people on board. At this moment, the ship was filled with all kinds of goods. It was very obvious that this ship was a trading ship. Miss, greetings, miss, greetings, miss. When they boarded the ship, everyone stopped what they were doing wherever Ling Wu passed by. They saluted and greeted her one after another with respectful expressions. Moreover, it was from the bottom of their hearts. It seemed like Ling Wu had a lot of prestige and support on this ship. After boarding the ship, Ling Wu brought Yang Dingtian to a comfortable cabin and said, "You can stay here. Someone will send you food and water. When you're bored, you can also go to the deck to relieve your boredom. I still have things to do, so I won't entertain you." "Miss, please do as you please," Yang Dingtian said. After Ling Wu left, Yang Dingtian discovered that there was actually a fragrance in this cabin. When he looked at the things inside, all of them were for women. This cabin was so comfortable. It should be Ling Wu's cabin. Yang Dingtian's heart immediately warmed up. This woman looked shrewish. Moreover, her words weren't very polite. However, her heart was indeed very warm. She and Yang Dingtian were complete strangers. Yet, she actually gave her cabin to Yang Dingtian. Some people were indeed born warm-hearted. Even if they were to entertain strangers, they would still take out their best things. Not long after Ling Wu left, a girl came to deliver top-notch fruits, snacks, and fragrant tea. "Sir, please enjoy your meal. When it's time for lunch, I'll send the food over. Do you want to drink wine?" After that girl put down the fruits and snacks, she asked respectfully. "I don't need any wine." Yang Dingtian said, "Please thank your lady for me. Also, thank you for sending me these things. You've worked hard." That girl's face turned slightly red and said, "You're welcome. You're too courteous." After that, she lowered her head and left the cabin. After Yang Dingtian stayed in the cabin for a while, he felt bored. Moreover, this place wasn't suitable for him to conduct a spiritual trial, nor was it suitable for him to cultivate profound skills. In that case, he might as well steal half a day of leisure. Yang Dingtian left the cabin and walked to the deck. Part of this ship's movement relied on the sails, while the other part relied on the paddles. Therefore, there weren't many people on the deck. He could only see a slender and moving figure standing at the bow of the ship and gazing into the distance. Her gorgeous face carried a faint melancholy. However, when she sensed someone walking over, the melancholy on her face immediately faded away. When she turned around and saw that it was Yang Dingtian, she immediately nodded her head and didn't say anything. Since their friendship was still shallow, Yang Dingtian naturally wouldn't ask her what she was worried about. "Miss, this ship is used for trading?" Yang Dingtian asked. Ling Wu nodded her head and said, "For generations, our Inferno Island has been trading ships for a living. It must be very hard, right?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask when he saw that Ling Wu's tender and beautiful face was rather weathered. "In this world, what isn't hard to do?" Ling Wu said, "As long as we can be safe and sound, it's already a blessing from the heavens." "That's right." Yang Dingtian sighed. "Yan Nantian, if I'm not presumptuous, what do you do?" Ling Wu asked. "Me?" Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, "I'm a person who wastes my life for a certain mission." "Who isn't like that?" Ling Wu said, "I'm a woman. I can't learn embroidery and make clothes at home. Instead, I have to wander about on the sea. Trading ships is so hard, especially for a woman. Why doesn't Miss Ling hand it over to someone else?" Yang Dingtian asked. Ling Wu shook her head and said, "I don't have any brothers. Father only has me as his child. Currently, he's seriously injured and bedridden. There are thousands of people on the island who need to eat. Therefore, I can only shoulder this heavy burden. Miss Ling is really amazing." Yang Dingtian said, "It's a pity that I'm like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. Otherwise, I'd definitely lend a hand. It's already very good to be able to talk to you and relieve my worries." Ling Wu smiled and said, "Right now, I just want to find a shoulder that's strong enough for me to lean on. After that, I'll hand this heavy burden over to him so that I can do the laundry and cook at home and live the peaceful life of an ordinary woman. When talking about this topic, Ling Wu still had a generous look on her face without the slightest bit of bashfulness. Actually, when she said these words to Yang Dingtian, she didn't have any romantic intentions. She was just a tired woman who wanted to find someone to lean on. Miss Ling is so outstanding. You'll definitely find an outstanding husband. Yang Dingtian said. Thanks for your auspicious words. I hope that person will come before me soon, so that I won't have to work so hard. Ling Wu said, I've long been tired of the life of drifting on the sea. I've long wanted to stay at home and take care of my husband and children. Miss, there's an enemy. Suddenly, the lookout who was standing on the sail shouted loudly. Ling Wu's expression changed as she said, Who is it? How many people are there? It's the Black Blood pirates under the command of that bastard Yang Dingtian. They have 3 ships and approximately 100 people. That lookout said. Damned Cloud Heaven City and even more damned Yang Dingtian. Ling Wu gnashed her teeth and said fiercely. Note, requesting for a few monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Yang Dingtian, who was at the side, was immediately shocked. What does this have to do with me? What do these pirates have to do with me, Yang Dingtian? Blow the horn and prepare for battle. Ling Wu said. After that, she suddenly pulled out her scimitar and said, Yan Nantian, I can see that you have some martial arts. It's up to you whether you want to stay and help or stay in the cabin. Yang Dingtian said, I'll stay and fight. However, I'll go and retrieve my weapon first. After that, Yang Dingtian pretended to walk down from the cabin. He retrieved Ah Chao's heavy sword from his spatial ring and returned to Ling Wu's side. When Ling Wu saw Ah Chao's youngling sword in Yang Dingtian's hand, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This is your weapon? This iron rod doesn't look like an iron rod, nor does it look like an iron ruler. It's so ugly. I have a better weapon here. I'll get someone to get one for you. No need. This sword of mine is very good. Yang Dingtian said. Very soon, 3 ships appeared in Yang Dingtian's field of vision. They were about a few dozen miles away from Ling Wu's ship. When he looked at the flag again, it was indeed the flag of Cloud Heaven City's Black Blood Castle. Without a doubt, this was the enemy's attempt to frame him. Great. In order to frame Yang Dingtian, the Northwest Qin clan and Shimanju were really unscrupulous in their methods. Previously, when he returned from the southwest continent, he had also encountered the Black Blood cavalry pirates on their deck. Today, he encountered them again. It could be seen that the surrounding sea was filled with pirates pretending to be brothers of the Black Blood cavalry. However, what exactly had happened to the Black Blood cavalry? Why did Shimanju and the Qin clan use such methods? The Black Blood castle was a few thousand miles away from here. Even if they wanted to frame the Black Blood cavalry, their reason wasn't sufficient. Do these pirates frequently rob the ships that come and go? Yang Dingtian asked. Not only frequently, there wasn't a single ship that hadn't been robbed in the past few months. Ling Wu said coldly and hatefully, furthermore, these bastards bully the weak and fear the strong. They don't dare to offend anyone who hangs the flag of the Tiando League. They even shamelessly escorted others. When they encounter us, who are weak, they are like poisonous snakes and ferocious tigers. If it wasn't for the fact that the island couldn't hold on any longer, I wouldn't have taken this risk. The goods on the ship are the last of my family's belongings. If they are robbed, my family will be finished. Aren't they draining the pond to catch all the fish? If there are no more merchant ships on the sea, who else can they rob? Yang Dingtian asked. As long as you give them 3 women and 300 gold coins every month, they will let you go. Ling Wu said, we don't give them women. However, we're willing to give them 500 gold coins every month. Originally, they had agreed to it as well. However, later on, that bastard Yang Dingtian took a fancy to me and wanted me to become his concubine. I wasn't willing, so they specially robbed our ships. Furthermore, they would launch sneak attacks on our Inferno Island every 2 to 3 days. My father was injured by that bastard. After she finished speaking, Ling Wu's beautiful eyes turned red, and her entire face was filled with bone-deep hatred. As for Yang Dingtian, he was about to explode from anger at this moment. that group of bastards. It was one thing to let someone impersonate him to rob the ships on the sea, but now, they were actually forcefully robbing women. They were trying to turn Yang Dingtian into a public enemy. Yang Dingtian asked, Miss Ling Wu, have you seen that Yang Dingtian before? Yes, I have. Ling Wu said coldly, long face, high nose, deep eyes. He's a pretty good-looking gigolo. However, he's a bastard. I don't know how many innocent women he has robbed on the Black Blood Island. I don't know how many decent women have been defiled by him, and I don't know how many women have committed suicide after being defiled. Bastard. Yang Dingtian roared furiously. He gritted his teeth and hissed, this bastard should be torn into pieces. Ling Wu's description of this Yang Dingtian was exactly the same as her own appearance. At this moment, the 3 pirate ships were getting closer and closer. Yang Dingtian had already seen the appearance of the pirate leader. It was truly a small world. It was the pirate leader who had robbed the passenger ship previously. He had even taken Ning Ro-er and her daughter as hostages. In the end, he had even chased after Yang Dingtian until he consumed a water avoidance pill and fled. At that time, because he was a great mystic martial master, Yang Dingtian was far from being his match. Now, it was different from the past. Yang Dingtian was already a great mystic martial master expert. Since he had delivered himself to his doorstep today, he must tear him into pieces. It was also a good opportunity for Yang Dingtian to test how strong he was. Miss Ling Wu, we meet again. That pirate leader laughed heartily and said, why? Obediently follow me back to be our young master's woman. Otherwise, we'll rob all the goods on the ship, snatch all the women on the ship, and kill all the men on the ship. In your dreams. Ling Wu said coldly, even if I die in this sea, I won't let that bastard Yang Dingtian defile me. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's face twitched violently. Others said that one would be shot even when lying down. Yang Dingtian was shot even when lying down. That's not up to you. The pirate leader sneered and said, if you fall into our hands, I'm afraid it'll be hard for you to die even if you want to. Following that, the sexy and seductive female pirate at the side discovered Yang Dingtian. She pushed the pirate leader at the side and said, Big brother, look. It's the one who escaped earlier. He snatched away 2 exceptional beauties from your hands. The pirate leader's face was covered in scars, and his flesh was exposed. He looked incomparably ugly and sinister. However, his 2 eyes were indeed deep and threatening. At this moment, he looked at Yang Dingtian like lightning and sneered, it's really you, my dear. What the F***ck are you? Wherever there are beauties, you'll go there? Where are those 2 exceptional beauties by your side? Give them to our young master Yang Dingtian. I guarantee that you'll enjoy a lifetime of glory, splendor, wealth, and rank. Yang Dingtian didn't argue with him. He just stared at him coldly. Sister, don't you like pretty boys the most? I'll give him to you in a while. Kill him after you're done with him. Chop off his head and let him be my plaything. The pirate leader laughed cruelly. That female pirate stuck out her chest towards Yang Dingtian. She stuck out her bright red tongue and licked it. Then, she revealed a licentious smile towards Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian discovered that this female pirate looked somewhat familiar. However, he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. At this moment, all the sailors on Ling Wu's cargo ship had already ascended to the deck. They were holding swords in their hands. On the deck, 7 to 8 giant crossbows suddenly opened up. Even though there were quite a number of people on the cargo ship, they were, after all, only sailors. Therefore, their faces were filled with fear when they faced the pirates who were charging towards them. Even their hands that were holding swords were trembling. Yan Nantian, have you met them before? Ling Wu asked. A few months ago. Yang Dingtian replied. You couldn't defeat them? Ling Wu asked. I couldn't defeat them at that time. So, I ran away. Yang Dingtian replied. In that case, you can take advantage of the chaos to sneak away. There's no need for you to die together with us. Ling Wu said. I'm already very satisfied that you were able to stay on the deck and stand with me for a while. Yang Dingtian sneered. This is no longer entirely your problem. At this moment, the 3 pirate ships were getting closer and closer. After that, they actually changed their direction and came from 3 different directions to outflank them. When the people on the cargo ship saw that they were surrounded, the fear on their faces became even more intense. As long as someone took the lead, everyone would probably throw away the weapons in their hands and jump into the sea to escape. The 3 pirate ships were getting closer and closer. When there were still 300 meters left, Ling Wu suddenly ordered, "Fire the crossbows." Immediately, a few sailors took up their hammers and smashed the giant crossbows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Giant arrows that were as thick as an arm were suddenly shot out and shot towards the 3 pirate ships. Ha 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 ha. That pirate leader laughed heartily. He actually stood at the bow of the ship and stared at the giant crossbows that were shooting towards him. He didn't even try to dodge. When the giant crossbows were in front of him, that pirate leader suddenly slashed down with the broadsword in his hand. At the same time, the experts on the other 2 ships also slashed down with their swords. Bang! Immediately, all of the giant arrows shot out from the giant crossbows were smashed into pieces. "My dear, I'm coming." After that, a loud roar suddenly sounded. That pirate leader, that seductive female pirate, and another thin and pale youth suddenly straightened their bodies and pounced towards the cargo ship from over 100 meters away. The 3 of them pounced over from 3 different directions like eagles. Yang Dingtian discovered that the martial arts of this pirate leader wasn't the strongest among the 3 of them. The strongest one was that thin and pale youth. Kill, kill, that pirate leader pounced towards Ling Wu. That thin and pale youth pounced towards the numerous sailors on the deck. As for that seductive female pirate, she pounced towards Yang Dingtian with a machete in her hand. Yang Dingtian circulated the profound energy in his entire body and slashed towards the seductive female pirate's machete. Haha. My dear, you're not this sister's match. The seductive female pirate teased with a sweet voice. Clang. A loud sound suddenly sounded. Yang Dingtian's Cho stood firmly on the female pirate's machete. Pfff. That female pirate suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. And at the same time, that thin and pale youth rushed into the crowd. Whoosh 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 whoosh, in the blink of an eye, more than 10 people died tragically under his sword. All of them died without an intact corpse. This thin youth's sword technique was vicious, strange, and as fast as a ghost. As for that pirate leader's ghost head blade, it stood firmly on Ling Wu's sword. Clang. A fierce collision sounded. Ling Wu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her delicate body retreated more than 10 steps, and she nearly sat on the ground. Little beauty, I'm being merciful. Next, have a taste of my ghost head blade. That pirate leader shot out an evil radiance from his eyes. The ghost head blade in his hand was like splashing ink as it slashed towards Ling Wu. His moves were truly shameless to the extreme. All of them were aimed towards her lower body. Ling Wu was greatly alarmed. She wanted to raise her sword to resist. However, her entire body was in severe pain and she didn't have the slightest bit of strength. She looked at the ugly and disgusting face of that pirate leader, the ghost head blade that was slashing towards her lower body, and then looked at the clan sailors that had fallen to the ground and were massacred. I'd rather die than suffer such humiliation. Ling Wu shouted crisply. She suddenly placed her sword horizontally across her neck and was about to commit suicide. Clang. Suddenly, her sword was flicked away. Her arm suddenly trembled and went numb. The sharp sword in her hand had nearly flown out of her hand. It was Yang Dingtian who flicked away the sword that she was about to commit suicide. After that, he suddenly grabbed onto Ling Wu's arm and pulled her behind him. Then, he turned around to face this pirate leader. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Last time, you fled upon hearing my news. This time, I'll let you have a taste of how powerful I, Yang Dingtian, am. It's you? You've actually become more powerful? The pirate revealed an astonished expression. Then, he revealed a ferocious gaze and sneered, since it's you, there's no need to be merciful. It's just nice that I cut off your thing and soak it in wine. Immediately, the profound energy in the pirate leader's entire body rose to the extreme. His speed was also extremely fast. The ghost head blade in his hand was incomparably ferocious as it slashed towards Yang Dingtian's vital part between his legs. Go! Yang Dingtian roared furiously. He aimed at the ghost head blade of the pirate leader and fiercely slashed it down. Bang! A loud sound resounded. Immediately, the ghost head blade of the pirate leader was directly chopped off and flew out. As for the pirate leader, he retreated over 10 steps. Immediately, he looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. A few months ago, Yang Dingtian was still so weak and was chased away by him. But now, he was actually so powerful that he directly repelled him with a single slash. Third brother, this idea is powerful. Come over here, let's attack together. The pirate leader said to the skinny, white-faced youth. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. That skinny youth slashed a few more times at lightning speed and took away the lives of a few people. Then, like a zombie, he suddenly shot to the side of the pirate leader. His corpse-like gaze stared fixedly at Yang Dingtian. And at this moment, that seductive female pirate also crawled up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Sister, you deal with that bitch Ling Wu. The two of us will kill this gigolo. The pirate leader said. All right. That seductive female pirate said, however, if you let me take action, this delicate beauty won't be able to live. Up to you. The pirate leader sneered, leave the corpse intact. It's the same as giving it to the young master. When these words were spoken, Ling Wu's face suddenly turned ghastly pale. Suddenly, the corner of her mouth felt warm. It was Yang Dingtian's hand and a medicinal pill. This was the Holy Spirit pill. With Ling Wu's injuries, after consuming the medicinal pill, it was guaranteed that her combat strength would completely recover. Miss Ling Wu, what's your cultivation level? Yang Dingtian asked. 5-star Black Martial Master. Ling Wu replied. That's barely enough. Although that female pirate is a great mystic martial master, she's already injured. You should be able to barely hold on, Yang Dingtian said, you and I are back to back. I'll deal with these two, and you deal with that female pirate. All right. Ling Wu replied. After that, her delicate body stuck close to him. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt something soft on his back. The moment Ling Wu's delicate body came into contact with Yang Dingtian, it clearly trembled slightly. Sweetheart, let's get intimate in hell, the pirate leader said coldly. Go, kill him. Immediately, the two of them charged over ferociously. One sword light was like a ghost, while the other's blade light was like ink. These two people were both great mystic martial masters. Yang Dingtian could feel that this skinny, white-faced youth's mystic chi cultivation was not inferior to his. Dang 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 dang, in an instant, the two pirates were in front of him. The ghost head blade madly attacked Yang Dingtian's lower body. The zombie-like sharp sword fiercely pierced towards Yang Dingtian's chest. It was both vicious and cunning. Yang Dingtian actually stood there motionlessly, as if he had completely ignored the two's blade and sword. The skinny youth's sword was even faster. Like lightning, it ruthlessly pierced towards Yang Dingtian's chest. A burst of intense pain, however, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't pierce through. The blade of the sword suddenly bent. Immediately, the two pirates were shocked. And at this moment, the pirate leader's ghost head blade also fiercely chopped towards Yang Dingtian's vital points. The third move of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, beheading. The sword in Yang Dingtian's hand fiercely chopped down. The pirate leader only felt his wrist turn cold. Then, fresh blood violently spurted out. His wrist, along with the broken blade, directly flew out. After the skinny youth's complexion changed, the sharp sword in his hand trembled. Like a viper, it pierced towards Yang Dingtian's throat. Yang Dingtian's throat wasn't protected by the deep-sea Xian clothes. Among all the opponents that Yang Dingtian had encountered, the swordsmanship of this skinny youth before him should be the best. However, compared to Yang Dingtian, he was still far inferior. The sharp sword in Yang Dingtian's hand spun. The fourth move of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, digging out heart and lungs. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's sword coiled towards the skinny youth like a viper. Clang 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 clang. Countless times, the blades of the swords collided with each other. Pfff, Yang Dingtian's sword fiercely pierced through the skinny youth's sword knit and directly pierced into his left chest. Immediately, fresh blood violently spurted out. Yang Dingtian was about to continue to fiercely stab and directly take the life of this skinny youth. Unexpectedly, Ling Wu, who was behind him, let out a miserable groan. She had been struck by the female pirate's blade. Yang Dingtian suddenly pulled Ling Wu away. Like lightning, he turned around to face the female pirate's blade and fiercely chopped down. Clang! The female pirate's scimitar was directly chopped off and sent flying. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian fiercely stabbed his sword towards the female pirate's chest. That female pirate was startled as she used all her strength to dodge. However, she still wasn't able to dodge Yang Dingtian's sword and her entire shoulder was directly pierced through. The sword in Yang Dingtian's hand fiercely trembled. Profound energy was suddenly spat out, and the female pirate was ruthlessly sent flying dozens of meters away. That female pirate suddenly let out a miserable shriek. Fresh blood violently spurted out, and she fiercely fell to a corner of the ship. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. At this moment, the three ships had already approached. Countless hooks hooked onto Ling Wu's cargo ship. Hundreds of pirates climbed up like ants and began to massacre the sailors on the ship. Miss Ling Wu, go and kill the pirate minions. Leave the rest of the pirate leaders to me, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Ling Wu replied. Her delicate body suddenly sprung as she rushed towards the pirates that were swarming towards her. When Yang Dingtian turned around to save Ling Wu, that skinny youth from earlier had rapidly retreated dozens of meters away. He covered the wound on his chest as he looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. At this moment, the sharp sword in his hand had already been twisted into a ball of fried dough twist. In terms of profound energy cultivation, I'm not outstanding. However, in terms of sword techniques, I've yet to meet an opponent. You're the only one who can defeat me in terms of sword techniques. Who exactly are you? That skinny youth said coldly. It's not important who I am. However, the key point is that I know who you are. Yang Dingtian said coldly. You're the Northwest Qin clan's youth sword instructor, zombie sword Wang Luan. I didn't expect that you'd actually degenerate and impersonate a pirate. Humph. What future can I have by being an instructor for a child? Why don't I give it a shot? Zombie sword Wang Luan said coldly. I'm afraid that I won't be able to have any future. Instead, I'm going to die here, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Not necessarily. Wang Luan said coldly. Qin Bao, let's join forces and use our profound skills to kill him, Wang Luan said coldly. So the pirate leader was called Qin Bao. He was indeed someone from the Northwest Qin clan. At this moment, Qin Bao's severed arm had already stopped bleeding. He looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes filled with endless hatred. A combined profound skill attack required an extremely high degree of compatibility. The two people in front of him were sworn brothers and were as close as real brothers. Moreover, they had practiced countless times, which was why they were able to use a combined profound skill attack. Moreover, the power of a combined profound skill attack wasn't just 1 + 1 = 2. It was far more than that. Therefore, no great profound martial master in the world would be able to withstand the combined profound skill attack of two great profound martial masters. Immediately, Qin Bao's body swelled and emitted a fiery red light. As for Wang Luan, his entire body instantly turned ice blue. He looked even more like a zombie that crawled out from the ground. *****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�e As for a frost dragon, it burst out from Wang Luan's body. The twin dragons of ice and fire intertwined and rotated in the air. Like a laser cannonball, they suddenly shot towards Yang Dingtian. As for Yang Dingtian, he still stood at his original position without moving. Don't. Ling Wu, who was currently killing pirates, let out a miserable cry. After that, she suddenly charged towards Yang Dingtian. However, it was very obvious that her speed was too late. The two enormous dragons of ice and fire ruthlessly struck Yang Dingtian's chest. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's entire body was engulfed by raging flames and frost-cold energy. His figure was completely invisible. Haha, haha. Qin Bao immediately laughed out loud. After that, he looked towards Ling Wu with an evil gaze and said, "Little beauty, your dear friend is already finished. Originally, I wanted to gift you to our young master. However, I'm injured today, so I can't make up for it. Therefore, you're mine to eat today." After he finished speaking, Qin Bao suddenly charged towards Ling Wu like a wild beast. As for Ling Wu, she stood at her original position in a daze. She looked at Yang Dingtian, who was engulfed in raging flames, and her face was filled with despair. "You're too impatient." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's voice resounded in the air. Qin Bao was startled. He suddenly looked towards Yang Dingtian. After that, he was completely dumbstruck. He could only see that the frost-cold energy on Yang Dingtian's left side seemed to be engulfed by something all of a sudden. It decreased and disappeared at lightning speed. As for the raging flames on his right side, it had even turned into a ray of light and completely disappeared into Yang Dingtian's enormous sword. Yang Dingtian was wearing the deep-sea profound robe, which had a frightening defensive ability against profound skills. Moreover, he also had an ice attribute profound talisman on him, which just happened to engulf Wang Luan's enormous frost dragon completely. After that, Yang Dingtian clearly felt that there were some changes to this ice attribute jade talisman. Its color had slightly deepened. Although it was still an elementary profound talisman, compared to before, it already contained some ice attribute energy. "Lao San, this guy is tricky. Let's go." Qin Bao was startled. He shouted loudly and then turned around to escape. "You guys won't be able to leave." Yang Dingtian then activated his profound qi and rushed towards the two of them. "Big brother, you go first. I'll cover you," Wang Luan said. "Good brother." Qin Bao's eyes turned hot as he said emotionally. He patted Wang Luan's shoulder and was about to escape. But he didn't expect that just as his palm patted Wang Luan's shoulder, his entire body was completely unable to move. "Big brother, just die for me." Wang Luan laughed sinisterly. Then, he grabbed Qin Bao's body and smashed him towards Yang Dingtian. "Wang Luan, F***ck your mother." Qin Bao roared loudly. Then, his entire body smashed towards Yang Dingtian. All of the profound qi in his body was immediately released. "Darling, let's die together." Then, Qin Bao burst out with all of his profound qi and pounced towards Yang Dingtian. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Yang Dingtian's sword suddenly scattered out countless sword flowers, piercing Qin Bao's body that was flying over. An incomparably mournful howl sounded. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you. An incomparably mournful and miserable howl resounded. Before Qin Bao could even approach Yang Dingtian, he was dismembered in the air and sent flying out into 8 pieces. As for Wang Luan, he didn't run away immediately. Instead, he actually grabbed Ling Wu at lightning speed. After which, he dragged her and jumped into the ocean at lightning speed. Ling Wu wasn't his match in the first place. Moreover, she thought that Yang Dingtian had been killed earlier. Therefore, she stood at her original spot in despair. Therefore, when Wang Luan placed his sword on her neck, she didn't have the slightest strength to retaliate. Even though Wang Luan hadn't been a pirate for long, his swimming ability was undoubtedly very good. Dragging Ling Wu along, he immediately escaped at lightning speed like a fish in the ocean. As he ran, he laughed heartily and said, "Kid, I've said that you can't kill me. This chick is also mine." In a short span of 10 seconds, he had already swam a few dozen meters away. Yang Dingtian quickly took out a water avoidance pearl and placed it in his mouth. After which, he suddenly jumped into the ocean. It was as though he was walking on land as he chased after Wang Luan at lightning speed. Wang Luan was immediately shocked. He didn't expect that Yang Dingtian's speed in the water would actually be so astonishing. He was about to catch up to him immediately. He hurriedly hid behind Ling Wu and placed his sword on her neck. Then, he smiled nastily at Yang Dingtian and said, "Brother, let me go. How about I let this chick go?" "Alright. Let her go first. After that, I'll let you go," said Yang Dingtian. "That won't do. After I reach a safe place, I'll definitely let her go." There's no enmity between us. Why do you have to do this? Wang Luan sneered. His gaze landed on Ling Wu's moving back. His eyes immediately revealed a greedy gaze. If they really reached a safe place, Ling Wu would probably suffer a fate worse than death. That's impossible. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Don't you want this woman's life anymore? Wang Luan smiled nastily and said, as long as I give her a light chop, this beautiful head of hers will roll off and never to be reattached. After saying that, Wang Luan suddenly pressed down with his sharp blade. Immediately, a trace of blood flowed out from Ling Wu's neck. I'll count to 3. Get back to the ship immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill this chick immediately. 1. 2. Yan Nantian, kill this bastard. Ling Wu shouted. Little girl, shut up, Wang Luan said coldly. Brother, do you really want to watch this woman die? Hurry up and get back to the ship. Wang Luan roared. In your dreams, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Wang Luan's face turned ferocious as he shouted, then I'll drag this little beauty down with me. Ling Wu, close your eyes. Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted. 3. Wang Luan's blade fiercely slashed towards Ling Wu's neck. It seemed that Ling Wu was about to die. At the bottom of the water, Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his palm. Bang! Under the water, a huge bolt of lightning suddenly burst out. Lightning attribute profound skill, mountain split. Instantly, all of Wang Luan's movements were frozen. His entire body was instantly charred black. As for Ling Wu, who had her eyes closed, she only felt her entire delicate body go numb, and she instantly fainted. Yang Dingtian held his sword and rushed out like a bolt of lightning. He fiercely pulled Ling Wu to one side and aimed at Wang Luan, who was floating in the water. He raised his sword and slashed down ferociously. Suddenly, Wang Luan's body was cleaved into 2 by Yang Dingtian. Fresh blood dyed the seawater red. Yang Dingtian carried Ling Wu's unconscious body and swam back to the ship at lightning speed. Currently, Ling Wu was completely unconscious. Even though Yang Dingtian's bolt of lightning didn't strike her body, the electric energy that passed through the seawater still instantly suffocated her. Seeing that all 3 of their leaders had been killed, the remaining pirates didn't have the slightest bit of morale. They were chased and killed by the sailors who didn't have much martial arts, and jumped into the seawater to escape. At this moment, the sailors on the cargo ship were holding bows and arrows, shooting at the pirates on the surface of the water. Seeing Yang Dingtian carrying Ling Wu onto the ship, the sailors swarmed over one after another. Thank you, Hero Yan, for saving our lives. Hero Yan is mighty. Hero Yan, how's our miss? Your miss is fine. She's just temporarily breathless. Yang Dingtian said, find a girl among you and come with me. Can I? A girl walked out charmingly. She was holding a sword in her hand, and her face was stained with blood. She was the little girl who delivered fruits to Yang Dingtian previously. He didn't expect that she would actually be holding a sword. All right. Yang Dingtian said. That female pirate? Is she dead? Yang Dingtian asked. She's here, Hero Yan. She doesn't seem to be dead yet. We've tied her up. A sailor said. Then, he pushed the female pirate who was tied up like a dumpling over. Yang Dingtian carried the unconscious Ling Wu with one hand and the female pirate with the other. Then, he walked down to the cabin below the deck. Continue to shoot and kill these pirates. Every one of their hands is stained with the blood of innocent people. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. All the sailors shouted. Did you hear that? Lord Yan has instructed us to continue killing these pirates. Immediately, the numerous sailors picked up their bows and aimed at the pirates on the surface of the water, killing them one by one. After arriving at the cabin, Yang Dingtian placed Ling Wu on the ship. Go and loosen your young miss swimsuit slightly. It's too tight. She won't be able to breathe. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. That maid was surprised at first. Then, she immediately obeyed. She used a knife to cut a hole in the swimsuit on her back, making it less tight. Pinch your young miss nose. Then, put your mouth to hers and inhale. After taking a few breaths, press on her chest. Yang Dingtian said. Oh, yes, yes. Then, that maid hurriedly followed Yang Dingtian's orders. Perhaps she was too flustered, or perhaps she was doing something wrong. Even after a while of artificial respiration, Ling Wu still didn't recover her breathing. After pressing on her chest for a long time, there was still no heartbeat. Alright, stand aside. I'll do it. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. The little maid hurriedly stepped aside as though she was liberated. However, she still looked at Ling Wu with concern. Yang Dingtian went forward and pinched Ling Wu's nose. Then, he forcefully inhaled. After he finished inhaling, he forcefully pressed on the area above her heart. However, Ling Wu still didn't breathe and didn't have a heartbeat. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but become anxious. She might die if she didn't have a heartbeat or breath for too long. Perhaps, the energy of the electric current earlier was too strong. Ling Wu's body was completely unable to withstand it. Turn around. Yang Dingtian said to that little maid. Yes. That little maid hurriedly turned around. She even forcefully closed her eyes. It was very obvious that this little maid had thought too much. It was just that Yang Dingtian wanted to execute the lightning art and couldn't let her see it. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and began to brew an extremely weak profound energy. Then, he organized it into the lightning attribute profound skill, mountain split. Pow! A weak bolt of lightning struck on the area above Ling Wu's heart. That's right. This was the primal chaos realm's version of lightning. Ling Wu trembled slightly and didn't wake up. Yang Dingtian slightly increased the energy, and another bolt of lightning struck down. Immediately, a faint scorch mark was left on Ling Wu's skin. Ling Wu's delicate body bounced up, and then fell back down. Yang Dingtian placed his ear on the area above her heart. Sure enough, a weak heartbeat was restored. However, there was still no breath. Then, he inhaled again in succession. After doing it a few times in succession. Ling Wu's eyes finally opened as she slowly woke up. Miss, you've woken up. That little maid immediately turned around and said in pleasant surprise. Then, she hurriedly said, don't misunderstand. Great hero Yan did it to save you. He's really amazing. You weren't breathing, and your heartbeat was also gone. Yet, he still managed to save you. I know. Ling Wu's face reddened. She said in a low voice, thank you, Yan Nantian. You're welcome. Yang Dingtian turned around. At this moment, Ling Wu recalled what had happened in the sea earlier. She could clearly feel that the scoundrel Wang Luan's sword was about to cut her neck. After that, Yan Nantian asked her to close her eyes. Then, her body went numb and she didn't know anything. At the instant she fainted, she even thought that she was dead. She didn't expect that Yan Nantian would actually save her. After putting on her clothes, Ling Wu walked to the front of Yang Dingtian. Then, she bowed in a very formal manner. Ling Wu thanks Big Brother Yan for saving the lives of several hundred of us. She indeed didn't expect that a person she had casually picked up would actually be so powerful. He killed the pirate leaders consecutively, and saved the lives of most of the people on the ship. Miss Ling Wu, you're welcome. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian said to that little maid and Ling Wu, I'm going to interrogate this female pirate next. The scene might be more brutal. Both of you can leave now. Oh, yes. Ling Wu and the little maid immediately walked out of the cabin, and closed the door while they were at it. Yang Dingtian took a basin of water and poured it directly on the female pirate's head. In an instant, that female pirate's delicate body suddenly trembled as she woke up. You're not a pirate. Who exactly are you? Yang Dingtian asked coldly. That female pirate spat out a mouthful of water. Then, her beautiful eyes shot a glance at Yang Dingtian as she spoke in a delicate voice, it doesn't matter who I am. The key is who are you? Yang Dingtian's expression changed as he sneered and said, I am Yang Dingtian. Don't change the topic. No, you are Yang Dingtian. That female pirate spoke in a hoarse voice, Yang Dingtian, I have been wanting to sleep with you for a long time because you had beaten Qin Xiaobai into a cripple. Yang Dingtian was suddenly startled. How did this female pirate in front of him recognize that he was Yang Dingtian? This was completely impossible. She wasn't an absolute expert like Du Gufengwu. How was it possible for her to recognize that he was Yang Dingtian? ********* Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you. Wang Luan stabbed your chest just now, but he couldn't pierce your skin at all. I didn't see you wearing any mystic iron silk treasure clothes either. The female pirate said indifferently, in Cloud Heaven City, you fought Tang Li and Qin Xiaobai, and you were invulnerable. That's why people said you were wearing the legendary Deep Sea Xian clothes. There might only be one Deep Sea Xian clothes in the world, so if you aren't Yang Dingtian, who are you? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. This was indeed a flaw. Who exactly are you? Why do you know so much about Yang Dingtian? Yang Dingtian said coldly. The girl giggled and looked up. Take a good look. Don't you find my face familiar? It was very familiar, but he couldn't quite remember. When you and Shima Ningning passed by the Qin family's territory and the abyssal town. The female pirate reminded. You are Qin Hongmian? Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. You finally remembered. You only saw Shima Ningning pretending to be me. You didn't really see me, so you can't remember, the female pirate said. Yang Dingtian was puzzled. You are a branch of the Qin family, the young mistress of the Crimson Stone Castle. How did you end up pretending to be a pirate? It's all because of the sins you committed. Qin Hongmian sneered. Qin Xiaobai was completely destroyed in your hands, so that tyrant of the Qin family vented his anger on countless people. I was one of them. But I'm already considered good. Qin Xiaobai's mother, Yang Shishir, has already been chased out to sing. She was almost forced to be a prostitute. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be shocked. The Qin family's patriarch was actually so ruthless and heartless to his own wife. Since you have already spoken, then let's just finish it. Yang Dingtian said, why did you pretend to be the Black Blood Cavalry and commit crimes? What happened to Black Blood Castle? You still don't know? Qin Hongmian glanced at Yang Dingtian and said, Shiman Lai's Black Blood Cavalry has long abandoned the Black Blood Castle. They have been wandering in the northwest continent for more than half a year. Otherwise, who would believe us if we impersonate the Black Blood Cavalry to do evil from a few thousand miles away? What? Yang Dingtian was shocked and said, didn't I not lose Black Blood Castle after my battle with Qin Xiaobai? We didn't lose it at that time, but the soldiers of Qin City kept coming and besieged the Black Blood Castle. The two sides were in a deadlock for half a month. Furthermore, the parasitic poison in Madame Shiman's body flared up. Shiman Ju went to Black Blood Castle to negotiate with Shiman Lai. They were willing to hand over the antidote to Madame Shiman's parasitic poison. In exchange, Shiman Lai had to lead the Black Blood Cavalry out of Black Blood Castle unconditionally. Qin Hongmian said, in order to save Madame Shiman's life, and the Black Blood Castle is indeed in a desperate situation, Shiman Lai agreed. From that day onwards, they withdrew from Black Blood Castle and wandered around the northwest continent. They didn't have a fixed residence for half a year and were chased out by countless factions. Before Yang Dingtian finished listening, Yang Dingtian suddenly roared and smashed the table beside him into pieces. Once he thought about Madame Shiman and Shiman Lai leading the Black Blood Cavalry to wander around, Yang Dingtian's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Qin Hongmian chuckled and said, Yang Dingtian, Black Blood Castle has been lost. Now, you don't even have a place to stay. Yang Dingtian quickly calmed down and sneered, it doesn't matter. After I take back Cloud Heaven City, Black Blood Castle will be even less of a problem. There are less than 8 months to take back Cloud Heaven City. Are you dreaming? Do you know how powerful Shiman Ju is? Qin Hongmian sneered and said. Yang Dingtian ignored her words and directly asked, Madame Shiman was poisoned with parasite. How did this happen? When did it happen? It's all because of that bastard Qin Xiaobai. He coveted Madame Shiman. Not long after he arrived at Cloud Heaven City, he secretly poisoned her with parasite. His original plan was to kill you and let the parasite take effect on Madame Shiman. Then, he would take the opportunity to dominate her. Qin Hongmian sneered and said, but who would have thought that before his dream could come true, he would be beaten into a cripple by you? Yang Dingtian wasn't interested in an enemy that was already dead. He directly asked, on Black Blood Island, who was the pirate leader that pretended to be me? The illegitimate son of the Qin clan, Qin Huaijiu. Qin Hongmian said, a pitiful and shameless person. How is his cultivation? Yang Dingtian asked. 1-star martial mystic. You aren't his match. Qin Hongmian sneered and said, he has already pretended to be you and killed hundreds and thousands of people. He has also kidnapped hundreds of innocent women. You are now notorious. 1-star martial mystic expert was 6 levels higher than Yang Dingtian. More importantly, he was fighting above his level. Yang Dingtian still couldn't use lightning-attributed mystic skills. Even though it was a little difficult, Yang Dingtian was still filled with confidence to defeat him. Moreover, this bastard must be eliminated. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how many people he would harm by pretending to be him. Whether I am his match or not, it's not up to you to decide. After I kill him, I will send you to the underworld to accompany him. Yang Dingtian said coldly. Then, he suddenly struck her with his palm and directly knocked her unconscious. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside. Ling Wu said, Big Brother Yen, we found a few captives on the pirate ship. They said that they are from Cloud Heaven City's Black Blood Castle. They also said that this group of pirates is impersonating their Black Blood Castle to do evil. Yang Dingtian was suddenly startled. Then, he said, bring them in. He took a deep breath. If they were really people from Black Blood Castle, didn't that mean that Madame Shiman and Big Brother Shiman Lai were nearby? Moreover, even if they were ordinary soldiers of the Black Blood Cavalry, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but view them as brothers in his heart. Very quickly, 4 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry were brought over. Then, without waiting for Yang Dingtian's instructions, Ling Wu left the cabin and closed the door. These 4 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry were all injured. It was very obvious that they had suffered torment in the hands of that group of pirates. They should be the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry. Although Yang Dingtian couldn't remember their faces, the Black Blood Cavalry had a special flag. They looked like soldiers and didn't look like martial artists. Suppressing the urge to hug them, Yang Dingtian asked, how many of you are there? What are you doing in this sea region? A few brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry stepped forward and bowed. We are the Black Blood Cavalry. We thank this hero for saving our lives. We have a total of over 20 brothers. This time, we are here for 2 missions. First, we heard that there are pirates impersonating our Black Blood Cavalry and committing evil deeds everywhere. Commander Shiman sent us to investigate. Second, there are rumors that the hidden sect's disciple, young Lord Wu Ming, had once come to West Arrival Island to cultivate. Therefore, Madame specially sent us to search for him and ask young Lord Wu Ming to head to Cloud Heaven City to uphold justice. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat as he asked, what justice? That brother of the Black Blood Cavalry revealed a furious expression as he said, Shiman Ju, Yang Yen, and the other thieves slandered young Lord Yang Dingtian as an infiltrator of evil ways. They said that he used the evil soul art to defeat Qin Xiaobai. Therefore, they held a meeting in the Tiando League and prepared to cancel young Lord Yang Dingtian's qualification to participate in tomorrow's City Lord Martial competition. Furthermore, they wanted to order the Tiando League to hunt down and kill young Lord Yang Dingtian. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was enraged. This group of bastards really wanted to kill him. It seemed like he had to make a trip to Cloud Heaven City. Hero Yan, I heard that your ship came from the direction of West Arrival Island. Have you seen or heard of young Lord Wu Ming's whereabouts? The brother of the Black Blood Cavalry asked. I heard that Wu Ming had already left West Arrival Island a long time ago. Yang Dingtian continued, however, if he really is a disciple of the hidden sect, then he will definitely uphold justice for you. Then, Yang Dingtian instinctively wanted to ask how Madame Shiman and Shiman Lai were doing. He almost asked, but he quickly stopped himself because Yan Nantian didn't even know them. How could he ask about them? Thank you for your kind words, Hero Yan. The brother of the Black Blood Cavalry said, we still have important things to do. May I ask if Hero Yan can give us a small boat? We still have more than a dozen brothers who have been captured and imprisoned in Black Blood Island. Their lives are at stake. We have to rush to the northwest mainland with the fastest speed and gather all the brothers nearby to go to Black Blood Island to rescue our brothers. How many brothers do you have in total around here? Yang Dingtian asked. A total of more than 100, the brother of the Black Blood Cavalry said. One group is at sea, a total of 30. The other group is on land, about 100. That's great. Yang Dingtian continued, I'm also preparing to go to Black Blood Island to eliminate the evil thief who impersonated Yang Dingtian. Follow me to Fire Island first, then I'll give you a fast boat. Go to the mainland with the fastest speed and gather all the brothers here. In at most 2 or 3 days, we'll kill our way to Black Blood Island and kill all those bastards to rescue your brothers. Thank you so much, the brother of the Black Blood Cavalry said excitedly. Hero Yan is really chivalrous. It's a pity that our commander isn't here. Young Master Yang Dingtian isn't here either. Otherwise, you would definitely become good friends. At this moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask. Please ask, the brother of the Black Blood Cavalry said. Because of Yang Dingtian, all of you have to wander around and drift from place to place. Do you regret it? Yang Dingtian asked. No, how can we regret it? The eyes of the Black Blood Cavalry instantly revealed a radiance of faith. He said passionately, our young master Yang Dingtian is the #1 genius in the world. We are now in the darkness before Nirvana. Tomorrow, young master Yang Dingtian will lead us to kill our way back to Cloud Heaven City and take back what is ours. Once he said that, Yang Dingtian's eyes instantly became hot, and his heart surged with emotions. Although he had never seen these brothers in front of him before, they believed in him very much and were willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Yang Dingtian turned around and didn't let them see his excited expression. He said, then all of you go and rest for a while. When we reach Fire Island, all of you will immediately depart to the mainland. Thank you, Hero Yan. Instantly, the 4 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry left. After more than 2 hours of sailing, the cargo ship docked at the pier of Inferno Island. Inferno Island was a barren island with an area of more than 10 square kilometers. It couldn't grow any food and could only rely on sea trade. There were 2,000 to 3,000 people living on the island. However, most of them were ordinary people. There were also many elderly and children. Therefore, it could only be considered as a very small force. It was no wonder that they were pressured by the Black Blood Island to the point that they couldn't breathe. At a glance, the entire island was indeed not prosperous and wealthy. Most of the houses were also old. When the night and the cargo ship were still more than 10 kilometers away from the pier, many people on the island were already waiting anxiously. When the cargo ship approached, the people on the island immediately cheered. It was very obvious that they had been looking forward to Ling Wu's ship for a very long time. Furthermore, when they saw that the ship had returned safely, the stone in their hearts could finally be put down. However, when the ship docked at the pier, they discovered that dozens of people were missing. The pier immediately burst into cries again. When the ship had just docked at the pier, Ling Wu jumped down impatiently and ran towards an old man on the pier. That old man was already unable to move. He could only sit on a chair and be carried by 4 young men. He should be Ling Wu's father. All the meridians in his body had been broken by that bastard, Qin Huaijiu. Father. Ling Wu immediately knelt on the ground and threw herself into the embrace of that old man. It's good that you've returned safely. It's good that you've returned. That old man immediately burst into tears and said, it's all father's fault for being useless. I've made a girl like you travel thousands of kilometers on a ship and take risks on the sea. As long as father can recover, I'm willing to do anything. Ling Wu cried. Following that, that old man discovered traces of a battle on the ship and the corpses that were carried down from the ship. His complexion immediately changed as he said, Wu-er, did you encounter that group of bastards on the sea? Ling Wu nodded and said, we met them today. That old man said while trembling, then how did you escape? It's a big brother called Yan Nantian. He killed that group of bastards and saved everyone on the ship. He also saved my life. Ling Wu said. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had also disembarked from the ship. Ling Wu hurriedly came over and pulled his hand as she walked to the front of the elder. Father, this is Hero Yan Nantian who had saved this daughter's life. Immediately, the old man tried his best to stand up from the chair and salute Yang Tian, but he couldn't do it and almost fell to the ground. Daughter, help your father up. I want to thank Hero Yan for saving my life, said the old man. Yang Tian hurriedly said, Uncle, you don't have to be so courteous. Everyone has the right to punish those evil thieves. This is what I should do. However, that old man still bowed to Yang Tian with Ling Wu's support. Yang Tian hurriedly returned an even more respectful bow. That night, Yang Tian became the most honored guest on the island. Although the resources on the island were very tight, they still held a sumptuous banquet for Yang Tian. Everyone came to propose a toast to Yang Tian. Everyone looked at Yang Tian with gratitude. Some women even brought their children to kowtow to Yang Tian. Yang Tian drank more and more. In the end, he was drunk to the point that his eyes were blurred and his footsteps staggered. It had been over 100 days since he had eaten a proper meal or drunk a single drop of wine. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the banquet dispersed. Island Master Ling Zhong accompanied Yang Tian to drink tea. Alright, all of you can leave now. I have something to say to Hero Yan. After that, all the servants and maids left and closed the door. After that, only Ling Zhong, Yang Tian and Ling Wu were left in the room. Immediately, the atmosphere in the room became slightly strange. Yang Tian felt a strange feeling. He could only lower his head and drink his tea quietly. Ling Wu obviously felt this strange aura as well. Her face turned red. She lowered her head and didn't say anything as she poured tea for Yang Tian and her father. Ling Zhong suddenly raised his head and stared at Yang Tian for a long time. Immediately, Yang Tian felt unnatural from his stare. Mr. Yan, what do you think of my daughter's appearance? Ling Zhong suddenly asked. When these words were spoken, Ling Wu's face and ears immediately turned red. She was charming and alluring. However, her bold gaze still looked at Yang Tian as if she was waiting for his answer. Yang Tian's heart skipped a beat. He said, 1 in a million. Then, what do you think of my daughter's temperament? Ling Zhong asked again. Generous, brave, dignified and virtuous. Yang Tian said. Then, does Hero Yan like my daughter? Ling Zhong asked. With Miss Ling's character, who wouldn't like her? Yang Tian said. When these words were spoken, Ling Wu's beautiful eyes immediately lit up. Her face also appeared even more charming. Then, how about this old man betrothed my daughter to Mr. Yan? Although my Inferno Island has declined, it still has a few thousand people. In any case, it's still a foundation. If you marry my daughter, all of this will belong to you. Moreover, no matter if it's this island or your children in the future, their surname will be Yan and not Ling. How about it? Ling Zhong said. After that, he looked at Yang Tian with a burning gaze. At this moment, even though Ling Wu was extremely shy, she was also waiting for Yang Tian's reply with her big beautiful eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation and nervousness. She was truly a cute and bold girl. I'm really overwhelmed by your favor. Yang Tian said. Before he could finish his words, Ling Wu's beautiful eyes immediately revealed boundless joy and a trace of tenderness. Ling Zhong also said impatiently, then, Mr. Yan has agreed. Yang Tian said, it's a pity that I already have a wife. Moreover, she has deep feelings for me. I can't let her down. Otherwise, I would have taken the initiative to pursue Miss Ling long ago. When Yang Tian said these words, Ling Wu's beautiful face suddenly turned deathly pale. After that, tears almost gushed out from her eyes. Ling Zhong's body trembled. After looking at Yang Tian for a long time, he sighed and said, so be it. It's my daughter who doesn't have good fortune. After that, the room fell into an awkward silence. A few minutes later, Ling Zhong smiled and said, it's already late. Mr. Yan should be tired by now. We've already prepared a good guest room. You should have a good rest. Tomorrow, I'll let my daughter take you on a tour around my Inferno Island. Thank you very much, uncle. Yang Tian said. After that, he left this place as if he was escaping. This should be the best room on the island. In fact, everything was new. Inferno Island had indeed treated Yang Dingtian as the most distinguished guest. Not long after Yang Dingtian entered the room, a maid prepared a tub full of hot water for him to take a bath. After taking off his clothes, Yang Dingtian comfortably lay down in the hot water, enjoying a rare moment of shyness. Just when Yang Dingtian was lying in the bathtub so comfortably that he was about to fall asleep, a series of light footsteps came from behind him. It should be the maid who was specially in charge of serving him. It's already late. You don't have to serve me anymore. Quickly go to sleep. Yang Dingtian said with his eyes closed. However, a chuckle came from behind him. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He hurriedly opened his eyes and discovered that it was actually Ling Wu. Her slender and hot body appeared incomparably moving under the light. Her beautiful little face was also flushed red, appearing tender and alluring. Miss Ling, you. Yang Dingtian was so shocked that he stood up abruptly. Ling Wu suddenly clenched her teeth and pounced over. Her arms tightly wrapped around Yang Dingtian. Yan Nantian, I like you. I want to marry you. Ling Wu's little mouth was filled with the smell of alcohol. The words she spoke were hot, and so was the breath she exhaled. Yang Dingtian tried to pry her arms away slightly. However, her arms were extremely strong. Yang Dingtian was afraid of hurting her, so he didn't dare to forcefully pry her arms away. Miss Ling, I've already said that I have a wife. Yang Dingtian said. I don't believe you. That's just an excuse. Ling Wu said. Who wouldn't be moved by a beauty like you? Yang Dingtian sighed and said, however, I really have a wife. I owe her a lot. She's suffering because of me. I can't let her down. Perhaps she had heard Yang Dingtian's deep feelings. Ling Wu's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time. Finally, she confirmed that what Yang Dingtian said was true. Immediately, the blurriness in her beautiful eyes gradually faded away. After that, she smiled sadly and said, then Ling Wu really doesn't have this blessing. Yang Dingtian said gently, you're so beautiful and cute. You'll definitely be able to find your ideal husband. It's too late, big brother Yin. Ling Wu said with a sad expression, that evil thief on Black Blood Island has already given my family an ultimatum. If I don't deliver myself to him within 3 days, he'll bring his men and kill everyone on Inferno Island. Following that, Ling Wu's beautiful eyes became hot as she said, I don't care if you have a wife. I like you. 3 days later, I'll let that evil thief obtain a corpse. Miss Ling, listen carefully. Yang Dingtian held her face and said, that evil thief won't be able to live past 3 days. 2 days later, I'll gather my men and kill everyone on Black Blood Island. We'll kill everyone on that group of bastards. Ling Wu was stunned for a moment. After that, she shook her head and said, no, they have the advantage in numbers. Moreover, that evil thief's martial arts are very high. You're not his match. They have the advantage in numbers, but so do we. You'll see our helpers coming in an endless stream very soon. Yang Dingtian said, moreover, we'll only know if I'm that evil thief's match after we fight. In short, I'll definitely not leave until I kill that bastard. Ling Wu looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time and said, so what if you kill that evil thief? My father will leave this world very soon. The man I like doesn't like me. What's the point of me living? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Miss Ling Wu, maybe, I can save your father. However, I can only try. I can't guarantee that I'll succeed. Note, brothers, I beg for a few monthly votes. Thank you. Really? Ling Wu's beautiful eyes were filled with incomparable surprise as she said, as long as you can save my father, I'm willing to pay any price. Then, she said embarrassedly, however, I don't have anything that can catch your eye. As long as you don't seduce me to make a mistake and don't test my willpower, I'll be very grateful. Yang Dingtian said. Alright, I'll leave immediately. Ling Wu let go of Yang Dingtian, you must save my father tomorrow. Then, she ran out like a butterfly. The next morning, Ling Wu ran to Yang Dingtian's room and pulled him up from the bed before the sun had even risen. Quickly go and treat my father. Yang Dingtian woke up with sleepy eyes. Then, he washed up and dressed under her service. When he arrived at the hall, he immediately saw Ling Zhong sitting there neatly dressed. He couldn't help but be slightly stunned. "Uncle Ling, you're early." It was really early. If it was converted to Earth's time, it wasn't even 5 o'clock in the morning. Ling Zhong smiled embarrassedly. Yang Dingtian realized that his eyes were red, his expression was excited, and he was incomparably nervous. When he looked at Ling Wu again, it was the same. Then, Yang Dingtian said, "The two of you couldn't have not slept for the entire night, right?" Immediately, Ling Zhong's smile became even more embarrassed as he said, "Initially, I didn't want Wu to wake you up so early." However, she really couldn't hold it in. This father and daughter pair actually didn't sleep and sat for the entire night waiting for Yang Dingtian to wake up to treat Ling Zhong. At once, Yang Dingtian felt that the burden on his shoulders was very heavy. Ling Zhong sighed and said, "I've really embarrassed myself in front of you. It's not that I want to live an ignoble life, but I really can't bear to part with my daughter. I really can't bear to let her bear this heavy burden. If I don't see her get married and have children, I really won't be able to rest in peace even if I die." After he finished speaking, Ling Zhong's tears flowed down his face as he sobbed. "I can understand." Yang Dingtian said, "However, I can only say that I'll try my best. I really can't guarantee that I'll succeed." Yang Dingtian really couldn't guarantee. The thing he wanted to use to save Ling Zhong was, of course, the holy water he stole from the Five Elements Hall's secret realm. He originally wanted to steal it for Yin Yin, but seeing Ling Zhong in such a state, he couldn't bear to leave him in the lurch. However, he really didn't dare to guarantee that this holy water would still be effective after leaving the mystic realm. If it really was ineffective, then Ling Zhong and his daughter would really fall from heaven to hell. As long as Mr. does his best, this Ling will be eternally grateful. Ling Zhong said, "Even if there's only a 1% chance, it's still worth our boundless joy." Ling Wu's beautiful eyes turned red as she said, "Mister, please start the treatment. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, you are the greatest benefactor of our Ling clan." "Okay," Yang Dingtian said. "Miss Ling, please prepare a bucket of water. Don't put anything in it." "Yes, I'll go right away." After Ling Wu finished listening, she immediately flew out. Not long after, she came in with a large wooden bucket filled with clear water. She carried something that weighed a few hundred kilograms by herself. "Give me a bowl," Yang Dingtian said. "What kind of bowl? Jade, gold, or crystal stone?" Ling Wu asked. At this moment, she felt that it was better to use something that was more precious. No need. Just an ordinary one will do," Yang Dingtian said. "Alright, I'll go get it right away." After Ling Wu finished speaking, she flew out again. Very soon, she came in with a pile of bowls. There were bowls of all shapes and sizes. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly at once. Then, he casually picked up a bowl. After that, he fished out an elixir from his bosom and placed it into the bowl. Of course, this was just an ordinary Holy Spirit elixir. It was only used to deceive others. However, at this moment, Ling Zhong and his daughter's eyes were fixed on Yang Dingtian's actions. That tense situation made them feel as though they were about to suffocate. Yang Dingtian placed the bowl in his sleeve. After that, he scooped out a small half-bowl of holy water from his spatial ring. He had probably only stolen a basin. Therefore, he could only give him a small half-bowl. The rest was left for Yin Yin. That elixir dissolved in the holy water very quickly. After that, Yang Dingtian passed it to Ling Zhong and said, "Uncle Ling, drink half of this medicine and soak half of it." Ling Wu was slightly surprised at once and said, It's just that simple." She had originally thought that it would be extremely complicated and mysterious. She didn't expect it to be so simple. "Yes, it's just that simple," Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Ling Zhong received the bowl with trembling hands. His breathing became incomparably hurried and his lips were also trembling. He used all his strength to stop his hands from trembling so badly. He was afraid that he would spill even a little bit of this incomparably precious medicine. After that, he used the last of his strength to open his mouth and drink this medicine bit by bit. He drank half of it with incomparable care. After that, he passed the bowl to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian poured the rest of the medicine directly into the clear water and said, "Uncle Ling, soak in it for a while. We should be able to see the result in 15 minutes. If it's effective, then it's effective. If it's ineffective, then there's nothing I can do." "Okay, okay," Ling Zhong said with a trembling voice. After that, Yang Dingtian went forward, carried Ling Zhong and placed him into the clear water with the medicine. He was really skinny. He was completely bony. His body was 180 centimeters tall, yet he seemed to only weigh 80 to 90 kilograms. He was practically all skin and bones. It could be seen how serious his injuries were at that time. All of this was the fault of that fake Yang Dingtian. After soaking in the medicine, Ling Wu became incomparably nervous. Even her breathing had become abnormal. Her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at her father. Not even half a minute had passed before she hurriedly asked, "Father, how do you feel?" "Silly girl, how can it be so fast?" Ling Zhong said with a trembling voice. 3 minutes later, Ling Wu asked again, "Father, how do you feel?" "Silly girl, how can it be so fast?" Ling Zhong replied. 8 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, Ling Zhong didn't change at all. There wasn't any improvement. Ling Wu's expression became more and more fearful. Her little face became more and more pale. Ling Zhong's smile became more and more bitter. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian's heart became more and more cold. Could it be that the holy water was really useless after leaving the secret realm? Please don't be like this, okay? Lan Ling really couldn't bear to see the disappointment of the person in front of her. Half an hour later, Ling Wu had almost given up hope. She asked with a sobbing voice, "Father, how do you feel?" At this moment, Ling Zhong had already gotten over it completely. He smiled faintly and said, "Silly girl, what's there to cry about? As long as you're fine." Immediately, Ling Wu started to cry. Yang Dingtian was also sad in his heart. He bowed deeply and said, "Uncle Ling, Miss Ling, I'm sorry." "What are you saying?" Ling Zhong laughed and said, "Life and death are up to the heavens. I'm already incomparably grateful that Mr. has tried his best to save me." "That's right." Ling Wu smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, "Big brother Yan clearly knows that the chances are slim, yet he's still willing to give it a try. He's even used up an incomparably precious medicine. Ling Wu is truly incomparably grateful. Just like what father said, all of this is fate." Right at this moment, Ling Zhong suddenly cried out in surprise, "So hot, so hot." Then, under Ling Wu's and Yang Dingtian's incomparably pleasantly surprised gazes, a red light rapidly spread throughout Ling Zhong's entire body. Immediately after, under Yang Dingtian's and Ling Wu's even more astonished and incredulous gazes, Ling Zhong actually became younger at a speed visible to the naked eye. His old muscles became rosy and lustrous. Boundless vitality and strength rapidly recovered within his body. This holy water is actually so miraculous? What? Ling Wu, who was incomparably pleasantly surprised, actually cried out directly. Then, she suddenly turned around and pounced toward Yang Dingtian. She hugged Yang Dingtian tightly and completely ignored Ling Zhong's presence. Her small mouth fiercely kissed Yang Dingtian's lips. Thank you, big brother Yan, ***********. This holy water was indeed incomparably miraculous. In just a few short hours, Ling Zhong's injuries had actually completely healed. His originally unbearably old body actually seemed to have become younger by 20 to 30 years. He looked like he was in his 40s. He had completely recovered his previous heroic and extraordinary appearance. Not only that, his profound energy and martial arts were actually recovering rapidly as well. This effect was completely better than what he had expected. That day, all the meridians in Ling Zhong's body were broken. Such a fatal injury actually only required half a bowl of holy water to completely heal him. Didn't that mean that Yan Yan would also be able to recover completely? After recovering, Ling Zhong's first sentence was, "Wu-er, you must not speak of today's matter. Otherwise, it will bring endless trouble to Mr. Yan." Ling Wu nodded heavily and said, "Don't worry, father. I'd rather die than let Mr. Yan fall into a dangerous situation." Hearing Ling Wu's words, Ling Zhong was slightly startled. This daughter of his seemed to have fallen deeply. After Ling Zhong recovered, Yang Dingtian began to speed up the arrangements for the annihilation of the Black Blood Island within 2 to 3 days. In the afternoon after Ling Zhong recovered, the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry actually arrived one after another. Because they were spread out rather widely, they couldn't all arrive at once. After the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry arrived, Ling Zhong and Ling Wu's morale immediately soared. This was because the Black Blood Cavalry clearly carried a strong military aura. They were completely powerful helpers. With this, they had more confidence in taking down the Black Blood Island within 2 days. At night, Yang Dingtian, Ling Wu, Ling Zhong, and a few officers of the Black Blood Cavalry began to carry out the battle deployment. What was drawn on the wall was the schematic diagram of the Black Blood Island. This was something that Ling Zhong had obtained after paying a huge price. However, with this diagram a lot of information became clear. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly tickets. Thank you. In the end, what disappointed Yang Dingtian was that this Black Blood Island was actually easy to defend and hard to attack. The surroundings were filled with towering cliffs and precipitous rock faces, and there was only one way to enter. The 2 sides of that place were completely filled with precipitous rock faces that could only allow 3 people to pass through side by side. This wasn't just easy to defend and hard to attack. It was simply a case of one man holding the pass while 10,000 men couldn't pass through. It seemed like it wouldn't work to bring men to attack the island, as that would only be courting death. Have a decisive battle on the sea. Gather dozens of ships and have a decisive battle on the sea. Yang Dingtian pointed at the schematic map on the wall and spoke ruthlessly. Instantly, the few people below were slightly startled as they felt strange, but they didn't dare to voice out their doubts. The one who spoke was still Du Gufengwu as she said, "Big Brother Yin, we might not have any chance of winning a decisive battle on land. However, it is even more difficult to have a decisive battle on the sea because they have more ships than us in terms of quantity and quality. Furthermore, they are pirates and are experts in naval battles. We are at a greater disadvantage on the sea." Once Ling Wu said this, the others immediately nodded in succession. "Don't worry, I have a secret weapon," Yang Dingtian said. "In the remaining 1 or 2 days, prepare a large amount of charcoal, white flint, and ardent sulfur crystals." Yang Dingtian listed dozens of items before he said, "I have great use for these items." After that, Yang Dingtian said again, "In addition, send men to forge dozens of special wooden machines in the next 2 days. I will draw out the specific structure in a while. You just have to forge according to the blueprint." Even though everyone still had doubts in their hearts, they still responded loudly. Yes. 2 days later, everything was prepared. A few hundred sets of secret weapons had been made, and dozens of large-scale wooden machines had also been forged. Over 100 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry had also arrived. At this moment, the envoys of the Black Blood Island had boarded the Inferno Island and were incomparably arrogant. "I am here to bring someone. Quickly wash your young lady Ling Wu clean and send her onto the ship. The ship must be filled with gold coins and let me bring her along to the Black Blood Island. Otherwise, when my Black Blood army arrives, I will definitely not spare even the chickens and dogs of the Inferno Island." Once these words were spoken, the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry were about to explode with anger. "Seize them." Yang Dingtian gave the order. Immediately, dozens of warriors from the Inferno Island stepped forward and captured all of the messengers. The emissary of the Black Blood Island was shocked and angry. He said coldly, "Don't you want to live? How dare you be so rude to us? Aren't you afraid that our young master Yang Dingtian will tear you into pieces? Open your mouth," Yang Dingtian said sternly. Suddenly, the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry couldn't hold it in any longer. They took out an iron ruler and fiercely swung it at the arrogant messenger. Ah! Ah! Instantly, a wave of tragic wailing and howling could be heard. In just a moment, all of the emissary's teeth flew out. His entire head swelled up like a pig's head, and his cheeks were completely mangled. The other messengers were trembling and almost wetting their pants. They knelt before Yang Dingtian and kowtowed to beg for mercy. "Behead him as a sacrifice," Yang Dingtian ordered. Immediately, the messengers, as well as Qin Hongmian, who had been captured earlier, were pushed to their knees on the ground. The few of them were horrified. Other than Qin Hongmian, who couldn't make a sound, the others screamed and peed in their pants. "How dare you! My young master will tear all of you men into pieces and make your family members suffer a fate worse than death. Kill!" Yang Dingtian ordered. Immediately, the blade light flew out and blood spurted out. A few heads flew out. "Board the ships." With this order, more than 100 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry and more than 300 warriors of the Inferno Island boarded the dozens of ships. Even Ling Zhong, who had just recovered, insisted on boarding the ships. Yang Dingtian boarded the largest flagship. The dozens of ships carried hundreds of secret weapons and dozens of large wooden machines. They majestically charged towards the Black Blood Island. The Black Blood Island master, Qin Huaiju, who was impersonating Yang Dingtian, didn't wait for the great beauty Ling Wu. Instead, he waited for the dozens of warships of the Inferno Island. Immediately, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, he laughed loudly and said, "Did I hear wrongly? The people of the Inferno Island actually want to start a war with me? They want to have a decisive battle with me with dozens of broken ships and hundreds of weaklings who haven't even held a weapon before. Moreover, they want to have a decisive battle on the sea?" Ha ha ha, ha ha. Immediately, everyone in the hall burst into laughter. This was indeed the funniest joke they had ever heard. Qin Huaiju suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Since you don't want to do this the hard way, all brothers, board the ships. After killing all of these weaklings, we will directly charge towards the Inferno Island. Kill them all, burn them all, and plunder them all." After he finished speaking, Qin Huaiju's sharp sword suddenly slashed at a beautiful woman beside him. He wanted to chop off her beautiful head and use it as a sacrifice. An hour later, more than 100 pirate warships formed a formidable and neat formation and charged out of the Black Blood Island's dock with incomparable ferocity. More than half an hour later, the two armies met. The distance between them was less than 10 miles. The difference between the battle array of both sides was like heaven and earth. On the pirates' side, there were more than 100 ships and thousands of pirate warriors. On the Inferno Island's side, there were merely 30 ships and less than 500 people. On the pirates' side, their battle array was formidable and their ships were sturdy and sharp. On the Inferno Island's side, their battle array was scattered. There were all kinds of ships and even fishing boats. Seeing this, Qin Huaiju once again burst into laughter and said, "Crazy, the people of the Inferno Island have all gone crazy." Then, he abruptly ordered, "Charge over there and kill everyone." Immediately, more than 100 pirate warships increased their speed and charged towards the dozens of ships of the Inferno Island with incomparable ferocity. The pirate ships were getting closer and closer, and so was Yu Lao. One could even see their ferocious faces and their terrifying bows and arrows. Other than the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry, all the warriors on the Inferno Island began to tremble in fear. In this battle, the disparity in strength between both sides was too great. No matter how one looked at it, the Inferno Island side would definitely lose and die. The pirate ships were getting closer and closer. 5 miles, 3 miles. 2 miles, the expressions on the pirates' faces became more and more ferocious and excited. Very soon, they would be able to start a massacre. As long as they got closer, the people on the Inferno Island's ships would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Even though they had already seen that each ship of the Inferno Island had a strange wooden frame that was about 3 to 4 meters tall, they didn't care about it at all. Even if it was a giant crossbow, they wouldn't be afraid, let alone this kind of wooden frame. Wooden frames couldn't possibly be used to kill people. When there were still 500 meters left, Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted loudly, "Release!" Following Yang Dingtian's command, the wooden frames on the dozens of ships suddenly shot out, throwing out dozens of silk packages and oiled paper bundles. There was also a string of sparks, burning continuously. Each bundle was about a dozen kilograms in weight. Looking at the silk bundles that were getting closer and closer, the pirates immediately burst into laughter and said, "The people of the Inferno Island actually used cloth bundles to throw at us. I have never seen anything more fun than this, haha." Immediately, all the pirates burst into laughter. A portion of the dozens of silk bundles fell into the sea. However, Because the pirates' ships were too secretive, even though the trebuchets that Yang Dingtian made were only average, there were still dozens of them that fell into the middle of the ships. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, these 10 or so silk bags let out a loud noise, and then flames soared into the sky, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. On the surface of the sea, there seemed to be countless loud thunderclaps. Countless huge and terrifying flames were blooming. Suddenly, everything in the dozens of meters around the flames was smashed into pieces. Countless pirates were smashed into pieces. Blood spurted out and severed limbs flew everywhere. More than a dozen ships were directly blown into pieces. Even the ships that were slightly further away from the explosion were suddenly overturned by the powerful waves. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned. Not only were the pirates stunned, but even the people of the Inferno Island were stunned. The brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry were also stunned. All of them looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Although they obeyed Yang Dingtian's order, it was because Yang Dingtian had done them a great favor. In their hearts, they didn't dare to have too much hope for Yang Dingtian's secret weapon. After all, it was just a pile of soil and some wooden frames inside the silk bundles. Never did they expect that these two seemingly unremarkable things would have such astonishing power. In an instant, their gazes towards Yang Dingtian were filled with reverence. They were completely shocked like a celestial being. Of course, what Yang Dingtian was making was gunpowder. Charcoal was everywhere. As for saltpeter, it was called white flint in this world. It was much more powerful than the saltpeter on Earth. As for sulfur, it could be replaced by sulfur crystals in this world. It was much more powerful than sulfur. Therefore, the gunpowder made in this way was several times more powerful than the gunpowder on Earth. Every silk bag contained 10 to 20 kilograms of gunpowder. Of course, its power was incomparably shocking. In order to avoid self-injury, Yang Dingtian had split up the Fire Island's fleet very quickly. Otherwise, if a bag of gunpowder were to explode in the fleet, the consequences would be too serious. Of course, for the sake of secrecy, Yang Dingtian had Ling Wu personally prepare dozens of things. However, only 3 of them were used. In the end, the preparation of gunpowder was completed by Yang Dingtian alone. In the end, wrapping the gunpowder in silk and oil paper was completed with the help of the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry. Qin Huaiju, who was at the back, was completely stunned when he saw all of this. He had never expected such an outcome. Merely a dozen large cloth bags had actually caused him to lose over 20 ships and a few hundred pirates. Moreover, the other pirates were so frightened that their faces had turned ashen. There were even some who were kneeling on the ship and kowtowing with all their might. Because they thought that everything that had happened earlier was caused by the god of thunder. Don't tell me that I have to retreat just like this? Qin Huaiju said inwardly, no, I'm definitely not resigned to this. From an illegitimate child who was bullied by everyone, to the current overlord of a region, I absolutely cannot admit defeat. After that, he suddenly roared, charge over, charge over. It's only 2 miles away. If we charge over, they'll be dead for sure. They only have a dozen of those heavenly thunders. They've already used them up. Following his command, those little pirate leaders who weren't afraid of death immediately drove their ships with all their might and charged towards the Fire Island's fleet. All of the pirate ships rushed over. This Qin Huaiju had a frightening gambling nature. Yang Dingtian smiled coldly and said, I was just afraid that you wouldn't charge over. Release. Yang Dingtian ordered. Instantly, dozens of silk explosives were thrown out by the trebuchet. Boom boom boom, another earth-shattering explosion. Countless pirates were torn to shreds, and more than a dozen ships were torn apart. Release, release, release. Following Yang Dingtian's orders, wave after wave of explosives were thrown out. Countless earth-shattering explosions. Countless sparks burst forth. More than 100 pirate ships were almost all destroyed in the short 2 to 3 li of their journey. Only 3 or 4 ships broke into the fleet of the Fire Island, but it was only a coincidence. The pirates on the ships were so scared that their bodies were broken, and they were peeing and shitting. Before they could get close to the ships, more than 100 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry rushed forward impatiently and slaughtered the pirates on the ships. Half an hour later, all the pirates were wiped out. 5 kilometers away, there was only one pirate ship left. It was Qin Huaiju's flagship, When the ships were destroyed in the sea and countless of his subordinates were torn to shreds, he felt as though he was struck by lightning. At first, he felt that his heart was bleeding, but later on, it was so painful that he was numb. This was his foundation. In the northwest Qin city, he was nothing. Even Qin Huaiyu's servants didn't look him in the eye. Over there, he was living like a dog. Later on, when Qin Huaiyu proposed to impersonate the Black Blood Cavalry to ruin Yang Dingtian's reputation, no one in the northwest Qin city was willing to accept this mission. This was because this was a dirty job. Moreover, it was a dirty job that couldn't be reversed. It was a dirty job that could be sacrificed at any time. However, Qin Huaiju accepted it and then took over a group of people from the northwest Qin city who were angered and frustrated. He formed a team of a few hundred people. After more than half a year of discovery, the team grew bigger and bigger until it reached a few thousand people. Here, he felt the taste of being a new man. Then, it rose to the taste of being an emperor. He was the emperor of the surrounding 1,000 kilometers of sea region. He could kill whoever he wanted. He could sleep with whoever he wanted. In the past half a year, he really didn't know how many people he had killed and how many women he had harmed. He was crazy with jealousy towards Yang Dingtian because he was just an idler. However, he could become Dongfang Minmi's disciple and Shimin Wuya's son-in-law. Most importantly, he actually had Shimin Yanyan. He had seen Yanyan Shimin and was completely shocked. However, he didn't even dare to dream of having Shimin Yanyan. He had many women, but all of them added together couldn't even compare to a single finger of Shimin Yanyan. However, Yang Dingtian could have Shimin Yanyan completely. Why? Therefore, when he pretended to be Yang Dingtian and did evil, he had a special feeling of satisfaction in his heart. Of course, he was also a little grateful towards Yang Dingtian because Yang Dingtian had turned Qin Xiaobai into a cripple. He was only jealous of Yang Dingtian. However, he had a bone-deep hatred towards Qin Xiaobai. In the northwest Qin city, Qin Xiaobai was second only to Qin Huaiyu's favorite. Usually, when Qin Huaiyu met Qin Huaiju, he would still be polite. However, when Qin Xiaobai met him, he would completely treat him like a pig or a dog. But now, he was filled with endless hatred towards the person who had destroyed everything in front of him. It even surpassed the hatred he felt towards Qin Xiaobai. He didn't know who that person was, but he knew that he definitely wasn't someone from Fire Island. If Fire Island had such a talent, it wouldn't be in such a state of decline. Endless hatred devoured his heart and endless flames burned wildly. Who is it? Who is it that destroyed the foundation of Qin Huaiju? I will tear you into pieces, he suddenly roared. In his extreme madness and anger, he even forgot to pretend to be Yang Dingtian. Then, he crazily gave the order and the large ship charged towards Fire Island's fleet. In the beginning, the sailors who were already scared out of their wits didn't dare to charge over. Wasn't that seeking death? Qin Huaiju was instantly enraged. He raised his sword and started a massacre on his own ship. In an instant, hundreds of people died under his sword. The remaining people all jumped into the sea to escape. In an instant, Qin Huaiju was the only one left on the large ship. The entire ship was spinning on the sea. Qin Huaiju had a special characteristic. He was afraid of water. That's right. Even though he was a martial profound realm expert, he was still afraid of water. This was because when he was 5 years old, his mother brought him to see his biological father for the first time, who was also the northwest Qin city's ruler. He didn't receive any love. The Qin city's ruler directly threw him into the pool to drown him. This was because his mother was a woman who couldn't be seen. Of course, he didn't die in the end. He was saved by the Qin city's ruler's first wife. However, the hellish pain in the water and watching his mother being thrown down from a building to her death made him afraid of water. He didn't even dare to enter a bathtub. He was so afraid of water. However, he still accepted the mission of pretending to be Yang Dingtian and becoming the pirate leader. However, he spent all his time in the base and never went out to sea personally. Today, they had a great battle with Fire Island. Moreover, he thought that it would be a completely one-sided massacre. That was why he went out to sea in high spirits. However, he didn't expect to encounter such an ending. At this moment, he was the only one left on the large ship. he couldn't sail the ship alone. In an instant, he was trapped on the ship alone and could only roar with all his might. When Yang Dingtian saw this, he smiled coldly and said, "Surround him." In an instant, dozens of ships charged towards Qin Huaiju's ship and surrounded it in a semicircle. "Release," Yang Dingtian suddenly gave the order. In an instant, all the catapults on the ships were activated and threw dozens of packs of explosives over like raindrops. In an instant, that spinning ship was completely surrounded by dozens of packs of explosives. Boom, 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 a series of earth-shattering explosions and endless flames on the surface of the sea. The giant ship was instantly torn into pieces like a toy. Countless pieces flew into the sky. Release, release, release. Although that large ship was completely engulfed by the flames and was completely smashed into pieces, Yang Dingtian still gave the order to keep throwing the packs of explosives. Because there were still a lot of packs of explosives that hadn't been used up. This kind of destructive weapon couldn't be left behind. Therefore, the catapults were tirelessly throwing. The sea around that large ship was still raging with flames. It was earth-shattering. After exploding for more than 10 minutes. Only then did Yang Dingtian give the order to stop. He left behind dozens of packs of explosives for him to personally look after in case he needed to use them during the attack on Black Blood Island. At this time, no trace of the large ship could be seen on the surface of the sea. The surface of the sea was filled with wood fragments. It was a complete mess. As for Qin Huaiju, he had completely disappeared. Hooray. Suddenly, everyone cheered wildly. They won. Before this, they didn't even think that they would win. However, they didn't expect that not only did they win, but they also won so easily. There were almost no casualties. Bang! At this time, a ship in front of them suddenly exploded. It was the entire ship that exploded fiercely. The warriors on the ship flew straight into the sky with blood splattering everywhere. Then, a figure covered in blood suddenly shot into the sky from the water. With a sharp sword in hand, he rushed into the fleet like lightning and crazily massacred. It was Qin Huaiju. When the explosives exploded, he finally overcame his fear of the sea. He jumped into the sea and drilled into the bottom of the sea to avoid the damage of the flames. The moment he jumped into the sea, he thought that he was going to die. Because even in the bathtub, he felt that he was going to suffocate. However, he didn't expect that the moment he jumped into the sea, his fear of the water would disappear without a trace. Instead, it was replaced by endless flames that soared into the sky. Then, under the water, he rushed towards the blazing flame fleet. He wanted to rely on himself to kill all the enemies. Then, he wanted to rely on himself to make a comeback and lay a bigger foundation. Qin Huaiju is a martial mystic expert. After he rushed into the fleet, he was like a fierce tiger rushing down the mountain into a flock of sheep. No one was his match as he crazily slaughtered. In just a few seconds, he killed dozens of people. Furthermore, all of them died without an intact corpse. He is completely like a god of death from hell. Yang Dingtian was instantly enraged. He suddenly took out his youngling sword and soared into the sky. He roared, "Qin Huaiju, your opponent is me." Then, he brandished the enormous sword in his hand and suddenly shot towards Qin Huaiju. Clang! In the sky, Yang Dingtian borrowed the momentum and fiercely chopped down with his sword. Qin Huaiju circulated all the profound energy in his body and raised his sword to meet the attack. A loud sound echoed, incomparably powerful profound energy suddenly shot out and raised a dozen-meter-tall wave on the sea surface. Yang Dingtian's body suddenly flew backwards, but he did not vomit blood. A one-star martial mystic expert is very strong. However, with his youngling sword, he could no longer cause any serious damage to Yang Dingtian. Because his youngling sword was able to devour a large portion of fire attribute profound energy, the fire attribute energy that entered Yang Dingtian's body through the youngling sword was greatly weakened. Furthermore, after his youngling sword devoured the energy, not only did it not feel any pain, it instead felt a kind of jubilant feeling. Yang Dingtian could even feel its growth at that time. He had once asked his master if other people's youngling swords had the ability to devour damage. His master said no. He said that he had never seen a youngling sword like Acho before. It seems like Yang Dingtian had forged a peerless sword. Furthermore, it was continuously giving Yang Dingtian surprises. After Qin Huaiju received Yang Dingtian's sword, he did not retreat half a step. After all, he is a martial mystic expert. However, he still looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Who exactly are you? How do you know my name? Your profound energy is merely at the middle level great mystic martial master. Why are you not injured after receiving my sword? This is impossible. Yang Dingtian sneered, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you're going to die here today. Ha ha ha. Qin Huaiju laughed loudly and said, You? A great mystic martial master wants to kill me? Dream on. The person who will die today will be you. I will use your head as a urinal to commemorate today's battle. Having said that, a murderous aura burst out from his body as he suddenly flew up tens of meters into the air. Then, he used his powerful momentum to fiercely slash at Yang Dingtian. Die, in your dreams. Yang Dingtian roared as he fiercely slashed at Qin Huaiju's sharp sword. Clang, there was a deafening explosion. Sparks that were a few meters long appeared. The surrounding seawater suddenly exploded. An incomparably powerful profound qi energy swept out. Yang Dingtian's body trembled violently as he was forcefully pushed into the water. His entire arm felt an intense pain as if it was being torn apart. His chest and abdomen churned, and there was a sweet taste in his throat as he was about to spit out a large mouthful of blood. However, he swallowed it down, even though he knew that it would be even more harmful to his body. However, what he wanted was an incomparably resolute willpower, a strong willpower. Then, he bounced out of the water and shot into the sky like a cannonball. Yang Dingtian laughed loudly and said, How is it? You can't kill me, right? Qin Huaiju was completely shocked. Who exactly was this person in front of him? He was merely a great mystic martial master. He was a whole level higher than him, yet he was completely helpless against him. Who exactly was he? Why was he so heaven-defying? Your profound qi can't kill me. The one who will die now is you. Yang Dingtian laughed loudly. Because he possessed the #1 sword technique in the world, he could completely engage in close combat. His profound qi couldn't harm Qin Huaiju, but his sword could chop off his head. As long as Qin Huaiju's profound qi couldn't kill him, he had nothing to fear. Of course, Qin Huaiju's sword could also chop off Yang Dingtian's head. However, Yang Dingtian possessed the #1 sword technique in the world. If he still couldn't block Qin Huaiju's sword technique, then he could just slit his own throat and commit suicide. Now, let me, a great mystic martial master, trample on you. Yang Dingtian laughed loudly. He waved the huge sword in his hand and fiercely charged over. Clang, 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 clang. In an instant, Yang Dingtian slashed out a few dozen times. Qin Huaiju blocked with all his might. His speed was very fast, so he was still able to block the few dozen strikes. However, he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Once Yang Dingtian engaged in close combat with him, he would fall into a passive defensive disadvantage. Pig-slaying sword technique, piercing the throat and letting out blood. Pig-slaying sword technique, disemboweling. Pig-slaying sword technique, chopping off the head. Pig-slaying sword technique, digging out the heart and lungs. Pig-slaying sword technique, cleaning the intestines. Immediately, Yang Dingtian became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. The pig-slaying sword technique in his hand was completely at his whim. There were no fixed moves at all. However, it possessed a frightening destructive power. Qin Huaiju had a shocked expression as he retreated repeatedly. Although he was still blocking with all his might, it was getting more and more strenuous. It was getting more and more dangerous. As for everyone on the ship, they were completely intoxicated by the battle. As Lingwu looked at Yang Dingtian's incomparably valiant figure, her beautiful eyes were completely intoxicated. Her delicate body trembled violently, as if countless electric currents were striking her body. The contact she had with Yang Dingtian for the past few days instantly replayed in her mind like a movie. Her entire heart trembled as she completely fell for him. Pig-slaying sword technique, chopping off the limbs. Pig-slaying sword technique, scraping the bones and slicing the flesh. Pig-slaying sword technique, stabbing the sword into the chopping board. The more Yang Dingtian fought, the more ferocious and courageous he became. Finally, the change in quantity led to a change in quality. Qin Huaiju staggered. At this moment, I'll kill you at this moment, Yang Dingtian let out a loud shout. Die! Immediately, the enormous sword in his hand slashed down with incomparable ferocity, bringing along a soaring killing intent. Qin Huaiju was horrified. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as he spat out a mouthful of stone. Heavenly Demon Bloodthirst Technique. Immediately, an incomparably powerful profound energy violently shot out from his body. Like a cannonball, his body was suddenly pushed several dozen meters away. He wanted to dodge Yang Dingtian's shocking sword strike, however, he still couldn't dodge it. Yang Dingtian's sword slashed across fiercely. Immediately, he felt a sudden chill on his face. After that, he felt an intense burning pain. After that, the entire right side of Qin Huaiju's face was completely slashed off by Yang Dingtian. Blood dripped, and the white bones could be seen. Instantly, half of his face was covered with a face, while the other half was covered with a face. Qin Huaiju looked sinister and terrifying, completely like a malicious spirit. Qin Huaiju floated in midair, allowing the blood on his face to drip down. He looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. His eyes were completely bloodthirsty and red. You're very strong. Even though you're only a great mystic martial master, you're the strongest person I've ever seen. Qin Huaiju said coldly. Today, I won't be able to live, but you'll also die. Let's all perish together. After Qin Huaiju roared, his laughter shook the heavens, then, his entire body suddenly swelled up. Bang, all the skin and flesh on his body suddenly exploded. A bloody mist burst out from the ground. In an instant, his height grew to close to 3 meters. His entire body swelled up, like a demon from hell. The expressions of the people on the Inferno Islands ship suddenly changed. Their hearts were filled with boundless fear. They were infinitely worried about Yang Dingtian. Violent demon explosion technique. With a devil-like roar, Qin Huaiju's entire body suddenly exploded with a terrifying energy that soared into the sky and shook the sea. Boom. His surroundings suddenly exploded with huge waves that were 100 meters tall. Heavenly demon hellfire. Qin Huaiju's devil-like body suddenly burned fiercely, emitting raging flames that soared into the sky. The blood-red raging flames carried an incomparably terrifying energy. Die! With a furious roar, Qin Huaiju's fiercely burning body suddenly shot towards Yang Dingtian like an incomparably fast cannonball. Because this was a completely suicidal mystic skill that possessed an extremely shocking destructive power, Yang Dingtian couldn't sit and wait for death. His opponent's speed was completely fast to the extreme. Furthermore, he had firmly locked onto Yang Dingtian. He was completely unable to dodge. The further he went, the more astonishing his opponent's energy became. Ah Cho, our life and death trial this time has come. Yang Dingtian tightly grasped Ah Cho's youngling sword in his hand, and suddenly charged towards Qin Huaiju's human nuclear bomb that was charging towards him. Don't. Ling Wu let out a horrified cry. Immediately, it was as if Mars had collided with Earth, two powerful energies collided with incomparably ferocious. Mother, I'm coming. Your son is coming to accompany you. Qin Huaiju let out an incomparably sorrowful cry. The huge sword in Yang Dingtian's hand fiercely slashed down at the instant of collision. Boom, an explosion that shook the heaven and earth, a blazing light that soared into the sky and covered the sun, and an astonishingly huge wave that overflowed into the sky. Qin Huaiju's body instantly shattered into pieces and turned into countless flames. Like resplendent fireworks, they splashed onto the entire sea surface. Qin Huaiju's body instantly shattered into pieces and turned into countless flames. Like resplendent fireworks, they splashed onto the surface of the sea. After that, the entire sea became deathly silent. Everyone was incomparably terrified as they waited for the fireworks to disperse. They looked forward to seeing that majestic figure once again and hoped that their hero wouldn't die. The fireworks had dispersed, everyone could clearly see that Yang Dingtian was still floating in the air. The clothes on his entire body had been completely shattered. His majestic body was completely covered in blood. His eyes were tightly shut, but he was still tightly holding on to that huge sword. His entire body was still bursting with soaring killing intent. This scene would forever be fixed in the hearts of everyone today. It would be impossible to erase it for the rest of their lives. Ah! Ling Wu wailed as she suddenly rushed out. Yang Dingtian was fine, he even woke up very quickly. Even though he was severely injured, Qin Huaichu's final suicidal attack was truly too shocking. It was completely several times more powerful than his usual strength. Ah Chao's Yangling sword had helped him to resist the majority of the damage. Yang Dingtian's entire body was drenched in blood, and he was severely injured. Ling Wu rushed over immediately. After that, she carried the badly mutilated Yang Dingtian in her arms and rushed back at lightning speed. After that, she used the fastest time to rush back to Inferno Island. After that, she used the fastest time to place Yang Dingtian into the wooden barrel that was filled with holy water. It was the same barrel of clear water that was used to treat Ling Zhong's injuries. There was a small half-bowl of holy water inside. Ling Zhong had planned to use it as a family heirloom to be passed down from generation to generation. Even though the holy water was already extremely thin, Yang Dingtian's injuries weren't as severe as Ling Zhong's. Furthermore, his profound veins were far from what Ling Zhong could compare to. Therefore, he woke up in merely a day. The first thing he saw when he woke up was Ling Wu's deeply affectionate and intoxicated eyes. They were like a lingering net. During the day when Yang Dingtian was unconscious, she had practically never left his side. Her beautiful eyes had always been looking at Yang Dingtian. She couldn't even feel the time. Seeing that Yang Dingtian had woken up, she revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. However, she didn't avoid him in the slightest. Instead, her beautiful eyes became even more affectionate. Yang Dingtian, you lied to me. Ling Wu said in a tender voice. Her voice had completely changed. It had become tender and soft, completely unlike her previous self. Seeing that she actually called out his name, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be shocked, and then he touched his face. Yesterday, during the final battle, your mask was destroyed. Ling Wu said, your appearance is exactly the same as that evil thief's disguise. This face, I remember it to the bone. It's just that I used to hate her to the core, but now I love her to the core. After hearing her bold and fiery words, Yang Dingtian was speechless for a moment. Don't worry, other than me, no one else has seen your true face. I immediately hugged you, and you were covered in blood at that time. After I carry you to this room, I won't allow anyone to enter, including my father. Ling Wu said, they should be burning with anxiety right now. After that, did you conquer Black Blood Island? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, it's a piece of cake. Ling Wu said, those brothers of yours from Black Blood Castle were also rescued. However, 4 of them died. After that, our men and your brothers wiped out all the remaining pirates on the island. We rescued hundreds of women and seized countless gold coins and treasures. That's good, that's good. Yang Dingtian said. Your Black Blood Cavalry brothers seem to have received an order to leave in an extremely urgent manner. It seemed like your mother-in-law and Commander Ximen Lai had summoned them urgently. Ling Wu said, however, they still left 4 of them behind to wait for you to wake up. Then let them in. Just put a towel on my face. Yang Dingtian said. After the 4 Black Blood Cavalry brothers entered, they immediately bowed deeply and kowtowed. The Black Blood Cavalry thanks Hero Yen for saving our lives. It's our honor to see Hero Yen wake up. With a towel on his face, Yang Dingtian said, don't mention it. It wasn't that he was pretentious and unwilling to meet his brothers. However, he still had important matters to attend to and couldn't reveal his identity. Originally, we should kneel down and thank you for saving our lives. However, our Black Blood Cavalry had only kneeled to City Lord Ximen Lai. Later on, we only kneeled to young Lord Yang Dingtian. Hero Yen, please don't mind. Yang Dingtian said solemnly, all of you have an indomitable spirit. You don't have to kneel to anyone. Sometimes, kneeling on one knee is also a kind of honor. The Black Blood Cavalry brothers said. Is there anything important that your commander has summoned all of you after his advancement? Yang Dingtian asked, of course, if you mind, you don't have to answer. Our Black Blood Castle is open and aboveboard. There's nothing that we can't tell others. The Black Blood Cavalry brothers said, the Tianda League is about to convene the Northwest Conference. They want to completely pin the crime of being an infiltrator of evil ways on young Lord Yang Dingtian. They want young Lord Yang Dingtian to lose his reputation and be hunted down by the entire world. They want young Lord Yang Dingtian to completely lose the City Lord Martial Arts contest next year. We weren't able to find the successor of the hidden sect, young Lord Wu Ming. Therefore, Madam Shiman and Commander Shiman have gathered all of our brothers outside. We will be fully armed and kill our way back to Cloud Heaven City. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart shuddered violently. This group of bastards, this group of shameless bastards, Shiman Ju, Yang Yan, Qin Huayu, and Tang Buizhao actually wanted to exterminate Yang Dingtian completely. They wanted him to be condemned by the masses, and even if he grew stronger, he would never be able to make a comeback. Now, the Tiando League's Northwest Conference is completely controlled by scoundrels. If the conference really goes through, our young lord will really become an infiltrator of evil ways and be hunted down by the entire world. Then, my 2,000 Black Blood Cavalry brothers will definitely use our own blood and sharp swords to protect young Lord Yang Dingtian's honor. Don't go. Yang Dingtian almost blurted out the words in his heart, but he held them back. Because they would never listen to him unless he revealed his true identity and used his identity as young Lord Yang Dingtian to command them. But he couldn't. He couldn't let anyone associate Yang Dingtian with the successor of the hidden sect, Wu Ming. Where will the conference be held? When will it be held? Yang Dingtian asked. It will be held in Cloud Heaven City in 5 days. 5 days. This place was close to 6,000 miles away from Cloud Heaven City. It was a long journey, so 5 days was more than enough. He had to use the fastest time to rush back to Cloud Heaven City and stop all of this from happening. No matter if the Tiando League listed him as an infiltrator of evil ways and issued an order to hunt him down, if that was the case, he would never be able to make a comeback. Or the sacrifice of the 2,000 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry, if this really happened, then they were destined to be Don Quixote rushing towards a windmill, destined to be waves crashing towards a reef. They were destined to be smashed into pieces, destined to sacrifice in vain. Including Shiman Lai and Madam Shiman. Yang Dingtian would never allow any of his relatives or brothers to sacrifice themselves for him and bleed for him in vain. Never. Hero Yan, time is of the essence. We shall take our leave now. We have to rush back and fight alongside our brothers. The brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry said, if we're lucky enough to survive, Hero Yan only needs to write us a letter if you have any errands for us in the future. No matter if it's to shed our blood or to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, we will not hesitate. Take care. Yang Dingtian said while trembling, also, pass a message to your madam and Commander Shiman. Don't give up hope. A miracle will happen. Don't sacrifice in vain. Our sacrifice will not be in vain. But we will pass on Hero Yan's message. Goodbye. We wish Hero Yan a speedy recovery. The brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry said one last time. Then, they bowed deeply and left respectfully. Are you leaving? Half a minute later, Ling Wu walked out and asked gently. Yang Dingtian nodded. What about your injuries? Ling Wu asked. I'll be fully healed by tonight. Yang Dingtian said. Then, he stood out from the wooden barrel. Ling Wu found some clothes and gently and meticulously helped Yang Dingtian put them on. Will it be dangerous? Ling Wu asked gently. It shouldn't be too dangerous. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Ling Wu didn't ask any more questions. She just gently tidied up everything for Yang Dingtian. After tidying up, she said to Yang Dingtian, then I'll go and prepare the things for you to leave tomorrow. All right. Yang Dingtian said. After Ling Wu left, Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the bed. Then, he poured out half a cup of holy water from his spatial ring and drank it. In just a short moment, his entire body started to heat up. Then, a warm energy started to circulate throughout his body, clearing away the obstructions and deposits brought about by his injuries. Yang Dingtian quickly circulated his profound energy and expelled this warm energy to every part of his body. In just a little over an hour, Yang Dingtian's injuries had already disappeared without a trace. This holy water was indeed tyrannical and powerful. He really didn't know why a secret realm would have such a powerful thing that defied the natural order. He really didn't know what the ancient world was like to actually be able to create such a powerful holy water that could create such a magnificent and mysterious secret realm at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Ah Chao's youngling sword was right beside him. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but take it over. He inserted a strand of profound energy and waited for its response. This was the intimate communication that Yang Dingtian had to do with it every day. Every time, the primal chaos divine sense in Ah Chao's youngling sword would jump up and respond. Moreover, it would be more and more enthusiastic every time. However, Ah Chao's youngling sword actually didn't have the slightest reaction after he inserted it this time. Yang Dingtian was immediately shocked. Could something have happened to Ah Chao? Please don't. Ah Chao's youngling sword is completely his lifeblood now. He inserted profound energy again, but there was still no reaction. Yang Dingtian was immediately greatly shocked. Yesterday at the sea, Ah Chao's youngling sword had helped Yang Dingtian take the majority of the damage from the flames. In the past, every time it swallowed the fire energy, it would be as happy as a baby drinking milk. Could it be that it was injured by that incomparably powerful fire energy? If that was the case, Yang Dingtian would really regret it to the point that he would commit suicide. So much so that he would rather go and resist those crazy raging flames himself, and not let Ah Chao do it. Master, what's wrong with my Ah Chao's youngling sword? Yang Dingtian hurriedly summoned Dongfang Minmi in his mind. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly tickets. Thank you everyone. Master, what happened to my youngling sword? Yang Dingtian hurriedly summoned Dongfang Minmi in his mind. Dongfang Minmi immediately woke up from Yang Dingtian's mind. Child, a day has just passed and I can't feel your existence again. What happened? Are you alright? Dongfang Minmi asked with incomparable concern. Although Dongfang Minmi didn't necessarily communicate with Yang Dingtian every day. But at the very least, he would greet him every day. I'm fine. I only killed a 1-star martial profound expert. Yang Dingtian said. You didn't use any lightning attribute profound skills? Dongfang Minmi asked. I didn't. Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Minmi immediately sighed and said, Child, you're truly amazing. That's right. With Yang Dingtian's current cultivation, he was actually able to kill a 1-star martial profound expert without using any lightning attribute profound skills or anything else. It was truly heaven-defying. Yang Dingtian said sadly, Master, this is nothing. Actually, it was my youngling sword that helped me block the enemy's fatal attack. Otherwise, I might have died long ago. What happened? Dongfang Minmi asked in shock. Yang Dingtian narrated the course of the battle tirelessly. Hearing this, Dongfang Minmi was endlessly shocked. After he finished talking about the battle, Yang Dingtian said, Master, just now when I entered my youngling sword, it didn't have any reaction at all. Quickly help me see if anything happened to it. Yesterday, when Qin Huaiju's final heaven-shattering attack, it helped me take the majority of the damage. Nothing must happen to it. Haha, it should be fine. Dongfang Minmi said, with Ah Chao's aptitude, a mere martial profound expert's energy won't be able to support it. I'll immediately help you take a look. After that, Dongfang Minmi's divine sense entered Ah Chao's youngling sword and examined it carefully. After a few minutes, Dongfang Minmi smiled and said, Don't worry, Ah Chao is fine, it's just sleeping. Sleep? Yang Dingtian asked in surprise. That's right, sleep. Just like all babies, it eats and sleeps. That's how it grows, Dongfang Minmi said, it has a big appetite. It hasn't eaten its fill before, so it's always awake. This time, he was finally full and could have a good sleep. When it wakes up, it will grow a little bigger. It was unheard of for a fledgling sword to be able to grow. Little Tian, the speed at which you cultivate a sword soul will shock everyone. It will definitely be a speed that has never been seen before in 1,000 years. Furthermore, your sword soul will become unimaginably powerful in the end. Indeed, for Yang Dingtian's soul sword to be so heaven-defying, Dongfang Minmi had never thought of it. It definitely will. Yang Dingtian said excitedly. In front of his master, he had always acted like a child. That's right, master. Yang Dingtian said, why do other people's fledgling swords not have divine sense, but my fledgling sword actually has divine sense. It's not just other people's fledgling swords that don't have divine sense. Other people's soul swords, even after being forged, would need a few years to have their own divine sense. Dongfang Minmi said, your fledgling sword had divine sense from the start. I think this is related to the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. Because normal bloody black gold is 100 years old, at most 1,000 years old, it hasn't had the time to grow spirit energy. And 10,000-year-old bloody black gold already has its own soul. Even though this soul is very weak and very simple. But it is already close to being a living thing. So, a fledgling sword forged from 10,000-year-old bloody black gold would have divine sense. The reason why this divine sense is close to you is because your blood was spilled on the sword, deeply penetrating into every inch of the fledgling sword. It can be said that if the fledgling sword has blood, then the blood flowing in its body is your blood, so it is connected to your blood vessels. It is an inseparable intimate relationship. I understand. Yang Dingtian then looked at Ah Chao's fledgling sword in his arms and suddenly felt that it was even cuter, looking silly and silly. After being relieved, Yang Dingtian continued to hold Ah Chao and breathe in and out. Even though there were more impurities in the profound qi during the battle at night, but time was pressing and he couldn't care so much. Tomorrow morning, he would be on his way to Cloud Sky City. For the safety of the journey, he had to keep himself in the best condition. As for when Ah Chao's soul sword would wake up, as long as it was fine, it didn't matter when it woke up. Of course, the sooner it could wake up, the better. Because sometimes, Yang Dingtian still needed its help. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was full of expectations for its performance the next time it woke up. After 3 hours of profound qi breathing, Yang Dingtian completely filled his energy vessel and profound veins. Adding on the few high-grade profound gathering pellets in his spatial ring, it was enough for him to use even if he were to encounter any sudden situations along the way. At this moment, there were still 4 hours before daybreak, so he seized the last moment to sleep. Even though the current Yang Dingtian didn't really need to sleep anymore. But he had just fought a big battle, and his body was injured and had just recovered. So, it was always good to have enough time to rest. Then, Yang Dingtian laid on the bed, slept without his clothes, and hugged Ah Chao to sleep. He had just fallen asleep for a few minutes when he suddenly woke up with a start. Because, he heard a series of footsteps, and all the hair on his body suddenly stood up. He tightly grasped Ah Chao's fledgling sword in his hand, and was ready to fight at any time. But soon, he relaxed again. Because these footsteps were very familiar, and at the same time, there was a unique fragrance that was familiar. It was Ling Wu. She had sneakily entered Yang Dingtian's room. Yang Dingtian was somewhat unable to resist this hot, bold, affectionate, and cute woman. In order to avoid awkwardness, he hurriedly closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. He hoped that this woman wouldn't do anything stupid, and would just leave after taking a look. But, his hopes were quickly dashed. Ling Wu directly sat beside him, and stared at his face without moving an inch. Yang Dingtian soon became unnatural. Even though his eyes were still closed, his eyelids were constantly trembling. Many times, Yang Dingtian's psychological quality could only be considered as ordinary, and he couldn't keep his composure. Yang Dingtian, I know you haven't slept. Don't pretend anymore. Ling Wu said. Yang Dingtian could only open his eyes, and said, Miss Ling Wu, why are you here? Are you here to bid farewell to me? Ling Wu looked at Yang Dingtian boldly. No, you obviously know why I'm here. Yang Dingtian couldn't resist her words, and opened his mouth, wanting to speak. Unexpectedly, his mouth was covered by Ling Wu's little hand, and she said, Don't speak. I know what you're going to say. I've already heard it countless times. Then, Ling Wu said, I'll speak, and you'll listen. Yang Dingtian nodded with a complicated expression. Ling Wu said, I know that you love your wife very much, and even owe her a lot. Therefore, you don't dare to do anything that would let her down. Yang Dingtian hurriedly nodded his head vigorously. Ling Wu said, You can rest assured. Even though I love you very much, I don't need you to take any responsibility. I won't enter your family either. I won't fight with your wife for you, and your wife won't know about it at all. You can even treat everything that's going to happen next as a dream. She was really straightforward and bold. I'm very tempted. Who wouldn't be tempted when facing a woman like you? Yang Dingtian gasped for breath, but it's also because of this that I have to be responsible for you. You and I are destined to not have a happy ending in this lifetime. You still have to marry someone else. I hope that you can give your complete self to your future husband. Otherwise, you'll get hurt. This world isn't that tolerant of women. Fool. Lingwu said tenderly, do you think that I can still marry someone else? Do you think that I can still hold someone else in my heart? Even though I, Lingwu, am ordinary in every aspect, the only exception is that I'm proud and arrogant. Otherwise, I would have already married someone else. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Yang Dingtian sighed. It wasn't that there weren't people who were faithful to one person, but they were indeed very few. Yes, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Lingwu looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. I don't know what will happen in the future, but at least for now, I feel that I won't fall in love with another man. This time, I've fallen in love with a man, and it's already very, very tiring. Therefore, I definitely don't want to do it a second time. Yang Dingtian, perhaps, your second time won't be so tiring. On the contrary, it'll be very sweet. Let me finish speaking. Lingwu stopped Yang Dingtian once again. You're destined to leave this place, and I'm destined to stay here for the rest of my life. In the beginning, I'll be accompanying my father. In the future, I'll be accompanying everyone on this island. I'm the only person on this island who's slightly stronger in martial arts. I want to protect them. Therefore, I know that there won't be a happy ending between us. As for me, I won't marry anyone in the future. There shouldn't be a second you appearing on this island, and so many unforgettable things won't happen. Yang Dingtian, if you want to leave, I'll definitely not urge you to stay. What I want is only a child. Lingwu was filled with longing. It doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl. However, it'll be best if it's a son. Don't worry, I'll definitely not bring him to look for you. I'll nurture him and let him integrate Fire Island in the future. His father is so outstanding. Therefore, he'll definitely be very outstanding as well. Yang Dingtian, there are many women on the sea who are in such a situation. Lingwu said, many women aren't willing to get married and are willing to live a carefree life. Therefore, they'll look for the most outstanding man, give birth to a child, and raise it by themselves. I love you. Therefore, I must definitely achieve my goal. Lingwu said resolutely and decisively. The gaze she used to look at Yang Dingtian was filled with absolute determination. Yang Dingtian stared at her for a long time. After that, he shook his head and said, no. Lingwu was stunned. Her delicate body trembled as tears gushed out from her eyes. Suddenly, she snatched Yang Dingtian's treasured sword and placed it on her neck. Yang Dingtian, you can reject me. However, if you do that, I'll die in front of you. Of course, your martial arts are much stronger than mine, and you can easily snatch my sword away. However, you'll be leaving tomorrow. How are you going to snatch the sword away from my hand? Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. He had truly never met such a resolute and decisive woman. For a moment, he was actually at a loss. Note, brothers, please give me 2 monthly tickets. Thank you. End of chapter 182. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.